A blinding, incredibly bright light pursued the young girl. Opening her mouth in a silent scream, she could only watch as this glow slowly but surely consumed her. A weak, barely perceptible pulse, and a quiet squeak coming from the cardiograph. Hospital walls, for the girl lay unconscious in the bed. Life in her weak body was supported by an oxygen mask. A dark-haired guy bent over her, stroked his pale and cold-to-the-touch face and straightened his thick bangs. His sister always liked to go against her brother, and now she doesn't even react to his bullying. It's so uninteresting. The stranger barely whispered bitter words, only now, when his sister definitely couldn't hear him, did he find the courage to admit that she was not the only one in the family whose abilities had awakened. He himself woke up, and now he came for a reason, or rather, not only to check on his unconscious sister. His ability is stealing. The guy can steal the abilities of others. And now a soft blue pearl was flickering above the girl's head. D-rank ability Steal Complete Mental Blast. Sends a mental blast to attack enemies. Weak, but it's a sister ability and has a special meaning. The pearl levitated above the guy's palm. He was surprised at the acquisition, because if it was stronger, then Trisha would not have instantly turned into an ice statue from an unintentional attack. The guy wondered if it was really unintentional, because the distance to Trisha was so far. Screams were heard from the corridor, female and male voices vying with each other, shouting, calling someone a murderer. They were objected to. They said that that person had saved more people. They called to calm down, because it is impossible to control everything at once. It so happened that Miss Sinclair was just in that store. It was the mother and father of a brother and sister. The lawyer of the man who almost killed their daughter was now defending him, saying that they did not want this, because heroes are not gods, and they are already trying their best. Sometimes they can accidentally harm others while fighting the monster. The woman sadly covered her face with her hands. Her husband threw the documents from the lawyer on the floor and shouted that he would not sign these papers. Let him take his stinking money and get lost. A drop of sweat ran down the lawyer's temple. He vividly imagined what consequences awaited his client. The next moment, the door to the hospital room slammed, and the guy's hand reached out to the tablet with documents. His father tried to reason with his son, appealing to reason. Does he really want to exchange Trisha's life for money? But he put his hand on the man's shoulder and squeezed lightly, answering that his sister was in a vegetative state, and their family needed money to provide their sister with everything she needed. Although conflicting feelings fought within my father, he did not answer. The words immediately stuck in his throat. While the parents hugged each other and tried to console each other, their son demanded additional conditions from the lawyer. The man, soaring in spirit, leaned forward with interest. The guy wanted the hero who harmed his sister to apologize in person, face to face. Moreover, the Berkshire Company should also make an official apology. The lawyer's plump body shook with disappointment, and he asked if it would be possible to apologize on his behalf. But the guy answered firmly, the hero needs to come here in person. The lawyer began to apologize profusely. The A-rank hero's schedule is overloaded. David Evans Jr. would like to personally apologize, but he is too busy fighting and cannot come here in person. In addition, they are willing to pay $100,000 more as compensation. His interlocutor grinned when he heard the proposal. Quickly scribbling on the papers with a pen, he, without looking at the lawyer, handed over the tablet, who ingratiatingly accepted the documents. The windows of the multi-story hospital illuminated the empty street. The lawyer, in high spirits, called the client to inform him that he had settled everything. He only had to add another $100,000 in compensation. At the other end of the line, a smiling guy, drinking a soda, praised the man, promising that his secretary would send the money later. The lawyer hung up the phone and chuckled. Yes, heroes like to relax. If only he could awaken his ability too. The brunette returned to his sister's bed, and, as if she could hear him, asked not to be blamed for signing the contract, especially in such conditions, but the sister should not worry. He will find out the whole truth because he does not believe that it was all unintentional. Clutching his coat in his hands, the guy promised that he would change this world, because some awakened ones are not worthy of being called heroes. The guy's name was Adam Sinclair. He worked as a trainee reporter, and his sister Trisha, according to eyewitnesses and the savior himself, was unintentionally harmed by an A-rank hero. To implement his plan, Adam moved away from his parents to another area. In Albuquerque, the guy will be able to carry out his plans without disturbing his grief-stricken parents. Adam rented a room in a small dorm, and now, Entering the common living room, he met two girls. Sitting on the sofa, she immediately introduced herself and her friend, a pretty blonde. Another neighbor was not home yet. The girls' names were Mary Perry and Karen Walt. The latter, a little older, asked what his name was. The guy introduced himself with a bored look. Mary smiled sweetly and offered to celebrate the arrival of a new housemate, because this did not happen often. Karen said she would be in the library since she had just started university, so they could have fun without her. Adam turned around with his suitcase and went into the room, answering on the fly that there was no need for this. He had only recently arrived here, was tired, and wanted to rest. The girls looked at him with puzzled looks. The guy, without unpacking his suitcase or taking off his outerwear, fell onto the bed with his arms outstretched. Then he took out his mobile phone and went to a video hosting site, turned on a video where heroes fight monsters. Quite a lot of people have already watched it. He noticed that many videos had appeared explaining the abilities, when a black portal, with bright lightning around it, appeared on the phone screen that someone had filmed in the sky. Adam did not remember when this happened, but dark portals suddenly began to appear all over the world, through which monsters arrived on the planet. For example, huge saber-toothed wolves with glowing eyes, as if enlarged several times by the force of a net. The planet could stop the invasion of these monsters only thanks to those with abilities. Those who were lucky were called heroes and idly faded at every victory, like celebrities on carpets, where in the case of heroes there were destroyed roads. To prevent hunters from abusing their abilities, the ability law was passed, which stated that only hunters who passed the test and were certified as a hero could use their abilities. Taking a closer look, the brunette realized that he was watching the video in which Trisha was wounded by the hero. Adam exhaled heavily and locked the screen of his mobile phone. Now he didn't find anything suspicious. It's better to study the video again tomorrow. Accidentally glancing at the screen and seeing the time, the guy realized it was already 2:30 in the morning, and he still needed to brush his teeth and wash his face, because a lot of work was planned tomorrow. The brunette quietly slipped out of the room, throwing a towel around his neck, and carrying a glass of toothpaste and a brush in his hands. Suddenly he heard a noise ahead, and suddenly raised his head. A dark-haired girl walked from her room, clinging to the wall and barely moving her feet. The guy immediately guessed that this was the last neighbor. The stranger did not notice anything around her, and was clearly out of her mind. It seemed that she was completely drunk, judging by her blush. Adam said hello according to all the rules of etiquette. The girl tried to answer him something, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand, trying to stop gagging, then very quickly asked permission to be the first to use the restroom. The guy didn't even think to object to her. Before she could close the door, she fell to her knees in front of the toilet and threw out the entire contents of her stomach there. After a few minutes she felt much better. The neighbor turned away and put her elbow on the headband to sit more comfortably, and probably fall asleep in this position. Adam immediately reached out to her, asking if everything was okay. Then he hesitated, stopped, thinking about something. A man should not come too close to a girl in such a state. He knocked on the door of another neighbor, Mary Perry. She opened the door, yawning, and with her eyes closed asked why little Adam was not sleeping when it was already so late. He apologized for the disturbance and explained the situation, offering to help the drunk girl, because he, a man, was not very comfortable offering his help. Mary, yawning widely again, waved her hand. Because this was not the first time, it was better to leave her there, especially since it was already very late, and she had to get up for work tomorrow morning. A moment later, the door slammed in the brunette's face. It seemed that only he could help the girl. Returning to the bathroom, he found her sitting in the same position. He apologized, but rather to himself, since the neighbor was clearly fast asleep. Adam picked her up and immediately felt it. The brain overload ability had been discovered. So the discovery, this girl is the owner of an F-rank ability. Brain overload puts the brain into overdrive for a short period of time, greatly increasing the brain's processing abilities, an ability the owner doesn't seem to know she has, although she feels like she has good potential for development. The guy carefully put his neighbor on the sofa, covered her with his coat, and thought that this strange girl might think that she was very smart, and if she studied well, she would become the best. However, Adam decided to steal the ability. In the future he will definitely repay it somehow. Having successfully completed what he started, the brunette smiled to his thoughts. I wonder what effect this will have on him. 2 pearls, The mental abilities of Brain Overload and Mental Attack levitated on Sinclair's palms, and the system asked if he wanted to combine them. The guy said loudly, "Unite," and the pearls flew up, leaving colored trails in the air. Then they collided with each other, merging into one. The combination of abilities is completed. The red pearl fell into the brunette's palm. Now Adam had a D+ rank ability Superbrain, could automatically send mental attacks, received a significant increase in his ability to calculate and deduce. However, this ability must be used wisely. The guy thought he could find some clues in the video of the incident in which Trisha was injured. The next morning he was awakened by a knock on the door. Yawning loudly, Adam opened the door. Having finally woken up, he was dumbfounded when he saw his guest. The beautiful neighbor, whom he had carefully put to bed yesterday, now stood in front of him. Having introduced herself, she handed over her coat and thanked him for his help. The guy was speechless for a second, admiring Lily Romero. Introducing himself in response, he noticed to himself that the neighbor looked very innocent. He realized that he had taken away her ability, although Lily did not know she had one, but still asked if the girl felt discomfort. She smiled sweetly, answering that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about her. Having accepted the coat, the guy returned the smile. "That's good." The front door suddenly opened and a plump guy, Adam's friend, walked into the hallway, loudly greeting him. Lily and Adam turned their heads sharply in his direction. The sudden guest opened his mouth at the sight of the charming girl. He pointed his finger at his friend and, without any embarrassment, shouted that he was meeting someone behind his back. The brunette immediately tried to justify himself, telling him not to talk nonsense, because this is his neighbor with whom he lives. Opening and closing his mouth like a fish, the guy thought that he had acted recklessly when he rented the entire apartment. He immediately smoothed his hair, coughed into his fist, and collected his thoughts. George Ripley, that was his name, was Adam's friend and colleague. He extended his hand to the dumbfounded girl and introduced himself. She politely introduced herself in response and shook the outstretched hand, understanding what would follow. As expected, George, without letting go of the girl's hand, immediately offered the girl a photo shoot, because with the help of his ability to take photographs and shoot videos with his bare hands, he could take a couple of beautiful photographs. Lily didn't know how to get rid of such annoying attention. Fortunately, Adam came to her aid and pulled away his friend, impressed by the female beauty, citing the fact that Ripley had come to pick him up to take him to the editorial office, and they were on their way. The guy did not give up, and tried to return to the conversation with the beauty, but nothing worked out for him. The Louisville Publishing Company was in full swing. Adam did not waste time and turned on the desired video on the screen of his work monitor. There, a hero in a special elaborate costume was circling with might and main around a huge wolf. Using his ability, he released long magical ropes from his palms, and they pinned the monster to the ground, digging straight into his body. Superbrain deduction activated, the guy peered carefully at the screen. He analyzed what he saw with all his might, reading every movement and blow. Suddenly he tensed, and his eyes caught on something. Adam noticed the strange movement of the hero. He put his hand to his mouth, and the guy thought it was familiar. He didn't have time to fully understand what he had seen when George suddenly distracted him by nudging him, sitting down in a chair next to him, and cheerfully asked why Adam wasn't interested in flirting with girls, especially with such a beautiful girl like Lily. Laughing, the guy assured that if his friend didn't start, he would do it himself. Adam did not appreciate the joke and replied that he and Lily were just neighbors. There was no need to go too far. Jolly George said that from flatmates to bedmates is very easy, and he can teach a friend if he doesn't know how. Suddenly, a crash and screams were clearly heard outside the window, signaling the appearance of a monster. Ripley instantly stuck to the glass. Not far from the editorial building, a portal opened in the sky, and from there, moving many pink tentacles, he appeared the one-eyed killer. Like a huge jellyfish, the monster walked through the city with the help of its appendages, destroying everything in its path. People ran away, desperately trying to escape. The one-eyed killer sank down, his disgusting body pulsating. At the same time an announcement was heard from the loudspeakers. A monster has appeared, a B-rank disaster, go to the nearest shelter, heroes are on the way. And indeed, jumping over the boulders of destroyed asphalt, one of the heroes appeared on the horizon. An athletic, large man in a red suit that covered his entire body slowly moved towards the monster. It was the superhero of hot and sour noodles, urging citizens not to be afraid. He would not allow anything to happen to the city of Louisville. The crowd stopped abruptly when they heard a familiar voice. It was the B-rank hero, the Superman of hot and sour noodles. He had come to save them. Compared to the one-eyed assassin, Superman looked very tiny. George read information about the monster using his ability, creating a tiny virtual screen right in his hands. The one-eyed killers have not only defensive power, but also a psychopathic melee ability. It will be very difficult for 18 spiders to cope with him, and the superhero noodles may even lose. The guy looked around and didn't see his friend. The thought flashed that Adam was running very fast. He pointed the camera and aimed with his eye, giggling, "Ordinary people are so weak. It's time to make some money with your ability." A fire butterfly flew over the Superman of hot and sour noodles, a hero of the C rank. A long-haired, red-haired girl in a tight jumpsuit that favorably emphasized her figure. The butterfly's wings were made of fire itself. She asked if the elder needed help. He, looking back, said that the girl arrived on time. Let her attack the monster while he holds it. The fire butterfly flashed its eyes and nodded. Right now, there was a heroic live subscription broadcast all over the city, hosted by director Zachary and Nicholas Roserf. The director commented on what was happening in a well-trained voice, as if he was not watching a bloody battle, but was sitting at a football match. The superhero of hot and sour noodles, a melee hero, was very selfish and narcissistic when he first appeared. His partner enthusiastically asked why Gregory was giving such feedback. He replied that to activate his ability, the hero needs to eat a bowl of hot and sour noodles, so he usually appears after the other heroes have already exhausted the monster, and then kills it. Nicholas Roserf laughed, saying that as expected of a director, he always divulges information that other people don't know. The man coughed into his fist and suggested stopping the chatter and watching the live broadcast of the battle. It seems that everything was not going so smoothly. The hero jumped and, as planned, flew straight onto the monster's body. He clenched his teeth, running his elbow as hard as he could right into the one-eyed assassin. They were immediately surrounded by many golden butterflies. The fire butterfly flew closer and shouted to the elder to move aside. Generating flames in her hand, she pointed her hand directly at the monster. A second later, a powerful stream of fire fell on the alien. He was pinned to the ground. The tentacles began to tremble in pain. Commentators were arguing, looking at the screen, whether the monster's life was coming to an end or not. Nicholas looked in surprise at the director, who doubted victory, and asked why. The man replied that monsters are also smart, and he did not see a single sign of anxiety in this monster. The superheroes stood nearby, watching the one-eyed killer burn in flames. There was a crackling sound and the flames split into pieces. A safe and sound killer crawled out from there, changing the color and shape of his body. The hero of hot and sour noodles cursed. The alien has evolved, and now his body has a fire-resistant shield. The butterfly tearfully asked him to hold out longer, because some time would pass before the others arrived. The man lowered his head, remembering the conversation that was important to him. The head, sitting at the table, lectured the superhero. He had already reached the peak of his career as a professional hero. If he wants to break through and become one of the most famous stars of the company, then he can no longer lose. Because if he fails, his fame will decrease. Resources will go to younger heroes. The hero of hot and sour noodles firmly decided that he would never lose his place in the company. Adam stood very close to the thick of things and peered anxiously at the heroes. It did not escape a careful glance that the superhero of hot and sour noodles, unnoticed by the others, quickly swallowed some kind of blue glowing pill. Adam opened his eyes. He had already seen such a pill once. At that moment, the tentacle grabbed the fire butterfly in its vise. She, calling on the elder, tried to get out of the grip. The townspeople could see with their own eyes how the heroine, wrapped in a huge tentacle, was weakening. Some commented on what was happening. The one-eyed killer threw the butterfly, tightly bound in his paws, up, and she screamed heart-rendingly, with the last of her strength, that she did not want to die. Suddenly, one of the monster's tentacles was torn in half. The huge eye looked around the space around itself in bewilderment. The stranger was confused and released his prey. The butterfly was immediately picked up by the superhero of hot and sour noodles, landing heavily on the asphalt. In the studio, Nicholas Roserf slammed his fist on the table in joy. He exclaimed admiringly into the microphone that this superhero could only stay in fighting shape for 15 minutes. But this time he lasted, and became even stronger than before. The guy rose from his seat and triumphantly raised his fist up. The hero has not aged yet. Gregory straightened his tie. Apparently he was embarrassed for his judgment. The man muttered that this was quite unexpected. Before he could finish speaking, his colleague was glued to the screen, screaming that the one-eyed killer was attacking the hero of hot and sour noodles. Right now, the alien and the hero were opposite each other. The one-eyed monster was the first to rush towards his opponent, but his tentacles collided with a bright blue glow, the superpower of the hero hot and sour noodles. The man flew forward, electrified, glowing with power, and mockingly asked if this was really all the monster was capable of. Something was brewing. Superman decided to finish off the one-eyed killer with his main weapon. The monster's eye became twice as large after seeing what he was about to experience. Hot and sour kick in action. Having hit his target with a direct hit, the hero immediately flew away in the opposite direction. He landed on the asphalt and didn't even turn around. He knew that behind his back the alien was being torn to pieces by superpower. Suddenly the man doubled over, blood spraying from his mouth. Hot and sour noodle Superman collapsed to the ground with his head hanging low. The monster had long since died, dismembered in two, and his partner immediately ran up to the eldest. But the winner turned sharply. Thick veins appeared on his face. His eyes burned with a bright light. The fire butterfly was horrified and screamed loudly. She grabbed the older man's shoulder, asking what had happened to him. But the man did not answer. He clenched his teeth. He understood that he had to control it. Seconds later, the hero of hot and sour noodles regained his composure. Smiling from ear to ear, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, telling Butterfly that it was okay. He was just using too much of his powers. She calmed down, but the man really scared her. Both heroes seemed to be walking along the red carpet, while a happy crowd of gratitude shouted after them and declared their love with might and main. Adam, who had been watching the progress of the battle from his hiding place, was about to leave. When it was all over, he was thinking that he had completely forgotten about the blue pill, and he would still need to prepare the news. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw some movement right next to the body of the defeated alien. The guy turned and looked carefully in that direction. It turned out that a very tiny clone of the one-eyed killer remained in the womb of the murdered man. Adam belatedly realized that he was moving in his direction with big leaps. His physical and elemental defenses are so high that maybe his mental attack will be his weak point. The clone, jumping closer and closer to the brunette, threatened revenge on the hero of sour and spicy noodles. And when he finds a master, he will absorb his energy. Suddenly his gaze fell on Adam, and he chose him as his master. The guy didn't seem to be worried at all. He was just surprised that the clone sent himself here. The brunette grinned. Well, since the prey is in hand, it means it's worth getting his ability. Sinclair extended his hands, activating his stealing powers. The little monster stopped, sensing the force from outside, and the next moment he fell headfirst, dead. The flow of energy did not escape the attention of the fire butterfly. She immediately realized that someone was using her ability. Adam grabbed the dead one-eyed killer by the body and squeezed it in his palm. It's good that he was just a weak clone, but even his weakness was mental attacks. The mental attack of a D+ rank guy could not kill the monster instantly. The guy began to extract the ability, and soon the blue pearl was already floating into his hand. The ability that had so easily left the alien's body levitated above the palm. Ability of rank B Fireproof Shield. Gives immunity to fire attacks below rank B, significantly increases physical defense, a very useful tank ability. Adam noticed with delight how his entire body was illuminated with a bright glow. Did this really mean that the ability acted on him like an invisible shell covering the surface of the body? He held the orange and blue pearls in his palms, and thought that no matter how strong an ability was, it would always have a weak point. This popular phrase in the world of abilities did not seem to have any effect on him. Meanwhile, the fire butterfly flew low over the houses, looking for a source of energy. Adam heard her scream and quickly hid around the corner. It was not yet time for the heroes to find out about him. The girl disappointedly sat down on the asphalt just not far from the guy. She felt a sharp surge of psychic energy here and definitely saw someone. A man in a mechanical rooster mask came out from the shadows to her. His whole body was covered by a long cloak with a golden brooch. He asked if the heroine was looking for him. Fire Butterfly turned around and in turn asked if he had just used his ability. Sinclair stepped into the light, walking with his metal suit through the puddles. His mask was reflected in the water, shining in the sun. They stood quite far from each other. The girl carefully asked if the stranger was a hero, because she had not seen him before. Throwing the one-eyed killer clone aside like a ball, Adam said that he was just a passerby who helped her clean up. The butterfly stared in surprise at the dead alien at her feet. Could this really be a clone of the one-eyed killer? Looking up at the stranger, the girl thought, how amazing it was that he was able to finish off such a strong and dangerous monster in an instant. But he is not a hero, and should not use his powers without permission. Adam was about to pass by, and politely asked permission, but the heroine put her hand in front of him, urging him to stop. She pressed her chest directly into the guy's cloak and screamed that he was illegally using his ability, which means he would have to follow her to the Hero Association for verification. Singular, to her surprise, tooted impatiently. A low voice, muffled because of the mask, asked Butterfly if she really thought she could stop him. The heroine immediately flew into the air, spreading the flames around. The stranger's actions are contrary to the law of abilities, and by law she has the right to take action against him. Fire Butterflies surrounded Adam. He asked if this is really what heroes should do to ordinary people. Suddenly the guy grabbed the wing of one of the butterflies with his fingers, and the next moment, the stunned heroine watched as the stranger squeezed his palm forcefully. All that was left of the defeated butterfly was smoke. The guy turned his head to the girl. Is it really now his turn to attack? It worked, and within a second the fire butterfly was already high in the sky. As she flew away, she shouted an apology that it was not her fault, and there was no need to kill her. Adam's memory flashed back to the moment when the superhero of hot and sour noodles swallowed the blue pill, as well as the hero's gesture on the glacier were those two doing the same thing. The guy took off his mask and firmly told himself that he would definitely find out the whole truth. The calm of the night in the city of Louisville was disturbed by the sounds of an elevated train. Adam sat on the bench, thinking that for now it was necessary to stop collecting abilities. We need to focus on developing a brain reboot. He closed his eyes, completely lost in thought about searching for information about the blue pill. The guy heard a man's voice very close. Opening his eyes, Adam automatically moved his hand along the seat next to him. Where the backpack lay, it was empty. The guy shuddered and for several seconds could not understand where he had gone. He jumped up, trying to find the thief, because there was a rooster suit in his backpack. The things were definitely stolen by the guy in the jacket passing by. Sinclair examined the entire carriage. The thief could not have disappeared, because they had not yet reached the station. Could he be someone with the power of invisibility? Then what about his scent? Adam activated Brain Reboot, enhanced senses, and immediately realized that the smell of the backpack was coming from a nearby guy. But the aura and clothes of the calmly standing stranger were completely different. This means that this is not invisibility. There may be some other ability to change appearance. However, the guy was not at all upset, because this ability came into his hands on its own, and would be very useful. Sinclair tirelessly followed the guy with bright hair through the night streets, keeping a safe distance. He whistled something under his breath. Today is harvest day. Suddenly he raised his eyes to the sky and thought that he felt strangely nervous. The thief turned around sharply and saw the very passenger from whom he stole the backpack. How could he expose him, and even begin to persecute him? Without thinking twice, the stranger took off and ran as fast as he could forward. Today he was clearly unlucky. The nearest hiding place was a public toilet. The brunette slammed the door open, loudly asking if the thief was going to use middle-class tricks by hiding in the closet when he was too weak. There were no stalls in the men's restroom, and there was no stranger there either. The guy looked in surprise at the pink sign. Had the kidnapper really entered the women's restroom? Adam knocked on the door of the cubicle, from where a rustling sound was heard, and called for him to leave. A squeal was heard from there. He was called a pervert. Adam opened the door with his foot. It means he likes to do everything the wrong way. From the depths of the booth, at first glance, a female silhouette appeared. Toilet paper and a whole set of cosmetics instantly flew at the guy. All this was accompanied by cries for help. The brunette, in bewilderment, peeled off layers of paper. He admired the ability the thief had. He was even able to change his voice. Sitting hunched over on the toilet lid, the same guy was looking at him, but already in women's clothes, very open, a top, a short skirt and stockings with heels. The guy asked for forgiveness, This was his first experience of transformation. Adam said with disappointment that the ability cannot change the body and appearance. The thief almost cried. How unlucky he was. With a guilty look, he handed the backpack to the owner. He even tried to smile to smooth out the conflict. The first thing Sinclair did was open the backpack and make sure that the things were still there. Hanging over the stranger, he sternly asked if he had looked inside. But the guy, stuttering, replied that he had not even opened it. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, the brunette advised him to find a normal job in the future and be a good person. Sitting on the toilet and clasping his hands in a prayer gesture, the thief assured that he would never steal again and thanked him for being spared this time. The answer to him was Adam's low, threatening voice and disappointment. No one was going to spare him. The booth lit up with a bright blue light, blinding the thief. Leaving the toilet and throwing the red pearl in his palms, the brunette remembered that he promised himself not to collect abilities anymore. But now he could not resist such a temptation. F-rank ability is change clothes anywhere. You can change clothes with one movement of your hand. It also comes with storage space. Sinclair did not hesitate and immediately used the acquisition on himself. He left the building in a new, expensive suit, changed his hairstyle and took off his glasses. Looking around himself, he smiled. What a convenient and useful ability. There were 2 policemen standing at the exit. They received a message from a citizen that someone was screaming in the women's toilets. Adam pointed his finger towards the restroom and replied that he heard screams, and even saw a pervert in disguise there. Looking after the half-naked thief, who was being led away by the police, the guy thought that some people with abilities did not deserve them. He must definitely correct this. A week passed. Echoes of music from the club sounded in the silence of the night. Adam drove up there in a taxi. He got out of the car and slammed the door. He was called to the meeting by George, who was standing nearby. Greeting his friend, the brunette asked what he wanted, since he even had to call him here. Cheerful as always, Ripley put one arm around his shoulder and mysteriously asked him to guess who he had just seen in the nightclub. Adam muttered something, and his friend replied with a sly smile that his girlfriend Lily worked there as a maintenance worker. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked not to call the neighbor his girlfriend anymore. Approaching the door, George's enthusiasm did not subside. He, in turn, asked to stop pretending, and that his friend would understand everything when he saw the performance with his own eyes. Loud music and darkness, diluted by bright flashes, blinded Sinclair. When both entered the club, Ripley called him to the nearest table. In a large human-sized cage, in a revealing bunny costume, she danced Lily Romero. Each dance movement was accompanied by an unambiguous rubbing of the rabbit's tail on the pole. The girl was the first to notice those entering and was stunned. She slowed down for a moment, panicking. What is her neighbor doing here? Adam sat with his hands on his knees. George carefully sipped a cocktail and consoled his friend. Don't be sad, there are still many beauties on Earth. And today he is on his, George's, territory, so let him sit and relax. There were sofas surrounding each table, forming a square for more people, so the guy raised his hand and loudly called someone over. 3 buxom workers looked at them, waving their hands enticingly. George introduced them to Adam in turn. Then he pointed to Sinclair himself and introduced him to the girls. They immediately surrounded the handsome guy, showering him with compliments, while George remained somewhere on the sidelines. Meanwhile, at the table next to them, someone loudly slammed a bottle of alcohol on the table. The young guy sat in a waddle, hugging the most beautiful workers. He complained that his brother took him McLaren, and that's why he lost to that brat Fred. On his right side was a couple, a local girl and a red-haired man named Michael Burse, the young guy's bodyguard. He replied that he simply lost the race, and there was no need to blame the car for that. His interlocutor was obviously very drunk, and was now laughing with all his might. Throwing his hands on the girl's shoulders, Zachary Wade said that the man became his bodyguard only because he could not get through to his father's side. At this time, Lily came up to quietly pour more alcohol into the glass. Narrowing his eyes, Zachary looked slyly at the man, asking if it was because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He smiled widely and replied that, being a C-rank hero, why would his master be bothered by such things? The mocking expression instantly disappeared from the guy's face, and he sked in displeasure. Zachary jumped up and, from a sudden surge of rage, slapped Lily in the face, cursing why there was such staff here at all. The girl could not stay on her feet and fell, hitting the sofa. Someone else's palm was imprinted on her cheek. Wade hysterically asked why he was served such disgusting alcohol. The reddened young face grimaced. How dare they force him to drink such swill? The next moment, the guy, hanging over the dancer, poured the contents of the bottle on her head. Adam, seeing this, tried to jump up, but George began to hold him back. Because his friend did not have the strength to compete with these people, the young master was the second son of a mechanical hero from the Berkshire Company, and his bodyguard was a C-rank hero Flaming Fist. Sinclair angrily threw away his friend's hand and muttered that he was aware of everything and was now just going to the restroom. Unhappy Lily was quietly sobbing, unable to get up. Sticky alcohol was running down her hair, and her face was still burning from a recent blow. Zachary sat down again, holding the girls close to him. His gaze fell on the table, where there were several new bottles, and they know how to apologize. He added to the manager that the guilty girl must be finished off to the end, and the bar manager, knowing who this boy was, unquestioningly fulfilled any requests, loudly encouraging the man. Those present watched as he forcibly poured strong alcohol into Lily. Punishment overtook the scoundrel instantly. The hero in the rooster mask kicked him away from the girl. Romero was on all fours, coughing up bitter liquid and gasping for air. Adam approached the young master and his henchman, saying that he knew about the presence of the mechanical hero's son here. Zachary continued to carelessly pour alcohol into himself, mockingly muttering that the stranger was definitely on his turn to die today. His bodyguards covered him. The red-haired Flaming Fist came forward, interested in the guy. The rooster sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, then crossed his arms over his chest. He offered a deal to brother Zachary. He, having heard the stranger's words, became interested, blinking drowsily. The bodyguard worriedly told the young master that it was already quite late, and he needed to leave. For this, the man received a glass bottle on the head. Zachary, without hesitation, threw mud at him, shouting that he would not go anywhere, because he was offered a deal. He swallowed the humiliating insult, gritting his teeth. Responding to the petty scoundrel means losing your job. Wade stood up and walked unsteadily towards Sinclair, asking what the deal was. The Flaming Fist nevertheless touched the gentleman on the shoulder, inviting him to sit down and rest. Throwing a threatening glance towards Adam, he assured that he would talk to this actor himself. While stirring the whiskey in the glass in a circular motion, the guy chuckled through the mask. Do they really want to attack him when he himself is against violence? However, for the fact that the bodyguard prevented him from talking about important matters with his master, punishment follows. And the rooster was ready to teach the fist a lesson. He slowly rose from his seat. The man, showing off, urged him to come closer. The bodyguard tightened the bandages on his hands, saying that it was still unknown who would teach whom a lesson. At that time, bright flashes of flame were gathering around him. A moment later, the fire smoothly flowed into his fists, and the hero pathetically said that the stranger was very unlucky, otherwise he would not have provoked him. Adam immediately realized that the bodyguard's ability was C-rank fire element attacks. The patrons of the bar, mingling with the staff, watched the unfolding scene from afar. The majority supported the rooster, saying that he was very brave for daring to challenge the student of an A-rank hero. Lily was taken under her wing by a colleague, offering help. She, still trembling, thanked. While the crowd was arguing about what the men were fighting about and whether the rooster could defeat the flame boxer, the latter wasted no time in running at his opponent, waving his flaming fists. But seeing that he didn't even move, apprehension flashed through the man's head. Why doesn't the guy try to evade? Is this really a trap? Adam skillfully shrugged off the attack as the fire passed right next to his face and mockingly asked if there would be anything else. The bodyguard bared his teeth. Since the day he became a hero, not a single enemy or beast could withstand his attack. The next second, he raised his fist, and the flames spread much further than last time, completely covering the rooster. The crowd recoiled in horror. The hero would definitely burn someone. Sinclair, meanwhile, was completely drowned in fire. Only his outline was visible. But the next moment a gloved hand appeared from the flames. Following her, the owner himself came out. The fire, like a pet, obediently spread to the sides. Flame Fist covered his face with his hand as his own power nearly burned him. He stared at his enemy in bewilderment. He was safe and sound. Adam reached out and activated his mental attack ability. The bodyguard's eyes turned white. His mouth opened in a silent scream, and he himself turned white. Taking advantage of the fact that the hero was in a trance, the The rooster swung his hand and hit him just below the back of the head with the edge of his palm. The boxer immediately fell to the floor, passed out. Instantly sobered up, Zachary jumped up from his seat. What a strong man! The fiery boxer was struck down with just one blow. Sinclair sat down on one knee, extracting an ability from his fallen opponent. Ability C rank, Flame Strike, can create flames on the hands, perfect for a cook. The rooster stood up and slowly walked towards Wade. He, frightened, crawled onto the sofa with his feet, shaking his head in search of protection. Smiling ingratiatingly, he decided to talk to the stranger, asked what kind of deal he wanted to talk about, and that he would pay him right now if he needed money. Adam silently grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Zachary, squirming with all his might, began to threaten his father. When the rooster said that he knew who his father was, the boy, trying to take someone else's hand from his throat, threatened that if he was killed, there would be no mercy from his father. The guy abruptly lowered the young gentleman to the ground and approached his ear, whispering that he was not going to kill, but wanted to share something. Looking into Zachary's eyes, the mask insinuatingly asked if he wanted to have the ability. Zachary froze, not believing his ears. Really? The rooster let go of his hand, and it became easier to breathe. Unable to stay on his feet, the guy fell and began to rub his bruised neck. That bastard thinks that he is a god and can just give him this ability. Adam threw a piece of paper on the ground, and leaving said that if the young master wants to receive the ability, let him come alone to this address in 7 days. Sinclair, having changed his clothes with the help of his ability, went outside. He immediately received a call from George, who was in the club, and shouted into the phone where he had gone. The guy replied that the bar was too noisy and he had to go outside to catch his breath. Ripley's delighted cry was heard from the receiver. Adam missed the incredible show. His friend promised to show everything that happened, and also invited the brunette to eat kebab. Sinclair's gaze settled on one of the city's high-rises, casting a bright light on the empty streets. The guy thought that the first part of the plan had been completed. Now all that remained was to wait for Zachary to fall for the hook. It was also worth starting to check the heroes from the inside in the Berkshire Company, so he will be able to find out the truth faster. Meanwhile, in the Berkshire Heroes' office, there was an argument between part of the team. 3 heroes, led by a leader, sat at a large table in the shape of the letter P. All 4 of them stared intently at the large screen in front of them. In it, a man in a rooster mask skillfully dealt with the C-rank hero, Flaming Fist. The mechanical hero sitting at the head, a gray-haired man in a red and gold suit, possessing a typical heterochromia, with his hands folded in front of him, asked the others to voice their thoughts about what happened. Hero Glacier Adventurer, a young guy with blue hair and a suit of the same color, spoke first, saying that the masked man used his hand like a knife to deal with Flame Boxer in 1 second. Most likely he is higher than B rank. The hero Lazy Swordsman, a man with a high ponytail and a long scar running through his left eye, objected to the adventurer. What killed Michael Burse was not a hand. Michael lost the moment the masked man made a movement with his hand. The third hero, of unusual appearance, Ethan Barton, with black eyes, his head crowned with blue horns, offered to look at the assessment of the Flaming Boxer's injuries from the identification department. He was the first to see what was written. His pitch-black eyes widened in disbelief. The rest of the heroes were stunned at once. Looking at the papers, Flame Boxer's ability was gone. Looks like they are facing a huge problem. The mechanical hero exhaled heavily, staring intently at the screen. The lazy swordsman asked a question to which no one knew the answer for sure. Where did this guy come from who can erase other people's abilities? Ethan replied that in his experience, only a C-rank hero had such an ability. The mechanical hero looked around the company and asked Barton if he was confident in his judgment. The Glacier Adventurer even jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that this was impossible. The old transporter, who already had 1 foot in the grave, could not appear right now. Ethan had to admit that the Berkshire Company could not deal with this issue on their own. They would have to inform the Hero Association about it. The lazy swordsman objected. A person with special abilities like him, no matter what company he finds himself in, will be used as a killing machine, so no one will report him. The mechanical hero tiredly massaged his temple and suggested not to be the first to report this. Let it be a secret of their company. Then asked everyone to disperse to think. The next morning in a huge mansion, the estate of Zachary Wade, the young master lay in bed, clutching the leaf thrown by the masked man, wondering if he could gain at least 1 ability. Having read the address again, he muttered in despair that the guy had offered a deal, which meant he needed something. Zachary squeezed the piece of paper forcefully and grinned. In any case, a couple more days and he will have the ability, the rest doesn't matter. Adam called George to the Louisville Museum, and to his friend's surprised question what they were doing here, Sinclair replied that he wanted to learn more about monsters so that it would be easier for him to escape when they met, and he himself wondered whether it was possible to extract the ability of a C-rank monster. Ripley nudged his friend with his elbow, pointing at the girls passing by. His friend probably came here not to learn about monsters, but to meet girls. Everyone knows that only beauties come here. But Adam ignored his friend's attack and pointed his finger to the side. He came here for this. The electric Tyrannosaurus, a C-rank monster, 7 meters tall, 12 meters long, appeared at an early stage, spewing electricity and causing many disasters, causing the entire city to be paralyzed. Because of him, 6 A-rank heroes, 13 B-rank heroes and 27 C-rank heroes died. Staring at the monster of incredible size, Adam said that he plans to write an article about the monster invasion. The mechanical mouth of the Tyrannosaurus remained open, in the same form as at the moment, when people finally managed to defeat it at the cost of incredible efforts and many victims. George opened his mouth in shock. This monster is so powerful. Sinclair came closer and, as if under hypnosis, extended his hand. If he can extract this terrible ability, then... A local security guard immediately ran up to him, waving a bat threateningly. The guy handed over his work badge, saying that he was a journalist and wanted to write an article about monsters. The guard examined the card and warned that in the museum you can look with your eyes, but not touch with your hands. At this moment, George winked at his friend. The frisky guy decided to talk to the man, leading him further into the hall. Asking where he could find pretty girls here, the guard immediately inquired about his sanity. Finally, Adam was able to return to his plan, and again reached out with his hand towards the monster, activating the extraction of abilities. Familiar impulses passed through the body, but the brunette noticed with surprise that the ability was difficult to extract. Finally, he succeeded, and a soft purple pearl was already levitating in his palm. But something out of the ordinary happened. He has learned the E-rank ability electricity, can create an electric ball, can also be used to charge the phone. Staring at the pearl in his hands, Sinclair asked himself in bewilderment, he only extracted an E-rank ability from an S-rank monster. Has such a powerful monster really lost its ability due to its long-ago demise? Perhaps the last time Adam was able to extract a higher-level ability from a monster because it was still alive. The guy, passing by the exhibits, thought with disappointment that it seemed that he would not get anything like that from the museum, but still, he needed to continue the search. When he returned to his room, the sun had already set and the sky turned pastel colors. The brunette laid out the loot on the table after going around the entire museum. Adam received only 3 low-rank abilities. 3 pearls, 2 red, 1 purple, flickered and sparkled, each emitting its own ability. The first is the F-rank ability clone, which can be used to create a clone that exists for a minute, and can also be used to turn on the light. The second is the E-rank ability electricity, can create an electric ball, can also be used to charge the phone. The third F-rank ability human control, can make any person show interest in you, but you are not going to use the ability to commit unethical acts, right? The guy, resting his chin on his hand, thought upset that the power of these abilities was so weak that it scared him away. But if abilities can be combined, can they also be destroyed? Adam raised the golden pearl, a C-rank fire ability, to eye level, thinking about how it could be used in his intended task. He exclaimed out loud, "Destroy." The pearl caught fire in his hand, trembling slightly, but nothing happened. The brunette decided not to give up and try again. This time something happened. The pearl began to crack. The ability was destroyed. Now on the table in front of Sinclair lay several dark, barely shining cubes of different sizes. Level 1, Dark Magic, Base Substance, Perfect and Unbreakable Square. The brunette brought one of them closer to his eyes. Could it be that abilities are created from these cubes, and he can actually destroy the ability? He began to think, the ability could be broken down into its most basic components, cubes of dark energy. In one hand he held a cube, in the other a red pearl. Then, accordingly, and for sure, he will be able to use these cubes of dark energy to enhance his abilities. Guided by his own thoughts, Sinclair connected the 2 items. The ability actually improved. The E rank ability is human control, provides the ability to mentally get closer to the target, the ability to deceive people. Now you can start engaging in scams. The brunette did not believe his own happiness. If the ability really improved, he can create an S rank ability himself. His thoughts were interrupted by screams coming from the corridor. His neighbor Lily Romero was screaming, asking someone to leave and not touch her. At first, Adam thought that Zachary Wade had come to the girl to plant the night before. But oddly enough, her parents turned out to be unexpected guests. Her mother stood aside. Her father swore with all his might, sitting on the sofa and smoking a pipe, while his daughter sobbed inconsolably next to her. He took a drag and blew out thick smoke, saying that he was not deliberately trying to deceive his daughter. Sinclair left just at that moment, quietly closing the door behind him. The man shouted again. If they had not done this, the girl would not have sent the money. The mother spoke up. Lily's brother needs money to buy a house and a car, and also to get a wife. All this costs $1 million. Where can parents get it from? The girl immediately stopped sobbing and clenched her fist, wondering if her parents had deceived her by saying that her father was sick and she urgently needed to send money. A new stream of tears flowed from her eyes. The girl asked if they knew how desperate she was when she learned about her father's illness. Covering her face with her hand, Lily whispered bitterly that she worked 4 shifts from morning to night, just to earn money as quickly as possible. The father exhaled smoke and said indifferently that the family's first thought was for the daughter to send as much as she could, and he would have a way to find the rest later, because the Lily family's bloodline could not end with them. The girl defiantly asked if this was just a way to bring her home and sell her to a man she didn't even know. The mother took her inconsolable daughter by the hand, saying that even if this man does not receive a higher education, he is still honest and kind. He will not treat her badly. Lily pulled her hand away with force, screaming. Did her parents even think for a second about where the $50,000 she sent a week ago came from? Swallowing angry tears, she admitted that she worked as a bartender and servant, and became an escort for this. The shocked parents looked at their daughter silently, as if they were struck by lightning. The father jumped up from the sofa, pointing his finger at Lily. What a shame, she ruined the family's reputation. He swung at his daughter, throwing mud at her and threatening to beat her. But she turned her head away, defiantly answering that the clients beat her harder than her own father ever did. At that second, Adam jumped up and managed to grab the man's palm, saying that he could discuss everything with his own daughter. The man turned around in disbelief. How dare someone interrupt him? He spat at his feet, telling the unfamiliar guy that he had no right to interfere while he was punishing his daughter. Sinclair astutely noted that the man did not seem to regret what had happened at all. Remorse could only be seen in the mother's eyes. The guy decided to take extreme measures, to help her and see if she could help Lily, and therefore activated the C-rank ability Human Control the Woman. As if someone had possessed her, swung her hand and slapped her husband in the face. He could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground. Now his wife scolded him, saying that his daughter had become an escort. Did he really have a heart of stone? She rushed to Lily with hugs. Both were crying. The woman asked for forgiveness for offending her daughter, because she was her dearest child. The man, without getting up from his knees, sighed. Then her brother will earn everything himself. Adam remembered his unfortunate sister, whose life was supported by medical devices. Everything is fine, as long as people understand it in time, who in this world would not feel sorry for their own family. The next morning, the guy went with Lily to accompany her parents to the train station. The girl waved at them through the window, urging them to be careful, and promised to come for the new year. Her mother waved back, urging her not to do anything stupid again. The brunette was holding a glass of drink in his hands. His neighbor thanked him for the company and said that he could already return. Sinclair handed the girl a glass, expressing the hope that her brother would realize everything, and it would be much more useful than any amount of money his sister would send. Lily winked playfully, asking the guy to come closer so she could tell him something. He blushed, but complied with the request. The next second, Romero planted a grateful kiss on the man's lips. Pulling away, the girl thanked her neighbor again in a whisper. Night fell on the city. Adam, dressed in a rooster costume, stopped at a tall building, a center for processing monster corpses, where there was heavy security. It was there that a huge number of monster corpses were stored. This should have made it easier for the guy to gain access to new abilities. A large truck drove past, turning toward the building, and a thought arose in Sinclair's head. It seemed that there was only a special way to get inside. Without waiting for the truck to stop, he slid his boots across the floor, arching backwards. At the bottom of the car, along the entire perimeter, there were structures attached, similar to bars, and Adam firmly clung to one of them with both hands. A heavy sigh was heard from under the mask, but the brunette realized that he was not alone in such an unusual place. There was a girl's face right in front of his face, and the stranger motioned for him to be silent. The brunette obediently did not utter a word, surprised by the company. Was this man also trying to get into the center? At the very beginning, because of the darkness, he still doubted who was in front of him, but the feeling of close contact with a woman's breast dispelled all doubts. The guy said hello, stuttering, and remarked that they were lucky. The stranger grimaced and hissed at him. What a damn coincidence. She was so unlucky that he was here. Now she would have to act according to the rules of the field and rely on her abilities. The girl's name was Regina Craig. She was a representative of the Latesville Chamber of Commerce. She introduced herself and asked Adam who he was. Regina looked into the dark glasses of the mask, saying that they would soon reach the unloading area. But for now she could not get off the truck in this position. Suddenly, Sinclair grabbed her tightly by the waist, urging her to hold on to him, and pushed to the side, flying out from under the truck. They found themselves lying on the asphalt. The guy took the entire blow on himself, without ceasing to squeeze his new acquaintance in his hands. Realizing that she was not going to move, he carefully asked how long she would continue to hug him like this. Regina was blown away from the guy by the wind. Stepping to the side, she replied that if the situation did not require it, who would even want to hug him? Finally, they reached the monster corpse processing room. Adam walked carefully behind the girl. She noticed this and asked why the guy was acting as if he had never seen anything like this. Maybe he was completely new to this business. Sinclair bowed his head, acknowledging the girl's seniority, which made her happy, so Craig couldn't help but let him follow her. They entered a large room, in which a defeated monster lay on a large metal bench, a werewolf, with a powerful body covered with fur. Regina said that her boss wanted the white hair on the werewolf's chest and would have to carefully cut it off, which she did. Then she took out an unusually shaped bag from somewhere. The girl boastfully told Adam that this was her ability storage bag, in which you can store a lot of things. The guy thought that this was a shameful name for a cosmic ability. Regina turned and called Sinclair to follow her into the next processing room, but the brunette was already busy extracting the ability from the werewolf. He managed to obtain the ability D-rank metal transformation, which can change the appearance of any metal, the dream of any car service owner. Immediately, ear-deafening sounds were heard. Adam jumped on the spot. The girl also jumped. Had the alarm really gone off and they had been discovered? An employee in a white suit appeared at the door, swearing. He cried out, sobbing, that the monster was not dead. The couple stood frozen as they watched the action unfold before them. Huge tentacles squeezed through the door, wrapped themselves around the man, and dragged him along. He could only utter a cry for help. It seemed that the danger for Regina and Adam had passed. The guy did not move from his place, and the girl leaned on his shoulder, asking him to hold her, otherwise her legs would weaken from what she saw. But the happiness did not last long. The girl felt someone's sticky touch on her shoulder. Before she had time to let out a scream, one of the tentacles was already dragging her somewhere. The guy extended his hand, trying to reach the unfortunate woman. He immediately summoned his force fire ability. The fast tentacle dragged the girl away. Adam couldn't keep up with her, and the fireball he created, it seemed, couldn't either. Jumping over another obstacle, the guy noticed something. There are all metal posts here. Exactly. A blue pearl, the D-rank ability metal transformation, has already begun to levitate in the palm of my hand. Several metal objects transformed into tentacles and reached towards Regina. With sharp ends, they cut off the end of the tentacle that was holding the girl from the monster. She fell to the floor, hitting her whole body painfully. Sinclair ran to her, asking as he went if everything was okay. The girl sat on her knees and complained that there were hooks on the tentacles that scratched her because of this. Her t-shirt was torn, almost exposing one breast. A roar was heard. The couple turned around and saw that the monster had come to life again. An incredibly sized skull with fangs, in which many tentacles swarmed. Dozens of them held down the center's employees, who squirmed and screamed in pain and fear. Regina stared in his direction in disbelief, her mouth open. The skull turned slightly and noticed them. He immediately released several tentacles towards the guy and girl. Adam summoned metal transformation again. The skull soared up to the high ceiling, pointing its tentacles at people. The guy began to attack the alien with a huge metal shield, connecting several stands together. Raising her head, Regina watched in horror as the shield thinned under the monster's set, and screamed at her partner to come up with another way. In a panic, she covered her head with her hands, squealing hysterically that she would die and be eaten. Adam was thinking hard about what to do, because this couldn't go on for long, and he remembered that he had seen several cans of gasoline. He tried to console Regina, telling her not to be afraid, because he had an idea. The guy pushed the shield in front of him and summoned metal tentacles using his ability. The canisters of gasoline seen earlier followed them. All this soared upward, straight to the alien's skull. Adam ordered the small pearl that accompanied the tentacle canisters to explode. There was a deafening explosion. Thanks to gasoline, the fire poured out in different directions. The brunette grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her along, calling on the others to run. They seemed to have pulled away from the raging flames, but suddenly an unknown man blocked their way, holding some kind of weapon behind his back. Looking sternly at the couple, he asked if they were the thieves who revived the monster to attack the center. Adam stood silently, but Regina put her hands on her hips and began to attack the man, asking who he was and why he was talking nonsense as soon as he appeared. He angrily called the girl a disrespectful child, and that in the prime of his life she still drank milk. Regina was not convinced. She became even more angry, hissing that he was acting disrespectfully, being an elderly man. But then Adam recognized the old man, and loudly exclaimed his name: Thomas Conley, the hero who defeated King Kong Berserk 10 years ago. The man chuckled. The guy was more respectful, and continued that he would deal with him when he finished with the monster. The guy was surprised what an A-rank hero was doing in the corpse processing center. Thomas reached for his weapon and used the North Star attack, Style 1, Greedy Wolf Attack. A ghostly blue wolf rushed forward, cutting the tentacles lengthwise and crosswise. The pair looked on in admiration at what the hero was doing, Adam noticing that, as expected from the legendary inherited power called Polar Star Attack, each one of them is an advanced technique. Even those with S-rank abilities would have to take a few steps back. There was a roar from the skull monster. Conley jumped up to get closer to the alien's head. Torn pieces of tentacles scattered across the hall. The hero summoned the ability attack of the North Star, Style 2, Hunger of the Heavens. Pushing to the side, he saw how the skull had lost its tentacles, moving in anger only the severed appendages. Finally, the man released Water of Heaven, sending his katana and streams of water towards the alien. The space shook, and a few seconds later Sinclair was already watching the monster being torn to pieces. Thomas dropped to one knee. Behind him bloody scraps scattered across the hall, all that was left of the alien. The hero pointed the katana at Adam, saying that now it was time to deal with the guy. He immediately noticed intense eyes filled with determination and murderous intent. Sinclair tried to convince the older hero that they were not the ones who brought this beast to life. The man, without changing his position, replied that this was nonsense, because the couple looked too suspicious. Regina whispered to Adam with concern if he had confidence that he would defeat this old man. The guy replied that he couldn't, but did she want to? The girl shook her head and said that she wanted to lend him a weapon. She shoved armor made from the materials of a rank B monster into the guy's hands and ran away, shouting as she went that the armor would help, and she would root for him. Adam, having examined the object, chuckled. What madness! Regina reminded him of Trisha. Thomas suddenly, without warning, attacked the guy, raising his katana over him. Fortunately, Sinclair managed to react at the last moment. He put his hand forward and the armor given by Regina deflected the attack, surprising the older hero. The brunette himself was amazed at such a powerful defense. Thomas did not give up, and regularly wielded his weapon, increasingly advancing on the guy. He exhaled heavily and activated the brain reboot ability. The ability made it possible to slow down the hero's movements in the eyes of Adam. The mask stared at Conley. The guy thought that after activating brain reboot, the attack seemed slower, but it was still not enough to defeat him. Screaming furiously, the old hero began to rush towards the guy with redoubled strength. He, even in slow motion, realized that he did not have time to dodge. I had to use extreme measures, the human control ability. The old man realized that everything was not going according to plan when he could not control his movements in the air. He hissed in disbelief, asking the guy if he stopped his movements. Both opponents grouped and sank to the ground. Adam calmly said that he would have been in danger if he had not done this. Thomas, who would not have suffered defeat, once again ran away with his sword at the ready. Are these tricks really all that petty thieves are capable of? Adam used metal transformation again, and a whole staff grew from the small object in his hand. The two heroes clashed weapons overnight. Sinclair's eyes, safely hidden under his mask, studied the old man. Each of his attacks is strong. Human control can be used to stop him for a short time, and so that Adam is not cut into two parts. The employees of the center who watched the fight vied with each other to put forward theories about the origin of the man in the rooster mask. If he can fight with Thomas Conley, could he be the A-rank hero of the 6th zone god of weapons? The brunette heard and wondered who the god of weapons even was. Finally, Thomas stopped and took the weapon away, deep in thought. Judging by the guy's attacks, he was most likely not a thief. The man hid his katana behind his back and ordered everyone present to leave the corpse processing area because he wanted to talk to the rooster. The workers blinked in surprise and asked if they all needed to leave. The hero flashed his eyes dangerously. Someone is not going to listen to the order of the manager of this center. Regina, along with the others, ran towards the exit, shouting to Adam that she would be waiting for him outside. The men were left alone. The guy asked what the older hero wanted from him. He replied that he knew that the brunette was not the god of weapons, because the skills were incomparable with the skills of God. Only the metal ability slightly resembled him. But someone like Adam has several abilities, which means he can be considered a strong person who would never come to the center just to steal some fur. Thomas narrowed his eyes and seriously asked the brunette, did he come here in search of a world secret? Sinclair, without expressing surprise, thought, what is the world secret? What is he even talking about? We need to learn more from him. Therefore, the guy decided to cheat and said that he came here in search of a world secret. The man suddenly burst out laughing, exclaiming that it would be very good to tell such a young and ambitious, strong person like a guy. Pointing his hand to the side, the hero admitted that the real purpose of creating this center was to open a one-way tunnel to the world of monsters. This tunnel was called the White Hole. It's good that the rooster's mask skillfully hid Adam's emotions. He was shocked by what he heard. 15 years ago, the White Hole of the city of Louisville was successfully discovered. The Hero Association sent a small team of high-ranking heroes with a special mission to infiltrate the world of monsters, and Thomas himself was on that team. During this mission, many S-rank heroes died. Only he and 2 others were able to return because they risked their lives. The man said that, in fact, each monster corpse processing center is built on the weakest points of the earth. As long as they continued to burn the monsters' bodies at these weak points, they would be able to open a white hole leading to the monster world. Adam nodded at the corpse of the tentacled monster and asked what about it, why the alien came to life. Conley said that this is something that they do not tell the outside world. In fact, it is a mutation of the monster that rubbed against the white hole. People on this planet are like animals trapped by beasts. Only when they all gather the strongest qualities of humanity will they have a chance to win. The elderly hero turned around and said goodbye to Adam that he could go. Regardless of what organization he belonged to, he must remember that he was part of humanity. It turns out that the men's conversation was heard by the powers that be. A beautiful red-haired woman stood next to the chair in which the elderly man was sitting. She said displeasedly that this old man Thomas calmly continues to do stupid things. How could he even tell such things to the outside world? The man calmly replied that even if he had not told about it, sooner or later other organizations would have found out about it, and it was impossible to keep a world secret only between narrow circles. The woman asked if the headquarters video conference was here. It involves more than 25 people who have already fulfilled the necessary conditions for consideration of a Category S case. The couple turned from the window to the screens, carefully peering at the people on them. Here's what the Louisville Metro Heroes Association has to say. And, looking at each other, they began the conference. The main question on the agenda: is it necessary to tell the truth to associations of owners of heroes who exceed A rank? Adam came to the hospital again to visit his sister, who was lying in a coma. He often did this. He sat next to him and talked, not knowing whether she could hear him or not. Addressing her by name, he said that today he was told one harsh truth. Earlier, Sinclair, after talking with the hero, left the corpse processing area, into another room, where he was met by a buzzing crowd, people asking each other what was happening inside. Did this guy really defeat Thomas? Why was he the only one who came out? The guy first approached Regina. The girl asked if everything was okay. He understood that he could not let other people know about his abilities. The guy replied that he was fine and asked her to come closer and look into his eyes. The girl complied with the request in bewilderment. As expected, Adam used his human control ability on her. Regina's consciousness became foggy, and her vision went double. The man in the rooster mask ordered her to forget that he was using fire and metal powers. He also gave her the armor and made her believe that it was he who brought the girl protection and owed her 10,000. Adam then snapped his fingers. Regina woke up as if waking up from a dream. She quickly said that she was glad that the boss was all right, that she already had a curfew at home, so she would go first, and rushed away. Remembering these events, sitting in the hospital room, Adam smiled, looking at his sister. This Craig is so similar to her. She is sweet and loves money. Stroking Trisha's cold cheek, he said that after revenge he would find a way to wake her up. Full of determination, the guy returned home after dark. He sat down at the table, ready to experiment with his abilities, holding a piece of metal in his hand. The metal transformation ability was activated. A star absorption ring appeared on Adam's finger. He then shook the ability medicine in his hand. The brunette can't let people know his true ability, and must use these two things to trick Zachary Wade. New snake appearance. The appearance has changed with a white mask with blue stripes on it. Adam tried on the mask. The new set of clothes will be called Snake. His abilities will be different from the abilities of his second self, Casper Bart, and the guy will also be able to use fire attacks when necessary. Thanks to the fact that Casper became a part of this, an organization consisting of his many guises will appear. It will be called the Judges. Adam's main goal is to judge those heroes who have fallen, and the expenses of the organization will be decided by the young master Zachary Wade. Late at night, Sinclair arrived at the agreed meeting place with the guy. He was fast asleep right on the floor. The brunette kicked him, forcing him to wake up. At first, he did not understand who was standing above him and began to threaten, but a second later he recognized the man in the mask and began to apologize. Adam thanked the young master for the visit, and noted his confidence in him. Zachary clung to the masked man's legs, screaming that boss Casper Bart could have whatever he wanted if he gave him the ability. He listed all the benefits that he could bestow on this person. Sinclair kicked the annoying minion away, answering that he was not interested. Hanging menacingly over the guy, Adam insinuatingly said that it's easy to get the ability, you just have to look into his eyes. Then he used the human control ability. Zachary's consciousness immediately split into two, plunging into an unconscious state. To begin with, Adam asked to tell him about the blue pill. There was no answer. The guy just sat in front of him, staggering slightly, and did not react at all. Sinclair cursed to himself. What's going on? Did it really not work out? He then asked Zachary to slap himself. When this request was not fulfilled, Adam began to wonder if it might be that the guy already had an ability higher than C rank, which made human control ineffective on him. The brunette used a mental attack. Wade fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Sinclair remembered that last time he didn't attack him in the bar, but it doesn't seem like he has any ability. Anyway, why not give it a try? Taking advantage of the extraction of the ability, the brunette was incredibly surprised. Zachary actually already has the ability. A bright green pearl burst out of the guy's body and flew up to his palm. A rank A ability is rebirth. Only once, after death, you can be reborn and go back a day. The ability can only be used after death, and it's very stupid. As the pearl hung in the air, casting an emerald light, Adam still couldn't believe that the young master had an A rank ability. He directed the ability towards himself, deciding that he would be kind to Zachary in this case, because this ability would allow him to turn the tide of events. And now he will invest in the Gaia Pearl that he received at the corpse processing center. Adam woke up Wade, who sat up abruptly, screaming to be given the ability, and in general, when he managed to fall asleep. The brunette replied that this happened because of fatigue, then took out a metal ring, asking to look at it. Then he explained, surprising the guy, that this stellar absorption ring made by the organization can be used to steal ability factors from others. Adam then handed him the ability medicine, telling him that the organization uses special techniques and turns these ability factors into a medicine that can give ordinary people abilities. Zachary almost dropped the bottle from his hands. It's so special. Is he really being deceived? Adam replied that he could drink and find out whether it was true or not. The gears in the guy's head were spinning at double speed. At first he thought it was poison, But if Casper wanted to kill him, he wouldn't delay it until today. He doesn't care. He'll do it. Zachary made up his mind and drank the liquid in one gulp. The empty bottle fell out of my hand and broke with a clang. His eyes became bloodshot, and he growled loudly. The guy fell to his knees in front of Adam, clutching his head. The masked man laughed. Soon he will learn the power of his abilities. Wade instantly transformed, screaming that his whole body was on fire. He became a real werewolf. This actually has nothing to do with the cure. It was Sinclair who controlled the pearl from a distance. The transformation did not stop there. Instead of human ears, animal ones appeared. Long and sharp claws grew on its paws. Now a huge and muscular wolf with burning eyes towered in front of Adam. The brunette asked what the werewolf thought about the ability to transform. He looked at the animal's palms in surprise, asking if this was an ability, and whether he became stronger or weaker than his brother, who can turn into a dragon. Sinclair replied that his brother had an A-rank ability, but Zachary only had an E-rank ability. He roared when he heard about the difference of 3 ranks. The brunette coughed and urged the werewolf not to worry, because he had just joined the organization. Later they could give him F-rank medicine. The werewolf made a funny face. Adam thought about why the guy turned into a werewolf, but he became stupid and cute, like a husky dog. The brunette also said that given the fact that the organization would have to work with a werewolf, he changed it to an E rank for Zachary. He thought, it follows that there are other abilities in the organization. Does this mean that one day he will become stronger than his father? The guy barked, hugging his savior by the torso, and begged Adam to change the ability to a rank for him. He waved it off in disgust. The werewolf continued, shedding a tear, that he would call the boss his godfather, because he had never met a person who would be so kind to him. Adam still tried to discourage the beast, answering that he did not have such an opportunity, because the organization its own rules, and a high rank can only be achieved with sufficient achievements. Zachary obediently sat on his hind legs, asking about the organization. Sinclair answered, urging him to listen carefully. The name of the organization is Judges. It was created by one powerful man. Under the boss there are 12 zodiac leaders, and Casper's pseudonym is the rooster from the 12 zodiacs. The werewolf asked how powerful the boss is, since his godfather is only the leader. Adam replied that there is no need to try to guess. The boss is not someone who often shows his face. He is very mysterious. Zachary immediately asked how quickly he could earn his achievements. The brunette replied that this happens by completing tasks, and the first one has already appeared. Pointing his finger at the werewolf, Bert said that he would use his identity as the young master of the Berkshire Company to find information about the blue pill. The werewolf asked what it was. He was told that it seemed to be a pill that could increase someone's strength. Casper himself arrived in Louisville to find out about the forces behind this thing. Zachary's eyes sparkled. It could really increase someone's power. What a wonderful thing. For this he got hit in the back of the head. Adam sternly replied that there was no need to harbor evil ideas, because there was a hero who used her and accidentally harmed an innocent person. At that moment, the werewolf returned to his human form. Scratching the back of his head, Zachary asked who exactly harmed the man. Sinclair said, the A-rank hero of his company, Glacier Adventurer. Wade screamed in shock, amazed by what he heard. Bruce Rash, always acting cool, but in reality he is just a regular drug addict. Casper said that when the young master finds useful information, they will meet here again, and then he will give Zachary a D-rank ability. He nodded his head. When leaving, Sinclair decided to teach the young master a lesson and said he forgot to warn him about something. The effect of the medicine lasts only a week. The guy has limited time, which means the task must be completed within a week. Zachary fell to his knees again, crying out desperately. In the morning, fresh and cheerful, Adam walked along the sidewalk, sipping soda from a glass. Adam walked past the booth with a notice board, drinking a soda from a straw, but turned back. Something caught his attention. On a large sheet of paper there was a caricature of himself, wearing a rooster mask. None other than Regina Craig was looking for him. The ad text read, looking for Uncle Casper Bart, dressed in a black raincoat with a white mask on his face. If you have any clues, please call Regina Craig. The soda from his mouth rapidly migrated onto the glass of the booth. The guy spat it out in surprise, and the male salesman cursed. Sinclair backed away, apologizing for a long time. Adam tore off the sheet and looked at it as he walked, thinking about how many more surprises this girl was hiding in herself. Suddenly he noticed a familiar silhouette in the distance coming around the corner, accompanied by several men in combat uniform. Recognizing the stranger as Regina Craig, Adam was surprised. Had something really happened to her? He ran closer and cautiously looked out from his hiding place. Regina found herself sandwiched in a concrete square, but still stood militantly, with her hands on her hips, asking who her pursuers were. In front of her stood a girl in a bright uniform and two men who looked like ninjas. A tall stranger with a piercing in his nose bared his teeth and demanded that the girl listen to them and give the young master's blade back. Craig exclaimed that she had no idea what they were talking about and that she didn't have any blade. The girl was again attacked from all sides, shouting that she should stop the performance, because, taking advantage of the naivety of the young master, she exchanged the blade for fake jewelry, so she better give up the weapon if she wants to live. Adam immediately knew that it was a legendary S-rank weapon called Iringa, but he didn't know if Regina actually had it now. The girl fell silent and thought for a moment. This means that this blade is actually something good. Regina immediately used her ability. A storage bag appeared in her hands, in which you can store many things. Trying to distract her pursuers, she whistled something under her breath, answering in a sing-song voice that she had never heard of anything like that. They were clearly mistaken. Adam narrowed his eyes and grimaced. What a poor argument. Anyone can draw the right conclusion as soon as they hear her, that this greedy girl received the blade, but does not want to give it back. A dark-haired girl in uniform abruptly interrupted Regina, saying that there was no need for idle chatter, we needed to start taking action. The tall man rushed forward without another word, using military style, triple knives. His companion, putting his hands together in a special gesture, shouted, shadow style, doppelganger. Sinclair was amazed that these two were inherited type abilities, and she was both above C rank. Regina took out a battle fan from her large magic bag and struck a pose. She is not one of those who is easily intimidated. The weapon in her hands is the B-rank Belsung. Swinging sharply, she lowered the fan down. Everything around shook from the suddenly appeared flame. The girl called on the attackers to get away. The men were literally blown away by a deafening stream of wind mixed with fire. Regina waved her fan, which raised currents of air and carried her upward. She triumphantly exclaimed that there was no such rule that could force her to return things after receiving them. A dark-haired girl watched her carefully. She frowned and clenched her fists. Blue, icy flames formed at her fingertips. Ability of rank A Snow Woman. The girl seemed to have doubled in size. Her appearance had changed dramatically. Now she was an adult woman with blue hair, elven ears, dressed in everything blue and scorchingly icy. The space around her became the same. Regina recoiled in shock. Why did it snow suddenly? Adam turned his head slightly, frowning. The next moment, he used his ability to change his clothes to a uniform with a rooster mask. Meanwhile, Regina was already flying to the side, fleeing the Snow Woman's ice attack. She, darting her gaze at her rival, caused a snow typhoon. Craig felt an unusual flow of air behind her. It was the blue-haired stranger who was directing the icy wind at her with her hands. Adam muffledly shouted his friend's name through the mask. Meanwhile, a crowd had already gathered on the street, and even a local TV channel with a frisky presenter arrived to gain views on the live broadcast. Even a snowstorm did not become an obstacle. Nicholas Rowtherf, holding the microphone up to some kid from the crowd, looked into the camera and pointed to the fight, walking on the Belt Parkway, and called out to the heroes for help. Regina, caught in the icy whirlwind, screamed shrilly. She fell to the ground with a thud as the wind threw her down. The Snow Woman immediately loomed over her, asking if the thief would return the thing that did not originally belong to her. Standing up, Craig quickly took two blades out of her bag, smiling cheerfully at her rival and laughingly asking the sweet lady which blade she had lost, silver or gold. The eyes with red irises narrowed warily. Ignoring the threat, the woman instantly turned Regina's legs into two pieces of ice. The earrings on her ears jingled as the Snow Woman shook her head. She warned Regina to be more talkative, otherwise her frozen legs would turn into small pieces. Now Regina had a katana in her hands. The girl pulled it out of its sheath, declaring that she would never fall for other people's tricks, because she received it thanks to her skills, and never threw it away. Regina looked behind the Snow Woman and threw the dagger behind her, exclaiming that she was now giving the blade completely free to Caspar Barth. He, standing nearby, immediately caught what was thrown, praising the girl for her agility. But holding it out in front of him, he cursed. Who would need such a worn-out blade, even if they offered money for it? The girl smiled awkwardly. She could not even think that they would pursue her because of this blade. The Snow Woman shouted to her companions that they needed to grab the stranger, since she and the thief turned out to be allies. On Adam right, their ninja clones attacked from all sides. One of them was rushing towards a guy with a hero shuriken in his hand. Sinclair felt an unusual sensation running through his entire body. Was this blade really absorbing his mental power? Suddenly he was pulled to the side. Is his body really moving on its own? Suddenly the hand with the dagger itself described a circle in the air. The next moment, the ninja's face took on a childishly surprised expression, and the lower part of his body was missing. Adam swore dirtily, shocked by what had happened. As he stood there in wonder, the man with the piercing ran at him from behind, his dagger hand outstretched, shouting "Die!" Sinclair reacted quickly, jumping up and dodging the attack. The hand with the dagger began to move, and a purple haze wafted from the weapon. The guy soared up. His opponents remained far below. The Snow Woman followed him and quietly pronounced the name of the blade, syllable by syllable. Everything happened at lightning speed. The man who attacked him, as if crucified in the air, stood on weak legs and asked the teacher to save him. The purple haze cleared. Adam was below, walking away with the pearl of someone else's ability in his hands. C-rank ability. 3 blade styles of the sun and moon. 3 blade styles can activate the power of the blade to fight off enemies. But C-rank, it's like holding a blade in your mouth. Not that cool looking. Adam shook, bowing his head. Too much of his mental strength was absorbed. The guy thought that he couldn't stand it anymore. There was a loud scream. Sinclair felt the cold touch of the Snow Woman's icy blades on his back. He thought dejectedly that it looked like he would have to use his revival ability today. A green streak flashed through the air. The crowd raised their heads, vying with each other to ask what was happening. The ice blades immediately split into many pieces. Adam immediately recognized the light of despair. Regina was very surprised. Was it really a lazy swordsman? Not far from them, leaning against the wall, stood a swordsman, rolling a match in his teeth. Ethan Wade headed towards the warring parties, saying that the heroes can forgive arbitrariness in the 6th region, but to sow rebellion in the 1st region is the height of insolence. The Snow Woman rudely told him that her people had only come here to reclaim their property, while the heroes were abusing their powers with might and main. Regina appeared next to her, who protested, pointing her finger at the woman. This is all her master, who gave away the blade, and now it has become entirely hers. Reaching out her hand to Regina, she thought that she needed to ensure her own safety first, since 2 A-rank heroes had arrived and the chances of victory were diminishing. A lot of sharp ice floes flew towards Craig. The Snow Woman turned to the hero, warning that she would spare Regina's life and leave Louisville, on the condition that they return what was originally theirs, even if the heroes killed her people. Black eyes sparkled. Ethan mockingly said that no one said that the girl could leave the city, and did not the woman consider the 1st area to be a place where you can come and leave at will? The Snow Woman remained silent in response. Then Barton turned to the lazy swordsman, leaving the girl for him, and he himself volunteered to test the abilities of Caspar Bart. The swordsman, rolling the match to his right cheek, asked him not to overdo it, because the company intends to get him for themselves. This seemed to anger the hero, as he suddenly rushed at Adam, shouting in irritation that he was not only here to help his brother resolve issues between them. Fortunately, the guy was ready. With the last of his strength, he nevertheless put his sword forward, ready to defend himself. The dragon's fist flew straight towards the unfortunate dagger. Unexpectedly for everyone, the hero was thrown back several meters, raising a cloud of dust. Regina leaned forward in fear, screaming Caspar's name, but Ethan wasn't particularly impressed. The Snow Woman at that moment threatened the heroes with death. Ice needles flew towards the dragon. Regina, who was standing by, tried to dodge the attack. The lazy swordsman rushed to the boys' defense, using the strong wind with his blade, causing them to glow with despair. With every second, the glow, like a sharp saw, was getting closer to the dumbfounded Snow Woman. It had almost reached her face. The next moment, the sound of breaking glass was heard. The woman, without even having time to make a sound, disintegrated into many small pieces of ice. The lazy swordsman muttered in complete silence without emotion that he missed her. Regina exclaimed that this was not true, because the Snow Woman had just crashed. The man rolled his eyes. It was just an illusion. She had escaped. but she should still be somewhere nearby. Adam, taking advantage of the commotion, crawled around the corner. He heard Regina catch herself, not finding him. The guy was breathing heavily, complaining about the damn blade, which did not leave a single drop of strength in his body. Bringing the blade closer to the glasses on the mask, he thought, if the weapon is from a monster, he will be able to extract the ability from it. The space turned dark, and vague ripples appeared around the blade. Finally, 2,500 units of dark energy were obtained from the blade in the form of already familiar cubes. A few seconds later, there were a dozen cubes on the floor around the guy. Although he couldn't extract the ability pearl, but he received a bunch of dark energy cubes, and the material from which the blade was made must be from an S-rank monster. The guy wondered what ability he needed to improve in order to be able to go against the dragon. A blue, very bright pearl levitated in front of Adam, which he guided with a leather-gloved palm. D-rank ability metal transformation. Having decided to try it, Sinclair brought the pearl closer to the cubes, which were immediately absorbed into the ball. What happened next came as a complete surprise to him. The pearl changed its color to a beautiful green and increased in size. Now it was an A-rank ability metal control. You can control all metals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The maximum weight of the controlled metal is 1,000 tons. The snow woman sharply turned her head towards Adam, feeling a strong surge of energy. The guy raised his head, looking around. Now he could feel every object made of concrete and metal, cars, planes, buildings. He clenched his fist in anticipation. Sinclair finally had the opportunity to fight someone normally. At that moment, a snow whirlwind was sneakily approaching him from behind, like a huge ice drill. But now it became difficult for Adam to be taken by surprise. He raised his hand, and a stream of fire spread from his body, melting the ice. The ice weapon was instantly melted by the impact. Fiery propeller. Adam was invincible. The snow woman was knocked off her feet by a huge flow of alien energy. She gasped and cursed, trying to maintain her balance. Sinclair turned, and the fiery blades obeyed his every movement. The snow woman, blushing, was indignant. How is this even possible? With one movement of his hand, the guy transformed the fire into long ropes. Those, clashing along the way, tightly grabbed the snow woman. She twitched, demanding to let her go, but the guy asked not to move, noting that he tries to be gentle when it comes to girls. He brought his palm directly to her ample breasts. The girl squealed in indignation, asking what he wanted to do. A large green pearl immediately reached out to Adam's palm, casting light around. A rank A ability. Snow woman calls upon the snow woman to help in battles, and a person can also choose to merge with the god entering his body. Adam thought it was just an elemental ability, but didn't realize it was a summoning type. Literally every man's dream. He held back with one hand the true owner of the summoning ability that had fallen on him, which had completely weakened after being extracted. At this time, he was discovered by the lazy swordsman and the dragon. Ethan asked the swordsman if this was the same passerby whom the hero knocked down. His aura had changed. Adam carefully sat the unconscious girl against the wall, telling the men that he had already dealt with the snow woman. Ethan immediately lost his temper, shouting that such trash could not defeat her. The guy came closer and offered to fight him to be sure, and asked who would attack first. And he suggested that maybe both heroes would attack first. They were silent, looking around at the insolent man. On the skyscrapers of the city, Nicholas Roserf broadcast from large screens to the entire space, carefully following the course of events with an omnipresent microphone. Had he really heard right? And this guy wants to oppose too, despite the fact that both are heroes of a rank. Immediately, various comments began to pour into the live chat. Someone wrote that the evil dragon was able to kill a guy in a black robe with just one finger. Others said that they had become fans of the mysterious stranger, and that he was very intimidating. The presenter rushed towards the impromptu battlefield, without letting go of the microphone, which means there will be an exciting scene of a battle of 1 against 2. Dragon Name looked at the rooster carefully, and seriously said that he would not team up with the lazy swordsman to win, even for the sake of the spectators, because this would cause A-rank heroes to lose their dignity. Adam retorted that he was very sorry, because the battle could have been exciting. The dragon turned his gaze to his partner, noting that in order to defeat the enemy, one must first understand him. The swordsman sharply replied that he himself knew. He also said that the ring on the rooster's hand is strange. Perhaps the secret to the loss of abilities is hidden here. You need to be careful. The man, thrusting his blade forward and causing a small dust storm, went at Sinclair, asking the dragon not to worry, because he just wanted to see the guy defeat the Snow Woman. The lazy swordsman warned the rooster that if he wins, the dragon will be next on the list of attackers. Adam did not answer anything to this, and only beckoned him with his finger. The lazy swordsman took a running start and took off, ready to attack. The blue flame shot up and then changed its trajectory downwards, heading straight towards Adam. He, without thinking for a long time, repelled the blow with a wall half his height made of flame. Suddenly the guy, with one hand, using only his abilities, swung at the hero. He opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what he was trying to do with his bare hands. A stream of fire flowed from Sinclair's hand, which, with a deafening ringing sound, as if taking on a physical embodiment, collided with the swordsman's blade. The man watched as the flames turned into tentacles and wrapped around the blade of his weapon. The swordsman didn't believe it at first, but then he realized that the guy was trying to control his own dagger on his own. But unfortunately, Sinclair did not succeed. He was almost wounded by his own force when the fire rebounded. He jumped back sharply, landing on one knee. Having erected a wall of fire between himself and the lazy swordsman, Adam thought that his dagger was made of monster materials, but it was not metal, and besides, there were no metal objects on the hero's body. At this rate, one could lose. A and E rank abilities were levitating on both palms. Snow Woman and human control. The guy urgently needed to improve one ability to a rank in order to defeat the lazy swordsman and the dragon. He clutched the green ability pearl in his hands. To improve, a purple pearl came up. Human control, which at rank A turned into puppet control. Now it could carry out illusory interference in targets of rank A, brainwash targets lower than rank B and receive their power for 10 years. You can enter puppet body for 2 hours every day. Throwing the ability in the palm of his hand, Adam promised himself that he would use it only for good. The lazy swordsman, fenced off from him by a wall of fire, got tired of waiting, and loudly asked what the rooster was doing. A gap appeared in the wall, and a mechanical mask peeked out, asking for patience. Adam took the opportunity while the swordsman was looking at him and used the puppet ability. The man's eyes doubled and he could barely stand on his feet. Suddenly he saw in front of him, as if in reality, his beautiful sister, who called him by name and asked why he was pointing his dagger at his sister. Robert Roseby couldn't believe his eyes why his sister appeared in front of him. The girl slowly extended her hand to his face, but the warrior, at the cost of incredible efforts of his willpower, pushed away the outstretched hand. The illusion dissipated, and the piece of mirror stretching from Adam's hand flew back. The swordsman, covered in sweat, hissed that the guy really had a double ability. Sinclair did not miss the opportunity to tease the man, and while he rushed at him with a sword, the guy jumped back and told the hero as he walked that he did not expect such weakness from the lazy swordsman, who owned the intent of the storm sword. The man exclaimed indignantly that the guy knew nothing. Finally, the hero sank heavily to the ground, leaning with one hand on the blade, as if on a stick. That girl was his late sister. He could not do this. The crowd roared and split into 2 camps again, with some calling for the swordsman to get up and keep fighting. Others booed him and admired the black-robed stranger. Nicholas Rowtherf asked the audience, could the man in black use a mental attack, judging by the stunned look of the swordsman. Regina stood next to him, who was also closely watching the battle. The leader again suggested that the hero would soon lose, since his hands were shaking, and he could be ready to withstand the metal ability, but could not cope with the mental attack. Craig waved her hand victoriously, praising Brother Casper. She believed that the swordsman would kill him, but who would then return her 10,000? Adam heard echoes of conversations and thought deeply. The dragon, his dark eyes sparkling with anticipation, leaned forward with interest, praising the lazy swordsman for doing a good job in getting the stranger to use his last card. The man warned him to look the rooster in the eyes, because in this case you could meet the person you care about most, and this would become a weakness in front of the enemy. Meanwhile, Ethan, surrounded by a purple haze, slowly approached Adam. He was clearly already tired of the dragon. The hero's red pupils, like a small flame, flared up even more. He all gathered up, became even larger in size. The space around him turned dark purple. He believed that this battle was of great importance, and he and the rooster needed to make a deal. Adam bowed his head interestedly and asked what the hero would bet on. The dragon pointed a finger with a long claw at Sinclair's hand. If he loses, he will tell the secret of his silver ring. Adam raised his hand and played with his fingers, inviting the dragon to come and take it. He thought that the hero was not at all stupid, because everything he did here was done to attract attention to the star absorption ring. At this moment, Ethan Wade jumped straight at the robed man. He was amazed at the lightning-fast reaction and speed, which was faster than that of the lazy swordsman. But Adam was not a failure. He quickly erected a stone between them, on which the dragon hit with a roar. Sinclair stepped aside and the dragon rushed past. Ethan lunged forward and, screaming, hit Adam in the back with his elbow. The blow threw him far to the side. The mood around changed. The announcer excitedly exclaimed that the metal controlled by the man in black could not keep up with the speed of the dragon. Adam landed on the ground with a crash, causing a cloud of dust to form. The dragon grinned contentedly. A double ability does not guarantee a win. Sinclair struggled to his feet and was now holding his stomach. Even his mask was damaged. Now it had many cracks. The guy coughed. He received severe damage. The hero has high speed, strong attack, and the dragon scales on his body have a high level of protection, and he can also spit fire. Ethan was still smiling as he complimented Adam's strong bones. Sinclair wasted no time in using his puppet control ability. The hero, who was not expecting this, gasped in surprise. His yellow pupils, like those of a cat, dilated in horror. His beloved younger brother, Zachary Wade, tearfully held his throat and begged his older brother to save him. Ethan grabbed his head, trying to drive away the obsession. How dare the rooster turn into his adored brother? Disgusting. Suddenly, the hero's body began to change. He became the earth dragon of black flame, and was now crawling towards Adam. It looked really creepy. The guy was scared. The illusion was destroyed. Did this really only anger the dragon? Nicholas Roserf shouted into the microphone that today the audience witnessed the second phase of the transformation of the evil dragon, and he simply admires the man in the mask. It was he who provoked the hero to take this step. Ethan, with a furious cry of die, rushed at the calmly standing Adam. A moment later, the guy used his metal ability, and a lot of thorny thorns came out of the ground in front of him. The dragon only laughed at this, rushing into the attack with redoubled force. Adam laughed through his mask. The dragon has become a drill. Well, let him try to catch up with him. Now Sinclair, on a huge metal plate, flew up sharply, as if on a magic carpet, leaving the dragon below. He flew up to the guy and again began to mock his strength. Adam did not react in any way, but only commanded the plate to fly forward. Immediately the arrogant Ethan found himself caught in the grip of metal bonds. Vertical pupils looked at Adam. The hero asked if he had forgotten about his black flame. A violet flame formed in the hero's place. He tried to get rid of the metal that bound him. The presenter, wiping away sweat with a handkerchief, continued to comment on what was happening. The black flame of the evil dragon had already melted metal before, and probably this time the enemy would not last long. Regina, who was standing nearby, immediately pushed him in the side with her fist, shouting that Brother Caspar Bart is strong. His tactics and strategies are outstanding. He will not do useless things. Ethan really couldn't handle the metal shackles, either throw them off nor melt them. Adam thought to himself that this was a B-rank fireproof shield. It wouldn't melt if it was only burned once. Then Sinclair lifted a nearby yellow car into the air. Next, the red car was used, as well as other metal objects lying nearby. Ethan looked up, not believing his eyes. A truly enormous metal compressed cube hung in the air, an incredible metal control ability. Adam, standing at the top, directed his hand down, putting all his strength into this movement. Fall, Titan's fist. The cube began to fall to the ground. People, seeing the rapidly approaching shadow, ran away screaming. The corners of the dragon's lips turned up. He asked himself if this was really how he would die. There was a deafening roar, and the street was covered with a dust cloud. Time passed and the cloud settled. People were still clearing their throats. The omnipresent presenter suggested seeing if the evil dragon had survived. The crowd approached the metal cube, vying with each other to make guesses about the state of the dragon. Someone noticed, and it was damn painful. The evil dragon knows no mercy. The meeting with the Snow Woman and the evil dragon was quite expected, but his main goal was to focus on the blue pill. There are currently 2 leads. The first is Glacier adventurer Bruce Rashed, and he will hand this case over to Zachary Wade. The second is a B-rank hero, the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles, who is going to hold a fan meeting in the near future. You need to go and take a look at him. Looking at the large number of cans of spray on the table, The guy thought that in the future he might attract more danger if he continued to share the apartment with other people. He needed to prevent them from getting involved. His thoughts were interrupted by Lily Romero, who silently entered the living room and even scared the guy. She, noticing Adam on the sofa, asked what he was doing here, and why he smelled so strongly of medicine. The guy forced a smile, answering that he hit the corner of the table. The girl looked at him incredulously, raising one eyebrow. Sinclair, unable to find room for embarrassment, mumbled that Lily had arrived just in time. He had an announcement. Mary and Karen, who had also just returned, gasped along with Lily when their neighbor told them he was planning to move out of the apartment. He leaned his elbows on his knees, seriously said that it was not very convenient for him to live with only girls. Now, having received a promotion at work and a large salary, Adam decided to move out. Karen pointed at Lily. What about her? Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Adam gave a strangled laugh. He had nothing in common with Lily Romero. Karen and Mary replied that in this case they would not stop him, and asked him to contact them when Sinclair was free. Lily silently went to her room. Still embarrassed, Adam was glad that this conversation was over. He offered to treat the girls to a farewell dinner. At that moment, the door to Lily's room closed with such a noise that everyone present in the living room jumped. The guy was sweating all over with excitement. Had he really said something wrong? He decided to break the sudden silence, saying that it was better to go to dinner with the whole company. Karen couldn't stand it first. She rudely pointed her finger at Adam and exclaimed that Lily is so beautiful and kind. Why on earth doesn't she deserve to be with him? Why does Sinclair treat her like that? And in general, he's a real freak. Adam squeezed into the sofa and was silent. The girl chuckled, saying that they would have lunch together only after he sorted out his relationship with Lily Romero. The guy sighed heavily. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't love Lily, but he also had no right to put her in danger. However, he found the courage to come to the girl and knock on the door. He was immediately invited to enter. Lily was lying on the bed, legs dangling. Adam could not see her face. Sinclair immediately asked for forgiveness, but the girl interrupted him irritably, because he himself said that he had nothing in common with Romero. Adam replied that he did not mean that. Lily's emotions were seething over the edge. Blushing, she turned to the guy, asking if the reason for his refusal was her past. He flared up and recoiled, assuring that that was not the point. Then Lily asked again why he didn't like it. Adam took the crying girl by the shoulders. They could always remain friends. But Lily did not give up and continued to ask why her neighbor didn't like her. Adam understood perfectly well that Lily's attitude towards him was due to a lack of security. She simply compensated with his help for the lack of love from her parents. And now, when he did not reciprocate, everything turned into hysterics, because the girl was sure that it was all about her past, and this made people look down on her. She is like a porcelain doll that can break even at the touch of someone who cares for her, and if Adam suddenly hurts her. Sinclair wanted to explain himself, but Lily suddenly turned away, saying that perhaps what the guy was saying was correct. Taking Adam's hand in hers, the girl said that she was in a hurry, deciding that kissing marked the beginning of a relationship. Looking at the guy through tears, Lily asked him to become her first official boyfriend, even if their time had not yet come, and it hurt her that they could become strangers to each other. Sinclair exhaled and promised her this. Evening came and the richly furnished mansion was noisy. The glacier adventurer, Bruce Rashed, was lying on the sofa, drinking strong alcohol from a glass with might and main, egged on by the company. Zachary Wade watched the hero from behind the open door. If not for the task of his godfather, he would not have spent money on alcohol and entertainment for Rashed. Carefully creeping into the room where the hero was already snoring, the young gentleman began searching through his pockets. My hand came across a box that felt unusual to the touch, but the glacier adventurer stood up abruptly, asking what Zachary was doing. He jumped up and immediately put the box back. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead as the guy found a way out. He turned around with a cigarette in his hands, saying that he had lost his lighter. Bruce, flushed from alcohol, looked around and asked where the girls had gone. Wade grinned predatorily, asked which one he liked. He would ask her to take a bath with his brother Rashed. He laughed and asked for the one wearing overalls. Later, Zachary, carefully listening to the girlish giggles outside the door, began rummaging through the things of the glacier adventurer. He was looking for that very box among personal belongings and women's underwear. Finally, luck smiled on him, the young master exclaimed triumphantly upon opening his prey. The box contained a lot of substance pressed into cubes. Zachary took one and brought it closer to his face, not understanding what was in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the guy realized that he really wanted to eat one cube. But reason prevailed over desires. He told himself a firm no. A small piece broke off from the square. Is there really a blue pill in this thing? Clutching the cube in his hands, Zachary looked blankly in front of him. Suddenly a loud, drawn-out female moan was heard from the direction of the room. The young gentleman jumped up and flew out into the corridor like a bullet. Bruce was already raging there. He made up his mind and took one cube out of the box. Then he hid it in his jeans pocket. Zachary returned and knocked carefully, calling his friend's name. The door swung open, and a puzzled glacier adventurer stood in the threshold, all flushed and sweating. The young master, knowing in advance what awaited him, looked behind the hero's back. The girl was lying on the bed unconscious. He stammered and asked what was wrong with her. Bruce indifferently said that the girl was dead and went to collect his scattered things. Fearing that he would notice that he was missing, Zachary tried to talk to the hero, saying that everything was in order, let him leave, and he himself would ask his people to deal with the girl. Wade saw Bruce off and waved at him at the exit, telling him to take care of himself. The young gentleman himself fell exhausted onto the sofa. He was scared to death that he would be caught at the crime scene. The glacier adventurer headed to his car in the underground parking lot. Suddenly he was overcome by incredible rage. The hero grabbed the box with those same cubes. Throwing the box onto the dashboard of the car, Bruce cursed dirty as the pills spilled out. Veins appeared on his face. He became so irritated, since he started taking the pills, he could no longer control his strength. His hands were shaking so much and sweat was pouring down his face that the guy ordered himself to calm down. Bruce accidentally glanced at the box and quickly put the scattered cubes back together. Suddenly he realized that one tablet was missing. However, it doesn't matter, there are only a few days left until the next game. With thoughts that it doesn't matter whether he loses one pill or gets it, the hero left. Adam was driven by George Ripley in his car to his new home, wondering along the way how it was possible to move out of his previous apartment, doubting his friend's adequacy. He, turning to the window, replied that these were stupid illusions, because living with a bunch of girls was completely inconvenient. The blonde smiled insidiously. This inconvenience was all the charm. Sinclair grimaced. Old George was becoming a real pervert. His friend just chuckled at this. Finally, the guys drove up to an elite house in an expensive area. Ripley marveled at how his friend got the money to rent such a good apartment. Adam replied that his adopted son gave him a gift. Taking the box of things in his hands, Adam smiled, listening to George exclaim in disbelief how he managed to adopt a child, probably won the lottery, and definitely got to treat his best friend. Actually, muttered Adam, it was true, but Ripley didn't believe it. When the move was completed, Adam happily stretched out in his new huge bed. He had eaten his fill, and was now left alone, although now he felt a little lonely. Sitting up in bed, he realized that after the fight with the evil dragon, he had not yet used the call of the Snow Woman. Although Adam spent some of the dark energy to improve the puppet control ability, the remaining energy is still an ability. It's time to see what this girl is all about. Throwing an orange pearl on his hand, he sent it in front of him. A portal formed in the air. Then Sinclair summoned the Snow Woman. But he did not at all expect what happened. At first his gaze lingered on the tiny elven ear. Adam jumped out of his seat, not believing his eyes. In front of him stood a tiny girl in a robe inspired by Japanese traditional clothing, wearing touching tabi and shoes with straps. She looked with huge eyes, connecting two index fingers. The large window was covered with a crust of frost. Adam was shaking from the cold. Snowflake apparently could not control her abilities. She put one knee on Sinclair's bed, worriedly asking if he was okay. The guy waved his hand in fear and asked not to come closer. She, like a puppy, looked into the owner's eyes and asked him not to worry, because Snowflake would not harm him. But the temperature might be a little low. He, wiping his nose, was surprised by the new nickname, and suddenly remembered something. Raising his hand, he used the flaming fist ability. A small dancing light appeared on his palm. The girl screamed joyfully and asked permission to come closer. Adam could not even think that Snowflake was not afraid of fire, and she answered, stretching out her hands to the fire, that she loved warmth. The light flew up to her lap. The girl giggled, bringing her palms closer. Snowflake was glad that she had such a wonderful owner. Adam thought that it was fortunate that the cold air generated by Snowflake was only a passive effect. Otherwise this C-rank ability would not be able to withstand the cold air. Narrowing her eyes, Snowflake peered carefully at Sinclair. The owner was also warm. She clung to Adam's leg, who recoiled, scolding her. But the girl had no intention of leaving. She only pressed herself closer to his knee. Adam decided that since Snowflake was so cute, he would not drive her away, and pulled the blanket towards him. Now they both sat under the blanket, sneezing. Adam firmly decided that he had allowed himself weakness only today. This would not happen again. The next day the whole city was buzzing with anticipation. Finally, there will be a fan meeting for the hero of hot and sour noodles. People vying with each other shouted the name of their pet, and confessed their love to him. Adam, like a real agent, stood in the crowd wearing a themed crown and sign. Today he disguised himself as an ardent fan to get closer to the hero. There were so many fans that he was soon almost run over, stepping on his feet and even clinging to his hair to get closer to the stage. A large woman appeared on stage and solemnly addressed the audience, announcing that the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles was ready. Everyone present shouted that they were ready to see him. The presenter slyly asked the crowd to chant louder. They obediently complied with the request, again shouting the name of the superhero and how much they loved him. Fireworks exploded, and the long-awaited star appeared on the stage. The hero dropped to one knee and exclaimed that the audience was now safe, because all dangers would be crushed with his iron fist. He stood up and raised his hand, and the crowd cheered. Adam looked with disgust at the random people who prevented him from approaching the stage. Finding himself almost at the edge, Sinclair almost fell. The superhero Hot and Sour Noodles noticed this in time. The man extended his hand to catch the unlucky fan. The next moment, Adam found himself in the arms of a superhero, like a girl in the arms of a knight. The Hot and Sour Noodle superhero literally beamed as he loomed over him and asked him to be more careful next time. Sinclair, smiling from ear to ear, thanked him warmly, apologizing for his clumsiness. When Adam took a vertical position, the men introduced themselves and shook hands. The fans present did not hide their envy after all. It was incredible luck to be next to the legend. When shaking hands, Sinclair managed not to give himself away, and transferred some ability to the hero of sour and spicy noodles. The pearl rested in his palms for a split second, then disappeared. The guy's glasses sparkled in the spotlight as he squeezed someone else's hand and admitted that he was a fan. Finally, the fan meeting ended. People gradually dispersed. The hero of hot and sour noodles, dressed in a shirt and jeans, hid his hands in his pockets, and his manager, the host of the meeting, breathed a sigh of relief, praising her boss for a good job. As they headed towards the star's car, the man remarked that it was a difficult job, and he also had to shake hands with so many people. He needed to sanitize his hands soon. Having sat down in a soft chair in the salon, he sent his assistant to lunch, and he decided to take a nap in the car, since another show awaited him. The woman worriedly asked whether he could withstand such a load. The superhero irritably slammed the door in the manager's face, finally saying that he had to keep up with everything, and also asked the manager to clear his schedule for the next weekend to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The man sat back in his chair, thinking out loud that he needed to earn more money to pay off the huge debt he had accumulated. Maybe he should go back to gambling. He scratched the back of his head and forbade himself to do it. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard from the back seat. He asked the superhero if it was not tiring to live like this. The man sat for several seconds frozen, like a statue. Turning around sharply, the superhero of hot and sour noodles, sweating profusely, began to babble, asking if it was Caspar Bard who fought the evil dragon, and how he got here. The black-robed man thought that he could now know about the hero's location due to the ability pearl in his body. Adam asked the man not to worry, but only to answer a few questions. He thought that since Caspar single-handedly defeated the dragon and the lazy swordsman, he had no choice but to obey. The superhero warned the man in the robe that even if he and the other heroes are in the same company, they may have different positions, to which Caspar replied that he understood everything and asked to look him in the eyes. Sinclair did not hesitate and used puppet control. The superhero's eyes widened as he felt his mind being invaded. The guy found himself in some dark space with a scattering of stars. Was this really the inner world of the superhero hot and sour noodles? Several screens with the memories of the owner of the space were displayed above Adam's head. Sinclair realized that this was the superhero's past, but the memories of the blue pill were nowhere to be seen. But suddenly one of the screens showed a strange man who was holding a pill in his hand. He was dressed in a formal suit, wearing a bowler hat on his head, but the face itself was blurry, looking like outer space stirred by someone's big spoon. The mask looked sharply in that direction. Who is this man? Meanwhile, he handed the superhero a pill, saying that as soon as he ate it, his abilities would increase. The man would be able to reach the top of his career, pay off his debts and finally return to his family. But when the superhero of hot and sour noodles wanted to snatch the pill from his hands, the stranger sharply raised his hand up. The pill can only be exchanged for information. The superhero's face was covered with sweat. He asked what kind of information. The space on the man's face moved, mixed. He wanted to know the secrets of some heroes. His interlocutor did not hesitate, and immediately began to tell. The dog hero is secretly playing with. The crazy hero acts as secretly holding children captive. Adam, without blinking, watched this performance. Stretching out his hand to the screen, he wondered, is this information scandalous? And is it possible to get a pill just for knowledge? Or are some other transactions needed? He flipped through the screens like the pages of a book, looking for additional information. Did the men meet more than once? Yes, there was a second, third, fourth meeting. Finally, at the next meeting, the stranger became interested in Casper Barth, the new owner of abilities, the hot and sour noodle superhero, who was willing to do anything for the sake of a pill, nodded in agreement, shouting that that man not only bullied the chairman's son, but also defeated the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman. The man adjusted the bowler hat, and asked if there was information related to the ability. He needed to know everything. Later they met in an underground parking lot. The worried man remembered everything he knew. Casper can erase the abilities of others, but he has never shown his face in public, so it is unknown what he looks like. The stranger scratched his chin with interest after hearing such information. He threw a transparent bag with a dozen pills into the superhero's palm. As if drugged, the man was hunched over the pills, nodding as if in a state of rage as the wandering stranger ordered him to gather more information about Casper for his daughter's birthday next week. Adam stepped aside, folding his arms over his chest. It seems that the reason for the appearance of the blue pill is to capture the weaknesses of many ability holders, then corrupt and control them. He looked into the distance, wondering what the purpose of these people was, since they secretly controlled so many heroes. The superhero Hot and Sour Noodles woke up, shouting that a real hero knows how to forgive. Then he noticed that he was alone in the car and began to look around in surprise. In the evening, Zachary obediently waited for his godfather, wondering why he did not come, because he himself had already been bitten by mosquitoes. Right behind him, he heard an authoritative voice asking what the guy was talking about. He shuddered in fear at the unexpected appearance. Zachary happily ran to the man in the robe. He had finally arrived after so many hours of waiting. With an insidious look, he held out a box containing a protective capsule and the pill itself. Zachary made a great effort and received the pill from Bruce Rashed. Adam brought the pill to his eyes. The color and quality were the same as the one that the superhero Hot and Sour Noodle had. Zachary mentioned that it was because of this thing that Bruce killed a man. Was it really a side effect? Sinclair replied that in pursuit of power and glory, these depraved heroes are capable of anything. They will not be afraid of side effects. Wade then exclaimed that his godfather was right. These people do not deserve their title. Adam looked at the guy seriously and asked what, in his opinion, a real hero should be like. The young master wondered, does this question carry the burden of the organization's expectations regarding him? Striking his chest, he exclaimed that he thought the more powerful a man was, the greater the responsibility he bore. Heroes must make the salvation of humanity their life's duty, and must not betray their faith for the sake of power and glory. Sinclair grimaced. Well, what movie did this guy copy the line from? He tossed a vial of red liquid to the young master and praised him, saying that including the organization funds deposited earlier, it was enough to exchange them for a D-rank ability potion. Zachary caught the potion and said in displeasure, just AD. Adam calmly replied that the guy should improve his skills slowly, not strive for instant success, and if the potion is not needed, then he can return it. Zachary shook his head, thanked him, praised the color of the potion, and then drank the contents of the flask in one gulp. Sinclair thought that he should combine 2 E-rank pearls first, and then patted Wade on the shoulder when he noticed that the potion tasted like ketchup. Well, that was just his imagination. Moving behind Zachary, Adam did what he had planned, the D-rank ability werewolf power. Now he does not depend on moonlight and can freely turn into a werewolf. Zachary felt his face, asking out loud why he had not transformed. Sinclair mockingly thought that for this he needed, first, to activate the pearl of the ability. The mask raised his fist in the air, his expression impossible to read behind the dark glass. Perhaps Zachary needed to warm up a little to understand how it worked. The guy turned around and, stuttering, asked what the Godfather wanted to do. The next second he received a blow directly to his right eye. Adam calmly said that one must endure in order to be stronger. The Godfather must be ruthless. The unfortunate young gentleman, with a full black eye, whined that he was in pain. For a few more minutes, in the silence of the forest, cries of pain and requests not to be hit in the face were heard. The fluffy tail wagged. The young werewolf muttered in admiration that his ability had improved. He felt a huge surge of strength. Adam asked his godson to cancel the ability when the wolf, holding a t-shirt in his hands, turned to him. The mask clarified that maintaining such a form is quite tiring. The transformation happened. Zachary joyfully exclaimed that he managed to transform back. Sinclair noted this and ordered to continue to monitor the blue pill. Because people who use it are emotionally unstable, you need to be careful. The guy got dressed and thanked his godfather for his care. Casper then gave instructions to gather information about disreputable heroes, but not in order to make them followers. As Wade suggested, after all, not everyone can join the judges, especially heroes who were simply pawns. The young master fearfully asked if the organization was planning to absorb their power, to which Adam, summoning an iron plate to fly away on it, replied that this is how the potion of abilities is taken, and wished his godson to work harder to collect the necessary materials for his C ability. Zachary almost burst into tears. It turned out that after half a day of work he had only been promoted to C rank. He, looking at the silhouette of the Godfather, stood for a long time, making a visor with his palm. He will fulfill this mission. Adam went to a place where there was no one, on the sea coast. The metal plate slid gently through the air, almost touching the surface of the water. Landing on the sand, Sinclair took off his mask. An empty beach in the middle of the night is the most suitable place to train the abilities of the Snow Girl. He extended his hand, and a bright yellow portal appeared over the sea. This is how the guy called upon Snowflake. The girl appeared and immediately rushed to her owner. She missed him very much. Adam barely managed to dodge the cold embrace. He stopped the baby, shaking his index finger, and said that now is the time to develop her abilities. We need to conduct a training battle. Snowflake babbled that she didn't want to harm her owner, but Adam only grinned. A summoned spirit of C rank would not be able to harm him. The girl, standing on a stone in the water, caused a large wave, exclaiming that she was starting to attack. Sinclair looked at her from under his brows and smiled. It was time to attack. The girl focused on her feelings to cause a snowstorm. Suddenly, some unusual crevice of black light appeared in the sky above her head. Adam gasped in shock when he saw this. From there stretched out a limb that looked like a frog's leg, only much larger. Then an ugly head with sharp teeth and bulging eyes appeared, and a strong body. It was a ranky pumped frog monster, a humanoid beast that loves to exercise its muscles, has a pair of strong arms. Excited, Adam frowned. There was a monster invasion, but it's good that it's only D rank. But after the frog, a huge predatory unicorn appeared in the crevice, an aquatic animal. He was extremely good at running on water. Adam, realizing that he did not have time to help, warned the girl at the top of his voice. Both monsters immediately rushed towards Snowflake, sneakily attacking her from behind. She looked at them, as if spellbound, for several seconds. Then she sharply pushed away from the stone on which she stood and flew away to the side, leaving the enemy with nothing. Adam cursed as he flew up on the metal plate. Suddenly, right in front of him, out of nowhere, a bright light appeared. The guy covered his face with his hands. It was so dazzling. The edge of the ice parted, and the same snow woman that Adam saw for the first time while fighting with the heroes appeared in the sky. She frowned and hovered over the monsters. Were they really looking for their death? Thick snow was now falling from the night sky. The pumped-up frog, baring its teeth, put one paw on the sandy shore. She, watching the girl, croaked and giggled disgustingly. The snowy woman cursed when she looked at the newcomer. Adam was surprised that she returned to her old image. Snowflake replied that this was her combat form. Now her body was no longer that of a child. The clothes changed to more revealing ones. Sinclair blushed, as always fierce and tough. The snow woman threw several snow lightning bolts at the frog, thus trapping him in an ice trap. The monster, just like Adam, was fascinated by the beauty of the warrior, and is now frozen in ice, looking at her with loving eyes. Adam put on the mask and asked if the alien was dead, but the girl replied that she was not yet. At that moment, the pumped-up frog broke through the ice with strong arms and jumped high with a croak, trying to reach the people. Sinclair used the plasma ability. The monster kept dodging the attacking substance. He jumped from side to side, expertly avoiding attacks. Finally, Adam ordered the snow woman to finish off the alien, who obediently aimed ice arrows at the monster. A few seconds later, the pumped frog lay on the rocks, croaking furiously, its limbs firmly nailed by ice arrows. Adam chuckled. The easiest part remained. He released streams of plasma at the frog. The attack became fatal. There was an explosion, and life began to drain from the alien at that very second. The metal plate fell down. Adam approached the defeated monster. He sat down and did what he had to do. He extracted the D-rank ability physical training. Physical endurance and other indicators will be constantly strengthened through physical exercise. It is noteworthy that by becoming stronger, trying to remove the limiter, a person will not last long. The snow woman carefully called her owner, who was intensely peering into the distance. It seemed they had lost someone. Standing on the sand, surrounded by a snowstorm, they did not know where the unicorn had gone. Snowflake turned towards the city and expressed the assumption that the monster was heading there. Adam nodded, about to pursue the alien, but suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Snowflake. The girl grabbed her face, and a child's voice was heard accusing her of trying to regain control of her body. Sinclair ran up worriedly and asked what was wrong, but Snowflake, flushed, shouted that her name was Jasmine Miller, and she was not really Snow Woman. Suddenly she grabbed Adam by the collar with both hands, and shouted that even if she didn't think that the second person would succeed, she should be the first to. The girl closed her eyes tightly and reached out with her lips to the amazed Sinclair. Before she could kiss her owner, she turned back into her previous version and hovered awkwardly in the air. Adam immediately caught her so that the girl would not fall. Setting Snowflake down, he knelt down in front of her, asking who she really was. The girl stood silently, trying to understand what happened. She looked up at Adam in surprise, asking what happened to her. The guy stroked her on the back of her head, surprised that she didn't remember anything. Snowflake's huge eyes looked with incomprehension. She only remembered the beginning of the training. This means that the girl has two personalities, and they are not connected by memories. Snowflake joyfully raised her hands. The owner patted her on the head, and now let him hug little Mia. Adam smiled awkwardly. Did they both really like him? Suddenly Mia sank to the ground, muttering that she needed to sleep. Sinclair suggested that she return and rest. The girl yawned and stretched, saying that she would be bored, while she was carried away by the golden glow. Adam was left alone again. He turned towards the city spread out in the distance. The monster was indeed heading there. Meanwhile, Zachary Wade was driving home along the road near the embankment in his luxurious open-top car. He was a wolf, a predator rushing across the field. Out of his peripheral vision, he noticed a strange splash in the water. Turning his head, the guy peered into the darkness. He noticed with horror a huge unicorn with glowing eyes, who was running straight through the seething waves. Zachary immediately turned sharply in the opposite direction. On the beach, very close to the water, a late company of 4 people was having fun, 2 guys and 2 girls. They did not notice at all what was happening in the water. Wade ran out of the car and from afar shouted at them to stop eating, because the monster was approaching them. The sitting guy turned around. The girl next to him said in surprise that someone was waving to the company. The blonde frowned. Just because that stranger has a sports car, that doesn't mean he needs to show off right away. The blue-haired girl listened and realized that the stranger was warning them of danger and asking them to leave. The company turned around at once when they realized that this was not ordinary boasting. They screamed in horror. The unicorn was already very close to the shore. The monster was still grabbed by the hooves of the sea waves, but he was rapidly approaching his prey. Zachary grabbed his head. What to do? How to save them? He, not expecting this from himself, rushed forward. How could this be? He had never been so responsive before. The young people fled in all directions. The blue-haired girl found herself in the water, and now she was stretching out her hands, begging for help, apparently from the blonde. Suddenly someone's strong hand grabbed her wrist. The girl was surprised when help arrived. It was Puckleash from her company. The guy took a log with him and ordered his friend to hold on to it. Since the wood was large, the girl shouted for Puffy to hold on too. The guy hesitated, holding out his hand. He was so glad that Annabelle was okay. At that second, a huge unicorn jumped out of the water, completely grabbing the guy's hand. Blood sprayed out. The girl screamed in horror. Tears flowed from her eyes. She began to call her friend. The waves swallowed the guy's heartbreak. He continued to run as fast as he could. He dared to look behind him for a second to see where the alien was. The lazy swordsman shook his head. The young master is finished. The dragon clenched his teeth. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he angrily whispered the name of his beloved younger brother. Suddenly, the lazy swordsman, pointing his finger at the TV, shouted in shock that the brother of the demon dragon could also transform. Zachary had truly turned into a werewolf, and now Annabelle looked like a doll in his hands. The dragon stared blankly at the screen. His brother has the power of transformation. Finally, the werewolf landed at a safe distance. He carefully laid Annabelle on the sand, and she looked at him with loving eyes and called him her hero. Zachary playfully flexed his muscles. You don't need to be obsessed with him. He's just a legend. Turning, Wade rushed straight at the unicorn, shouting that a real man does not run from danger. He will kill this monster. Adam, levitating on a metal plate, looked at Puckleash lying on the sand. He saved him in time, otherwise there would have been a tragedy. Now it was time to watch his godson fight. The guy raised his hand, and with him, sharp, dagger-like pieces of stones flew into the air. Seeing the werewolf, the unicorn turned sharply back. Zachary ran after him into the water, shouting and hooting with joy. The werewolf sped up to catch up with the alien. His burning eyes narrowed and he grabbed the monster's hoof. Then he swung and hit him on the surface of the water, raising huge splashes. He lifted it up again and spun the horse in the air, as if he were playing carousel. And at the end, with a swing, he released the alien somewhere far to the side. He fell into the water with a crash. Zachary stood tall in the water and reasoned that when the monsters invaded, he was no longer a person who would run or hide when the rescuers came. Raising his hands in the air, he shouted that he must surpass his elder brother and become an S-rank hero. Adam watched him from the rock. Excellent work, and he changed his mind about the young master. A group of young people finally got together. They excitedly began asking questions about each other. Then the long-haired girl asked Annabelle where Puffy had gone. She sobbed, answering that the monster dragged him into the sea when a friend tried to save her. The others stared at the girl in shock. Annabelle pointed at Zachary standing in the water, saying through her tears that this hero would help save Waddles. Suddenly the guy realized that something was holding him tightly in the water. He could not move, and a tsunami formed in the waves, which immediately swirled him around in a whirlwind. A unicorn appeared from behind him, rushing towards him, bending his head with a sharp horn. The next moment, the beast pierced the unfortunate werewolf right through the back. Shaking his head, the unicorn threw the guy aside. The city also seemed to be under attack. Explosions were heard everywhere. The werewolf, bleeding, landed on the shore. A helicopter was flying above them. The girl dispatcher loudly commented on what was happening. Zachary Wade was wounded in the back and received great damage from a double blow with a hoof. The dragon immediately put on his jetpack. The lazy swordsman wished him luck, and expressed his concern, also asking him to take care of the others. A few seconds later, Ethan was already flying to help his brother. However, Zachary found the strength to get up. Even though he was in pain, the unicorn rushed at him with redoubled strength. Zachary raised his head in shock. Really again? A huge tsunami formed in the sea, which was approaching the werewolf. The girl in the helicopter was tirelessly monitoring the situation. The monster had gone berserk, and that was bad. Zachary was trapped in water and couldn't get out. He couldn't breathe because of his wound. The guy raised his head and noticed a familiar silhouette on a high rock. He shook his hands and with all his might called his godfather for help. Gradually weakening, he whispered pleas for help with his lips alone. The crowd, watching the battle, were talking worriedly. It seems that the monster is absorbing young Master Zachary. Will he really die? Annabelle sobbed, pressing her hands to her chest, and begged the hero to hold on. Adam was flying on a metal plate, and attracted a lot of attention. People watched him, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. Everyone loudly began chanting the name of Bishop Casper Barth. The guy flew over the helicopter. The girl saw him and said that the mysterious Casper Barth, who had already appeared on television some time ago, had appeared again. Adam looked at Zachary and silently thanked him for revealing his abilities while playing bait. He raised his hand up, holding the pill in his hands. It remains to be seen whether the pill will absorb the energy. Someone from the crowd noticed that the metal pillars were bending due to the abilities of the man in the robe. Sinclair immediately caused a rain of sharp pieces of metal. The unicorn noticed him and turned to the unexpected enemy. Adam looked him up and down, suggesting he try something. The guy immediately pointed metal needles at the monster. They dug into the horse's body, causing the animal to neigh painfully. The monster's tsunami stopped, and Zachary began to fall into the water. The girl in the helicopter screamed in shock that the mysterious Casper Bart knocked out the alien with just one ability. Adam flew towards Wade to catch him at the plate. The unfortunate guy immediately turned into a man. Adam landed on the water and swam up to the wounded unicorn, intending to take away his ability. The guide bent down and ran his hand through the monster's fur. Now he had a D-rank ability Surf Master, which allows him to walk on water and control its flow in order to attack. Sinclair turned to the unconscious Zachary. He helped attract the attention of the blue pill, and now he will receive all the well-deserved laurels. Adam began to slowly sink onto the sand near the shore. A few minutes later, Zachary and Puffy were lying on the sand under the gaze of the crowd, with Annabelle on duty next to them. The guy's wounds were treated in time. Their lives were not in. People from the crowd ran up to them, asking what changes had happened to Zachary, because they talked about him as a bad son from a rich family, to which the young master replied that he was a hero of justice who protects humanity, and he wanted to look at who dared to send his brother for interrogation. The crowd parted for the militant Ethan Wade, who had already donned his heroic uniform. Zachary was surprised to see his brother there. He, looking at Zachary with black eyes, praised the werewolf's regeneration potential, because the wounds had almost healed, and asked the guy not to create problems next time. He turned away and agreed irritably. Grumpy decided to leave, but finally said that the Berkshire Company would be able to give the Hero Association a comprehensive explanation that they would accept. The dragon watched his brother, who was laughing surrounded by people, and thought about where his abilities came from and why they suddenly awakened. When everything calmed down, the wounded were taken away, and the crowd dispersed. Adam returned to his home in the morning. He had just taken a hot shower and was drying his head, sitting with only a towel on his hips. Sinclair looked at the water element ability he had gained. He thought that he had many elemental abilities. Flame, plasma, metalkinesis, Surf Master. If he can combine them, it will be quite interesting. The guy sat with his hands behind his head, dreaming that he could someday cure Trisha, because having tried many abilities, he feels their power, and will try to find a healing one. All that remains is to find information about a person with such an ability. Now he can only try to penetrate the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles to look for some useful information. He activated the control ability. The superhero of Hot and Sour Noodles walked carefree down the street, humming something to himself. Suddenly he threw his head back. The pupils of his eyes turned white. He exhaled heavily. Now Adam took over his mind for a while. Sinclair examined his or her own hands. The ability of control allows you to successfully capture bodies. The guy tried to test his abilities, but activating metallokinesis led to nothing. He thought with disappointment that the ability remained in his body and did not move with his soul. Suddenly he heard a girl's cry. A stranger was turning to someone, demanding that he follow her, but not use force. Adam ran up and hid behind a tree to see and hear better. The green-haired guy grabbed the beautiful dark-haired girl's hand, shouting that if she didn't want to join the Divine Dragon Company and undergo training, she had to follow their company rules. His glasses fogged up and his cheeks turned red as the guy talked about the attractive body and face of his interlocutor. The girl grimaced at this, trying to escape. The stranger lifted the hem of her skirt and offered to please him and the boss, the Reverend Lord of the organization, because he has excellent healing abilities and experience in such things. Adam was amazed at what he heard. This was what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the guy grabbed the girl by the t-shirt, practically tearing it. She screamed, demanding to be left alone. Her pursuer flew up from a powerful kick in the ass. The brunette couldn't help but be shocked and fell to the ground. The green-haired guy was buried in a bush under a pile of leaves. His head appeared from above, and an angry scream filled the street. Adam loomed over him in the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. Playing with his fists, he introduced himself to the green-haired man as his karma, which would now bring down retribution. The guy pointed his finger at the hero, furiously asking why he was interfering in his own business. He hugged the crying girl by the shoulders and asked how he would feel if his younger sister or daughter were dirty harassed and blackmailed. The guy grinned. The girl had been quietly doing an internship at the company for many years, and was clearly not suffering, but with all her heart wanted to get this chance. The girl sobbed and screamed that she would never have thought about this, and that she would stop talking nonsense. Adam asked her to think about it. If something starts once, it will not end later. If she wants to become a heroine, let her focus on her goal and dedication. The brunette looked into his eyes devotedly and thanked the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles for saving him. Then she turned and spat at her pursuer. The girl left, and the guy and Adam were left alone on the street. The guy clenched his fists and remembered that in order for a superhero to transform, he needs to eat something sour and spicy. The effect lasts no more than 15 minutes. But where does he find such food? He shook his fist, shouting that this idiot had let her escape and destroyed everything he had worked for. The consequences would be incredible. The superhero folded his arms across his chest and asked about the consequences. The guy rushed at the man, putting his fist forward, threatening to make him disabled. He stood there without moving. Adam popped an orange pill into his mouth, and he immediately found himself in the form of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. A hot spicy transformation took place. The guy opened his mouth, not believing what he saw. The man did not waste time and aimed his fist straight at the impudent man's chest. The guy, like a ball, flew off into the bushes again. The Hot and Sour Noodle superhero heard sounds from that corner and turned around. The guy shouted muffledly that the eaten capsule prolongs the transformation by only 15 minutes, and when the time is up, he will beat the hero until he asks for mercy. Adam asked the time again in disappointment. He thought about the fact that the ability cannot move with the body, but it increases internal strength, and since it is connected to the soul, it means that after collecting so many abilities, his own strength has become incredibly frightening. Due to the fact that the power of the ability directly depends on internal strength, the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles can last no more than 15 minutes. He cannot control the energy, and spends it all until he reaches exhaustion. And therefore Adam's transformation may last longer. Adam, in the body of a superhero, laughed with anticipation. Using his ability, he saw exactly where his opponent was hiding. The guy ran in that direction, shouting that only weaklings hide. The guy who was lifted into the air by the collar asked in horror how the hero found him. Was he really a B rank? The man smirked as he replied that he was actually hiding his true power. The guy, sweating profusely, asked to spare him and let him go, because today he lost. He promised to call the Divine Dragon Company, where the superhero would be offered a financial reward. Still holding his opponent in the air, Adam set a condition: only if he does not create problems and seek revenge after his release. However, he smiled because the green-haired one reminded him of something. He screamed in fear, asking what the man was going to do. Seeing that the man was staring at his groin, the guy squealed in fear. Was the superhero really gay? He then tried to establish contact and offered to talk calmly without violence. Adam smiled predatorily. He can not only teach the scum a lesson, but also eliminate resentment, hatred, and persecution from other people. After this incident they will only find trouble for the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. Adam, in the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles, grabbed the guy by the leg and dragged him into the bushes. The screams of the unfortunate man were heard. He begged not to take off his clothes and to spare him. After some time, a satisfied Sinclair, already in ordinary clothes, was walking down the street. He taught the impudent man a lesson by photographing him in an unsightly state. Adam was sure that after these photographs he would not harass weak girls and cross the path of the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles. He wrote a reminder on the phone for the owner that new photos should not be deleted so that the forest ranger does not create problems. The owner of the body must understand what was written. Now it was possible to leave the superhero's mind, which Sinclair did by deactivating the control. The Hot and Sour Noodles superhero woke up staring at his cell phone screen while his mind was somewhere in the background, squeezed out by Adam. He looked around furtively, sleepily surprised that he was still in the park, and thought that he had accidentally fallen asleep. His gaze fell on the inscription on the phone screen left by Sinclair. The man read it in bewilderment, and immediately switched to the gallery. What he saw caused the hero's face to become covered with crimson spots, and the calm silence of the park was deafened by his shocked cry. At this time, A meeting of the Heroes Association was held in the city of Louisville. The leader of the Hero Association branch, Oliver Reed, was present in the office. The mechanical hero glared at him, with the glacier adventurer standing on his right side. The leader also had a co-leader, Samuel Adams. Oliver, clasping his hands in front of him, seriously addressed the mechanical hero, explaining that planning the first stage of defense requires the help of heroes. The scale of the depressions is very large. Extreme caution is required. Samuel explained the plan. Everyone must create a role model to attack and force the monsters to return to their world. The heroes will drive the monsters away. Two guys sitting at the table, presumably planning to join the ranks of the heroes, vying with each other, shouted words of support for the association and willingness to give their lives for it. This time, the purpose of the association is to allow each organization or company to send an A-rank hero to the core deviation center and strengthen control over the depressions. The mechanical hero narrowed his eyes. The intentions of the turning party are clear, but by taking the form of a hunter, someone can profit from this. The most important thing is the information that the world of monsters has the ability to improve items, equipment, or weapons. And so this is the most important reason why the heroes were so eager to do this work. Here the word of the strongest has weight. The possession of the owner of one ability is the key of the organization to achieving a high position. Bruce Rashed, with a bit of madness in his eyes, called for improving the special element of the ability. In the evening, Adam carried out experiments in his room. Having activated cloning, the very next second he looked at his exact copy standing opposite. A clone, in general, turned out, but it looked at him strangely. Two pearls were levitating in the guy's palms, the abilities plasma and metallokinesis. He was thinking hard about how to connect them. A lot of black cubes rained down. First, the low-level metallokinesis had to be dismantled, then the plasma had to be upgraded to level A, and an auxiliary ability of rank B would also be needed. B-rank ability Shadow Substitution, Shadow Clones, 3 in number, their location can be changed during the battle, are capable of creating weapons for attack from shadow matter. Adam threw the pearls at his clone. The transformation was activated. The guy addressed the clone by the name that he called those around him. Casper Bart must remain cool and domineering. Now the clone had a closed dark heroic costume, as well as a white mask with blue snake prints that completely covered his face. Only his expressionless eyes looked at the world as if at an empty place. Smiling insidiously, Adam ordered the snake to become the second saint who would reap the abilities. It was his turn. A large plane landed on the ground of the 2nd District of Iowa City. Deftly maneuvering between confused passengers, Adam left the airport. Looking at the beautiful architecture of the streets, the guy dragged a suitcase on wheels under the scorching midday sun. He never thought that it would be so hot here. Suddenly, a yellow car stopped right in front of him, nearly knocking Sinclair off his feet. The windows slowly rolled down. The large mustachioed taxi driver immediately guessed that the visitor was from the 1st District and asked where he needed to go. A few minutes later the car was taking Adam to his destination. The guy checked his mobile phone. Zachary told him that he had sent information about the members of the Saints organization to his email, and also wished his godfather speedy success. Adam reread what he had written for a few seconds. It was great news. The taxi driver pulled him out of his thoughts. Looking carefully at the client in the rearview mirror, he unceremoniously invited the guy to visit the Sambo or Alibes casino. Since the most developed area in the city was the gambling business, the man guaranteed that after a major victory he could safely return to the hotel. Then, already turning to Sinclair, the taxi driver noted his beauty and added that he knew another good place. The restless driver immediately took out a bright postcard, which depicted a girl in a swimsuit. Dreams of Paris, a place where girls are full of enthusiasm, and not so expensive. Adam frowned. Iowa really is a city of chaos, since even such establishments operate here without problems. Finally, the car drove up to a tall building, the Heaton Hotel. When Adam was already handing over the pre-agreed money, the man announced a new price: 500 coins. The shocked guy looked at the counter. The price had increased 5-fold. He, angrily flashing his glasses, asked if the driver had calculated the price correctly. He chuckled and replied that the rest was an explanation. Let it be a lesson for a simple boy who came to the 2nd District for the first time. Out of nowhere, a pistol appeared in the hands of the taxi driver. He slowly turned to the client, pointing the gun at him, and said that it was worth thinking about. if you choose what is more important, money or life. Unfortunately, the man did not know who he was dealing with. Calmly looking into the eyes of the criminal, Adam hissed that it was definitely not him who needed such a lesson, and applied control of the puppet. A few minutes later, the guy was already standing in the lobby area and filling out documents at the reception with smiling employees, who gave him the key card to the room, and also reminded him that he could use the help of the staff. Sinclair thanked him. Behind him loomed a red-faced, confused-looking taxi driver, who, moreover, helped him carry his suitcase. When the guy and his retinue left the counter, the girls were surprised to notice that the gentleman was able to get the uncivilized taxi driver to help carry his luggage. A pretty red-haired girl was hastily applying lipstick to her lips. What if the guests wanted to invite her to dinner too? Approaching the elevator, Adam turned to the taxi driver, ordering him to leave as soon as he brought his things into the room, and the man was also ordered to be more polite with the residents of the first district. The driver slowly nodded, agreeing with the gentleman. The elevator slowly gained height, and soon arrived at the desired floor. The guy went out into the corridor and opened a new email. Zachary sent him a photo of a man wearing a half-face mask. He was the owner of the Ability C-rank masked hero, a member of the Saints organization. His current position is the Heaton Hotel, 37th floor, room 441. Adam used the transformation ability, and immediately a white mask covered his face. His clothes became more closed. The shadow of a pursuer fell on the door of the C-rank hero. A shadow seeped into the other side of the room. Sinclair quietly, as if a ghost had materialized in the room. He quietly crept deeper into the room, from where loud conversations and laughter could be heard. There, on a huge bed, invited girls frolicked in lingerie, over whom hung a big man in a mask, wearing only a towel on his hips. The girl kneeling in front of him turned around, and the smile faded from her face. The hero was clearly not himself. He roared deafeningly. Standing up on the bed, black arrows like shadows rose behind him. Some unknown force threw him up. The man looked around sharply. A stranger stood at the door, waving his hand. He activated his abilities and applied them to the hero. Black arrows stretched from his hand. The mask swore, grabbed the blonde by the waist and pulled him closer, outraged that no one was covering him. The arrows lifted the girls up, clasping their necks. They unsuccessfully squeezed the essences that were strangling them. The short-haired girls showered curses on the man. Immediately, the tips of the arrows dug into the captives' foreheads. Their eyes turned white. It seemed that the entity had taken possession of the human mind. The masked hero stood up and tried to deflect the shadows from himself, shouting that the alien would not live if he allowed the man to absorb the fears of the girls. He attacked with his fists the guy standing opposite him without moving, threatening to kill him. Adam immediately found himself a few meters away from the attacker. The shadow seemed to push him back. The masked hero pointed his finger at the guy, surprised by his ability to control shadows, and suggested that he got into the room with their help. The alien was silent. It was impossible to read his emotions behind the mask. Two tentacles coming from his body were still on the girls' throats. They were lying and trembling weakly. Sinclair thought that it was difficult for him to act cold and ruthless, but still, he was sensitive to this matter. The masked hero, in turn, swallowed nervously. If it weren't for the power that these girls gave him, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Black arrows, without warning, shot up sharply and attacked the man. He sat down sharply, and the shadows dug into the bed. The hero began to threaten the stranger. The organization of saints in which he is a member will skin the guy alive when he tells everything. But the guy didn't seem to hear anything. He looked at the man evenly, without blinking. Then the hero pushed off and flew, putting his fist forward, right at the newcomer. Is he really deaf since he doesn't answer the question? Adam measured the huge fist approaching his face with his eyes alone. The masked hero had no doubt that victory would be his, because no one had ever been able to dodge his blow. But to his amazement, the man's hand went straight through the stranger's head, as if through a veil. Moreover, at the place where the kula passed, a black shadow wrapped a vice around someone else's wrist. Gritting his teeth, he kept trying to break free, but the shadow squeezed his hand more and more. The palm reached out to the man's forehead, and he immediately began to beg not to kill him, because the priest would not just leave it like that. Adam pulled the mask off the hero's face. He sobbed shamelessly, choking in prayer. During all the silence, the guy spoke up, calling the man trash. He placed his hand on the hero's forehead, lightly squeezing the skin. Then he pulled away, using his extraction ability. A bright yellow pearl immediately reached out to his hand. Ability C-rank Mask of Fear. It absorbed fears and made its owner stronger. The man fell to his knees, mad with grief over his lost ability. He almost crawled in front of Casper, asking him to return it. Otherwise the priest would kill him. The guy asked to look at this priest, about whom the hero constantly talked, with the help of puppet control. Without waiting for an answer, Adam extended his hand, activating the desired ability. A second later, the guy found himself in the space of his opponent's memories. One of the screens lit up. The owner was lying on the ground. His body was pierced through by iron sticks. Participating in the war of abilities, he was wounded, and was slowly dying. A stranger approached him. His face was not visible, but the long skirts of his snow-white clothes covered his entire body. He offered the man a deal, an oath of allegiance in exchange for returning to life. He, barely moving his bloody lips, agreed. Instantly, his entire body was illuminated with a bright light. The man sat up abruptly, frantically examining himself. The wounds had disappeared. He really had survived. He turned, fell to his knees and bowed to the ground before the stranger who saved him, swearing allegiance to the priest of light. Sinclair, being in someone else's mind and body, got dressed, put on a mask and left the room. The hero came to the embankment to a huge cruise ship. Large colorful containers of different heights are lined up here. The man looked around, looking for the right container. The eye caught the numbers on the red one, FS 4396. Adam, watching closely what was happening, remembered that something about a red container slipped into the man's memory. The masked hero remembered being in a richly decorated building. The walls and floor were shining gold. Members of the Saints organization were sitting on nearby sofas, and a little further away their leader was hugging languid beauties. Bloodthirsty Rose, an incredibly beautiful and stately girl with long brown hair and in a revealing outfit, leaned back in her chair when the hero walked in. The girl asked whether a swordswoman had really infiltrated his secret production laboratory. He got down on one knee and bowed his head in front of Rose, assuring that there would be no problems with the attacker. If Lady Rose gave the order, he would kill the swordswoman. A formidable man in military uniform spoke up, the commander of the Deep Sea Army. He chuckled and said that an A-rank hero was not so easy to kill. The great land mage sitting next to him scratched his long gray beard. A-rank would not be an obstacle. Disciples of saints should not be afraid of some A-rank hero. A blonde, handsome man in white robes, sitting above the trio, ordered the ignoramuses to bring the swordswoman here. He would be curious to enjoy her. They immediately jumped up from their seats and stood in front of the man, who unanimously reported that they understood the holy priest. The masked hero sighed. This brat is in for a well-deserved vacation. The commander of the Deep Sea Army heard him, and called him to him. Boxer immediately approached and bowed low, asking what the order would be. The man answered, "The goods arrived at the port, at the first platform, which is in a red container." The commander sat back in his chair, and rolling a cigar in his mouth, lit it with a large lighter. He ordered the boxer to go to the container and find out if there was any information about the swordswoman, and if so, report it immediately. Grabbing the hero by the shoulder, he grinned and said that with every damaged product everything will be fine. If you treat everything responsibly, you should not miss the given chance. Standing in front of the red container, Casper, in the body of a hero, wondered if he could get inside, and what kind of goods were there. Seeing that the entrance was carried out using fingerprints, the guy was delighted and raised his finger to the scanner. He used the plasma ability, and immediately the screen hissed and began to appear in grainy stripes. The container door opened. The hero saw a long staircase leading down. It turned out that the container was just an illusion. The real goods were hidden deeper. Going down, Sinclair felt a terrible smell, similar to blood. When the stairs ended, the man found himself in a huge room with light walls. In the middle there was a table at which someone was sitting. Casper distantly thought that it might be security. The stranger, gnawing a match in his teeth, turned sharply at the sound of footsteps. He immediately got up from the table, and having greeted the masked gentleman like a soldier, Adam quickly got his bearings, greeted him back, and asked if anything had happened today. He replied that a valuable product had recently arrived, and cursed how tired of these creatures he was. The hero was surprised, but did not show it. Ordering him to show him quickly, the guard led him along a long corridor. When they walked a little further, the walls turned out to be cages with huge thick bars. The guy looked around in all directions, crying. Groans and screams were heard from everywhere. There were small children sitting in the cages, and the guard kept shouting at them, threatening to whip them if they angered the masked gentleman. The boys fell silent, looking at their guards with all their hatred. Adam thought distantly, looking ahead, that these saints had gone crazy to keep children in such a place. It seems they were kidnapped from different parts of the world. They are so small, the eldest of them is 15 or 16 years old. The man remembered the expression and words of the commander of the Deep Sea Army. This made him incredibly angry. Casper shouted that he would make him say goodbye to his life and pay everyone who was involved in this. A scream was heard from the distant cells. Someone's male voice growled that he would flog the prisoner to death. The boy's wrists were chained in chains stretching from the ceiling. The child himself, covered in bruises, was on his knees. His tormentor, a tall blond man with a whip in one hand, with the other holding his bloody ear, from which a piece of flesh was missing, the prisoner managed to bite him. He swung again, sputtering with anger, but he was interrupted by someone else's voice, demanding to stop. The blonde turned around. When the masked hero asked if there were any problems, he replied that the boy attacked him and bit off his ear. The boy, hearing what was being said about him, slowly raised his head and looked angrily at the men with large green eyes. The masked hero leaned over the boy, asking the reason for this behavior. The blonde chuckled. "Why do you need a reason?" Another voice was heard. A guy with blue hair was heading towards them, a preacher of the Saints organization, Mantis with a two-handed sword, saying that the warden wanted to do something with the boy's sister. Adam looked back in shock. A little girl sat against the wall, her head hanging weakly. "This bunch of bastards," Mantis smiled as he noticed that she was scared to death. The guy unceremoniously turned to the boxer, asking what he was doing in the dungeons, because he should be enjoying his vacation, and two blondes, dreaming of hitting Mantis. Sinclair replied that the girls were good, but today he came here to help the commander of the Deep Sea Army check the condition of the goods. He pointed his finger at the shackled guy, ordering him to let him go, because they could pay a large sum for the boy. Mantis grabbed the prisoner by the face, bringing him closer to him. He hissed that he would not mind if the man saved his life, because this brat from the First Territory would lose all his teeth, but he could still be sold at a high price. The boy, who had actually had half his teeth knocked out, spoke in an unknown language through the grip of someone else's fingers. Although those around him did not understand, the prisoner promised to kill everyone. To the surprise of the other men, the boxer understood the boy and told him to be patient, because soon he would fulfill his wish. The mantis turned and grimaced suspiciously, realizing that he understood someone else's language. The man squeezed his palm, and blue fire came from it. He not only promised to fulfill the wish, otherwise he would have come here in vain. In the next instant, the masked hero pierced the burning chest of Mantis. He, sinking to the floor, managed to ask why the boxer did this to him. The man, hovering over the defeated guy, replied that he was similar to the boy, and came from the same place. Mantis shouted in shock that this was not a masked gentleman in front of him. Before he could finish speaking, his head was separated from his shoulders with a sharp movement. The guard and supervisor standing behind him began to babble, not believing what was happening, asking what had happened. At that moment, long black shadows scattered from his body in different directions, raising his hand imperiously. Adam promised that the villains would meet their death here. The blonde rushed forward, attacking the boxer, but the shadows did not allow him to do this, wrapping themselves like snakes around the hands of the warden. Electrical discharges ran from the tips of the arrows to the guy's body. The blonde screamed in pain, thrown upward by electricity, as if crucified. Trembling with fear, the guard opened and closed his mouth. He could only watch his comrades die. Finally, it was his turn. Seeing how the shadows crawled towards him, the man fell to the floor, trying to crawl to the side. He didn't have time. The edges of the bars turned red. Sinclair also took away the abilities of the dead. The boy looked with all his eyes at what was happening, forgetting about the pain. 3 abilities of different colors levitated on the boxer's palms. The boy, plucking up courage, said his name Joe Blur, and asked what the man's name was. Adam stood with his back to the prisoner, not daring to turn around. A second later he looked back, answering that he had come to save the guy. But the guy coughed and reminded him that he had heard about recent events, how a boxer mocked the local children. Sinclair did not react to what was said, only said that everyone would soon know how this would turn out. He held his hand and a blue glow broke the chains on which the prisoner was hanging. The man asked Joe to wait here while he dealt with the people outside. The boy did not answer and quickly walked up to his sister. He pulled her into his arms and the girl began to sob quietly. Adam lowered his head, painful memories of Trisha piercing his mind. He went out into the corridor, where they were already waiting for him, and they gave the command to grab him. The man, angry, threw out many dark arrows. They, like daggers, rushed towards the mercenaries and cut their bodies right in the middle. One after another, splashes of blood flew in all directions. A minute later, the boxer stood surrounded by lifeless body parts. Someone's applause was heard from behind. A red-haired guy in an official suit with a bow tie slowly walked towards the man, smiling. The Lord of Sound, he, having created a small blue tornado in the palm of his hand, imposingly greeted the spearman who appeared opposite him, inviting him to surround the traitor and attack him. The spearman, a man in national clothes, bared his teeth. He had in his hands a long magical spear. Engulfed in flames, it did not cause pain to the owner. The saint invited Edward to attack first. The Lord of Sound brushed his fiery hair out of his face. In his hand, supported by a tornado, a music disc was spinning. The man shouted loudly, "Music!" The boys in the cages grabbed their heads. The disgusting sound seemed to corrode the brain. To confuse the enemy, Adam pretended that he was in pain, but thought that his nervous system was strong enough, because this music provokes a nervous breakdown in people. But we need to save children with fragile psyches and get rid of this scumbag as soon as possible. The boxer pretended to go crazy from the sound. Edward laughed. No one could resist him. He swung his hand and threw the disc at his opponent, wishing him to burn in hell. Adam immediately made the hero's body disappear. The disc flew through the shadow. The man moved behind the Lord of Sounds. He, not understanding what was happening, recoiled in shock. At that moment, the boxer jumped on his back in one leap, forcing the red-haired man to fall to the floor. Blood sprayed from the saint's mouth. He begged his accomplices for help. The spearman ran up and threw a fiery arrow at the boxer. His pigtails flew up from the sudden movement. As the arrow flew, the masked hero swung at the Sound Lord, holding him in the grip of his body. The fire pierced Adam through and through. It might have seemed like this was the end. He let out a ragged breath as the spear came out of his chest. Unfortunately for his enemies, the man's powerful fist landed straight at the Sound Lord's back. The spearman howled. Was Edward really killed? He also asked with despair in his voice why the boxer was betraying their organization, to which he laughed. Rising heavily, the man answered, "For the sake of these children, and in the name of justice." The spearman already held 2 fiery arrows in his hand and laughed at other people's words. The masked boxer could not escape from here, and the commander of the deep-sea army was already heading towards the containers. It seemed that Adam could be seen through the boxer's eyes. He turned around and grinned dangerously, thirsting for death. The men stood opposite each other. Taking aim, there was a short silence. The spearman growled, a long dark essence extending from his forehead. She bit into the boxer's chest, and he, spreading his arms, took a deep breath. Many fiery daggers flew straight at the man. The spearman threatened him with death if the traitor dared to approach. Adam immediately covered his face with the backs of his hands as the weapon pierced his skin. He sharply moved his arms to the sides. The arrows bounced off his hands and flew back. The Indian was unable to recognize such a maneuver in time. The arrows returned to their owner, and pierced him through. A desperate cry of horror and pain was heard. Sinclair bent over to the floor and exhaled. It hurt. He stood close to the camera. From there, clutching the bars, the baby looked out. He said in a weak voice excitedly that his big brother was wounded, but the boxer replied with a smile that this was nothing, all for the sake of saving the children. He opened the cages one by one, letting the guys out, and ordered everyone to leave one by one, so as not to create a crush. Joe Blur was one of the last to emerge, carrying his silent sister on his back. The boy looked seriously at his savior, and angrily said that he no longer wanted to suffer because of his own weakness, that he wanted to become as strong, and asked the boxer to become his teacher. He thought for a few seconds and agreed, in exchange for eternal devotion. The boy flashed his green eyes and answered with a breath that he would become the most devoted student. Adam used puppet control. Then he handed the former captive a yellow pearl. He pulled back, not understanding what they wanted from him, and fearfully asked the master what it was. The man replied that this is the ability of Mantis, which allows him to turn his hands into swords, just like the saint did. The boy thanked his teacher with admiration. Adam watched Joe leave, still holding his sister in his arms. He turned around and walked over to the lying bodies of his opponents. It was finally necessary to deal with the corpses. The masked hero raised his hand. Pearls of abilities began to reach him, each with a bright light trailing behind it. A yellow beam stretched from the mercenaries with their faces covered with cloth. The master of sound previously had the color blue. Last time, Sinclair had to make a lot of mistakes before he managed to get 2 balls from the frog and the wavy horse. But now there are a lot of abilities and the monsters are weak. The pearls shimmered in his hands. First, you need to improve the body exchange to A rank. A few seconds later, when all the pearls merged into one huge, green color levitated in the palm of the hand. A rank ability, shadow exchange, shadow cloning, maximum 5 pieces. During the battle one of them can move to the place of another person's shadow, is capable of creating shadow weapons for attack. The boxer thought with satisfaction that now it should be easier in the battle with the priest, and left the red container. Suddenly he felt someone holding a dagger to his neck. A militant girl, dressed in the style of armor, but in a more revealing version, held a sword right at his neck. She loudly asked who he was and where all these children came from. Adam carefully turned his head, answering the question with a question, clarifying who she was. The warrior barely had time to speak. The freed guys immediately ran to her, vying with each other to tell her something. One boy, calling the girl's sister Blanche, joyfully said that this hero standing next to her saved them all. Another girl exclaimed that the hero should not be condemned. He got hurt while saving children. The girl blushed deeply and looked away, saying that since this was the case, she asked for forgiveness. Sinclair smiled, assuring her that everything was fine, then asking if she was the A-rank heroine, swordswoman Blanche. The girl nodded. She had already received information about human trafficking, and immediately ran to save them, but the man did it before her. The warrior approached Joe Blur and gently stroked his cheek, asking for forgiveness for being late. At that moment the ground shook, which frightened the children quite a bit. Adam looked around, not understanding what was happening. He himself felt the tremors. Long, as if living, thorny branches with sharp thorns grabbed the 2 boys by the legs and dragged them somewhere. The children screamed at the top of their lungs, begging for help. Long vines with a pink flower on top sprouted over the containers. More and more children were dragged away by branches, causing loud screams. Joe shouted to the foreman, but he blocked him, asking him to wait here. The saints smoothly sank down in front of them, their leader relaxedly stretched out on a flower. Bloodthirsty Rose laughed at the boxer's words. Did he really imagine himself to be a hero? The commander of the deep-sea army looked at Adam in the body of a hero. The magician of the great land also did not take his eyes off the man. The holy priest, lazily changing his position, ordered the trio to show this insect the powers of the saints. He himself, with the help of his magic staff, applied the ability of the power of magical healing to them. The bloodthirsty Rose arched as the light from the ability shone on it. After a moment, she seemed to perk up and become prettier. Using an ability with such a large range is tiring. But with this power granted to them by the high priest, their abilities will be restored in an instant. The priest straightened his long hair and turned to the swordswoman. She was not allowed to touch the goods of the saints' organization, so she had to surrender, and then her life would be spared. As for the masked hero's traitor, he must die here. Blanche held out her sword in front of her, thinking that she could handle a B-rank hero, but an A-rank hero like a priest might have problems. She warned the priest that the association of heroes was already on the way, so they should put down their weapons, and if they disobeyed, they were destined to die, so they should surrender quickly. The priest rolled his light eyes and ordered the trio to deal with the swordswoman before the association arrived. The saints, without even a second's hesitation, rushed into battle. Blanche stepped forward with her sword at the ready, activating the power of the seal. Adam admired the fact that the girl could unleash a dangerous ability, as befits an A-rank heroine. The warrior pushed off and jumped up, ready to attack her enemies. Everything around lit up with a soft pink color. The great land mage put his staff forward and activated the sand magic circle. A huge sand barrier appeared in front of the warrior, but she quickly dealt with her sword. The magician realized that his creation had just been destroyed, and the girl was right in front of him. She loudly called upon the seal, and the commander of the deep-sea army called upon the establishment of the flow. He put his palms together, and huge streams of water flowed around him in different directions. The warrior swung her cleaving sword, and a stream of fire appeared right from under the weapon. But something immediately distracted Lady Blanche. The bloodthirsty Rose laughed loudly, Her thorny vines squeezed their victims more and more. One boy let out a blood-curdling scream as the swordswoman's fire went straight through the child's body. The girl furiously cursed Rose. She used the baby as a human shield. How disgusting. But the opponent only smiled, answering that goodness is the swordswoman's weakness, and she herself still has many prisoners. It will be interesting to see how she will act now. Meanwhile, grinning evilly, the commander of the deep-sea army gradually turned into water. He was right behind Lady Blanche, swinging his saber. Time counted down the seconds as the weapon slowly lowered onto the girl's shoulders. But a moment later Adam stood between her and the attacker. The boxer's clothes and mask, torn to shreds, lay on the floor. The guide sked. His second mask was almost broken. He pulled out a dagger and brought the blade down on the disoriented commander. The weapon went straight through the man's neck and face. He screamed terribly, covering his face with his hands while blood splashed in different directions. Adam watched him indifferently, stepping aside. The guide blocked Lady Blanche's path with his hand, asking her to wait. The holy priest sitting on the flower stood up, raised his staff, and again used holy healing. The captain's wound healed instantly, glowing with a bright light. He laughed loudly. With the high priest they are immortal. Holding out the staff once again, the priest used enhancement on the trio. They immediately lit up with a bright blue light. Sinclair thought that it was bad that the priest could improve their stats, because all the abilities would rise to A rank in a very short time. The magician of the great land, all shining with a bright white light, put his palms together. Some streams came from him. Lady Blanche screamed in shock that the old man was generating energy. Under the influence of the power, the destructiveness of his spells would reach A rank. The long-range attack could harm the children. Adam decided that he had to stop it. He turned to the girl, giving her 2 opponents. He himself would deal with the rest. But the warrior did not believe that he could cope with the wizard. Besides, the children remained defenseless. The guy, without turning around, had already activated his abilities and asked his partner to trust him. The girl thought for a moment. That stranger looks so mysterious, but at the same time reliable. She really believes him. Raising her sword up, she decided to help clear the way. Like lightning, she rushed forward towards the commander of the deep-sea army, activating the seal as she went. The man repelled the sudden attack with a ringing sound. He swore and ordered the creature to help me. Bloodthirsty Rose snapped. How many times had she asked not to call her that? The woman activated the rose spell. Pieces of red petals and hearts scattered in the air along with the thorny vines. Lady Blanche felt her strength weakening. Rose smiled seductively at this, languidly saying that her body yearns for love, and can awaken this desire in the swordswoman. Doesn't she really feel how hot it has become? Meanwhile, the commander cloned his body. He approached the warrior from behind with clearly bad intentions, and bared his teeth, looking at her form. But the girl immediately activated the seal of the mind, a bright wall of light, throwing away the hostile clones. Rose was amazed. She had never seen a swordswoman have such an ability before. The next second, the girl disappeared, leaving the captain's amazed clones alone. After these words, a straight cut from Lady Blanche's sword ran across Bloodthirsty Rose's body. Bleeding, she heard from the girl that she had recently mastered the ability that allows her to be reborn in a critical situation. It was Rose who awakened her desire. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, and blood covered her stricken face as she turned to look at the swordswoman. The magician of the great land, seeing what was happening, hastened to activate the liberation. A huge and ugly dragon appeared on the battlefield, raising a dust storm with its wings. The children, still held captive by Lien, screamed even louder when they saw the dragon. The monster suddenly flew up to Lady Blanche from behind. The girl turned around and did not have time to react, her mouth opening in shock. Adam appeared in front of her. Raising his hand, he released streams of electricity. The dragon opened its mouth, and the energy went straight into its gut. Sinclair snapped his fingers, ducking slightly. There was a powerful explosion that shook nearby containers. Now the helicopter smoothly descended onto the embankment. The holy priest looked at the destruction. The magician, standing behind him, thanked him for saving him with a healing gift. If not for the priest, the old man would not have survived. But the blonde did not share the enthusiasm of his subordinate. He angrily replied that initially they would have easily dealt with the swordsman, but instead that stranger intervened, and the leader himself even lost 2 B-rank members. The great land mage bowed. Although the saints were defeated, there is no need to worry, because the high priest is still alive, and there is hope that the organization will quickly recover. The man nodded. Indeed, as long as he lived, the position of the saints in Iowa would remain the same. Looking at Adam, who was carrying the unconscious swordswoman, the priest thought that the masked man could repel an A-rank attack that had a growth effect with one hit. He was stronger, which meant he needed to retreat. Adam saw how the holy priest and the magician of the great land were preparing to escape. The priest had already raised his staff. Adam chuckled. He would give the fugitives a few more minutes of life. He approached the commander of the deep-sea army lying on the floor. Now his ability belongs to him. Sinclair extended his hand, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. A blue pearl flew to the palm of B-rank ability, Ghost of the Depths. Enhances the water in the human body, significantly increases speed, can create a wave and a water clone as long as there is at least a small amount of liquid nearby. Adam narrowed his eyes. Bloodthirsty Rose will be next. He, extracting the ability from the woman, looked at her wound. The seal of the sword is merciless. A large green pearl glowed under his palm. The B-rank ability, Bloodthirsty Rose, summons rose vines using the owner's blood that can emit stat-boosting powder to attack enemies, which can result in loss of control over the vine. Sinclair mused as he looked at the extracted pearls. He would destroy these abilities to F rank, and then add the skill he obtained earlier, so he could create another A-rank ability. The pearls, emitting a bright light, gradually collapsed. Gradually, the pieces of destroyed pearls merged into one single A-rank ability. Superbrain improves vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste and coordination, can release a wave that paralyzes the nervous system for a successful attack. Adam took the ability for himself, and was amazed at how the form, sound, smell and taste intensified. Lady Blanche groaned dully and opened her eyes. The guy turned towards the sound. Did she really wake up? The girl discovered that they were alone, and there were horrific consequences from the explosion all around. She asked the stranger with questions. What is the rank of his abilities? Is he really able to create huge explosions? What is his name? Adam, adjusting his mask, replied that he was Casper Barth, from the Organization of Judges. The swordswoman asked the name of the organization in bewilderment. She had never heard of such a thing in the Hero Association before. Blanche raised her head sharply. The rose vines hung limply down, but the children were nowhere to be seen. Sinclair looked behind her, waving his hand. The girl slowly turned around and screamed. The warrior squatted down on one knee as the entire crowd, crying, rushed into her arms. The boys, when asked how they managed to escape, answered that the master's shadows helped them. First, he ordered the shadow to quietly cut the vine and take them to another place. When the explosion occurred, the master used the shadow to create a protective ring that protected the guys. At first the warrior was puzzled, not understanding which master the children were talking about. But then she beamed and exclaimed, praising Casper Barth. Looking around, the girl realized that there was no trace of the guy. Meanwhile, the helicopter of the Hero Association was gently lowered to the ground. From the loudspeaker someone said that the area was being taken under control, and one should not commit rash acts. The plane landed and children began to approach it. A pretty brunette came out from there. Lily Romero. She was noticeably worried. Turning to the operator, the journalist asked for advice. This is the first time she will be interviewed live. What should she ask? The man suggested that we could, first, ask the seal swordswoman, and nodded in her direction. Lily Romero approached the warrior with a smile, introduced herself as a reporter for the Hero Association, and asked permission to ask a few questions. The swordswoman smiled welcomingly in response, nodded, said her name, and comments from viewers immediately started pouring in live, worried about the swordswoman and writing compliments to the new journalist. The first question was that the Heroes Association received a message and arrived at the port of Iowa. It was completely destroyed. Lily asked to tell Blanche what happened here. When the swordswoman replied that she had come here to save children whom the Organization of Saints intended to illegally sell, the journalist reacted quite violently, answering that she had also heard about these villains who were engaged in illegal activities. Lady Blanche shook her head. Nothing will work. The government will not be able to deal with this, because the association has been doing this for a long time, and the warrior herself has made a lot of efforts to get there and get information, and then save the children. Spectators watched the broadcast on large screens in the city and rejoiced at what they heard, feeling sorry for the unfortunate children. Lady Blanche did not forget to mention the masked man. Without him, she would definitely have lost in the battle with the high priest. Lily immediately asked in admiration who they were talking about. The warrior said that the stranger's fighting skills were superior to hers, and with his ability he was able to destroy the enhancement effect, which is only available to A-rank heroes. Commentators have suggested that it could be the Supermaster Caspar Barth. Blanche pointed to the burn area and asked to pay attention to it. It was the work of a man in a mask. On his face there was a mask with a snake pattern. His name is Snake, and he represented the Association of Judges. The commentators asked each other in puzzlement what was happening. The journalists looked around. The master was not here. Then the swordswoman pointed towards the containers. A masked man went there to catch up with the escaped high priest. The high priest and the magician of the Great Earth walked through the underground parking lot. The priest walking ahead glanced displeasedly at the old man. He had already spent the remnants of his abilities on the magician, and asked whether the power of the sand was capable of getting rid of that bastard in the mask. The great land mage nodded confusedly. He filled his environment with magic, and even if that stranger uses plasma to attack, it will not change anything. Adam was right there, listening from afar as the priest gave the order to look for a car so he could drive away and lay low. Sinclair looked at the men again. Since they were about to run away, then this place would become their grave. Suddenly, Adam's phone rang loudly. The saints turned sharply at the sound. Sinclair literally merged with the wall, wondering who might need him. The priest and the magician were getting closer. Adam quickly took out his mobile phone. His girlfriend's name was displayed on the screen, Lily Romero. And why is she calling him at such a time? The phone didn't stop ringing. The magician carefully asked into the void who it was. Adam had no choice but to use the change of clothes ability. He came out from around the corner in ordinary clothes without a mask, putting on a cheerful appearance, as if he were an ordinary passerby talking with his girlfriend. The magician recoiled in surprise when he saw a simple man. He thought out loud that this was a civilian, but the priest pulled him back. You shouldn't be so sure, you need to find out for sure. Meanwhile, Lily playfully asked Adam to guess where she was. The guy was surprised that the girl was not at home. The sound of helicopter blades was heard and Romero replied that she was in Iowa. Adam couldn't believe his ears. As he walked closer to the exit, he asked the girl what she was doing there. Lily said that she had gotten an amazing job. Adam screamed throughout the underground parking lot when he found out about the job. Moreover, Lily dumbfounded him by telling him about the journalism position in the Hero Association, and she had just interviewed the Seal Swordswoman, and was also going to question the masked man. Sinclair literally jumped in place from shock. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's face. With the help of the Hero Association, Lily will quickly discover him. Adam understood that he could not give himself away, so he calmed down, and promised the girl to celebrate her new position, and promised to buy a gift. The men stopped, looking at the leaving stranger. The magician sighed sadly when he heard that the resident was simply talking to his beloved. He was incredibly jealous. Adam went into the shadows, and there he again applied the change of clothes. The priest shouted, warning the great land mage that they had been deceived and the enemy was coming for them. Adam ran out, and the shadows incessantly followed him, awaiting the master's order. The magician summoned electric wolves and set them on the masked man. The wolf rushed at the guy, and seemed to run through him, wounding him. Adam opened his eyes, falling to the side. The priest grinned. They needed more agile earth creatures to cope with the attacker. The magician said with satisfaction that each of them could compete with an A-rank hero alone. The enemy simply would not have time to react. But something happened that they did not expect. Adam, frozen like a statue, looked at them point blank, and black arrows were flying around the guy with all his might. The shadows, as in previous times, cut everything they reached in half. This time the victims were wolves. The next moment, the shadows pierced the men too, so quickly that they reacted after a split second. Bleeding, the priest screamed offendedly that this was impossible. Doesn't the masked man have an electric type of magic? The shadows gently passed through the host's flesh, and then abruptly burst into other people's bodies, mortally wounding them. Adam said that she uses not only electricity, and the magician, spitting blood to the side, refused to believe that the guy was the owner of the magic of two elements. The holy priest, barely moving his tongue, asked for mercy, promising not to remain in debt if the masked man allowed him to live. He called for silence, putting his finger to his mouth, or rather, to the white emptiness of the mask. He saves people's lives not for his own benefit. In most cases this is done in the name of justice. The shadows suddenly wrapped themselves around the necks of the saints, and the priest screamed heartrendingly. The magician could not do this either, the arrows wrapped around him so tightly. The priest hardly raised his hand to his mouth, and several blue pills fell there. Adam ran up to the men, noticing that one of them had taken pills. The shadows retreated from the priest. He bent over, his body shone with a white-yellow light. The priest's eyes went crazy, veins appeared on his face, he bared his teeth terribly, hissing that it was the enemy who forced him to do this, and he not only knows how to heal. Suddenly the priest put his fingers in his mouth and drool ran down his chin. Screaming deafeningly, he began to pull some kind of weapon out of his throat. Adam noted that he had felt this way before. Laughing, the man turned a spear of justice with a sharp tip towards Adam. The priest took a fighting stance, drawing his spear back. It literally burned with bright yellow fire. He also called upon the revival of the sacred thorns, and raised his spear hand upward. Small fire portals began to appear in the air. Endless spears, combination copies of justice, flew out of the spaces one after another. The priest ordered them to bring justice to the criminal. Adam saw fiery arrows rushing at him from all sides. He quickly dodged the weapon, jumping upward. But wherever he ran, the spears followed on his heels. They would definitely not leave the guy behind. One of them hit my knee painfully, leaving a deep wound. The distraught priest laughed. Even if the masked man runs and jumps, he will still die at his hands. Adam knelt down on one knee, breathing heavily. It was bad when such a light attack could wound his limbs. He raised his head and looked at the roof. The light spread across the entire ceiling, allowing him to instantly determine his location. The guy decided to check who was faster, who the spears were again heading towards him. The priest laughed again. Is anything really capable of surpassing light in speed? All that was left of the man was his outline. Adam activated the super brain ability. His eyes lit up like fire. The spears continued to fly, not slowing down for a second. The priest did not yet know what had happened. He continued to stand, confident in his victory. Adam, with a dagger clutched in his hand, instantly moved to the other side. He, moving at the speed of light, and even faster, moved around the priest. Swift shadow blades, bright rays fell on the man like a fanfare. Adam finally landed a few meters away from his opponent. He loudly ordered him to surrender. He trembled, but still asked what the guy meant. A bright light was approaching the priest, attacking from all sides, and the next moment the arrows pierced the man, leaving no chance of life. He, choking on his own blood, realized that the enemy had 3 abilities. The priest, trembling all over, tried to heal. Hanging over him, Adam pronounced, as if a sentence, that it was useless to heal, because he would have to die again. The man desperately clung to life, hot tears flowing down his cheeks. Sinclair extended his hand to take such a valuable alien ability. A rare A-rank ability, inherited Heart of Light, gives the ability to heal physical wounds of the owner of B-rank and below, increases the characteristics of B-rank abilities, allows you to hide the owner of A-rank and below, gives the ability to heal yourself or a target A-rank and below. The Spear of Justice can use light and create a large spear that can destroy an opponent. Adam, without hesitation, applied the treatment to himself. He thought that he did not expect to see the blue pill from the priest, because he himself almost died. The guy approached the old magician of the Great Land, who had a large wound on his chest. Adam took away his ability Sand Magic, which makes it possible to change the landscape through the use of sand and summon an attacking sand monster. Sinclair turned around sharply when he heard the sound of a helicopter. The Association of Heroes had arrived. From the loudspeakers came, "We are taking this area under our control." Adam, with the help of his abilities, changed his clothes, deciding that he would leave everything as it was for the heroes. A crowd had gathered at the entrance to the underground parking, and it was impossible to drown out the roar from 2 helicopters. Lily Romero worked properly while inside, telling viewers live that, judging by the sound she heard, the walls and floor of the building were cracked. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Coming closer, the girl saw the leader of the Saints in Iowa, the High Priest. Blood situations. The couple hugged. Lily whined about how awkward she was on the first broadcast, but Adam calmed her down, saying that Romero was beautiful, no matter what she did. The operator turned to see if his colleague was feeling better. "But I came across a loving couple," he swallowed, and stumbling slightly, started talking about the girl who was found by the rescue team. She was kidnapped by the organization, and now she needs to be interviewed. Lily blushed as she peeked over Adam's shoulder. Nearby, adults were pulling children out of the cracks. The girl wasted no time and ran in their direction, shouting goodbye to Adam to wait for her. The cameraman almost cried from the scene he saw. It turns out that he never had a chance to get close to Lily. The journalist had already approached the girl and spoke to her in a gentle voice. Adam, crossing his arms over his chest, watched the girl with emotion. A green pearl, the heart of light, levitated in his palm. Sinclair thought that he would soon be able to return to save Trisha. Now he has brought all the elements together: wind, sand, fire, water. Also high-rank abilities: light, darkness, sand, lightning, metal. Soon a third unknown person from the Organization of Saints should appear. Well, let's call him Dragon. Iowa Central Hospital was in full swing. The children brought by ambulance were sent to the hospital one by one so that the doctor could examine each one. Joe Blur sat on a bench indoors with his head bowed with his unconscious sister. He was upset because he never saw the teacher. The boy heard footsteps and suddenly raised his head. It was him, his master. He put his finger to his mouth, calling for silence. Adam used the ability of control to enter the hospital undetected. The guy sat down on the bench next to the children and pointed to the girl. Joe answered in a dull voice that he knew that his sister was dead and wanted to take her home, but could not allow her to stay in that place. Sinclair objected, praising Blur for his intelligence, because it seems that the girl is still alive, just too weak. The boy almost jumped out of his seat upon hearing these words. Adam used the ability of holy healing, taking out a white pearl. The girl opened her eyes, the same green as her brother's, and immediately called him, blinking sleepily. Sinclair also used the ability on the boy, telling the children that they needed to recover. He ordered Joe not to talk about his sister's quick healing. Later he himself would take them away from here. Wiping away uninvited tears with his fist, the boy nodded in agreement to the master. Sinclair asked to be called a teacher, and gave the child a suitcase with money, supposedly from the organization, for a good life. In return he asked Joe to infiltrate the class of heroes of the Ivy University organization. Joe immediately assumed that he would need strong abilities. Adam said that there was nothing to worry about and handed the boy a ball with the ability to imitate, together with the power of the praying mantis. This should be enough to enter the university. The pearl penetrated Joe's body, illuminating the space with a bright light. Ability C rank imitation, 5 senses simulating an improvement in strength and agility, but no more than 10 times the original talent. The boy exclaimed that he would not let the teacher down. Let him not worry. Adam, leaving, asked the student not to try to find him. He would later contact Joe himself. When leaving the hospital, the guy changed his clothes and took off his mask. Lily Romero blocked his path with her hands on her hips. She threateningly asked where he had run away. The girl had to look for the fugitive for a long time. Adam replied that he was helping children at the hospital. Lily exhaled and smiled. Finally the guys were saved. The association now had to contact their families. As for homeless children, they will be sent to a shelter and will live there. Sinclair said that the orphanage is one big family and expressed hope that the children will grow up healthy. Lily clung to him and pressed a kiss to his lips, causing the guy to blush on his cheeks. The kiss was so unexpected that he opened his eyes in surprise. The girl, blushing along with him, said that Adam worked a lot these 2 days. A colleague called her to say goodbye. Then Romero waved to Adam, citing a lot of work, calling him her favorite. They would definitely see each other in a few days. The Crimson guy thought upset that he was again deprived of the opportunity to spend time with Lily. The plane was finally leaving the Iowa airport. Adam, back in Louisville, came to the hospital to visit his sister. He hoped the holy healing would work. The guy extended his hand, releasing the ability. Everything lit up with white light. The pearl clung to Trisha's body. Seconds passed, but nothing happened. Sinclair stared in shock at his unconscious sister. He called her name loudly again. Grabbing the bed railing, the guy looked blankly ahead. She doesn't wake up. How is it possible that the ability wouldn't work? Suddenly he saw something strange. Small blue balls appeared above the girl's head. Adam extended his hand. There was an evasion. Sinclair stepped back in shock. The blue balls instantly split, but at the same time became stronger, feeding on Trisha's energy. It seems that the Heart of Light cannot cope with this blue radiation, but it will not allow them to feed on Trisha, otherwise the sister will never wake up. It's time to stop going slow and steady, Adam thought, remembering the strange man from the mind of the hero of hot and sour noodles. If he really wants to solve Trisha's problem, he must face whoever gave the superhero the pill. But first of all, Adam himself needs to become stronger, and improve his metal control, cloning and transformation abilities. There was a combination of 3 abilities. The bright colors of the pearls merged together. A yellow and large pearl was now levitating in the guy's palm. C-rank ability transformation gives the ability to transform in 0.01 seconds, can slightly change the physique, appearance, voice and personality, improves acting skills. The C-rank ability cloning creates a clone that is 8 times weaker than its owner. Its life expectancy is half an hour. Adam clenched his teeth. A green pearl shone in front of him. With all the accumulated abilities, he will definitely be able to advance to S rank. The guy fell to his knees from an excess of alien energy. Finally, she appeared in front of him. The S rank ability is metal control, capable of controlling metal within 1,000 meters, not exceeding 100,000 tons in weight. Adam thought with interest that since this was an S rank ability, he couldn't wait to meet that mysterious person. Late in the evening, on the roof of a skyscraper, the hero of hot and sour noodles was waiting for a meeting. Sinclair had already used his control ability. A purple crack appeared in the sky. Adam in the hero's body raised his head, watching. A man with a comical face walked out from there at a leisurely pace. He hovered over the hero. With his hands in his pockets, they had not seen each other for a long time. The man got straight to the point, asking if there was any new information. The hero of hot and sour noodles crossed his arms over his chest, answering that he wanted to know about Casper Bart, but did he have enough money to buy this information? The man straightened his bowler, answering that if the information was reliable, he would pay twice as much. The hero said that a couple of days ago the organization of saints was destroyed, and asked if his interlocutor knew about this. He replied that he knew. It was done by the seal swordsman Blanche from the Hero Association. The hero said that during the report, Blanche reported interesting information. An unknown person helped her, introducing himself as the Snake. The man shrugged. He already knew that Casper Barth and the Snake are from the organization of judges, and this is a well-known fact. The hero seriously said that both Casper and the Snake are the owners of 2 abilities, to which the cosmic person suggested that perhaps the judges accept only such heroes into their organization. The interlocutor objected. Such people come across very harshly, and he did not think that this was possible. The man leaned forward interestedly. Is the hero really leading to the fact that the superhero held out a flask with an elixir of abilities in his palm? The man extended his hand, repeating the name in fascination, but the hero of hot and sour noodles sharply squeezed his palm, explaining that after use, a person will be able to gain a new ability, and a user without superpowers will become their owner, and those who already have one will receive additional strength. If the man had a face, he would have grimaced. But now the alien screamed that this was nonsense, complete nonsense, and demanded proof. The hero opened the flask in one motion. Turning to the man, he offered to demonstrate the effect, reminding him of his superpower of the body its strengthening. He drank the blue liquid in one gulp. The flask immediately cracked in half. Adam raised his hand, generating powerful flames coming straight from his body. The alien looked in admiration at the fiery volleys. Could this really be a fire-type ability? Sinclair told him that he had previously made a deal with Casper Barth. That's where the information came from. Thanks to the blue pill, he believed in the existence of such things. The alien said that this was incredible, and in this case the hero should know the components of the elixir. The hero smiled. He didn't know this, but he told everything he knew about, and now it's time for the reward. The spaceman briefly said that he had heard interesting information, and then handed over a jar containing 15 blue pills. Stretching out his hand, the hero said that he needed to ask something. Recently, he discovered that his body began to be covered with light blue spots in places. Could this be the effect of the pill? The man turned around to go back into the rift, answering as he went that this was just an unremarkable side effect, not worth paying attention to. Turning around one last time, he said that he was looking forward to his next meeting with the hero of hot and sour noodles. Finally, he disappeared, and so did the rift. Adam immediately detransformed back. He thought that even after discovering the effect that causes loss of vitality, they call it an unremarkable side effect. What is their plan? The guy walked further, sitting behind a technical pipe, leaning against the wall, the hero of hot and sour noodles himself, immersed in suspended animation. A child's voice was heard calling for Dad. Sinclair threw a bottle of pills at the hero's feet. He said that if a man does this for the sake of his daughter, then he should stop taking these pills. The choice is his. The top of a child's head peeked out from around the corner. The girl called for her dad, and when she saw him, she ran up, asking why he was sleeping on the roof. The man rubbed his forehead, asking little Mimi for forgiveness for falling asleep. The girl furrowed her eyebrows. Dad said that he would spend her birthday together. Suddenly she noticed a bottle of pills and asked what it was. The man grabbed the bottle and raised his hand up, sternly saying that it was not a toy. He definitely came here to meet that alien and get the pills. But why can't he remember what happened after the deal? He decided that he would think about it tomorrow and took his daughter off the roof, promising to eat cake together. Late at night, Zachary, stretching, walked along the corridor of his house, loudly saying that he could no longer endure this treatment. He can't do this, he can't do that. When will he be released? Walking past his father's office, he saw a light through the crack and was surprised that he was still in the office. He looked inside, talking about how his old man needed to go to bed earlier, but he was surprised to notice that the office was empty and walked to the desk. Wade's gaze came across a lonely document. Curious about what could be so valuable that could keep the old bones working until late at night, he took the paper in his hands. Several requirements for the Raven location plan in the city of Louisville is what was written there. Zachary was incredibly happy, and even jumped. The white area is located here. This is the best chance for him to become a hero savior. Adam had arrived at his work and was now printing flyers on the large office printer. A colleague egged him on in a friendly way, asking if he had forgotten that he had a job and where Sinclair had been. Zachary approached Adam, asking if he was friends with George Ripley, so the guy was doing his bidding. He told the colleague that a woman had come into the newspaper bureau and asked to publish an ad about a missing person. The flyers were ready. A missing person announcement. A 7-year-old boy, Scott Depp, was wanted. George grabbed the paper and loudly commented on what was written there. Boy Scott Depp, has anyone ever heard of this? Adam waved his hand at him and asked him to leave and not distract him. Ripley only curled his lips displeasantly at this. The humorous atmosphere was interrupted by a voice from the loudspeaker. A monster invasion has been detected. An A-rank disaster. Citizens, please go to shelter. Heroes of B rank and above, we ask you to report to the Street Belt Parkway to resist. The sudden announcement made George fall to his knees. Someone was already running as fast as they could from the office. Adam thought, if he was not mistaken, that street is next to the apartment where Lily and the rest of the girls live. He grabbed the phone with lightning speed, while a wave of panic rose in his chest. Lily picked up the phone, and he immediately screamed, asking where she was now. The girl answered in a choked, scared-to-death voice. She was in the apartment, but it seems that there was also a monster nearby. Lily screamed heartrendingly into the phone, and the connection was interrupted. George, seeing his friend's frightened face, asked what happened. But there was no time for chatter. Sinclair took off and ran to the exit, not paying attention to the cries of his friend who asked to stay, because Adam was not a hero, and there was no point in going anywhere. The guy quickly got to the epicenter of events. He had already managed to change his clothes and choose a rooster mask. He couldn't hesitate. Adam couldn't afford to lose Lily. Standing on an iron plate at roof level, Sinclair patrolled the city, and was amazed when a huge something passed him, emitting a squeak bordering on ultrasound. It was an A-rank monster, a soul-eater rat, can attack opponents by screaming, has very thick skin all over its body, its normal attack is blocked with great difficulty, loves to devour people, a very scary monster. Adam thought hard as he looked at the monster. To defeat an A-rank alien, you would need at least a team of 3 or more A-rank heroes or higher. To defeat the soul-eater rat, the B-rank heroine, Green Storm, a beautiful girl with dark hair and a revealing heroic outfit in the Chinese style, was called upon. The C-rank heroine Fire Butterfly flew to her aid. Noticing the target, the rat growled loudly. She really didn't like the butterfly's fiery wings, so the heroine was immediately attacked by powerful ultrasonic waves. The sound was so powerful that it punched a hole in the building opposite. Butterfly almost died, but the Green Storm managed to save her, picking her up in her arms. After releasing Fire Butterfly, Storm scolded her for her spontaneous actions, because C-rank heroes are cannon fodder in a battle with an A-rank monster. The girl, embarrassed and stuttering, said that she was nearby and saw Green Storm fighting alone, so she decided to help. The A-rank heroine sighed heavily. A desperate cry for help was heard from the direction of the destroyed building. Right in the place where the sound completely damaged the building, There was a girl hanging on the edge of the destroyed apartment. They tried to help her. Lily Romero held onto an iron beam with one hand, and with the other hand tried to pull Karen Walt, who almost fell from the upper floors of the skyscraper. The girl sobbed desperately and begged for help, saying that she did not want to die. Lily tried to calm her friend down, promising that she would definitely save her. But the neighbor did not calm down. She kicked, repeating, like a prayer, that she did not want to die, while the sharp part left over from the destruction was breaking off from the destroyed ceiling. Due to the shaking, a dangerous piece of limestone finally broke off, sparkling with a sharp edge. With all his might he drove straight into Lily's hand, with which she was holding on to the iron crossbar. The girl, feeling a sharp pain, could not stand it and let go of the crossbar. Staggering, she fell down. Karen fell rapidly along with her. The fire butterfly managed to pick her up in her arms. The girl, still not believing that she had been saved, continued to cry, and timidly asked if she had really been saved. Butterfly winked, cheerfully answering that citizens who were unlucky enough to get into trouble, do not be afraid, C-rank heroine Fire Butterfly is here, to save you. All actions were quickly recorded by a camera broadcasting live. Commentators admired the heroine. The journalist was horrified and screamed, "Where is the second girl?" Lily continued to fall like a stone, but suddenly a shadow suddenly flashed into the camera. This did not go unnoticed by people who began to comment on what was happening. The girl reporter looked around. She also saw something rushing through the air. It was impossible to say what exactly, but one thing was important: the girl was saved. Green Storm flew up to the helicopter from which the report was being made and ordered it to fly away. It turned out that the rat noticed the contraption that was bothering it. Others. The guy thought about it, and decided that it would be better for the clone to be in the form of a girl. His silent copy immediately transformed into a beauty with a rabbit mask on her face, long blue hair and a playful outfit. The third member of the judges' organization has been born, and her name is Charlie Rabbit. Adam ordered Charlie to go to the epicenter of events and save those who are in danger, to prevent the number of victims and wounded from increasing. Charlie unquestioningly went to follow the instructions. Sinclair turned around. Now all that remains is to deal with this huge rat. A new heroine has appeared on the horizon: Explosive Fist A rank, a fiery brunette with incredible power. The reporter, seeing her, delightedly introduced her to the audience. After all, this is the same famous heroine who was last seen in Louisville several years ago. Commentators looked at the heroine's face in close-up with admiration. Some did not know about her at all. The girl smiled sweetly at the camera and waved her hand, causing a new outburst of admiration. Adam, seeing that heroes had appeared who were ready to take everything upon themselves, decided to simply observe the situation, assess their strength, and then make his own decision. The rat came closer to Explosive Fist, who fearlessly assessed the monster. The rat was huge and quite strong, which means it was an excellent punching bag. Just for warming up, the alien immediately released a new wave of ultrasound. Green Storm, hovering nearby, warned Fist about the danger of the sound. But the heroine was not afraid. She had already taken a fighting stance. After all, if she didn't try, how would she know whether she could cope or not? The wave hit right where the girl was standing, causing a deafening explosion. The journalist commented with admiration on what was happening. Explosive Fist could have easily dodged the attack of the Soul Eater rat, but she chose to face it head-on, as expected from her fighting style. When the dust cleared, only fragments of the roof remained at the explosion site. The rat, groaning, walked in that direction. A heroine literally appeared out of thin air right behind her. She gathered her strength and swung to deliver a crushing blow. The full power of the girl's abilities fell on the rat, and the monster flew away with the speed of the wind. The rat, squealing deafeningly, found itself lying far below on the asphalt, electrical discharges running through its body. Explosive Fist laughed. Why doesn't the monster scream anymore? The maddened alien bared his huge sharp fangs. The heroine landed next to him, grinning. Explosive Fist grabbed the alien tightly by the long tail, no different from the limb of a domestic rat. She exhaled and threw the monster up, not letting go. In order, still holding on to the tail, to spin the creature for a better throw, the heroine laughed merrily at the same time, and then, after making a few more circles, she threw the rat out like a bag of trash. Green Storm, hovering above the houses, watched what was happening and considered Explosive Fist to be a madwoman, whose destructive power was not inferior to the monster. Meanwhile, Charlie Rabbit perked up when she saw the threat. Every now and then, after the next blow from the enemy or hero, cobblestones and stones flew in all directions, and right now one of them was rushing towards the man, who, trying to escape, fell to his knees and simply looked, wide-eyed, at the approaching damage. Charlie, faster than light, rushed towards him, picked up the stranger in her arms, and rushed off with him to a safe place. The man blushed, stammered, thanked her, looking at his savior with all his might, and asked what heroic organization she was from. The girl lowered the stranger to the ground near the crowd and went off to patrol the area further, answering as she went that she was Charlie Rabbit from the Organization of Judges. Several men looked after her, winking obscenely, discussing the heroine among themselves. The Organization of Judges is full of cool guys. The rabbit noticed the fire butterfly. She was sitting on a bench and breathing heavily. Weakened after severe injuries. Next to her was Lily's neighbor, Karen, in the same condition. A woman standing nearby turned to Charlie, asking him to heal the girls who had fallen from a height and received dangerous injuries. The clone immediately used the healing ability. With a wave of his hand, Butterfly and Karen felt much better. The crowd buzzed animatedly. The wounds had disappeared. What an amazing ability! The rabbit beautiful, kind, and also with such a powerful healing power. Charlie turned to the people surrounding her and urged them to quickly go to shelter to avoid further trouble. Trouble was not long in coming. Those present were immediately deafened by the vile squeak of the angry rat of the soul arsonist. Some girl pressed her palms to her ears and screamed that the sound had changed. It felt like her brain was about to explode. Explosive Fist also covered her ears with her hands, and inappropriately remembered the old Norse warriors. Adam looked back and swore dirty. The rat was devouring the souls of people nearby. Small green lights, more and more of them every moment, smoothly flew up to the predatorily licking monster. The alien opened its mouth wide and swallowed souls. Green Storm asked Explosive Fist in surprise what was happening. She answered the rat was satisfying its hunger with the souls of dead people. It turned out that this prey also healed and restored the health of the rat. The reporter, not missing the events from the helicopter, chattered into the microphone. All the monster's wounds are healing. Can the best fighter cope with the rat, the eater of souls, meeting it face to face? Explosive Fist ordered Storm to retreat. Because the monster would not spare anyone, the girl tried to object. Around the alien, houses were collapsing and asphalt was exploding. The ultrasonic screech that the rat emitted was so powerful. The fist, flying up, attacked the animal with all its fury, wishing it to burn in hell. There was an explosion. It seemed that the rat had come to an end, but so far it was not visible under a layer of dust. The heroine sank to the ground, trying to see the result of her blow because this time it should work. Unfortunately, everything did not go according to plan. The sharp tip of a huge tail pierced the girl's back. She did not have time to understand anything. A trickle of blood flowed from Explosive Fist's mouth. How disgusting! What a dirty trick! The rat threw the annoying obstacle aside with one blow. The heroine landed heavily with her wounded back on the hard asphalt. Viewers nervously wrote comments. The city is in danger. Will the heroine really die? The girl bit her lip and tried to get up. She couldn't die here. She needed to get rid of the monster quickly. The green storm immediately flew up, gently picking up the mistress's weak body in her arms. She was unable to get to her feet from the injuries she received. But she still found the strength to yell at the girl. Did she really want to die too? Storm, swallowing tears, replied that her duty, as a hero, is to protect people, because she cannot simply run away after meeting a monster. Explosive Fist narrowed her eyes, her instincts telling her that this was not the end. The journalist tirelessly commented, "The noble heroine saved the city of Louisville." The heroine, reacting with lightning speed to the sudden attack of the rat, which had already raised a huge paw, rolled over, covering the green storm. Adam, who noticed this, roared angrily. Using his metal control ability, he threw a huge, sharp needle at the alien. The rat squeaked loudly and protractedly when the weapon pierced the tip of its tail. Sinclair, along with the clone, who was in female guise, were ready to attack the creature. The journalist enthusiastically chattered into the microphone, at the moment when people needed him most. A Super A-rank hero, Casper Bart, appeared, and next to him a cute girl. The camera showed a close-up of Charlie Rabbit, and commentators literally tore up the airwaves with questions about the beautiful stranger, building theories about her origin. Explosive Fist, wiping away the blood, stood up on her elbows, asking what the strangers were doing. Storm assumed that they had come to save the city. Adam began to attack. He aimed many red-hot metal needles at the rat. They flew closer and closer, and the alien did not have time to dodge. A painful squeak was heard. The needles pinned and crucified the rat, not allowing it to move. Explosive Fist, watching the battle, suddenly exclaimed that she understood. The rat heals by absorbing the energy of others. It is not easy to defeat. The girl wondered how to block this ability. Green Storm frivolously suggested that she could close her mouth. For this, the heroine received a light poke in the back of the head from the fist. What kind of nonsense? Adam raised his fingers up. Abilities replaced the most powerful weapon. The alien soared high up, pushing off the ground with such force that it damaged the asphalt. One of the metal spikes pierced right through the animal's muzzle. It squealed in pain. The monster tried to influence the enemy with its ultrasound. The palpable sound was getting closer and closer. Sinclair immediately created a protection in front of himself, a thick metal plate. This served as an excellent barrier to the rat's killing ability. The plate protected Adam. He ordered Charlie, who was hovering nearby, to make sure that the alien did not open his mouth. The girl raised her hands. The sleeves of her clothes fluttered. A snow tornado formed in the air. Together with the needles, the rat began to spin around at great speed. It did not stop talking for a minute, squealing and squeaking, trying to get out. The people who were watching the fight from below shouted in admiration. The rabbit froze the rat. She definitely has a high rank if she could do it with such a big monster. He actually found himself encased in an ice capsule, but even in this position he managed to use the ability of soul energy. Many green lights slowly stretched upward from under the ruins. Explosive Fist couldn't believe her eyes. Could the alien be healing again? Adam raised his hands to the sky and flew higher. Let the rat not even think about it. He lifted the ice floe with the rat behind him. From such a height, she will not be able to touch any corpse, and will not be able to use the soul absorption spell. Adam clenched his fist forcefully, causing a metal storm. Soon only small pieces remained of the ice floe, thanks to a storm that cut Adam's trap in a matter of seconds. The crowd raised their heads up and caught small ice hailstones with their hands, all that was left of the evil alien. Adam, as always, extended his hand to attract a pearl of the ability. This time green in color. The A-rank ability Soul Eater can absorb the souls of dead people to restore the owner's body, but this provokes characteristic mental disorders. Adam squeezed the pearl in his hand, and realized that the Soul Eater differs from the recently acquired ability, the Heart of Light, and that it requires the energy of the souls of other people to restore, but they are still similar in their healing ability. A government helicopter, reconnaissance of the situation, flew over the city. Employees through a loudspeaker urged citizens not to panic. The journalist announced that a helicopter would clear the clouds so that everyone could see the condition of Casper Barth. And indeed, a few minutes later Adam appeared in the sky, standing on a metal plate floating in the air. He looked at the people in response. The journalist desperately waved her hand, urging her to come down for an interview. Commentators were amazed at how quickly the rat disappeared from sight thanks to Casper. Several heroes were unable to cope with the Soul Eater and were injured, but this hero, here she is an A-rank power. Explosive Fist peered at the guy with concern. His strength was far superior to that of a Soul Eater rat. He must be an S-rank hero. The heroines heard someone land behind them. It was Charlie Rabbit. Turning sharply, the girls recoiled in fear, asking in unison what she needed. Green Storm rushed forward to protect her mistress. Charlie released bright rays of light unknown to them at Fist and Storm, quite alarming them. The storm did not have time to do anything, and covered itself with its hand, thinking that it was over. But to her surprise, the light did not hurt. On the contrary, it gently fell on her body. The girls were amazed to realize that their wounds were healing. Fist asked Charlie what this rare healing ability was. The girl only briefly introduced herself without answering the question. A helicopter was already approaching them. The journalist commented, "The new heroine, who came with Mr. Casper Barth, is also a member of the organization of judges. She has the ability to heal, and right now she is healing the wounds of other heroes." Adam and Charlie quickly gained fans. Commentators called them incomparable, and wanted to sign up for the judges' organization. Some even proposed marriage to Charlie. Explosive Fist scratched the back of her head in embarrassment, turning to Charlie, and asked where the judges' organization came from, if this was a new hero agency, and also thanked him for preventing a disaster. Charlie responded by praising the heroine's abilities. Adam and his clone once again rose into the air on ice plates. With the journalists' admiring odes heard behind them, superheroes once again protected the city of Louisville from the invasion of monsters, and representatives of the judges' organization made the greatest contribution to the victory. Commentators broke up the chat discussing the live broadcast, glorifying the heroes and thanking them. Greenstorm dreamily looked at Charlie flying away. So beautiful. Explosive Fist frowned. They took all the glory for themselves. Adam flew towards the forest, followed by Charlie. The guy told her that his godson asked for a meeting. I wonder what he will tell them about. Suddenly Adam felt something was wrong. Charlie flickered behind him, addressing the master. Time was running out, which meant that the clone's life was running out. A few seconds later, Charlie disappeared into thin air. Pearls floated up to Adam, with which he awarded the clone. It was very convenient, the fact that the abilities returned. In the future he would be able to create doubles so that they would complete tasks for him. The guy grimaced. Even Charlie's memories returned to him. And the most disgusting thing was the lustful glances in her direction that passing men threw. Sinclair definitely won't create girls, and even in such clothes. As the plate sank lower, Adam noticed Zachary standing by his car, picking his nose, muttering something under his breath about girls. Even the mask seemed to frown along with its owner. Adam thought that the boy was an idiot who did not take care of himself. And in the forest he completely lost his vigilance. Seeing Sinclair, Zachary immediately rushed joyfully towards him with greetings, waving a sheet of paper in front of him. Both turned their heads towards the trees. A suspicious rustling was heard from there. Wade stopped, not understanding what the sound was, but Adam coughed, taking the documents from him. It turns out that the Hero Association recently planned to open a new facility in the city of Louisville. According to Adam's calculations, this should have taken a long time. Zachary exclaimed excitedly that he had heard about special items that could increase power levels, and he and Casper should get their hands on these things soon. Adam folded his arms across his chest and looked up at his godson. The information the boy brought him was valuable, so he did enough to exchange his merits for an A-rank ability. As soon as Sinclair handed over the bottle with the ability, Wade snatched the bottle from his hands and drank it all in one gulp, simultaneously glorifying and thanking his godfather for such a gift. But after drinking the liquid, Zachary's stomach began to churn and he complained that the medicine tasted like cold medicine with powder mixed with the sourness of dark chocolate, to which Adam patted his godson on the shoulder, noting that good medicine is always bitter. Zachary immediately turned into a werewolf. Furiously sparkling with bloodshot eyes, he received a C-rank ability werewolf. He was endowed with the powers of a hereditary werewolf. Every night, during the full moon, the transformation will take place abnormally, but at the same time it will give double power. The boy in the body of a huge wolf laughed. He already felt stronger and stronger. At such a speed, his becoming an experienced S-level user was not far off. After all, everyone strives for this. Adam turned towards the forest and mentioned the mechanical hero. Zachary howled briefly, asking what his father had to do with it, because now he was probably drinking and swimming with a large group of beauties, but, as always, there was no time for his son. At that moment, a mechanical hero with no good intentions came out of the forest. Cracking his knuckles, before speaking, he promised to cut this bad boy into pieces. Wade Jr. was not well, and he answered for his words. His father taught the boy a lesson. The wolf, like a small dog, lay on the ground and sobbed. Won't the old man really feel sorry for him? The mechanical hero kept furiously kicking his son with his shoe, saying that the impudent child would immediately call his godfather, to whom he would leak all the information he wanted to beat the brat to death. Adam scratched the back of his head, shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot, and asked the man not to scold his son, because Sinclair did not expect him to pursue the boy personally, and Zachary really wanted to get the ability, which is why he made a deal with the rooster. The werewolf begged, rising to his feet and leaning against the stone. He had already had enough beatings. From now on he will not divulge family secrets. Let his father not worry about his connection with his godfather. But the mechanical hero immediately interrupted him, ordering him to shut up and stand silently against the wall. He pointed his finger at Adam, because for some unknown reason he gave Zachary superpower. Adam remained silent, but thought that the father did not know his son well. Zachary was an A-rank user of the rebirth ability, and he was Sinclair's ace up his sleeve. He broke the silence, saying that there was nothing difficult in giving a boy one, even 2 or 3 abilities. To which the wolf cub happily leaned forward. Could he really get even more abilities? The mechanical hero narrowed his eyes and asked if he could also gain more abilities as an A-rank hero. Adam chuckled. He's a cunning guy. He can't cope with what he already has, but ask for even more. But this is a normal reaction, because people who crave power will try to get it at any cost. Sinclair spread his hands, nodding, but warned that the price for an A-rank ability would be high. The man, looking seriously at the man in the mask, asked to tell him more. Adam threw him a blue pill, asking if the hero knew what it was. The man caught the pill and raised it to his eyes. He had never seen anything like it before. Sinclair laughed and told the mechanical hero that he didn't even know that in his company someone was already using these blue pills, because if you eat one such pill, that person's power will increase 3 times. The mechanical hero thought that Casper was from the manufacturer's organization, but he replied that he was from another company, but was collaborating with Zachary for the reason of receiving information about the manufacturer's organization. The werewolf jumped off the wall. His father asked him to tell him everything he knew. The boy told the old man that he saw with his own eyes how David Evans ate these drugs in order to get rid of many naive people indirectly. The man looked at the pill. Did such a small thing really have such strong properties? Besides, he was wondering how Evans provokes these accidents. And finally, the hero understood the reason. The man fixed his gaze on Adam, directly asking what was required of him. Did the masked man want him to find out everything about this organization? Adam nodded, but besides this, he asked for help in entering the White Region plan. As a reward he would give the hero an A-rank pill, giving a double boost, to which the leader of the heroes warned him that the White Region is a dangerous place, people die there, and no one has ever returned alive. Adam showed his ring, saying that there was no need to worry about it, because with the help of the jewelry he could collect the genes of abilities. When the hero asked what it was, Sinclair said, "Ability genes are an important ingredient in making the elixir of abilities. Criminals take them from weapons obtained from the bodies of monsters, from materials, and the White Region is full of monsters that can be destroyed." The mechanical hero wanted to make sure that the ability elixir was truly effective. Adam immediately demonstrated his abilities by recreating a flash of fire in one hand and an ice cube in the other. The guy's very existence is proof of effectiveness. If the mechanical hero believes that judges cannot be trusted or cooperated with, then that is his right. Zachary turned into human form and lashed out at his father, accusing him of interfering with his career advancement. The man hit his son on the top of the head, shouting that they were one family, which means they could always help each other. However, the mechanical hero turned to Adam, saying that he agreed to cooperate, and that he would deal with the hero David Evans. Adam, flying off into the distance on a metal plate, said in parting that this was a wise decision, and he looked forward to a successful partnership, and also looked forward to the next meeting. The mechanical hero watched him go. Zachary begged his father's forgiveness on his knees. That same night within the walls of the city hospital, Lily Romero sleepily rubbed her eyes as she entered the room. Her apartment was destroyed by a monster, so she had to spend the night in the hospital. Adam was waiting for her in the room. The girl screamed in surprise when she saw him. He immediately ran up to Lily, grabbed her by the shoulders, and worriedly began asking about her well-being. He had been looking for his girlfriend all day. He heard that all the wounded from the shelter were transferred to this hospital. Lily replied that she was slightly injured, and also said that she had nowhere else to live. Without thinking twice, Sinclair invited her to move in with him. Romero immediately blushed deeply, taking a step back. Living together is too soon. And although Adam immediately explained that he did not mean that, Lily ran away from him to the other corner of the room, shouting that she was not going to live with the brunette. She leaned against the window and looked up at the sky, muttering that she was still thinking about the chicken. Adam paused, asking what she was saying. Despite the horror of what happened, Romero broke into a happy smile. Today she almost died, and a mysterious stranger appeared and saved her, so handsome. While the girl was thinking about how to approach the man in the cloak with an interview in order to report his good deeds to the public, the silent Adam loomed over her like a dark shadow. He suddenly grabbed Lily into his arms, taking her by surprise. The girl screamed in surprise. The next moment, Sinclair gently but abruptly threw his precious burden onto the soft bed of the hospital bed. Now Lily looked very touching. Her shirt had fallen off her left shoulder, and her hair was disheveled, She stood up on her knees and looked questioningly at Adam. What was he going to do? She blushed, looking at the guy frozen near the bed, and called him. The same one, without taking his eyes off Romero, softly called her name. Adam extended his hand, his intentions open to interpretation. Lily's face turned red. You can't do this in a hospital. It seemed that there was no one in the room. The couple hid from the whole world under a white blanket that smelled of medicine and powder. Lily, still with a blush on her pale cheeks, looked at her boyfriend. He did not look away, but became more and more embarrassed with every second. He impulsively hugged Lily to him, pressing his lips to the top of someone else's head, and asked her to fall asleep. Tomorrow Sinclair will help with the move, the girl will live with him. Romero was indignant to herself. Would there really be no more action from Adam? The plane was ready to take off, and a long line lined up at the boarding ramp. Adam, focused on not missing anything, absent-mindedly listed kitchen supplies on the phone. Lily, who now lived at home with her boyfriend, examined the apartment, and was now completely indignant at the young man's lack of basic things for life. Sinclair, having put his things on a shelf on the plane, meekly agreed with the accusations made against him, and invited Lily to take the card he gave her yesterday so that the girl could buy everything she needed. Lily replied that she would be waiting for him from a business meeting, would prepare a surprise, and meowed into the phone. Adam responded in kind, promising, "What will he say when he gets off the plane?" The passenger sitting next to him laughed, commenting on the behavior of the animals. Sinclair laughed awkwardly in response. Finally, the plane gained altitude. Turning his head, Adam was surprised to notice Regina Craig in the seat opposite him. He was on his way to Iowa to make a deal with the Gransville Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect to be on the same flight as Regina. However, in ordinary clothes she is unlikely to recognize him. The men sitting behind immediately turned their attention to Craig and her companion, smiling lewdly. The girl sitting next to Regina asked the flight attendant to give her a towel. She nodded. Suddenly, Regina noticed Adam's gaze and, without hesitation, began to shame the guy for his close attention, calling him a pervert. He frowned. If this brawler had known who the real one was in front of her, she would not have gotten angry and screamed throughout the entire salon at her beloved Mr. Casper Barth. The towel fell from the flight attendant's hands in front of Sinclair's seat, and then trouble happened. They put a gun to the stewardess's back. She, trembling, slowly raised her hands up, asking for help. A red-haired guy with a scar on his face hissed for everyone to put both hands behind their heads and not move. He still did not remove the barrel of the gun from the unfortunate woman's back. A group of bandits dressed in black ran into the cabin, each with a pistol in his hand. The men urged passengers not to run away and to keep their hands behind their heads. One of the criminals put the gun on Adam's shoulder. He carefully looked to the side where the weapons they were holding made entirely from mutated animals. A bald, pierced man shouted at Sinclair not to look, but to put his hands behind his head. The guy did not understand what kind of organization dared to hijack a plane in broad daylight, since the gang with pistols are at least B rank. He complied with the requirement, freezing in his chair with his hands behind his head, and glanced at Regina, sitting in the same position. He couldn't transform himself in front of such a crowd. He had to come up with something. The red-haired man pointed a gun at the flight attendant, leading her deeper into the cabin and ordering her to open the cockpit. The girl sobbed she would do anything in exchange for freedom. Several shots were heard. Adam turned his head in that direction. The pilots were shot in the head. Now bandits were found behind the wheel. They acted according to someone's plan. The flight attendant sat on the floor, trembling all over, and through her tears she asked where the men were taking the plane. The red-haired man approached her, hanging from above, and mockingly replied that they were flying to the tallest building in Iowa, the Bottas Tower, and everyone in the cabin would die along with their employees of the 2nd District. Another shot rang out. The flight attendant was finished. Blood spattered across the cabin, hitting the face of the red-haired killer. The two remaining bandits remained in the cabin and carefully watched that the passengers did not get up from their seats. The man next to Sinclair did not take his eyes off the charming Regina. He muttered that even if this was the last flight of his life, it was still worth it to see such a beauty. Adam couldn't believe that the old man was thinking about girls before he died. Adam, looking forward, asked himself where the kidnappers had come from on the plane. Regina turned her head to him, answering that she heard the bandits talking. They took control of the plane in order to shoot down the White Tower. They probably hate the 2nd District. If this is so, then the kidnappers are probably from the 35th. When Adam asked why precisely from the 35th, the girl was surprised that he did not know the whole story. When Azure Star was just founded, people from the 2nd invaded the peaceful 50th district. After defending the peaceful 50th district, the 35th demanded that the government council force the 2nd district to publicly apologize for the invasion of that year and compensate for the losses along with the damage caused. But the arrogant chairman of the parliament of the 2nd district rejected this decision and abandoned it. Adam thought, their actions are very arrogant and cruel. But times are changing, and such terrible terrorist methods cannot solve the problem. Regina agreed, because only civilians will suffer from this. A bald bandit with piercings heard the sounds and ran up to the couple, pouncing on them with questions about the topic of conversation. The girl immediately replied that there was no conversation at all, and she wouldn't do it again. But this did not convince the kidnapper. He grabbed Regina by the hand, shouting that he didn't really believe her. Throwing the girl's figure onto his powerful shoulder, he opened the plane's emergency hatch. These actions were followed by threats to the remaining passengers. They, too, would now begin to be thrown down. Regina began to squirm in his arms, trying to escape, and called for help. Adam could not stand this, and immediately rushed towards the bandit, putting his fist forward. A second and he was already lying on the floor, choking on blood. Turning around, Sinclair saw Regina being carried away in the arms of a tall man in a green coat, who certainly had not been on the plane before. There was another stranger on board, a young, self-confident guy in a cloak and suit, the A-rank hero, Star Cloak. His companion was Captain Cigar, an A-rank hero, a man with a scar on his left eye and a cigar in his mouth. The passengers, noticing them, dared to jump up from their seats. The heroes Captain Cigar and Starry Cloak will save them. Adam breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything should fall into place. The bandits heard the hubbub and immediately rushed at the newcomers. Cloak cursed as he met them in the narrow passage. Suddenly something slipped between the men, a huge flow of unknown energy. The hero himself disappeared. Only his cloak remained. It was the clothes that were spiritual weapons with a strong self-awareness. It is difficult to underestimate his combat power. Even the bandits admitted that the attack was not bad. The hero glanced sideways at them. They were the only ones left. Didn't he really want to just put down his weapons and run away? But one of the kidnappers got angry, shouting that all the people from the 2nd district were treacherous and cunning, and they should not think that this would all end there. What no one expected from them happened. The men tore their clothes, using their own abilities, fruit and neat bombs. Star Cloak swore. Captain Cigar almost dropped his cigar. There was a powerful explosion at the front of the plane. Now it seemed impossible to escape. The plane, like a stone, began to fall down. Those passengers who had unfastened their seat belts and stood up were now holding on to the seats with all their strength. Some lost their footing and rolled in the opposite direction of the plane. Captain Cigar ordered everyone to immediately put on oxygen masks. He mockingly turned to his partner, asking if the cloak had any useful abilities, such as whether he could use the cape to lift a plane. The guy snapped that he was not an S-rank hero. All passengers are ordinary citizens. Cloak will be able to lift at best a few of them, but nothing more. People, hearing this, vying with each other, rushed to him, sobbing loudly. They offered huge money to be the first to be saved. Looking at the crowd that had gathered, Adam hoped they weren't going to pay right there. The excited crowd rushed towards the heroes, pushing and quarreling over who would fly first. Captain Cigar told Regina to return to her seat and fasten her seat belt. The girl thanked the man for his kindness and complied with the request. Returning to her place, Regina first saw her companion. She was incredibly scared and glad to see her. The star hero took off his cloak, spread it on the floor, and sat down on one knee, attracting the attention of Captain Cigar. He reminded them that they couldn't abandon passengers, and his partner asked them to trust him, otherwise it would be too late. Both stood on the cape and flew out of the plane. Adam realized that he could only rely on himself. Looking out the window, he thought that he could create a clone outside the plane. Even with 10% of the creator's power, he would certainly be able to save the plane. Sinclair concentrated, creating a shadow clone of himself. Right from the edge of the porthole, Caspar Barth gradually appeared on the street in a raincoat and a rooster mask. Meanwhile, the plane did not stop falling, emitting clouds of smoke along the way. The heroes, standing on the cloak, made a decision. Star Cloak suggested to his senior colleague that he use his ability to create a parachute and slow down his fall. Captain Cigar praised him for his resourcefulness. He himself had not thought of this. He immediately inhaled air, and at the same time a cigarette, using the cigarette's smoke ability. Then he released all the smoke from his lungs. There was so much smoke that it caught the wings of the plane, forming two huge smoky parachutes. The captain sat down on one knee. He was exhausted. His ability was incredibly tired of him. The star hero crept up from behind. He created a tornado with a sharp end from his cloak. The guy in a caustic voice thanked his colleague for his hard work, because it's so hard to be a good person. Not sensing any danger, Captain Cigar simply replied that it was his responsibility, as the owner of superpowers. Adam's clone just flew up to the area where the heroes settled. Realizing that something had slowed down the plane, he just noticed the men. Suddenly, the star hero threw a spear, which became his cloak, at the unsuspecting captain, piercing him through the chest. The guy screamed about how sick these righteous words made him. Casper stepped back in shock. What the hell are they doing? Star Cloak, looking at the torment of the second hero, hissed that he was better than the captain, but every time on a mission he took his glory for himself, took away his popularity, and because of this, sponsors did not want to cooperate with him. Bleeding, Captain Cigar crawled towards his killer, but Star Cloak moved further and further, smiling evilly. Since the captain is so good, let him die for these civilians, and the press will know that he died in a plane crash trying to save people, like a real hero. The guy walked to the edge of the plane and jumped down. Adam's clone flew up to the captain, activating his beam of light ability. Gritting his teeth, the captain croaked that Star Cloak had injured him with a spiritual weapon. Such injuries cannot be healed. Casper pulled back in disappointment. How can this be? Captain Cigar lay exhausted, regretting that he was too naive. He can't even imagine that the hero hates him. His little son is still waiting for him at home to play football. Bart had no choice but to watch the dying hero as the plane fell. The Star Cloak returned to the cabin. The passengers again found hope for salvation, vying with each other asking where the second hero had gone. The guy frowned, answering that Captain Cigar had tried his best to slow down the crash, but had not been able to stop it completely, so Cloak himself would only be able to take some passengers with him. Without warning, he took off his cloak, which stretched into a thin strip of fabric and tied it around the waist of several girls, including Regina's companion. She stretched out her arms, trying in vain to break free to stay with her sister. A few lucky people escaped the burning plane. The rest of the people looked after them, not believing that they were abandoned to the mercy of fate, left to die. Casper took away Captain Cigar's ability, promising to take revenge when the time came. The A-rank ability, Cigar House, materializes absorbed smoke, which can only be used in an oxygen-containing environment. Through the porthole windows, passengers saw a familiar mask. Had Mr. Casper Barth really come to save them? Casper flew a short distance away from the plane, then squeezed the air in front of him with his hands and used his metal control ability. The guy pleaded, hoping that the aircraft would stop. It didn't stop, but it slowed down significantly, and it landed right in the soft desert sand. People ran out of the plane one after another. They survived, which they shouted loudly and rejoiced about. Coughing from the smoke and tension, they vying with each other asking questions. Where is Casper Bart? What happened to the A-rank hero Captain Cigar? Regina exhaled with relief. Sitting on the sand, she thought that she would definitely die. While wondering where Casper could be now and why she couldn't see him, she heard a noise from the other side. The star hero was rushing towards the plane at full speed on his cape, with a dozen ambulances barely keeping up with him. As usual, a helicopter hovered in the sky with reporters on board, keeping them informed of everything that was happening at the crash site of the stolen plane in real time. The journalists peered down worriedly, expressing hope that no one was hurt there. The Star Cloak landed near the aircraft, not believing his eyes. Where did all the victims go? He saw with his own eyes the plane crash, how everyone managed to escape without receiving a single scratch. Regina ran up to him, demanding an explanation of where, according to her, the blonde man had taken her sister Jo and the others. So far, the journalists did not know what happened here, but the plane landed safe and sound. Before the crash, some saw Mr. Casper Barth, who was able to control metal. Perhaps he turned out to be the savior. Hearing the name of Captain Cigar, who was mentioned as one of the saviors, the star hero shuddered. He himself approached the microphone, pressing his hand to his chest, saying that Captain Cigar was his partner, with whom he participated in the rescue operation. He also told reporters that when the moment of the crash was very close, Captain Cigar threw all his strength into slowing down the fall and died from lack of strength, and Starcloak himself was able to save only a few passengers. Taking this into account, he realized that disaster was inevitable, and so, as soon as possible, he called an ambulance to save the victims. But he did not at all expect that they would be lucky and everyone would remain safe. The flow of words was interrupted by someone else's voice, which called on the hero to stop pretending and lying. Caspar Bart, descending on a metal plate, held the body of Captain Cigar in his hands. Regina ran up to the clone, asking if it was true that he saved the plane. The guy carefully laid the lifeless Captain Cigar on the sand, answering that the man was a true hero, and Caspar himself only helped a little. Craig noticed the wound, and was stunned to ask if the hero really died from overwork if he had a hole in his chest. The crowd also saw the damage. People realized that the captain really did not die from lack of strength. Caspar pointed his finger at the star hero. He demanded an explanation, but the hero, stammering, insisted that he did not know about what happened to Captain Cigar. Then Bart decided to tell the whole truth himself. Starcloak lured Captain Cigar out of the plane under the pretext of saving people, and then forced him to use his full power and killed him when he was weakened. It turned out that the evidence of the crime was on that very cloak the star hero did not follow, and now the blood of the fallen general remains on the tip of the fabric. An examination of the blood will prove whose it is. The audience was taken aback, not expecting such a blatant lie from everyone's favorite. They could not believe that he could do such a thing. Cameras and microphones immediately rushed to the exposed star cloak, asking for comments and permission to conduct a blood test on the cloak. The hero's eyes became bloodshot. He was stupid, not expecting that the carefully thought-out plan would be destroyed by the scoundrel in the rooster mask, who appeared literally out of nowhere. He recalled how much he envied the success of Captain Cigar, who was celebrated by crowds of people everywhere. Why was he more popular? Caspar asked if the hero really secretly made a deal to steal the plane with bandits from the 35th district, because they were surprised to see Starcloak. The guy laughed madly, flew up, and admitted that he himself was from those parts. He had to sacrifice so many brothers, and all in vain. The hero whirled his cloak, and a powerful sandstorm rose in the air. Starcloak, realizing that there was no turning back, decided to destroy those present in the sand, loudly wishing death to the people from the second region. As a child, he had a favorite raincoat, which his mother gave to the boy before her death. She said that all superheroes who save the world wear these. Starcloak was born in the 35th region, where the sun does not shine, where there is only ashes all around. Flowers were treated as shrines, they were worshipped. Although local children sometimes had to dig through the garbage, they were happy, believing that the whole world was like this, until one day the residents accidentally ended up in the second region. The amazed future hero walked along the local streets. It was then that he first learned that water can be tasty, flowers can grow everywhere, that the sky is blue and the clouds are white. The locals behaved disgustingly. As soon as they found out that the guy came from the 36th region, they immediately began to look down on him, laugh at him, and even beat him. He didn't do anything wrong, which is why such an attitude. But as soon as the guy decided to get to the bottom of the truth, he discovered that it was not about him at all, but about these disgusting people who steal resources, offend the weak and behave arrogantly towards others. When this realization came, the cloak awakened its spiritual strength. Then Starcloak forged a passport to stay there, and secretly traded information with people from the 25th district, provoked them to commit terrorist attacks, and then became a hero and saved people. Thus, he gradually turned from an ordinary villager into a respected A-rank hero, and the stupid villagers began to respect him and feel strong. The guy was enjoying the glory until Captain Cigar appeared and all the attention turned to him. Starcloak could not tolerate this, so he tried his best to kill people, but the captain saved them again and again. While telling this, the hero did not stop laughing while the sand tornadoes circled people and cars. He clenched his fists, shouting that the stupid people of the second region, Captain Cigar, all deserved to die. Regina tried to reach out to the man, asking who he had become now, and how he was different from those usurpers he was talking about. The girl turned to Caspar, worriedly saying that the hero had gone crazy and was now going to kill everyone. The space was torn to pieces, the tornado became stronger and stronger, such is the destructive power of the cloak. Such spiritual equipment is entirely dependent on the owner's emotions, and after so many killings, it has evolved to S rank. Regina, hearing this, began to dig through her purse to find a weapon to counter the cloak. She wanted an ability of that rank. She made a cute face, asking whether Caspar Barth could cope with the hero. Looking at the hands of the man in the mask, she discovered that they were shaking. What would happen to her if Caspar himself was afraid of the star cloak? But Caspar suddenly blurted out that he was not a coward, he was not afraid, he was excited. The cape fluttered in the wind as Bart rode the plate into the air. Looking at the star hero, who was looking with pleasure at the suffering of others, he asked if the guy was actually secretly killing civilians in the 2nd District to let off steam. It seemed that the hero no longer noticed anything around him due to insanity. He confirmed that he had killed many. One random saved person turned out to be a professor at his university. Since he saved these people, then their lives should belong to the Star Cloak. Caspar shook his head in disappointment. An A-rank hero with an audience of millions turned out to be an insane scoundrel who kills the weak and constantly rushes from destroyer to rescuer. When a victim becomes an abuser, all of her motives cannot be forgiven, and she does not deserve pity. Star Cloak laughed. Caspar spoke in the words of Captain Cigar, and therefore the hero will give him 100 seconds to escape and then die. The guy spread his arms to the sides and, laughing, began counting down. Caspar called for control of the metal. A metal double dagger of an unusual shape slowly emerged from the sand, shimmering with gold. Gradually, several knives appeared behind Bart's back. Like some ancient deity, he was floating in the sky, surrounded by weapons. Even a sandstorm could not stop him. Starcloak closed his eyes, reveling in his power, counting down. But he was not so patient. He was impatient to see where the enemy was heading. But Caspar was nowhere to be found. The star hero roared with anger, not understanding where he had run away to. It turned out that the masked man had risen higher, to where the destructive cloak was located. He sent his forces directly into the resulting rift, and there was an explosion. Finally, gradually the sand began to dissipate. But along with the coming peace in nature, another problem arose. Cars raised up by the elements began to fall. And what's worse is that many people were found inside the sand tornado. The star hero, seeing that his creation had disappeared, hysterically asked Caspar what had happened and what he had done with his cloak. It turned out that the cloak was pierced at 4 ends by Bart's knives. This subdued him. It was the first time that the guy used an S-rank ability to meet with a spiritual weapon of the same stage, and he didn't think that spiritual power was so difficult to control. He turned to Regina for help, asking him to figure out how to save the fallen people. The girl immediately began to look for something in her bag, shouting that Caspar could rely on her. Many, beautifully decorated eggs flew into the air. They gradually increased in size. Craig whined, "These animal eggs are too expensive to save people with." At that moment, the shells of the eggs crackled. An incomprehensible sticky and thick liquid began to pour onto the sand. People fell there, screamed, and could not get out of this mass. The star hero, having lost his strength, grabbed his weapon. People could not survive, they must die. Bullets flew at Caspar, from which he began to dodge. Bart ducked down, and was almost hit by one particularly frequent volley. Suddenly he realized that these were homing bullets. The guy came up with an idea, to cut bullets right in the air. Meanwhile, the hero discovered his cloak, and stretched out his hands to it, calling to himself. It was the owner himself who was to blame. He was too careless, allowing the cloak to go away. The cloak settled gently on the shoulders of its owner. Having received the power back, the hero, with eyes burning with rage, ran towards Caspar Bart. He immediately began to attack the masked man with all his might. Caspar realized with shock that he had been wounded right through the thick material of the suit. He used the holy healing ability, but something went wrong. Blood continued to ooze from the wound. As expected, Captain Cigar was right when he said that the damage caused by this scoundrel's spirit weapon could not be healed by the healing ability. The star hero laughed when he saw Caspar's attempts to heal. He kindly told the guy why his wounds were not healing. Due to the fact that his cloak is a spiritual weapon, it directly attacks the mental power of the enemy, so treatment is impossible. Bart chuckled, deciding that since such a brat had excellent equipment in his hands, the hero would not mind if he took the cloak for himself. From such words, Star Cloak became incredibly fierce. The tip of the cloak reached into the inside pocket of the owner's jacket, searching for something there. The next second, the same blue pills appeared in the palm of the cloak. Adam realized that absolutely all the lost heroes were using them. S-rank spiritual weapons enhanced by the blue pill became many times more dangerous, and were very difficult to defeat. But as it turned out, the hero ate the pills forcefully and literally choked on them. It seems that with the increase in the power of the spiritual equipment, its owner also loses control over it. Now it can act consciously. The star hero's eyes lit up with a bright blue light. Now, because of Casper, he had to eat this disgusting thing again. The cloak increased in size 100 times, to such an extent that the man could not take off. In the next moments, the fabric wrapped itself in a cocoon around Casper, trapping him. Even the owner could not control the cloak. The guy found himself in an unknown dark space. In the sky things like stars were shining. A voice was heard calling to die in grief and despair. From the sky those same stars suddenly flew down. The closer they got, the more clearly it was clear that these were not ordinary stars. Each one, falling, stuck to Casper, who could not shake them off. Taking one in his hand, he almost dropped the star. It was getting hotter. Now Casper was almost drowning in them. Were they really bombs? The guy weakly extended his hand. From outside the cloak, Bart could be seen struggling, trying to escape, and a second later there was an explosion. Regina called out the masked gentleman's name with all her might. The star hero smiled with all his might, ordering her not to scream, assuring her that Bart had already exploded and turned to ashes. The cloak opened and thick smoke poured out. Craig gasped, covering her face with her hand. It can't be. Seconds later, the smoke cleared, and Regina was even more amazed. In the middle of the sand, a real metal cocoon hovered in the air. A crunch was heard and it began to fall apart piece by piece. The star hero couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible that after this, Casper remained alive. However, it really was like this. The guy slowly freed himself from the cocoon that protected him, rejoicing that he was alive. The people around were delighted and began to loudly greet him. Regina clapped her hands. She knew that the master would not die so easily. Casper rolled his eyes at this. Standing in front of the shocked star hero, he said that he got it from Captain's cigar. The answer to the surprised look was a cigar, which Bart immediately lit and took a puff. Hero, it seemed like I saw a ghost in front of me. He screamed loudly and rushed at the ghostly captain with his fists. Casper extended his hand forward. He promised that he would avenge the captain. The guy used the absorbing star's ability. The hero coughed loudly, and a black substance came out of his mouth. The next moment he turned to dust. Casper pulled out all the metal from his body. Echoes of the starry cloak were heard. The wind blew his last words. I want to go home. A cloak slowly fell onto the sand, now of a completely different color, blue-black with white stars. This ability has self-awareness, is a spiritual weapon, can attack the enemy's mental power, is immune to A-rank abilities, elasticity, has the skills of star rain, stars explode, causing damage to the enemy. Casper praised the cloak. It now had a new owner. It was necessary to connect the two entities. Suddenly the cloak made a heart. Casper chuckled. To keep such a weapon under control, you need to be stronger all the time, otherwise it will devour the owner sooner or later. The groans of people who had fallen into the egg liquid were heard. They asked Bart to save them. The guy looked for the culprit of this incident. Regina laughed awkwardly. The egg white was her doing, but she couldn't return everything as it was. Casper flew away on a metal plate, asking Regina to stay here until the resistance squad arrived. The girl fell to her knees begging him not to leave. A little later in the backyard of Captain Cigar's house, his little son played football. The ball rolled to Adam's feet. The boy ran up to the stranger with laughter, offering to play together. Sinclair smiled. He didn't come here for football, but when he saw the baby, he immediately wanted to play. Adam, unnoticed by the boy, created a silhouette of his father, Captain Cigaru, in the air from the smoke. The kid laughed in surprise when he saw such a miracle. Adam placed the former owner's ability into the silhouette. Now the three of them were playing son, father, and Adam. Leaves from the trees, as if offering their condolences, gently fell on a large box of cigars standing nearby. Regina and her sister Jo discussed what happened on the plain and in the desert. Jo admired Casper, who saved everyone. Regina regretted that her sister did not experience this with her own eyes, because the battle was simply incomparable. Craig waved her arms, simulating a battle. The master took off, dodging the Star Cloak's homing missile, and then hit him with one left. Those who were taken by Star Cloak were less fortunate. The heroes simply left them in the desert to fend for themselves. Fortunately, The helicopters arrived, otherwise everyone would have died, not from the crash, but from the heat and lack of water. Regina grabbed her sister by the shoulders, suggesting that what happened to them was fate, and they need to value their lives more. Jo nodded. She must be strong, because today she has a meeting with the organization of judges from the Gransville Chamber of Commerce. A couple of days ago, an invitation letter arrived at their main office. The sender turned out to be a member of the judges' organization, Casper Barth. Jo would never have thought that she would be chosen for this mission. It was a real blessing. Jo clapped her hands, expressing hope that she would be able to see Casper Barth in person, whom Regina described as very handsome and strong. The girl did not notice how the hypostasis of Adam appeared behind her, the snake man. Regina screamed, pointing in that direction. Jo recoiled in fear when she saw the stranger. The snake asked why Jo was so surprised. Regina carefully looked around the man in the mask. He looked very familiar. Was he really a member of the judges' organization? Jo immediately whispered, remembering that the A-rank heroine from the 2nd District, the swordsman Blanche, said that in the organization of judges there is a person whose specialty is a mask with the image of this animal. Regina examined the snake with undisguised interest, introducing herself as a friend of Mr. Casper Barth, who had recently been on the verge of life and death. The snake was so cold, Regina took a deep breath through her nose. Both are from the organization of judges, but for some reason he is so cold, you need to be friendlier. Regina went ahead. She arrived at the appointed place at the request of the judges to help with the goods. But where is the goods themselves? The snake grabbed Jo by the hand and dragged him somewhere. Craig turned around suspiciously, asking where they were going. The snake pulled the chain hanging from the ceiling. A hatch opened under the girl's feet, and she screamed in surprise. The snake laughed. He wants to tease this greedy girl. Jo crawled to the edge of the hatch, asking if her sister was okay. Not a word was heard from there. The snake counted to himself to 3. A squeal was heard from the hatch, from which Jo fell back in surprise. Regina announced that she had now become rich. The girl invited her sister to come down and look at what was below. Regina had never seen so much jewelry in her life, and indeed, the entire area of the room was practically covered with gold coins in huge chests. Besides coins, there were large vases, jewelry, everything a person could want. Craig lay down on top of one of the chests. She would like to live here forever. The snake looked down, saying that these are the goods of the judges' organization. For some reason they are transferring all the contents to the care of Gransville. Regina, placing the gold in her bag, raised her thumb up. They can definitely judge with these treasures, don't worry. She asked Jo why the judges needed to hand over so many treasures to the Gransville organization. She replied that Gransville is the largest business agency. After trading they will establish basic trusting relationships that will help smooth out future cooperation. Regina asked in surprise what kind of cooperation. When leveling up, strong heroes not only rely on themselves, but they also need good weapons. Looking at the large diamond, Regina asked admiringly, does this mean that they have people capable of making weapons from monster materials? Jo nodded. In the future, when a hero needs equipment or weapons, the Chamber of Commerce will come to the rescue. At this time in the hospital, a blue glow again emanated from Adam's sister Trisha. The lights slowly rose up. The girl, wearing an oxygen mask, coughed violently and squeezed the hospital sheet with her palm. She whimpered. She was in pain. Trisha called her brother. The plane landed at the Louisville airport. Adam Sinclair heard a familiar girl's voice annoyingly calling his name. Lily Romero was rushing towards him at full speed. She had just seen the news about the crash of a hijacked plane, and decided that she would never see the guy again. Men passing by eagerly followed her with loving glances. The girl immediately buried her face in Adam's chest. She was very worried. The guy affectionately said that Lily was exaggerating. Looking at how Adam affectionately stroked such a beauty on the head, saying that he was fine, the men were beside themselves with frustration. Romero, with tears in her eyes, asked to be sure to let her know if something like this happens again. Adam put his arm around the girl's shoulders as they walked out of the airport. He intended to meet his godson when Lily, stuttering, asked with whom exactly. Sinclair explained that this is what they call each other in the company of friends. Zachary was sitting at a bar with two beauties, telling them about his godfather and how much influence he had on his own father. He drank a glass of alcohol in one gulp, complaining that his godfather was simply using him to get closer to the old man, and now he no longer needed Zachary. Suddenly, something changed in the room, thanks to the ability of a psychic explosion that came from nowhere. The girls gradually began to lose consciousness. Wade watched in horror as they fell to the floor. Suddenly water poured down on the guy from above. He hissed, not understanding what idiot dared to pour water on him, and threatened to beat him to death. Adam's voice was heard asking why they were beating him. Zachary waved his hands. No, he wouldn't dare. He would rather happily allow himself to his godfather. Adam sighed and patted the guy on the top of the head, asking if he had just said that his godfather was using him, and advised him not to judge himself that way, because Wade Jr. has potential and is trusted. Zachary turned to Sinclair with tears in his eyes, asking if this was true, because he had never been able to get people to accept him. Adam lightly flicked his godson on the nose, nodded, and said that he had decided to dispel all doubts and organize an expedition, as well as give him a task as an official member of the organization. Adam invoked a spiritual contract. All that Zachary saw at that moment was darkness, lined with thin lines of a symbol unknown to him. There was a second click on the nose. He threw the guy somewhere into oblivion. Adam woke up in complete darkness, with a glowing portal ahead. He reached out to the complex symbols, not believing his eyes. A voice rang out that announced the conclusion of the contract. Something forced Zachary to close his eyes. The next moment he woke up again. Zachary was waist-deep in clouds. As if he was floating in the sky, it seemed as if he found himself somewhere very far away. Adam, who was nearby, said that Wade Jr. had made a spiritual contract with him and bridged the gap between body and soul. Only now did Zachary realize that he could not feel the lower part of his body, and in fear he asked his godfather what had happened to them. But Sinclair reassured him, asking him not to be surprised. They were in a space controlled by thoughts. They can imagine and create anything they want with the power of their spirit. Recently he received many spiritual abilities and one weapon of the same type, and during his research discovered that this is the space into which people who have entered into a spiritual contract find themselves. Adam asked Zachary to immerse himself in his gem, a white diamond now shone on the guy's forehead. It glowed brightly as Wade tried to concentrate his consciousness. As if from the sky, a huge golden palace fell into their space, stunning the guy. Around Zachary stretched an incredibly beautiful ensemble of houses and buildings, as well as unusual column thrones, built in a semicircle. The guy could not utter a word, amazed by the sight. The godfather sat on one of the thrones, asking what he was staring at. Adam motioned for Wade to come over to him. Zachary realized that the judge's organization was much stronger than his old man's organization. It was very cool. Adam smiled and said that he would give the guy an official membership, and the place itself is called the Heavenly Palace. The organization uses it to exchange information, and their next meeting will take place here. Stars began to sparkle in the vain boy's eyes, and he immediately asked what his mission was and what throne he could occupy. Adam cleared his throat, not answering the question directly. As he said earlier, he will be given official membership in the organization, but for now the position of rat is available. Zachary raised his fist in victory, exclaiming that this means that from now on he is in the position of the rat. But having jumped, he painfully stumbled upon an invisible barrier. Scratching his nose, Zachary, sobbing, asked why he did this. Adam just jumped down. Approaching the guy, he said that he was rushing things too much, who even said that he had the authority to appoint him to this position. Hanging over his godson, Adam sternly asked if he really wanted to be on the same level as him in the organization. Wade Jr. immediately backed down. Adam coughed again, asking to be given the opportunity to finish. He said that the position of rat was open, which meant that Zachary could become a candidate for this position. The guy cautiously asked if there were other candidates, and he was especially worried about the applicants in the person of his old man. Adam silently noted Zachary's intelligence and nodded. The mechanical hero is also one of the candidates. The leader of the judges will determine who will take this place. The guy exclaimed that it is too difficult to compete with his own father. Sinclair shrugged. There was nothing he could do, because the judges are an organization that puts power first, and if Wade Jr. wants to occupy a high position, he must be capable and powerful. Zachary bowed resignedly, agreeing with his godfather, and asked to quickly send him on a mission. Adam said that Zachary's father would never hand over David Evans to him, so Zachary needed to figure out how to lure him into a trap. Then Adam would deal with him himself. Wade smiled and promised that he would handle it, but he wanted to ask a question. The guy jumped up and asked if he became a rat, would his godfather introduce him to Charlie the rabbit? Blushing deeply, Zachary explained that when he saw the girl on TV, she remained in his heart forever, and if he managed to marry her, his life would not be lived in vain. Adam laughed and thought with horror that his godson wanted to marry his clone. Therefore, the boy's answer was a kick in the ass, thus he was sent on a mission. That same evening at Adam Sinclair's apartment, the guy was sitting at the table set with dinner and watching TV. It was reported that the financial company from the 2nd District Knights of the Round Table had imposed a fine on the A-rank heroine seal swordsman Blanche, and those who provide useful information regarding her will receive 500,000, and those who manage to catch her will be given 5 million. His attention was diverted by Lily, who came out of the kitchen in only underwear and an apron, announcing that the barbecue chicken was ready. She blushed and carried a plate of food to the table. She seemed very embarrassed, but still wanted to please Adam. When he saw this picture, steam came out of the guy's nose. The girl bowed her head and innocently asked what happened. Did she really look bad? Sinclair, stammering, replied that she looked great, and that he wanted to ask something completely different. Lily explained that the promised surprise was not only delicious food, but also. Suddenly she became so embarrassed that she screamed and ordered Adam to eat and keep quiet, putting a chicken leg into his mouth. Romero asked if the guy had heard the news about the swordsman Blanche. He, barely chewing his food, nodded and asked what was the matter. Lily had heard from other reporters that the A-rank heroine Blanche was in cahoots with an organization and then disappeared after a massive attack in the 2nd region. And why? Adam asked. She was a noble heroine with an excellent reputation, beautiful and strong. Lily gave him a strange look, noticing that the guy was somehow very worried about her. The guy thought to himself that they know each other, and he knows that she is not one of those who is capable of doing something bad, because the swordswoman is always desperate to save people. But Lily said that a person with such unique charisma may have some secrets. Tomorrow he will find out for himself. It seemed that the girl was angry at such close attention to the stranger. Adam tried to smooth the situation over by saying that Romero was a really good cook, and apologized to Lily, sadly promising in his thoughts that sooner or later he would return her ability. Adam sat at the table and checked his email. He was surprised that the letter he needed from Regina arrived so quickly. The girl wrote that she did not expect a letter from Caspar Barth, and that she would immediately provide him with the necessary information about Gransville from the Darknet. Adam clicked his mouse impatiently. The letter contained information about the main characters as expected from the Darknet. Everything is simple and straightforward. First you need to check the information about the hero of sweet and sour noodles. To view the information it was necessary to pay 100,000. Sinclair obediently paid, deciding that it was better not to argue. The letter described in detail the most important facts from the hero's biography: real name John Barnes, hero's rank, what battles he participated in. The Darknet even recorded the time when Adam in the hero's body taught a lesson to the forest warrior. But how did they know about the new capabilities? Adam also decided to find out about David Evans, but for some reason there was no information about him. Then Sinclair looked for information about the swordsman Blanche, and nothing about her. Oh no, there was information after all, but for 700,000, Adam paid. It turned out that Blanche's name is Domenica, and she betrayed the financial company Knights of the Round Table. The incident began due to the fault of the A-rank hero, Boxer in Mask, and also, together with the organization of judges, killed this hero. It was also indicated that Blanche and the snake are in a relationship. Adam sat up in his chair when he saw the masked boxer. Was he really one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table? Does their company really not know that he was a member of the Saints organization? Or do they have something to hide? And what kind of relationship is this? If Lily saw this, she would be angry again. He decided to search a little more, and suddenly saw that they were promising 30 million for information about Caspar Barth and the organization of judges. Adam stared at the screen in shock. Information about him is worth 30 million. He adjusted his glasses and laughed nervously. Is Blanche really being persecuted now because of him? There was a scandal in the office of the hero organization. Wade Sr. screamingly asked his father, the mechanical hero, why he gave David Evans a chance to participate in the White Area case. The man clasped his hands and seriously asked if the eldest son doubted his decision. Ethan resented his father promising him this place and also that he would work with Explosive Fist and they would go to the white area to train. The old man shouted that he had changed his mind. Ethan was no longer suitable for this role. In turn, the guy asked invitingly, "Is it really because of the loss to Casper Bart?" The mechanical hero slammed his fist on the table, demanding not to drag Casper into the conversation, who had nothing to do with the matter at all. Ethan widened his dark eyes upon hearing this and headed out of the office. His father stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he had made the right decision and that he was doing this for Ethan, because he had no idea how dangerous the white area was. Ethan angrily threw away the mechanical hero's hand. The man turned around, looking after his son with regret. He said with great resentment in his voice that in fact his father simply did not take him seriously. The mechanical hero knew that the white area was not just a territory with monsters, and those who were there also noted that it was much more dangerous than they used to think. Coming out of the office, Ethan was surprised to find his brother there, and asked what he was doing here. Zachary, who had apparently been caught eavesdropping, asked his brother directly what he and his father were arguing about. Ethan said that his father would allow David Evans to participate in the operation in the White region, and therefore the guy was very angry. To which Wade Jr. rightly noted that the White region was a great place to earn a lot of valuable materials from monsters. Ethan noted that if they found out about this, everyone would assume that David was the mechanical hero's biological son. Zachary hid in the restroom and decided to use the acquired spiritual bargain stone to break the news to his godfather. A few moments later, he landed on the organization's premises, hitting his face painfully on the floor. Adam felt the guy approaching, and was already waiting for him on the spot, asking what brought Wade Jr. He immediately said that the old man was sending David Evans for an operation in the White region. Sinclair was surprised, asking what the mechanical hero was up to. Zachary didn't know, but since his brother started arguing on this topic, it means he definitely won't give him David. Adam thought that if he got rid of the hero, it would alert people, because he had serious connections. And then, on reflection, I decided that we could take part in the operation together, because if something happened in the White region, no one would be surprised. Wade Jr. marveled at his father's goals. Adam gave instructions to his godson he must make sure that everything went according to his father's plan, and he and David Evans took part in the operation together, and there was no need to worry about the rest. Zachary assured that he would follow the instructions. While Lily Romero was at work, Adam decided it was worth improving his abilities in preparation for surgery. First, it was necessary to improve transformation and cloning to A rank. Black cubes appeared in the guy's hands. Now he had a B rank ability transformation, makes it possible to transform in about 1 second. 3-9 costumes are available for transformation. You can change body parameters, appearance, voice, personality, improves acting skills, but you need to be careful when used. The B rank ability is cloning, creates a clone that has the abilities of the host. Life expectancy is 6 hours. The amount of energy is significantly increased. Adam uses the dragon ability to improve the spirit of the deep sea and fierce fire to A rank. The A rank ability is water leader. The first skill is blood rain. The second is river protection. The third is water steel spear. A rank ability, king of fire. The first skill is the phoenix chick. The second is control of the territory engulfed in fire, which does not exceed the owner's level. Sinclair thought a dragon sounded cool. The cruise ship swayed smoothly on the waves near the port. Lady Blanche, wrapped in a dark cloak, handed over money to her accomplice for his help, and he, tossing the bag in his hands, asked why such a beauty, who was swimming in money and fame, would engage in smuggling. The girl turned around and sternly said that this was none of his business. Let him do what he had to do, and if asked, answer that he knew nothing. The man rolled his eyes, promising to keep the questions to himself. It's only been a few days since the swordswoman Blanche stayed in Louisville. But now she doesn't belong here either. She has already turned from a superhero to a criminal. Those who are pursuing and want to catch the girl are A-rank heroes. Lady Blanche walked, hiding in the darkness of the night, and thought that the masked boxer may pretend to be a fighter for justice and a hero, but he is just a servant of the Saints organization and must die. And why the company is not interested in her motives, but simply pursues her. When Kmaya used the identity of the masked boxer, he was never able to follow this hero in Iowa. He can only be found in Louisville, where Casper Bart constantly appears. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind. laughing, saying that the swordswoman would not be able to escape. The girl suddenly took off and jumped onto the roof of the building. She saw that the man to whom she had given money earlier was dead. The swordswoman shouted to the unknown people that there was no need to kill ordinary people since they came for her. An invisible force was spinning around Lady Blanche. She said that her allies must die, and if she remembers what she did, then it's time to answer for her actions. The swordswoman leaned forward, attacking. If anyone wants to fight her, let him show himself, don't hide in the shadows. The invisible man deftly dodged. He laughed again, glad that the girl was angry. But it didn't matter since his task was to kill the target by any means. Blanche was immediately wounded in the chest, and she screamed in pain. She ran, pursued by a voice that wanted her dead. Finally, it even began to hurt to breathe. Blanche stopped, breathing heavily. Lily Romero, wearing a sports uniform, blocked her way and asked if everything was okay. She saw the injuries and immediately began to ask what happened, but Blanche stubbornly drove her away. Suddenly Lily froze, stepping back. The small swords that wounded the swordswoman flew at her as well. Romero turned around and loudly called for help. A bright flash, like lightning, flashed past them. Suddenly the attack was repelled. The swords, sharp and small, like needles, split in two. The snake covered the girls with himself, urging them not to be afraid. The invisible man immediately drew attention to the guy, hissing whether this was the man who defeated the Organization of Saints. The unknown man stood behind a tree. Adam asked why he was running away, since they knew each other. But the opponent just laughed, saying that he did not expect to see the snake here. First you need to see what he is capable of. The invisible man fired a stream of fire at Adam, urging him to try a chrysanthemum explosion. In response, Sinclair released a blue flash of energy. But a chrysanthemum explosion tore a hole in the blue energy. The snake widened his eyes, not believing what he saw. He did not expect to be able to cope with the attack so much that the explosion flew straight at him. The shrapnel also hit the girls, causing them injuries. Swordswoman Blanche immediately recognized this attack, loudly calling out the name of the attacking person. Santiago Bran, a thin man in a long robe with a long smile, came out of the shadows, surprised that Blanche still remembered him. The girl screamed. 2 years ago she caught a criminal and forced him to go to prison. They even wanted to give him a life sentence. And how did the man manage to escape? Santiago laughed. They helped him. And now he has become an S-rank user. Lady Blanche drew her sword, promising that even if it cost her her life, she must re-secure Brown's imprisonment. The snake carefully studied the villain, thinking that his abilities were clearly above A rank. But if they really started fighting, Lily might get hurt. He needed to scare him away. Then Adam played a trick, saying that he was not alone either. Casper Bart, an S-rank hero from the judges' organization, would soon arrive. Did Santiago really think that he could defeat them? Braun was obviously amused by this conversation. The man asked what would happen before Casper showed up. Adam formed a cloud of electrical energy in his palm, offering to try to do this. Blanche, who was noticeably weakened from her wounds, called on the others to run away, because the villain was unstoppable. But the warlike Lily promised that she would not abandon her, and immediately began to call for reinforcements from the Association of Heroes. Santiago quickly jumped to the very top of the street lamp, shouting that this time the company has a numerical advantage, but one day he will return for their lives. A second later, Braun disappeared into thin air. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. They managed to intimidate Santiago. The snake asked if she really called the association, but the girl shook her head. Blanche is now wanted, so this would cause even more trouble. The swordwoman wanted to ask the snake a question about the organization of judges, but the guy put his hand forward. First let Blanche heal, and then he will come back for her when the time comes. The snake disappeared from sight. Lily said that all powerful heroes simply love to disappear without a trace, but Blanche objected. No one except the snake does that. Lily saw that the swordswoman was getting worse and offered to take her to the hospital. But the girl objected. It was too crowded there. She needed to find a secluded place to use her powers for regeneration. Romero without hesitation offered to go to her house to rest, which surprised the swordswoman. Adam ran around the corner of the house, pretending that he had just arrived here. He saw Blanche, and was very naturally surprised at such a person, asking what the girl was doing here. The swordswoman asked Lily with her eyes who it was, and she inhaled, replying that this was her boyfriend. They went for a run, and she wanted to go to the toilet. Lily explained that on the way she saw the swordswoman attacked and now she was injured, so she invited her to rest at Adam's house, asking if he would mind. Sinclair agreed, offering to carry Blanche on his back. On the way, they started talking. Adam asked the swordswoman if she had met the man who was pursuing her in Louisville. Blanche nodded and asked how the couple ended up at the port together. Lily replied that they really went for a walk, and accidentally saw the heroine attacked by this guy. The swordswoman sighed heavily, thanked the guys, and asked why they needed to save the wanted criminal. Lily simply replied that the Blanche she knows always sacrificed herself to save others, while she helped children in Iowa, so neither Lily nor Adam consider her a bad person. Evil tears gathered in the corners of the heroine's eyes. She did not kill the masked boxer, and she had not yet worked with the mysterious organization of judges. Adam said that he had heard that the masked boxer was somehow connected with the saints in Iowa City, so even if the swordswoman killed him, it would only be for the best. Blanche said that it doesn't matter how he died, the main problem is that someone wants to use his death to get rid of her. Sinclair continued, maybe someone else wants to drag the organization of judges into this, making them enemy number one, and this thought also occurred to the swordswoman. The guy agreed, because the rumors and news are not so much against Lady Blanche, but rather against the fact that she is collaborating with them. Lily said that the judges have a good reputation, because Caspar Bart saved the city many times, and now the snake helped them. Blanche noticed that recently heroes from all regions began to be afraid of them. They say that a mysterious organization wants to take over 53 regions or even the whole world. Adam, having heard such nonsense, even tripped. This made the swordswoman understand that people from all over the world were hunting for her, and judging by the reward, which they promised for her, there are not many who want to get it. They are pursuing Blanche because of information about her cooperation with the judges. When Lily asked how this happened, Blanche replied, there are as many as 53 regions. The distribution of the number of superheroes and their abilities must be even to avoid the dominance of one region over another. These are the rules. That's why the Hero Association often sends its members to another area. They often call it vacation. Lily said that this information is confidential, so ordinary people won't really understand anything. Adam thought that the heroine Explosive Fist had been away from Louisville for a long time, and when the invasion occurred, she said that she had just returned from vacation, so she was fighting in another region. Blanche also added that there are many strong heroes in the judges' organization, and the most powerful of them is Caspar Bart. Due to their sudden appearance and uncontrollably enormous power, they have become a kind of lever of pressure on heroes from other areas. Someone wants to take advantage of this opportunity, to gather all the superheroes together and destroy the judges. Adam wondered, are people really capable of spreading so much hatred with just rumors? Maybe they want to gather an army of heroes to confront the judges. Lily noticed in fear that they were encroaching on world peace. Sinclair thought that the organization that trades in blue pills is good at manipulating people's consciousness. I wonder if this has something to do with that attacker. The abilities appeared hundreds of years ago on a sky blue planet, which is now being monitored by the White region, but there is also an organization planning to destroy this place, and the problem with Trisha and that blue light is still not resolved. How tired Adam is. He asked Blanche if she had come to Louisville to confront the judges. The girl replied that it was exactly the opposite. She had come to find out everything and help them. Sinclair was surprised by these words. The swordswoman said that she knows the snake from their organization. They went through a lot together, and now he miraculously showed up and saved her, so the girl wants to ask about the true motives of the organization of judges. Adam chuckled. Miraculously, he just heard strange sounds, and transforming, hurried to Lily. Lily cheerfully asked the swordswoman if she liked the snake. She vehemently protested. Meanwhile, at the Gransville Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Regina hung around her grandfather, Dave Craig. The man said that he did not think that among the 4 great seas there was such a rich and powerful organization of judges. If Regina managed to join there, the position of the Craig family would be significantly strengthened. The girl assured that she would also like this, but despite her close relationship with Mr. Caspar Barth, he never invited her to join. Maybe bribe him with family treasures. Jo admired Regina. She thought her sister was very smart. Grandpa Dave laughed contentedly, agreeing with his granddaughter, and asked her to organize an exhibition of weapons from monsters. Invite Caspar there and give the family an S-rank weapon. Let the judges know about the strength and sincere intentions of the Craig family. Regina hugged her grandfather. She was beside herself with happiness that she was not refused. Great joy prevented her from noticing Joe's emotions. The girl clearly did not share her love for the judges. She frowned and clenched her fists, rolling the name of the organization on her tongue. At the Sinclair house, Lily was setting the table for breakfast, now dressed, with a charming apron draped over her shirt. Adam approached the girl from behind and impulsively hugged her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Lily shuddered in surprise and said that she would not be able to have breakfast with everyone, since she was invited to a morning meeting. The guy offered to give her a ride, but Lily refused, asking her to sit down at the table quickly so that nothing would get cold and spoiled because she had been cooking for so long. The swordswoman cautiously peeked around the corner, afraid to disturb the tender moments between the couple. Lily took off her apron and placed it on the edge of the kitchen cabinet. When Blanche and Adam sat down at the table, the girl winked at them and turned to the swordswoman, asking them to stay as a guest and get better. Blanche smiled and thanked her for her hospitality, saying that she would have to leave after all. Adam swallowed a piece of bread and asked in surprise where she was hurrying, because everyone outside was just waiting to catch her. Blanche sadly but firmly replied that she had business and tasks that she must complete. Despite the danger, her wounds have already healed. Maybe they can meet again someday. Adam chuckled without answering, but thought that he secretly treated the swordswoman at night not in order to send her to certain death. When he looked up, the girl was no longer at the table. Miracles. On the top of a cliff near the seashore, Adam, in dragon gear, wanted to try out the dragon's skills right here. High waves rose, despite the sunny weather. Sinclair deftly jumped onto one. With the help of his abilities, it was not difficult for him. In a closed suit and a terrifying mask with horns, he stood on the water, folding his arms on his chest, and suddenly noticed some know what real shame is. Merlin and the dragon with the dark rod came closer. They loomed like shadows over the sisters. It seemed that the air itself was electrified, but then Adam appeared in sight in a dragon mask, sitting cross-legged on the wave that was holding him, and waved his hand, asking the beautiful ladies where the city of Louisville was. Regina jumped for joy and asked the stranger if, judging by his appearance, he was Caspar Barth's partner. The guy spread his arms, shook his head and introduced himself as the dragon from the organization of judges. The crowd on deck immediately began taking pictures of him and loudly discussing him. The judges had a new participant, the 12th sign of the zodiac according to the Chinese calendar, and although he behaves like a teenager, I wonder what he is capable of. Joe grabbed the side of the boat with her hands and greeted the dragon, saying that they were Caspar's friends and could they be taken away from here. The dragon put his hand forward and replied that he could not do this, because guys from someone else's organization have to leave. The blonde man stepped forward, angrily calling Adam a brat who dared to provoke the love organization. Merlin and the dragon with the dark rod jumped high in different directions, trying to surround the man in the dragon mask. Merlin waved both hands, releasing black entities. Adam, having made himself comfortable, raised the water vapor above the water. People opened their mouths in surprise as they watched the brawl begin. Regina gasped in shock. What kind of attack is he using? It turned out to be protection of the river. A wave of incredible proportions hung over Sinclair, imitating a man with his hands raised. The dragon only laughed at the attempts of love to hurt him, asking if this was all they were capable of. So now it was his turn. Merlin, trying to attack with a dagger, realized that the wave had immobilized him. Suddenly something flew close to him, tearing his clothes on his shoulder. The guy was thrown aside. Even a drop of water can become a serious weapon and injure people. Due to the difference in combat skills, he had no chance to defeat the enemy. The dragon stepped forward with a dark rod, shouting that it became clear that the dragon's element is water, and its strength increases near the sea. With a predatory smile, he added that he could close the power gap. A wave of the fire dragon's wand in his hands created a stream of flames. Now this upstart will be able to teach a lesson. Adam laughed. The enemy is weak, but so annoying besides, who said that he can only use water. By activating the Lord of Fire, Sinclair will be able to control the flames, which are lower in level than him. The cloud of fire roared, turning into the face of a dragon. Rising even higher on the wave, Adam directed clots of flame at the enemy to show how he could pursue a fire dragon. The dragon with the dark rod raised his head in shock. He ran off the deck, shouting to his accomplices that the stranger had two types of abilities. which meant it was time to run away. The crowd screamed in admiration and continued to photograph the hero of the day. He controls both water and fire at such an early age. The power of the organization of judges is incredible and frightening. The dragon landed on the deck in front of Joe. He followed Merlin with his eyes. He ran away so quickly, and he had just promised to beat him to death. Joe clapped her hands, thanked the dragon, and asked for help finding Caspar Bart, because the Craigs wanted to invite him to the auction that Gransville was organizing. Adam, thinking about the answer, fell silent for a while, then said that he had a way to contact Caspar and then invite him personally. Regina asked what kind of method this was. The dragon raised his hand. 2 light crystals lit up in his palm. It was necessary to sign a spiritual contract in order to become a representative of the organization of judges. Regina was beside herself with happiness. Is it really so easy to become their representative? Adam folded his arms over his chest and said that he had come anyway on the orders of Caspar Barth, who hoped that the girls could become representatives of the judges in order to continue helping them with goods. The world is huge. Adam needs to explore the territory of the 4 seas, so the Craig family would become a reliable ally. Regina agreed to join. Joe said that if it did not harm the Chamber of Commerce in any way, she would also agree. Immediately, a spiritual contract was concluded. Crystals lit up on the sisters' foreheads, and both froze in amazement. The TV showed a close-up of a man wearing a dragon mask. Ethan Wade was just playing sports when he noticed the report. The dumbbell fell to the floor with a loud thud. The Gransville Chamber of Commerce gun auction was held in a huge, luxurious mansion. When Adam, wearing a rooster mask, entered the hall, the guests began to whisper, "Did Mr. Caspar Barth, that famous and powerful hero, hear that he was collaborating with the organization in which the S-rank hero was a member? The Craig family has been in a state of late decline. Why are they still supported by such a large organization?" Dade Craig came out to meet Sinclair, his granddaughters silently following him. The man greeted Adam warmly, saying that he had heard a lot about Caspar, and he was also glad to meet the head of the family. Dave pointed to the chairs, inviting the guests to sit down, because the auction would begin soon. Their conversation was interrupted by the cry of the Dark Sword Master, followed by workers carrying some huge object under a dark blanket. Pulling his lips into a predatory smile, he narrowed his eyes, saying that the important guests had not arrived yet. There was no need to rush. Adam, looking at his opponent, realized that he was well prepared. It seemed that everything would not go according to plan. In the oppressive, inhospitable silence, the blonde felt quite confident. He raised up a piece of paper held between his fingers, saying that he had an invitation. Regina stepped forward and put her hands on her hips. She knew that the sword master was planning something. No one could bring their weapons to the auction. The guy leaned towards Craig's face and answered with a smile that the family's situation was even worse than he thought, since they were so eager to find allies. He turned to the crowd and theatrically spread his hands. The Craig family's weapons have always been famous for their strength. However, their price is appropriate. Given recent events, he brought his own weapons from the monsters here to try them out. Joe screamed that this was an insult to the family, but Dave pushed her away with his hand, asking her not to rush. Adam slowly approached the Dark Sword Master. His proud posture shook the boy's self-confidence when Sinclair asked if he was from the Barton family. The Sword Master stepped back, nodded and asked if there was a problem with that. Adam put his hand on the blonde's shoulder, saying that he had connections with the top of his family. The guy gently took someone else's hand from his shoulder and squeezed it, asking with a smile who Caspar knew. Adam fell silent. How could he find out with whom exactly? He was just bluffing. He would definitely understand if he was bluffing. Finally, Adam walked away from the Sword Master and went to his weapon, which was covered with a black cloth, answering that he could ask his relatives in person when he returned. Sinclair threw the cloth off the table. He raised a large blue steel dagger in front of him. Looking at the other objects, the mask and the horn, the owner of the things approached him. He leaned on the table and asked if Mr. Barton knew his aunt. But Adam didn't answer, and turned around, leaving the last call for everyone to take their places, leaving the Sword Master in bewilderment. Sinclair sat down next to the head of the Craig family. A few minutes later, a charismatic MC welcomed guests to the Gransville Chamber of Commerce gun auction. They announced the starting price of the first item, armor, 3 million. The rates were raised, 3.6 million, 4 million, 6 million. Crossing his legs, the Sword Master grinned. This armor is worth no more than 5 the Craig family probably put it up to deceive people. But needless to say, they really don't have truly rare equipment. Then they put up an even more valuable lot, one of the most outstanding, the work of the head of the Craig family, gloves of light, starting price 20 million. The blonde took off. The old man had deliberately laid out his main trump card in advance. The dragon with the fire rod muttered that this was a 2-star S-rank equipment, and Merlin added, if an A-rank user put on these gloves, he would be able to withstand the might of the S-rank. Joe noted with concern that the price had increased to 300 million. Regina bit her lip. These gloves are from her father's favorite collection, and now. Dave turned to Adam with a sly smile, suggesting that if Casper was suddenly interested, he should try to set a price, to which Sinclair irritably thought that the budget of the entire organization of judges was 200 million. What kind of stakes are there? The old man suddenly put his hand on Adam's arm, whispering that the Gransville Chamber of Commerce intended to cooperate with the organization of judges, so let Bart accept this modest gift. Dave once again asked Mr. Casper Barth not to be shy. When he did not answer, saying that the guy was provided with financial support from the Craig family, Adam decided to gratefully accept the gift. It came as a surprise to everyone when the voice of the sword master sounded. He offered 310 million. The auctioneer took the last bid into account and began to keep the audience in suspense. 310 million times 2, 3. Adam, counting down the last seconds, offered 315 million, catching the blonde's puzzled look. The dragon with the fire rod asked if they would raise the price, but the sword master shook his head. They would give in to Casper. There was still a lot to come. The auctioneer finally solemnly congratulated Mr. Bart on receiving the gloves of light. The third lot was an S-rank 1-star jade shield. Before the auctioneer had time to continue, he was suddenly interrupted mid-sentence by the sword master, who came onto the stage with his knife, asking him to wait. Without giving anyone a chance to react, he furiously attacked the shield, putting his knife forward. If something is being sold, then buyers have the right to try the product first. But Adam was not surprised at all. He folded his arms over his chest and chuckled. The boy could not restrain himself. Joe explained cautiously, the jade shield is made to last, using S-rank materials like patterned black bee. But it is most effective against spells, as it has magical resistance, which is what it comes to blocking the physical attack of Azure Blue. Regina ran up to Adam, begging him to lend her the gloves of light to destroy this sword. But the guy just stroked her forehead. The girl looked into Casper's eyes in shock. He asked me to calm down, not to worry, just be patient and observe. The sword clanged down on the steel, and nothing happened. The blonde's face twisted. He couldn't believe what was happening. He swung again, as if a second attack might produce a different result. Indeed, he was unlucky the second time. Contrary to the guy's expectations, the Azure Blue broke. The audience smiled. Someone suggested that the sword was a fake. Was it possible that a member of the Barton family was using a fake weapon? Regina asked Casper in a whisper if he really knew in advance that the sword would not be able to destroy the defense. Adam didn't answer, but he did something about it. He used the steel ability and took the power from the sword. The sword master covered his face with his hands. This simply could not happen. But the dragon with the fire rod noticed that Casper touched all the weapons he brought, and after these touches they lost their power. Regina began to defend the honor of Mr. Bart, saying that there is no need to blame others, because if the weapon is S-rank, it means that it could not be destroyed by one touch. The dragon grinned. Don't forget that the abilities are also S-rank. Maybe Casper can change the internal structure of objects. Now the audience looked at each other with suspicion. Indeed, Bart touched every weapon. If we are talking about deception, then, most likely, this is the work of the Craig family. The blonde suggested finding out the truth with the help of another weapon, since such a dispute arose. Adam shrugged and replied, no problem. The sword master put on his mask and blew a horn that emitted a golden glow. But it was not a glow but ultrasonic waves. The audience held their heads and asked to stop the torture. The guy took off his mask in confusion, saying that the attack and defense of this equipment are at the S-rank level. The problem is not with them. Regina's patience ran out. She ran up to the uninvited guest, shouting that his behavior was crossing all boundaries. First he treated her family harshly, then he threw mud at their clients, and he still had the audacity to appear at the auction. The dragon approached the young master, whispering that there was a traitor in the family who knew what was going on. The sword master turned on his heels and called his accomplices behind him. Adam thought with relief that, fortunately, his opponent interrupted him before he could remove the dark matter from another magical weapon. Adam led the sword master into conversation for a reason. He managed to hit every weapon laid out on the table. Joe stared at Casper, guessing what he had done, but did not have time to fully voice her thought. The head of the family approached Adam, smiling, asking what he had done with the sword, and invited the guests to the VIP room. Late at night, a dark figure moved quickly through the streets of Louisville. Swordswoman Blanche, tightly wrapped in her cloak, raised her head when she heard a rustling sound. The moon in the sky brightly illuminated the strangers who blocked her path. It was the Five Elements gang. The four people looked at the traveler with hostility. An elegant but dangerous girl was sitting on a high branch, twirling her red locks of hair around her finger. She lazily asked the girl if she had not been taught that walking alone in the dark was dangerous. Blanche clenched her teeth and spat out that they had not been taught, and the stranger was the first. The shaven-headed guy, playing with brass knuckles in his hand, laughed. The seal swordsmen cannot cope with their 5 elements. Today will be the night of her death. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Adam sat across from Joe and Dave Craig. The old man leaned forward, citing privacy. He expressed the hope that the guy would dispel all his doubts. Adam began his story. Be it a monster or a hero, both have the genes of abilities in their bodies. And one day he discovered that weapons made from monsters also contained these particles. Joe interrupted him by exclaiming that ability genes were like energy from alchemy, if she was correct. But masters can only feel and use it, but cannot extract it in any way. How then did Caspar Barth manage to do this? Adam replied that he was collecting energy and held out his hand, revealing the absorbing star ring, a tool capable of extracting ability genes. Regina asked if he could collect them with just one ring. Dave thought about it. He had some achievements in alchemy, but he had never heard of collecting ability genes. He handed Adam a D-rank wolf brush, which accelerates healing, and asked him to demonstrate the skill with it. Sinclair took the brush in his hand and realized that it only contained 30 units of dark energy. It was better to leave everything as it was. When the guy finished using the steel ability, he gave the brush to the man, asking him to check it. Dave was amazed. The energy of the thing disappeared. This is a huge breakthrough in alchemy. Joe asked how Bart uses the genes he received. Adam thought to himself. Finally the girl asked about it. If he told the Craig family about the production of the elixir, it would help increase their combat effectiveness. And next time he would not have to fight alone in the territory of the 4 seas. The guy replied that special elixirs can be created from them, and it is thanks to them that all members of his organization have 2 or more abilities. Regina, as usual, thought of enrichment as she clapped her hands. If ability genes can be used to create equipment, then the 7 S-rank mythical weapons that only exist in theory can be crafted in practice. Sinclair sighed, saying that he was sorry to disappoint the girl, since it was impossible. He turned back to the head of the Craig family because he wanted to ask the man something. Then Adam asked why this small part of the genes could reach 30% of the total mass if the weapon was made from a certain part of the monster. Dave replied that after the death of a monster, a phenomenon known in alchemy as a beam of energy occurs. The energy collects in a certain place. This particular charged area is extracted, and then special techniques are used in combination with the alchemical matrix to make a weapon from a specific monster. The man folded his hands behind his back, walking around the room, and invited Adam, if he was interested in alchemy, to show his accumulated experience over the years. Sinclair did not refuse and followed the head of the family. The streets of Louisville were no longer so quiet. Crowds were gathering. Drones with local television cameras were hovering in the air. About 10 heroes appeared on the Belt Parkway. The shaven-headed man from the 5 elements looked around in confusion. Where did all this come from? Then he saw O, which made him flinch. 3 heroes were heading towards his gang: the Lazy Swordsman, the Explosive Fist, and the extremely evil Ethan Wade, from whom the loot was taken from under his nose. The bandit told the patron of dragons, Ethan, that the 5 elements were the first to find the swordsman of the seal, and the heroes are openly trying to take her away. That's not how things are done. A dark flame flared up around the dragon. He smiled and noticed that Blanche was a traitor, and the 5 elements were also from the Association of Heroes, Did they really think that Ethan would allow them to leave? Then, suddenly he disappeared from view. But the next second, with all his might, he slammed his fist into his opponent's chest. The reporter commented on what was happening. The patron of dragons can instantly kill the tiger with golden claws. Will his opponents in the face of the 5 elements be able to escape? Commentators, looking at Ethan in close-up, admired the hero and believed in his victory. Members of the 5 elements rushed at the patron of dragons from all sides: Ice Fawn, Earth Bear and Tree Man. It seemed like what one hero could do against 4. Just a few seconds later, Tiger was lying flat on the ground where Ethan had thrown him. The girl from the gang decided for a few seconds, doubting whether it was worth attacking such an opponent. She decided that since the Dragon Lord had already demonstrated his power, and if she did not want to die here, she should run away so she would not have a chance for retribution. But her plans were not destined to come true. Blood sprayed as Ethan pierced the woman's stomach with his clawed hand. There was no escape from him. A grin played on his lips. Who's next? The guy turned around and told the swordswoman Blanche that it was her turn. Fire, Butterfly and Zachary Wade watched the fight from the computer screen. Zachary frowned, but Butterfly reassured him. Don't worry, swordsman Blanche is not in the best shape now. Defeating his brother is almost impossible. However, Zachary turned to her, arched an eyebrow, and replied that he was not worried about his brother. He was worried about something else. Is Blanche a member of the judges' organization? And if his brother kills the girl, what will he say to his godfather? The heroine smiled even wider, although Wade Jr. said that he was not worried. His face showed the opposite. Because he and his brother were on good terms, Zachary just rolled his eyes. He figured out how to distract Butterfly to contact Casper, and asked her to watch the broadcasts while he went to the restroom. Taking advantage of their connection, Zachary found himself in the residence of the judges. Adam in a rooster mask was waiting for him there. Wade immediately exclaimed that the Dragon Lord was merciless and was going to kill Blanche. Smiling slyly, the guy asked Casper if the swordswoman was a member of the judges' organization, because on the internet they only write about this, as if she was Mr. Snake's girlfriend. Adam, unable to come up with anything better, asked his godson not to believe stupid rumors, saying that the snake was already quite an old man. Zachary scratched his chin. An old man and a young maiden. Maybe Blanche is actually his illegitimate daughter. But if it's a secret, then he has to pretend he doesn't know anything so as not to cause trouble for his godfather. Adam promised that he would send his people to help. A joyful Zachary ran to convey the good news, shouting to Adam as he went not to worry, because he would be watching the broadcast. If anything happened, he would immediately report. Sinclair has learned 2 abilities. He can now give the dragon 2 more types of abilities. The pearls had an A rank. First ability, Earth Control Skills, Stone Load, Earth Power, can pick up earth vibrations, use sand to attack. Second ability, Light Control Skill, Wind Blast, Levitation, Flow Fusion, appeals to the powers of the spirit of the wind. Sinclair wasted no time creating his double. Having endowed the clone with these abilities, Adam sent him to Belt Perquet. Ethan slowly approached the swordwoman like a cat. He would give her time to call Casper Bart, because he did not want to kill the girl, because they are on good terms when it comes to studies. The seal swordswoman interrupted him, coldly ordering him not to waste time if he wanted to fight. The dragon, stretching his clawed hand forward, rushed at the girl like lightning. Let her prove to him what she is capable of. Blanche froze for a moment trying to get her bearings. She pulled the sword out of its sheath. The dragon flew past, almost hitting him. Blanche leaned on her toes to create support for the jump. Ethan looked around, looking for his opponent. The sword entered the guy's back gently. He quickly pushed away, turning to face Blanche. The girl was about to make another attack with her sword. She coughed, the impact damaged engines of the camera drones humming behind her. The live broadcaster asked everyone to remain calm. As the equipment was damaged and the image was lost, a reporter will soon arrive at the scene to continue the broadcast. Breathing heavily, the swordswoman sank to her knees, and the dragon approached her with a grin, warning that without Casper's help the girl would die. The guy pushed off and flew down, screaming, straight towards Blanche. She pulled out her sword, creating a protective aura around herself, which the dragon collided with. Tangible cracks appeared in the protection. Roaring with rage, the hero warned that this was just a warm-up. He tried to make a hole, and Blanche's strength gradually left her. The hand holding the weapon trembled more and more. Lily Romero arrived on the Belt Parkway, A filming drone was buzzing above her. The girl looked back every now and then and commented on what she saw. The reporters arrived in the thick of things, where everything was a little confusing. The Dragon Lord and Blanche were still fighting each other. At that moment, the dragon grabbed the swordswoman by the neck, lifting her off the ground, and demanded to call Jasper Bart. Blanche could only croak out a weak but precise no, and angry Ethan threw her against the wall. The girl hit the surface hard and slowly sank to the floor, drowning in clouds of dust. The journalist winced, saying that after such wounds, Blanche might never get up again. While commentators were horrified by what was happening, and some condemned Blanche, Ethan slowly approached the unconscious swordswoman. Explosive Fist worriedly shouted for the Dragon Lord to stop and control himself, because at this rate he would leave her crippled for life. Ethan looked around and arched an eyebrow. Was his team really protecting a traitor? Blanche rose slowly. She trembled, but found the strength to sarcastically asking if the heroes had finished their negotiations. Ignoring the streams of blood flowing down her chin, she smiled and offered to continue the fight. Lily carefully walked deeper into the street, continuing to broadcast into the microphone. Blanche had sacrificed herself in the past for the safety of citizens. Her steadfastness is worthy of respect. Ethan swung it and again threw it at the swordswoman, shouting that she herself wanted a bloody duel. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared in front of him, a layer of water where his palm was located. The guardian of the river loomed menacingly over the Dragon Lord. Blanche was sitting right on the watery hand of the river guardian. The dragon clone folded his arms on his chest. Standing opposite, he apologized to the girl for being late. Commentators loudly shouted excitedly, calling the swordswoman a traitor. The girl, impossibly tired, looked at him menacingly, asking why he considered her a member of the judges' organization. The dragon replied that if the swordswoman wants to stay alive, then she has no other choice. Blanche looked thoughtfully to the side. The dragon landed in front of Ethan. He asked why Casper didn't come, but the clone answered the question with a question, asking what cutie Blanche did to him. The dragon chuckled. Does the hero really think that he won't be able to cope? And even if he defeats one of the judges, people who are much stronger than him won't keep themselves waiting long. Two huge water hands of the river guardian began to approach the Dragon Lord. He growled, trying to push them away. The dragon, standing to the side, clenched his palm, controlling the guardian of the river. How will Ethan cope with this? Suddenly the huge palms seemed to evaporate. The Dragon Lord raised his head and looked around in surprise. But luck was not on his side. An even larger limb descended on top of him with incredible speed. There was a bang. Everything around Ethan went dark. There was dust everywhere. It was already late. Adam was returning from the Craig family auction. He left the building. There was not a soul around and complete silence. Sinclair glanced around, making sure he would remain unnoticed. He moved closer to the garden and hid behind a large tree. Adam took out a notebook with a worn cover from under his coat. This thing was given to him by Dave Craig. It described the experience of one respected alchemist, Emmett, and something about his life. Seeing that, Adam immediately opened the notebook. Dave emphasized the exceptional value of the material. It seemed that even the glass of Sinclair's mask itself shone with such luck. He quickly slammed the notebook shut when he was pulled out of his thoughts by the head of the family, Craig, offering to borrow the artifact for a while. Adam apologized because he was a little distracted by the valuable contents of the notebook, and thanked him for the opportunity. Standing behind a tree, the guy eagerly read the lines. There is a secret entry in the diary that can be read by people of the Z rank of spiritual power and above. Mr. Craig probably did not see it. Adam pointed his finger at a blank section of the page here. The inscription began to appear on the page. I come from the distant continent of the planet Odysseus, and am a member of the Cullen family. I came here by accident. The hero described his arrival on one of the planes of the earth, where he discovered the legendary Hero Stone. The Hero Stone, even for such losers without magic as the alchemist was, appears as a valuable treasure capable of granting power to those of them who comprehend its true essence. Having extracted only a small part of this stone, the man surpassed the strength of his ancestors, quickly reached the 4th rank, and became one of the greatest gods. It was time to return. But before he left, he helped a group of human beings become stronger, teaching them to open a portal to another world, the White Region. The lucky one who found this diary, go in search of the Hero Stone, which the hero of the diary hid on this planet. He will give it to people to prevent their imminent enslavement. The pages of the diary shone under Adam's hand. The light from the diary reflected on the guy's mask. Is this white glow the key to the location of the hero stone? Adam rose up on the metal plate and thought about what he had read. It seems that their civilization is much older than the Earth's. This world still keeps many secrets that the guy has to learn. He rose even higher, flying over the roofs of buildings. Lily came close to the place where the heroes were fighting. At the moment, the Dragon Lord is still pinned to the wall after receiving some injuries. The new member of the organization, although it seems like just a child, has incredible power. His strength is increasingly frightening. Suddenly the dragon jumped out right in front of the girl. She stepped back in fear, but the masked man told her not to be afraid. He waved his hand at the drone, introducing himself as the dragon, one of the representatives of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope, an organization of judges designed to fight evil, and only evil. He smiled at the camera. People shouldn't be afraid of judges. There was an explosion behind him. When the smoke cleared, Ethan appeared before those present in his most terrifying form, a dragon in armor, red eyes glowing furiously, wings fluttering menacingly. The newly minted dragon growled loudly, sticking out a long, sharp tongue. The dragon of the judges noticed that when the hero entered the third phase of his reincarnation, he seemed to have lost his human mind, which is very dangerous. He asked Lily to stay away from him and keep the others safe. He jumped and rose into the air. Lily followed him with an admiring glance. The dragon landed on the water column in front of the water guardian. Behind them, the enraged dragon lord was running towards them. Suddenly a stone palm began to fall on him from above. The dragon caught it with its teeth. The long tail hit the windows of the nearest high-rise building with a roar, pinned down by a stone palm. Meanwhile, in the Berkshire Unification, Fire Butterfly and Zachary Wade were watching what was happening. He raised his fist in the air, cheering for the dragon of the judges. He was about the age of Wade Jr. himself, but already so strong. The butterfly worriedly asked him if the guy thought it had become somehow colder. The destruction from Ethan fell on their roof, which the hero demolished with his dragon tail. The girl froze with horror. As befits a young master, he almost crushed them into powder. The stone cracked under the powerful teeth of the dragon lord. Finally, the stone hand cracked and split in half. Ethan was free. A large piece fell straight down onto Lily, who didn't even have time to react. Out of despair, the girl closed her eyes, but nothing happened. The guardian of the river held the stone tightly in his hand, guided by the dragon of judges. Lily, feeling awkward, mouthed her thanks to him. The dragon waved back at her. The destructive power of this hero is much stronger. It seems that it is time to end the battle. Suddenly, blood gushed from the guy's mouth, and the tip of a sword appeared from his stomach. The lazy swordsman meanly attacked him from behind, shouting that he must have been waiting for the moment when the dragon would lower his guard. He used the dangerous wind sword chasing ability. The swordsman began to fall to the ground, and seemed to stop responding to the outside world. In the broadcasting room, the host stuck to the screen. In order to crush the dragon, the lazy martyr neglected all the consequences of the chasing the wind sword attack, and used an ability that reached the S rank in strength. Now the dragon is defenseless. One more powerful attack, he is finished. He was reckless in trying to protect an innocent reporter. This moment caused a controversial reaction in society. Commentators did not understand who the heroes were fighting for, why the savior of people, the dragon, was being attacked. Meanwhile, on the Belt Parkway, Explosive Fist was trying to fight the water. She had already hit the riverkeeper so many times that she had lost count. In the end, the heroine was exhausted, and trying to regain her breath, told the Dragon Lord that she had done everything in her power. Now the rest falls on Ethan. The guardian of the river was slightly, but obviously injured. Because of her attacks, local rain even formed, wet from head to toe. Lily fearlessly continued to broadcast live. By combining their efforts, the three heroes managed to wound the river monster Mr. Dragon. The place turns into a swamp. The judge's dragon used its flux fusion ability, rushing straight at the Dragon Lord. He, as if he was just waiting for this, impatiently threw his tail up. Adam's clone flew very close to Ethan, who jumped back in surprise. The next moment, the dragon, using a stone fist, rushed straight at the dragon. The red eyes reflected a man flying at incredible speed. The stone fist landed directly on the hero's chest. The dragon exclaimed that it was better for him to give up, because this time the Lord of the Dragons would definitely come to an end. Using the power of the earth, Sinclair's clone was able to grab Ethan's fist, causing him to squeak ridiculously. The dragon growled, squirming in the steel grip. The fist came down one last time, slamming Ethan straight into the asphalt. In its place, huge clouds of dust formed. When they dispersed, Ethan lay unconscious on the ground in his usual incarnation. Looking straight into the camera, the dragon turned to Oliver Wade, ironically claiming that he knows a lot about choice, while the vines he summoned tightly bound the lazy swordsman and the dragon lord. In the meeting room of the Hero Association, the mechanical hero tightly clutched the glass in his hand while watching the broadcast. Anger overwhelmed him, and the glass cracked right in his hands. Lily, watching the dragon, thought he meant the choice between the dragon lord and the lazy swordsman, or using two A-rank heroes for some kind of deal. She was surprised when Oliver Wade appeared on the horizon, dragging a figure behind him. He had one hand on David Evans' suit. Having met with Casper Barth, he asked the guy if, after all the story, he really only asked him to investigate the case of the blue pills. Casper replied that that's not all, he needed help to take part in the White Area operation, and as a reward he would give the mechanical hero an A-rank elixir, which would allow Oliver to become the owner of two abilities. This offer was so tempting that the mechanical hero decided to carry out everything according to the original plan, and came to a member of the Judges Association. David, who had been silent before, seemed to wake up, looking at the drooping mechanical hero, and hesitantly asked when his boss managed to conclude the deal. Oliver replied that an agreement is an agreement. At first he was overcome by emotions. That's why it was so difficult to decide. But now that the Dragon Lord and the Lazy Swordsman are involved in this, the sacrifice of one subordinate is worth nothing. The blue-haired hero nodded exhaustedly. If we are talking about two A-rank heroes, then any sacrifice is justified. Oliver Wade patted him on the shoulder, saying that since he also thought so, it meant he was much more at ease. Suddenly David Evans turned sharply and tried to run away screaming. But not even a second had passed before he lost all his limbs with slashing attacks. This was a shocking sight for everyone. In Berkshire, the silent butterfly watched Zachary rejoice at what he saw. He should have done this a long time ago instead of waiting for something unknown. He had already seen how the new elixir of abilities was waving his hand in greeting. The guy laughed with all his might. Like a helpless insect, David lay on the floor, asking the mechanical hero why he attacked him. The man did not answer, and with one throw threw the immobilized hero at the feet of the dragon. Gritting his teeth, David asked why they were killing him, since he had done nothing wrong. The dragon chuckled. Evans probably knew what was going on. Taking drugs, killing civilians. This is a kind of justice for such villains. Oliver Wade captured the dream and the lazy swordsman in his iron tentacles, telling the dragon that he had already expelled Evans from his organization, and was handing over the rest to the judges. But suddenly strange sounds were heard from the side of the lying hero. Blue liquid oozed from the guy's mouth, and he laughed madly. And then it exploded. A blue glow filled the entire street. The blast wave was so strong that it made the dragon and Oliver Wade jump to the sides. David Evans in his new incarnation soared up. The arms and legs that he had lost were now white. Not made of flesh but as if they were glass, icy. The guy asked how he could take revenge on his opponents for what they had done to him. He seemed to have lost the last remnants of his mind, and exclaimed that the heroes were destined to die here and now. Oliver Wade invited the dragon to join forces and kill the new incarnation of David. He immediately agreed. Adam's clone used the ability of the phoenix bird. The fire filled the entire space around him. David, smiling madly, swung. The power of ice is quite enough to turn the fire monster into a minion of his ice eagle. He fired numerous ice bullets directly from his body. Adam's clone froze a small amount of water. The bullets stuck there. But this did not delay the scoundrel for long. He immediately cut the huge block in half with his icy finger. The blue-haired man turned and chuckled, too weak. He turned sharply and threw a new batch of bullets at Oliver Wood. He fired fiery bullets from his suit at David. The bullets hit the target, and a series of explosions were heard. The mechanical hero frowned. It seems that under the influence of drugs only the quantity of the ability increases, not the quality. An enemy figure appeared. Oliver activated deadly blue rays from his eyes and directed them at Evans. He screamed in pain when the beam pierced his eyes. Then it flew down like a stone and hit the asphalt. The dragon, folding his arms on his chest, looked at the defeated enemy from above. Is it really so easy to finish him off? So let's check. He went down to David, and the mechanical hero landed next to him, saying that he had already figured everything out. Suddenly, a bluish liquid began flowing out again from under the unconscious guy's uniform. It was as if the chewing gum had melted and spread out, but it looked extremely strange. The dragon grabbed Oliver by the arm, throwing him back. Strange tentacles with sharp fangs at the ends whistled through the air. They wrapped their arms around the mechanical hero, who couldn't even resist. The dragon, who was also being held hostage by the tentacles, suggested firing a couple of shots to blow up the strange things. He lowered his head and was amazed to see how a large blue flower opened from the place where the tentacles grew, and there was David Evans, safe and sound. He laughed, saying the rumors didn't seem to be true. The mechanical hero cursed, and what did that bastard become? The dragon realized that this was probably Evan's secret. Watching what was happening from the side nearby, a man in a bowler hat and a cosmic face was hiding around the corner of the building. He said displeasedly, "What a shame, it almost happened. Although number 52 officially failed, but its destructive power is much stronger than the previous ones. Is it really because of his own desire?" Undoubtedly, the more he studied spiritual power, the more magical it seemed. With each new detail, the man became more and more convinced of his own incompetence. He needed to obtain the third stage of spiritual power in order to quickly reach the level of a great commander. He will wait until the end and then take Evan's dark blue fragment. But now it is worth letting the heroes drain it so as not to waste their strength. The stranger did not know that Adam Sinclair heard him. He shouted that he was not the only hunter waiting for his prey. Lily, covered with a blanket, stubbornly continued to comment on what was happening. Not a single aircraft could approach the battle site, so the film crew retreated to a safe zone. From the current situation, it becomes obvious that this type of ability can subdue people with its power, but perhaps only for a while. But as for the hero David Evans, who knows much more than everyone else, his transformation is more like infection. Meanwhile, the dragon used the ability merging streams, attacking the tentacles, which were becoming increasingly entangled. These creatures successfully pierced his weapon. The mechanical hero was still immobilized. The ice hero laughed at him, mockingly asking him why he was acting this way. Didn't he want David to join Berkshire? He began to talk. After the heroes, he promised to deal with the entire company. Then he bowed his head in surprise, thinking that he didn't feel disgusted when talking about eating people, because they were just food for his dark blue race. But what race were they talking about? Evans grabbed his head. Why was it splitting like that? He screamed furiously. It was all because of the heroes. They were the ones who set his brain on fire, making him feel pain. Suddenly, one of the tentacles seemed to begin to devour the guy, and his voice was heard, which, like a wound-up doll, insisted that after one dose he felt much better. The dragon watched this terrible picture. David's body was not the real one. It was different, not the one that was quartered. He just didn't understand this yet. He needed to find the real body in order to inflict critical damage on it. The mechanical hero spoke up, suggesting that they use an exploding egg to get rid of this monster. But then the dragon must figure out how to get him out of here. Adam's clone nodded and used his phoenix bird ability again. The tentacles, writhing disgustingly, caught fire, releasing Oliver. He rose up, dropping an exploding egg on them. The object, more like a mechanical ball, was approaching the monster faster and faster. Watching the dragon, who was close to the epicenter of the events, the mechanical hero said that he forgot to say something. The explosion will spread over 500 meters, and the guy will not have time to escape. The dragon raised its head and swore. The explosive device shone dazzlingly and was activated. There was a deafening explosion. A crater formed in its place, and the wind blew thick smoke in different directions. Where David had been, small blue clots were now trembling, left behind by the infected body. Adam's clone had his legs torn off to the knee from the blast wave. He stood on his hands, thinking that he was lucky that now, instead of a real body, he had a double. Commentators were horrified by such colossal damage to the judges' organization. Everyone agreed that Oliver Wade should have warned the dragon in advance, and in general, they could have united to defeat the monsters. What frightened everyone even more were the tentacles, which did not die, but continued to wriggle huge and blue. People could not believe that even an exploding egg could not cope with them, and were sure that the end of the world had come. The tentacle, as if rejoicing at the second chance, swayed merrily in the wind. In the sudden silence and whispers of the night, heavy footsteps were heard. The hot and sour noodle hero couldn't stand by while the others were fighting such a monster. Explosive Fist appeared behind him, who was also ready to help. The most surprising thing was that other voices were heard offering their help and support. Fearless Lily Romero continued to do her job properly. Today, in her opinion, was the longest night in the history of the city. An unknown something invaded Louisville, its destructive power caused enormous damage to the residents, and now it is unknown how to cope with it. But we must not lose hope, because now numerous heroes have entered the battle. Dawn will surely come soon. The journalist in the studio tiredly rubbed his eyes with his knuckles. Maybe it would be easier not to resist, but to nobly give up their lives. As the reporter said, you should not stop believing in the best. You must definitely wait for the sun to rise. Thanks to Lily, the commentators were also inspired, repeating her phrases with might and main. Louisville will not retreat. The dragon mockingly addressed the newly arrived heroes, asking if they had decided to become a feeding trough for the monster. Explosive Fist rudely asked if he had a choice. Adam's clone nodded and asked everyone to disperse so as not to hurt anyone. He used the Wind Blast ability, and again was glad that it was a clone who fought. He would not want to die like that. Standing on a levitating layer of water, the dragon held in his hand a dangerous cloud of air, which increasingly resembled a small hurricane. The heroes did not understand what he was up to. The superhero of Hot and Sour Noodles suggested that, judging by the progress of the battle, a long-range attack cannot harm the monster. Its skeleton is hidden deep. Someone must come closer and deal the decisive blow. Explosive Fist widened her eyes in surprise, looking up. The dragon put his hand forward and flew, controlling the wind explosion. The mask on the guy's face began to collapse from the incredibly powerful airflow. When the wind blast reached its target, the invincible tentacle, those present felt the ground shake. The heroes covered their faces with their hands. Explosive Fist turned away. The hot and sour noodle hero coughed from the smoke, but the blue tentacles disappeared. The journalist could not contain his emotions. He took off. No one expected the judges' organization to withstand this. Their member, Dragon, lost both his legs and could have died, but he still seeks revenge on the monster, risking his own life. Tears rolled from the corners of Lily's eyes. She was infinitely grateful to the dragon for giving the townspeople light. One drop of a tear flew. A black-gloved palm caught a ray of sunlight. Adam Sinclair stood on the roof and talked to his new clone, naming him the new dragon, leaving him with the same A-rank abilities, control of water, earth and air, also the king of fire. He nodded, obeying unquestioningly. The dawn sun slowly rose over the houses. People's wish had finally come true. The crowd gradually went home. The streets were now deserted. Oliver Wade landed on the asphalt. He realized that he was not alone here. The man loudly asked who was nearby. Instead of answering, an oval blue stone flew up to him. Oliver reached out his hand, intending to touch the object. Someone's cold, stern voice was heard. An unreasonable person is not allowed to touch what has been found. At that moment, a blue dagger pierced the hero's stomach. He slowly turned his head. How could it be that the armor was not broken, but the damage was received, and the alarm system still did not work when the enemy was so close? With a muffled sound, the sword left the body and returned to its owner. A man with a cosmic face, strolling imposingly, turned to Oliver Wade. As he thought, all heroes rely on magical enlightenment. The journalist screamed in shock. Is the blue light sword really fighting on the side of the monster? Oliver, healing his wounds, defiantly asked who attacked him and how he managed it. The man reached for the stone, telling the mechanical hero that he was too weak, so he didn't feel the attack. So let him watch how it would drain the hero's nervous system, and nothing could be done about it. But the cosmic face did not have time to lift the stone. It was snatched right from under his fingers with one jerk. Adam clutched the find tightly in his hand, mockingly saying that he was sorry to admit that this dark blue stone now belonged to the organization of judges. The journalist immediately perked up and shouted excitedly, Casper Barth from the judges has appeared. With his help the residents will finally achieve a peaceful life. The commentators joyfully greeted the hero, relying on his strength, which probably exceeded the hero's capabilities. The man with the cosmic face was playing with a dagger in his hand, convincing Bart that the Ultron organization did not want to quarrel with the judges, so the guy should return the dark blue stone, and then he could pretend that nothing had happened. Suddenly, all the equipment of the film crew turned off overnight, and the cameraman irritably tried to correct the situation. Lily leaned over the fallen filming drone, suggesting that the equipment was most likely affected by some kind of spiritual type ability. They should report it. Adam thought that the Blue Pill organization was called Ultron. He deliberately disabled all the equipment so as not to reveal himself. It seems that he is driven by a larger goal. Bart defiantly asked what would happen if he wanted to declare Ultron his enemies. The man jumped out at Sinclair, raising a blue light sword over his head. Since Casper wants to die, then his wish must be fulfilled. Adam called out Spiritual Blast. Ultrasonic waves emitted from his face towards the spinning dagger. From the spiritual power of the third stage, the dagger in the opponent's hands simply dissipated. He said, puzzled, that his leader reached the third stage 15 years ago, and now he claims that only a dark blue trump card can overcome human limits. Ultron did not think that there were other holders of the third stage. Adam remembered his sister Trisha in the hospital bed. It seems that her spiritual particles are somehow connected with the dark blue race, and the guy cannot let them go. The man adjusted his bowler hat. What a coincidence. He initially wanted to fight Casper, but the organization sent him on an urgent mission, and Bart will help him a lot if he saves the dark blue stone until the next time they meet again, and only then the owner will return it to himself. Adam, seeing that the man was running away, stopped him. No one gave the man the right to run away. He had to stand until the last. Cosmic Face stared at the guy in surprise. He was immediately hit by an attack of ultrasonic waves. He turned around, realizing that this spiritual explosion was too strong. His shield might not withstand how many more such blows. The man put a shield in the form of a blue flower in front of him, but this did not help him. Adam successfully dealt with this artifact, wounding the Cosmic Face. He growled, cursing the guy with all his might. The attack completely disarmed him, and the man fell like a stone. Adam flew up to him, straightening his cloak, and congratulated the representative of the dark blue race on the fact that they were now prisoners of the organization of judges. The Cosmic Face turned on its side, taking a fetal position, weakly asked to kill him. If Casper wanted it that way, he was ready to admit defeat. Adam asked him about the sensations of what was happening. Maybe the person wants to taste something like this again. He bent over the amazed enemy. If he obediently answered all the questions, perhaps Adam would spare him. Sinclair demanded to know how the hero David Evans was connected to this blue thing. Coughing, the man said that nothing would happen if he talked about elementary particles. Usually, the spiritual body of the representatives of the dark blue race contains a lot of these particles. With the beginning of the period of change, these blue elements gradually change the soul of the carrier. Their sprouts track the location of areas of light in order to later acquire the soul of a representative of the race. And the greater the spiritual power, the more densely the particles are located in the body. The sprouts are cultivated, increasing in size. The more stable these sprouts are, the more particles of force a person can absorb. He can also unlock secret or combat skills. The dark blue race actively trades blue pills in order to find a suitable body for their relocation. Of course, not everyone is able to withstand when the particles begin to act. Once they fail, they lose their rank. For example, this happened with David Evans. Grabbing the man by the collar, Adam hissed, asking if it was possible to cure a person who becomes infected with these particles. He chuckled, asking why the guy had such a question. Was there really someone among his subjects whom he treasured? Adam roared, if a man does not want to speak, let him be struck by the blades of spiritual power. The enemy backed away and coughed profusely. A blue glow poured directly from his face. A moment, and the beam soared somewhere upward. Because of the thick smoke, Adam decided that the man himself had disappeared somewhere. But as it turned out, the body remained lying on the ground. Adam turned his shocked gaze to the mechanical hero. The man was no less amazed. When the illusion dissipated, in the place of the man lay the head of the Association of Heroes of the City of Louisville, Greta Weasley. Sinclair said thoughtfully that it seemed that the Ultron organization had already infiltrated the Hero Association. Oliver Wade, beside himself with anger, announced, regarding the murder of the headmistress, he would be able to act as a witness in defense of the organization of judges. This would serve as retribution for the unintentional injury to the dragon. Adam shouted irritably, asking if the mechanical hero understood the complexity of raising a 4-powered person, something that couldn't be covered up with a few words. Oliver asked what Bart wanted then, Casper immediately replied that it was necessary to allow Zachary Wade to replace the dragon and become the successor of the Berkshire Company. The man chuckled, "No problem. But in order to make his successors, he needs to reach at least A rank, otherwise the others will not support this decision." Adam, standing on the metal plate, agreed to this condition, and once Zachary becomes an A-rank hero, he will immediately be handed over to the Berkshire Company. Without waiting for an answer, Sinclair rushed away. Right in the air, a snake appeared behind him. Adam asked him to deal with Blanche while he went to the hospital. After the death of David Evans, Sinclair felt a strange wave form. Being confused, he should have quickly checked how Trisha was doing. The plate carried him high above the high-rise buildings to his sister. On the morning of the same day, in the main hall of the Berkshire Heroic Association, Oliver Wade gathered the remaining heroes. He, standing with his back to them, gloomily reminded whether everyone knew that Headmistress Greta Weasley had been infected. This suggested that she was a spy for some secret organization that was to blame for the mutation of the hero David Evans. The man asked to answer questions about the Association of Heroes honestly. The hero of hot and sour noodles nodded, Explosive Fist grimaced, and asked permission to leave. As the others left the room, Oliver called his youngest son over to him. Zachary approached his father, asking what was wrong. He put his hands on Zachary's shoulder, telling him about the deal with Caspar Barth. The judges want the boy to become the successor to the Berkshire Company, so he will now need an A-rank ability. The man ruffled his son's hair on the back of his head, asking him not to miss his chance. He grimaced. "Isn't it the dragon who occupies this position? Why did the father suddenly change his mind? This could ruin Zachary's relationship with his brother." Zachary thought that his goal was to become a member of the judges, one of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope, and fulfill the will of the dragon. Zachary pouted, answering the mechanical hero that his godfather opened the way to a bright future for him, while his own father forced him to run on family errands. He clenched his fist, shouting that he was wasting his talent. Oliver thought with annoyance that Caspar Barth had done everything he could, but he had underestimated his relationship with his sons. He impulsively clung to his son and squeezed him in his arms, exclaiming that his son had grown up so quickly. The guy began to break free, shouting that he was already an adult, and it was disgusting. On the city's Belt Parkway, a seal swordswoman leaned exhausted against the wall of a house, her sword lying nearby like a useless trinket. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw someone's outstretched hand. The snake bowed before her, offering his help. But proud Blanche leaned on her sword, refusing help. The injuries caused her to immediately fall back to her knees, letting out a loud gasp of pain. When the snake asked not to be brave, the girl covered her face with her hands and cried bitterly. The matter, one after another. The one who dared to touch Adam did it in vain. The next moment, the guy, with a precise movement, threw the alien over himself, dropping him to the floor. He immediately swung his fist at the monster again. The blow hit him right in the chest, causing blood to spray from the disgusting mouth. Without having time to count, Adam took turns dealing with the monsters. While dancing, he inflicted wounds with a long sword. When all the visible monsters remained dead weight on the floor, Adam thought with relief that, fortunately, Trisha was not among them. Maybe she hasn't had time to transform yet. Sinclair threw the blue dagger to the side. Then he carefully opened the door to his sister's room. The girl was hovering above the bed, surrounded by blue bubbles. She became more transparent every second, as if something was sucking the life out of her body. Is Trisha really mutating? Elementary particles gathering from one side of her body to the other. Suddenly the girl's body trembled. She tried to break free with the help of willpower. Trisha suddenly screamed loudly, and then she softly sank onto the bed. The fall caused her shirt to slip off her shoulders. Her blonde hair darkened, and there was a pained expression on her face. Adam put his hand to Trisha's nose to make sure she was still breathing and called her name. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, which were of different colors. She immediately put a dagger to Sinclair's throat, asking who he was. The guy raised his hands in conciliation, answering that he was her brother, but Trisha was not convinced her brother had a different voice. Adam forgot to change his voice, and immediately used the ability of transformation, returning to his previous appearance. Trisha chuckled. She still didn't believe it, since her brother didn't even know how to transform. Adam, blushing, adjusted his glasses, and told a story from their common childhood. His sister described the sheet, and so that the parents would not find out, She lied to Adam and asked him to sleep with her, and then framed his brother, blaming all the blame. Trisha calmed down and, like a kitten, sat up on the bed, surprised by her brother's ability to transform. Adam grabbed her hand and dragged her along. First you need to take your sister away from here, and he will tell you about the rest on the way. Arriving at her brother's house, Trisha washed away the burdens of the past day in a hot shower. In the kitchen, Lily was preparing dinner for the family. Adam came up and hugged her from behind, noting the girl's efforts in cooking. Romero turned around, wrapping her arms around his neck. She was also happy because Trisha woke up. This should definitely be celebrated. The girl instantly became sad, saying that today at work she felt how weak a person can be in front of an unknown force, even someone as strong as Dragon. But looking up at the guy, Lily smiled. She learned to value her love even more. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment as Sinclair pulled her even closer to him. The couple pressed their lips to each other, but a clear girlish voice was heard from around the corner. Trisha had already taken a shower and was asking if dinner was ready. Lily, extremely embarrassed, sharply pushed Adam away from her, answering that everything was ready. The table really turned out to be satisfying and pleased with the variety of dishes. Trisha, bouncing on the spot, was happy. Lily had prepared her favorite food. The girl exclaimed that she adored her sister. Without further ado, she grabbed a chicken leg and began to chew it. The couple looked at the girl and were glad that everything was okay with her. Adam, resting his cheek on his hand, thought that he would give anything so that the people dear to him would live calmly and happily. After dinner, settling down on the bed in Trisha's bedroom, the girl worriedly asked her brother if it was really not worth informing her parents about her awakening just yet. Adam shook his head. The Hero Association is investigating a case of mutation in the hospital. It's better to let them think that Trisha died. The more they knew, the more danger they would be exposed to, and it was also impossible to tell Lily about Adam's abilities. Trisha agreed and asked from now on not to take everything upon herself, but to let her help. Sinclair lowered his head. He blamed himself for not being able to protect his sister, forcing her to become part of another world. Trisha, having created a blue dagger in her palm, did not agree with her older brother, because now she has learned a lot. For example, the blade in her hands directly attacks the mental power of the enemy. She grabbed Adam's arm, demanding that he use human control on her. Although the girl was completely healthy, she was afraid that the dark blue race might control her. Adam agreed, saying that her physical body was special, and first she needed to improve the ability to S rank. An impossibly bright white pearl appeared in his hand. The ability Control uses an illusion spell to destroy an S-rank enemy, can brainwash targets of A rank and above to completely subjugate their will to himself for 30 years. Daily the spiritual body penetrates into the controlled, and takes 6 hours from him. The girl sat holding her breath as the pearl headed towards her. Adam closed his eyes. This feeling is different from previous sensations. What is the solution to the mystery? And what rules does it follow? Could what he sees be true? And how can he overcome this? Being shackled by all sorts of restrictions, Adam found himself in an unfamiliar space, similar to outer space, and suddenly, hearing an unknown voice, he began to fall down somewhere. He screamed and woke up, clutching his heart in fear. The guy cursed. They almost broke his spiritual strength. Trisha touched his shoulder, concernedly asking if he was okay. Sinclair took her hand without answering, but said that the control had been completed, and now he had a task for his sister. Lily came into the room carrying a tray of fruit to offer to the boys. Adam looked at her with a smile and nodded. The couple was sitting in the living room at the table. Lily was working on the computer at that time. Sinclair asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she was given a new position because she had performed well last time. Adam couldn't help but ask if it would be dangerous there too. Romero smiled and replied that she would not, because this time she was entrusted with the broadcast from a special booth. Adam stood up, preparing to leave the room past the girl. He squeezed her hand, quietly giving her the ability. Lily looked at him in surprise. It was a B-rank ability, Green Snake Chain, which automatically activates a defensive chain when the wielder is in danger, transforming into a green snake and attacking the enemy. The Louisville suburb was famous for its mountains and hot springs. The swordswoman Blanche looked ahead blearily, sitting in the hot water. The Craig sisters swam nearby. Jo smiled and told her guests that this source was good for her health and would help her recover. The girl chuckled thoughtfully and scooped clear water into her palm. Then she stood up, saying that it was time to meet with the organization. Water flowed from her body in a stream as the girl left. Blanche basked in the sun, not knowing what to wonder. Was it really a new task? Regina exclaimed in admiration that, as befits a long-time member of the organization, the swordswoman was doing a good job with the mission of laying low. A little earlier, Blanche found herself in the heavenly palace. Adam, who was sitting on a high throne, asked the girl if she had heard about the territory of the Four Seas, because the organization was sending her there to learn more about the dark blue race. If the seal swordsman passes the test, she will be able to become the 28th member of the organization. Blanche, kneeling on one knee, shook her head and said seriously that she was going to take the membership test and head to the indicated place right away. Adam was jubilant his lie was a success. Finally, a truly strong participant would appear in his little room of researchers. He became serious, nodded, and ordered her to first go to the Craig family to replenish her strength. The seal swordswoman bowed and disappeared. Charlie Rabbit watched her go. She asked Adam to speak, and he allowed it. The rabbit jumped up sharply and clapped her hands. She had met Blanche herself from the Knights of the Round Table, whom she really liked. Could she really even get her autograph? Sinclair chuckled. He was wondering why the rabbit was silent, and she, it turns out, had met an idol. He patted Trisha, who was Charlie Rabbit by his designation, and asked her to behave and not let herself be revealed. The girl was delighted. Now she will work with Blanche. Then she has a better chance of getting her autograph. Adam frowned. Well, that's not the main thing at all. Charlie Rabbit turned to the guy and asked what he was going to do next. And Adam already had a plan. The Knights of the Round Table Company is closely connected with the dark blue race. He will let the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles and Zachary Wade investigate this case. Blanche will go to explore the territory of the Four Seas. Joe Blur is tasked with infiltrating the Association of Heroes and becoming one of the strongest there, becoming another black pawn in the hands of the organization of judges. Adam just needed to visit an old friend. The boy sat on a bench with a tired look. Adam appeared behind him, saying that he had been very tired lately. If he had run out of energy, then it was better to rest with this. He quite scared the boy. Blur turned around and stood up, delighted to see him. He and the teacher had not seen each other for a long time. Sinclair asked the guy how he was doing. Joe was confused, answering that he still could not fully awaken the power. His body is only 7 times larger than a normal human. Adam froze in admiration. If this is so, usually when this figure reaches 10, then the hero is close to A rank. Adam praised the guy for his excellent work, and expressed his belief that this year he will become the next winner of the World Hero Championship. Blur exclaimed that he would do everything in his power for the sake of the organization. Adam put his hand forward. He said that danger was close. He would have to use his control skill to temporarily subjugate the boy's body. Joe bowed. He was ready to fulfill any request of the teacher. The boy's eyes widened. The ability of control was activated. A petite blonde in a skirt landed sharply, resting her hand on the asphalt. 2 men stood in front of her, a big horned man and a brunette in a black jacket. He said with a threat in his voice that the Fire Cloud Club would not get away with interfering and destroying the organization's business. The girl rightly asked the men, since when is sending mail replies to ordinary people considered a business? Is their organization getting rich by imitating the criminal code of the region? The opponents immediately attacked her, faster than a shadow. The girl barely had time to dodge. She jumped up above the horned guy, flying over him with a sword in her hands. He suddenly realized that he had lost a piece of horn. Moreover, blue blood began to flow from his nose. The girl used poison. The stranger stepped on something on the floor. A huge explosion alarmed the inhabitants of the nearby forest. The brunette in the coat coughed irritably. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed something very sharp flying towards him. The man leaned back, dodging the attack. He fell to the floor and hysterically asked what kind of abilities the girl has. How can she master so many techniques at the same time? The fighting lady, holding a cannon in her hand, fervently asked to guess if the man could handle it. Perhaps she would answer. Dark energy gathered around the stranger. He was very angry, but he didn't have time to do anything. He just saw someone's foot flying at his head. Joe slammed his weight down onto the brunette. He told the perplexed girl that if she created another explosion, this place would be finished. It would still be useful, because in 5 days the admissions tests for an Ivy League university would be held here. The warrior noticed that since the guy easily dealt with a C-rank user, it means he himself was a B rank, or higher. The girl's name was Milana Broach. She introduced herself. expressing the hope that she and Joe would meet again at the introductory events, and offered to work together. Blur shook her hand. They will meet if in 5 days they find themselves on the same team. Suddenly Joe felt something strange and lowered his head. His and Milan's palms were on fire. The girl smiled radiantly. She wanted to invite handsome Joe to dinner. Joe froze, not knowing what to answer, but Adam's voice in his head told him not to panic. The guy coughed, referring to business at home. He decided to leave. Then he quickly removed his hand. Milana froze in bewilderment. Sinclair irritably scolded Joe, hoping that he had learned his lesson. You can't pester girls. What kind of example is he setting for his sister? Blur, blushing, nodded as he walked and thanked his teacher. Milana was not at all upset by this. On the contrary, she was inspired. It seems that this time there will be something to see at the tests. The next day, Caravanaya Street was noisy and crowded. Crowds of people gathered to watch the Ivy League University's admissions tests. The event was commented on by the lovely presenter Marla Murch, who sweetly waved her hand at the audience. She was then introduced to her new partner, renowned reporter Lily Romero, who smiled and said hello. Now the girls will explain to the audience the procedure for conducting entrance tests at an Ivy League university to help them understand what is happening. The rules are simple. You need to complete the task in a certain time, using any techniques. Marla winked at the audience. Do they really think that everything will be so simple? No. It remains to be seen what obstacles and traps the organizers have prepared for the guys. A red-haired guy twice his height approached Joe, hugged him by the neck and bombarded him with questions. Why doesn't he have transport? Does he really have abilities that increase physical strength? And where are his windproof goggles? Blur briefly explained that he does not use such abilities because of his good speed, but he does not need glasses either. The guy smiled broadly. Apparently, today there will be miracles. He started pestering Joe again. Did he hear that an S-rank user, Purple Panther under the name Mylene Garbo, and A-rank Amelie Lang were also invited? Milana quietly approached the boys and called Joe by name, discouraging the boys. She greeted him with a radiant smile. They met. It seems they even ended up on the same team. The girl approached the blushing Blur, reminding him of his promise to work together. The boy looked away and agreed. Joe's red-haired acquaintance immediately squeezed between them. He tried to impress Milana, saying that he had speed abilities. If they were together, they would have easily completed the task. The girl turned away from him and raised an eyebrow. He, a user with millions of physical strength enhancement abilities, dares to flirt with her. The red-haired boy opened his mouth and almost began to cry. The voice of the presenter was heard, calling on the participants to prepare for the race, and began the countdown. Joe gathered his strength and concentrated extremely. A shot from a sports pistol sounded. Let's start. 3 participants actually flew into the air on jetpacks. One of them, with a mocking tone in his voice, shouted down that those who drive a sports car will never beat the flying competitors. But suddenly a swan attacked him in the sky. The swan began to frantically peck the guy. He screamed and covered his face with his hands. The birds clearly felt like winners, striking fear into the rest of the participants. Marla Murch noted with a smile that if it were so easy to move through the air, then all the competitors would bring flying machines with them. The presenter asked Lily if she recognized these monsters. The girl shrugged her shoulders in response. They were probably summoned B-rank creatures, a flock of brown swans. Marla looked at the monitor and exclaimed that the flight team had left the race. The participants in sports cars were leading. A red racing car was speeding down the street. The driver was talking to someone, asking how difficult a driving test could be. A black car of a similar make caught up with the red one, and the participants who were driving saw how a policeman was blocking their way, placing traffic cones in front of the cars. One driver cheerfully invited the other to speed up. He agreed, because the speed limit is 100 kilometers per hour, but no one forbade them to break the rules. The black lightning immediately accelerated. The policeman put his hand forward and blew his whistle. The cars screeched to a halt, forming clouds of dust on the road. A few minutes later, the employee was already scolding the participants. Like little children, heroes must save people, but they should not break the rules during the mission so that no one gets hurt. The guys lowered their heads and asked for forgiveness. The red-haired guy, who had previously been trying to please Milana, took the lead with his run. When he saw how the cars were stopped, he was happy. He knew that it would be too generous of them to allow transport. Because of his inattention, he was completely unaware of what was happening ahead, and noticed an old man crossing the road too late. Unfortunately, the participant collided with a passerby and both were thrown in different directions. The old man lay on the ground, as if unconscious, with a trickle of blood flowing from his nose. The guy wounded in the same way sat, leaning on his hands, and asked himself in horror where the man got such serious injuries. Two passers-by were divided in their opinions. One offered to help take the old man to the hospital. The second hissed that it was none of their business, and it was time to leave. Meanwhile, the inattentive participant tried to quietly crawl away and escape from the crime scene. Suddenly the wounded man rose up on his elbows and screamed with all his might. Pointing his finger at his offender, he hit the old man. And now he's leaving. Is this really how one becomes a hero, to have the conscience to run away after an elderly man was hurt through your fault? Joe Blur, meanwhile, landed on a skyscraper. He heard a sound behind him and turned around. Milana Broach, holding a small flying disc in her hand, softly and gracefully landed on the roof, smiling welcomingly. Joe looked down and noticed that the Ivy League University had put a lot of effort into organizing the tests, even using illusion magic. The girl blinked in surprise. Is the old man really just an illusion? Not bad. Blur sat down on one knee and became wary. Telling Milana to get ready, two people appeared on the horizon. She smiled, because she was fully prepared. It looks like this is the last test. On the next roof stood two men, one short and plump with a weapon in his hands that looked like a pickaxe, the second tall and thin. He had one hand in his pants pocket. Lily took a closer look. She didn't know these two heroes. Marla coughed into her fist, silently saying that the couple were not attending an Ivy League university, according to available information. But mentors have already been sent after them in order to stop them. If something happens, the participants are subjected to various checks. The panoramic windows offered a beautiful view of the city. The director of the university, standing with his back to the teacher Michael, who entered, thanked him for the visit. The young guy smiled, answering that the director should not worry. He would take care of those two guys, as if he had taken up the duties of a class teacher ahead of schedule. On the roof where Joe and Milana stood there was an excellent view of the strangers. One of them straightened up and shouted that they would see the true power of a B-rank hero. He began to change, albeit gradually. The guy grew red sideburns and fangs. Then the tail grew, and the eyes turned yellow and acquired cat pupils. The stranger meowed loudly and protractedly, kneeling down. Milana's eyes shone. She was incredibly happy to see the cute kitten. Blur was not charmed by the werewolf, so he seriously told the girl that he would take him upon himself, and let her deal with the second one. Joe jumped and ran towards the next roof. Adam's voice sounded in his head, telling him to feel the movement of every muscle and bone in order to control the strength. In turn, a werewolf approached the boy. He irritably called out to the enemy, asking what he was muttering under his breath. He shouldn't have been insolent, because the next minute the big cat received a painful blow from his fist right in the solar plexus. The disgusting sound of the cracking of the upstart's ribs was heard. Adam chuckled. A black arrow, a bull's head. These are his friends from the Fiery Cloud Society. These are truly crazy guys. Joe played with his fists in surprise. That guy seemed fast and agile, but resistance and endurance were poorly developed. Maybe you shouldn't have hit him so hard. The boy extended his hand to the defeated enemy, asking if everything was okay, because he himself simply did not calculate the strength. On his knees, the werewolf shouted that he had gone too far. He had defeated him, and now he was mocking him. But now Blur was in danger. A fiery flash was flying at his back. There was an explosion. The boy grouped himself and jumped to the side. He was attacked by his werewolf partner. The flashes became more numerous, as if they themselves were appearing from his hammer. Milana Broach deftly slipped past him. A real fire extinguisher appeared in the air right next to her. Joe, watching her put out the fire, guessed that the girl's ability was to create objects. Apparently, it only allows you to generate existing technologies. If Milana manages to create equipment, that will be just wonderful. And that guy, the werewolf, simply disappeared. Blur took a closer look. His opponent, thanks to his large jumps on the roofs, was running away from the crime scene, holding the cat man under his arm. Lily, looking at the tablet where the battle between Joe and the werewolf was broadcast, spoke about the data that the studio had obtained. According to the studio, these two heroes are in the Fire Cloud Society. The flying beast has transformation skills, and is a B-rank user. In the background, her colleague was chanting the newcomer's name with all her might, Now everyone should notice him and send him some gift. Who knows, maybe in the future he will become a super strong hero. The Fire Fist participants landed in a safe place. One of them, a werewolf, was still unconscious and hanging limply on his comrade's shoulder. They were met by teacher Michael. He spoke in a dangerous tone, dissatisfied that the guys dared to touch his students. Now they must answer for their actions. His eyes flashed dangerously in the semi-darkness. Meanwhile, Milana and Joe continued the race. The girl looked up at the scoreboard with the participants' scores and frowned. They only occupied 15th and 16th places. Joe encouraged Milana, saying that this was also a good result in the battle. The main thing was that they were noticed. Adam did everything he could and now said goodbye to the consciousness of his student. He nodded, asking the mentor not to worry, because he would handle the rest himself. Hidden in the endless seawater was a small corner of land that surrounded the forest, and now a long blue, brightly glowing snake was flying towards it. She deftly maneuvered through the dark mountain corridors. Finally, the snake found itself in a beautiful stone building, in the center of which stood a man all in black on a pedestal. His red eyes narrowed. The man turned to Rhodes. He knew he was still alive. Blue tentacles began to grow around him, the same ones that were associated with the Blue Pills and the Ultron organization. One of them, snapping its sharp teeth and moving its small blue tongues, hovered over the stranger, intending to tell its master something very important. Casper Barth from the judges has reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he frowned. He quietly said that, it turns out, another 3rd level fighter had appeared. In Adam Sinclair's apartment, his sister Trisha became animated. She, clutching the pillow, looked at him with huge eyes. Several dark sprouts awakened for a couple of seconds, no one knows why. The guy was amazed that his sister could see through the eyes of other people. The girl nodded. She had only seen 3 episodes, and all of them involved representatives of the dark blue race. Adam turned on the laptop and asked his sister if she could remember where they were. Trisha, hugging the pillow, made herself more comfortable on the bed, and replied that the first time, it seems, was in the White Tower of Boracay, in the 2nd region, the 2nd in the clubhouse, and the 3rd inside the mansion. Adam enthusiastically and carefully searched for something on the internet for 5 minutes. Then he straightened up abruptly and shouted to his sister that he had found the clubhouse and asked to see if it was the one she had seen. The girl looked at the screen and groaned. She nodded. That's right, people from the dark blue race came there to get their nails done or their hair done. Sinclair wondered if they were women, and the Knights of the Round Table Company definitely has a girl who owns half of their stock, but she doesn't even have powers. Trisha continued her story. In the 3rd episode she saw a lawn, a fountain, and some antiques. There were no others there. She let go of the pillow from her hands, threw it aside, and leaned back exhaustedly on the bed, groaning that she couldn't do it anymore. She didn't understand the details. The girl offhand suggested loading her memory into her brother's head and testing it himself. In the Berkshire boardroom, Oliver Wade sat at a long table with his hands clasped, his sons on either side of him. He stared at his hands and remained silent. Then he exhaled and turned to his eldest son, Ethan, who called him here to tell him some news. He exhaled and said that he was entrusting the company into the hands of Zachary, and the place in the Heroic Association would belong to Ethan. Zachary quietly glanced at his brother, slightly worried how he would react. But he reacted surprisingly calmly and smiled good-naturedly. He told his father that he had finally seen the talent of his youngest son, because he was definitely better suited for this role. With his eyes flashing belligerently, Ethan said that he himself just wanted to become the strongest hero. Oliver carefully told his eldest son that he knew that he harbored a grudge against the judges' organization for his defeat. Then he asked if Ethan knew why all the members of the judges' organization were so strong. He even stood up, shouting sharply that this was a consequence of their hard work, and also, they were much more talented than the rest. But Oliver hastened to rebuke his son, answering that he was mistaken. To the surprised look of the elder, the father said that the judges have technology and equipment to create an elixir of abilities. They are also helped by forces from another world. Adam stood in the space where his sister's memories were being broadcast. He flipped through the memories like slides, but soon found what he needed. On one screen there was a statue in a fountain, a copy of the Tauride Venus. On the second there was a rabbit on a box. Adam in a rooster mask and Trisha in the form of Charlie Rabbit carefully flew up to Firearm's house on metal plates. The guy asked his sister to stand aside and not interfere. Trisha frowned and irritably reproached her brother that at first he agreed to take her with him, and now he was offering to be a decoration. Without answering anything, he patted his sister on the head. She screamed in surprise when she didn't see the usual rooster mask next to her. Adam, not even a second later, turned into a snake. Trisha laughed. She learned about her brother's strength not by his abilities, but by his acting skills. On the terrace near the mansion, a guy with brown hair and a purple suit was sitting at a table, relaxingly drinking tea. Without changing his face, seeing an unfamiliar guest on his territory, he calmly asked why Sir came without an invitation. In response, Adam wished him death, and fired several black arrows with blue luminous spheres at the end from his body. With their strength they smashed the statue into pieces. A moment later, having flown closer, the table with the teapot of the owner of the house went somewhere to the side. He himself was sitting, holding a cup of tea in his hands. The guy knelt down on one knee, preparing to attack, and spoke insinuatingly. In fact, he was always interested in the fact that the organization of judges helps the dead, and at the same time they are supported by powerful families. The snake thought in shock that he himself did not understand where this rumor came from, and how it spread so quickly. The brown-haired man became serious and asked if it was true that judges could return the soul to the body of a person who had died many years ago. Adam replied that the dark blue race had achieved great heights in the study of spiritual components. Why then do they ask him about this? The guy spread his hands. It looks like there is only one answer. And the next moment he pointed a pistol at Adam and fired, shouting that he no longer needed him, and it was time for him to die. Sinclair was not taken aback, and before the bullet could fly up to him, he used the ability of shadow cloning. Now there were many snakes in a line opposite the enemy. The bullet instantly shot through the chest of one of the clones. Then it flew right through, but did not fall, but turned straight in the air to the left. Adam realized that the brown-haired man's weapon had a homing function. The speed was low, but throwing back and forth would take too much time. Meanwhile, the enemy continued to fire bullets one after another, while saying that if he attacks everyone at once, then it will definitely not be possible to evade. Suddenly the guy heard someone else's voice behind him, and felt the steel of a sword on his shoulder. He turned his head and slowly counted from 3 to 1. There was an explosion at the place where he was standing. The snake and his clones immediately took a few steps back, peering at the mark on the asphalt. The disappeared enemy, who thought that he would be able to escape, suddenly felt a cold touch on his hand. Then he was enveloped in smoke, which turned into electrical discharges, and his whole body was pierced with such pain that the brown-haired man screamed angrily. On her throne in the air, Charlie Rabbit, crossing her legs, calmly watched what was happening. She went down to the snake. The guy raised his hands, saying that both were really able to teach him a lesson. He didn't expect that the judges would send two heroes, the snake and Charlie Rabbit, so he called on his partner Monica to help. A long-haired blonde ran onto the battlefield, clutching a long blue glowing sword in her hands. Adam shouted in concern, asking his sister to be careful. Trisha hesitantly took out her sword, lowering her head. Monica immediately attacked her. However, the girl defended herself, and the sound of clashing weapons was heard. The rival jumped back, her hair flying from the sudden movements. Monica asked if the rabbit was from the dark blue race. Charlie laughed and returned to her throne, crossing her legs. The guy whose arm was torn off as a result of the attack, the second one, held the snake at gunpoint, threatening to kill him if he approached. Adam closed his eyes, glad that Trisha was okay, but for now he had to figure out how to deal with the homing bullets. He continued to stand with his eyes closed while the bullet flew towards him. When the bullet came close, he crushed it with his boot. Sinclair suddenly opened his eyes. He understood. The bullet was cooling down somewhere below and smoking. The next moment, he again deviated from the danger flying towards him. The tree was damaged and immediately caught fire. A drop of sweat slid down the opponent's cheek. His gaze became gloomy. Had the snake really figured out how to resist his ability? Adam ran towards the brown-haired man. A blue ball with a white haze levitated in his right palm. Trisha rushed down from her throne with her sword at the ready. Adam's ball flew straight towards Monica's face, but the girl managed to dodge, and he whistled past. She sharply put out her hand, protecting herself with a shield from the blow of Charlie Rabbit's sword. The guy, holding a handful of blue pills in the palm of his remaining hand, shouted indignantly, "How dare the judges injure his wife?" The next moment, He stuffed all the pills into his mouth at once and swallowed them. The guy immediately grew a new, healthy arm, his hair turned blue, and he himself was illuminated with a blue glow. Monica turned around and was horrified to see the teacher in such a state, and begged him not to do this. She immediately jumped up to the guy, clutching a long needle in her hands. The girl touched the teacher's forehead with the tip of the needle. His spiritual body is not able to cope with such a large number of particles. He can turn into a dark blue form. Monica pressed her lips to the guy's lips, absorbing the blue energy, his hair gradually becoming darker. Adam swung, throwing a dark blue ball. The guy watched in horror as the ball approached Monica. He turned sharply and the blow hit him right in the back. The teacher screamed in pain. The guy's body went limp. Monica cherished him, stroked his face while he lay on her lap, and asked him to wake up. He asked with dry lips whether he would die soon. He sighed, opened his eyes, and thanked the judges for this moment, because the guy was very tired. When his wife died, life became worse than death. The teacher asked the crying Monica to return his dead wife's hairstyle. Wiping the girl's tears with his fingers, the guy said that representatives of the dark blue race said that they would help bring back his wife, and in return he must betray humanity if they can resurrect her. Then this betrayal is a trifle, isn't it? Monica sobbed and promised to voluntarily join the dark blue race in order to give her soul to resurrect the teacher's wife. Coughing violently, blood gushed from the guy's mouth. He was ultimately mired in his own lies. His wife left her husband long ago. When Charlie Rabbit and Adam flew up to the couple, the guy croaked that he would exchange information for Monica's life, because she was guilty of nothing except that she fell in love with an idiot who did not reciprocate her feelings. Brown whispered that the judges were somehow connected to the Gransville Chamber of Commerce. Finally, he lowered his head to Monica's chest and fell silent. She began to cry inconsolably, begging him not to leave her alone. Charlie Rabbit leaned over her. Watching with interest, she asked her brother if they should get rid of the girl from the dark blue race. He raised his hand, cutting off her path to the girl, answering that she needed to wait. Swallowing back tears, Regina said, when she decided to join the dark blue race, she was ready to give everything to her beloved teacher. And this was quite enough for her. With these words she bowed on the chest of the deceased. His pearl floated out of his chest and rolled across the floor like a small ball. Adam caught it and squeezed it in his palm. Trisha bowed her head and asked her brother if she would meet someone who would love her the same way. The couple lay on the floor. Monica did not dare to move. Adam didn't answer, turned around and called his sister to follow him. Both flew away on their metal plates. Trisha asked Adam where they were going, noticing with surprise that he had reincarnated as the rooster again. She exclaimed that eldest brother was a true master of transformation. A huge crowd gathered at the stadium of the Ivy League University to watch the awards ceremony for the winners of the fighting competition. A red-faced and embarrassed Joe Blur stood on the stage, next to whom Milana Broach showed off for the photographers. Watching them from afar, Adam was pleased to note that Joe had managed to adapt, and was even able to make friends. A little later, Sinclair came to visit the boy, praising him. He had improved his training skill well. Adam decided to reward Blur by improving his ability to A rank, and handed the green pearl to the surprised student. Ability, training, 5 senses, strength and speed, become better due to training, limitation, 64 times superior to an ordinary person. Adam put his hand on Joe's shoulder, saying that the next goal was the entrance examination. The student must try hard, and the teacher needed to go away for a while. Blur asked worriedly where he was going. Adam replied that it was the territory of the 4 seas. Zachary sat on his knees in front of the safe in the headquarters of the Dragon Master of the Berkshire Hero Association. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, trying to find a combination of numbers. It couldn't be that the password was his date of birth again. The guy quickly entered the required numbers. The safe doors slowly opened, and Zachary saw the book information on the territory of the 4 seas lying alone. The heir of the company was confused. Why is his older brother using his birthday as all the passwords? He took the book and now wandered along the corridor, whistling a cheerful tune under his breath. Ethan, safely hidden in the shadows and watching him, arched an eyebrow. He didn't know why Zachary needed all this information. The guy smiled when he realized that his younger brother became happier after receiving it. In the Heavenly Palace, the residence of the judges, Adam in the image of the rooster was already studying the book brought by his godfather. From time immemorial, there were 2 races on the planet, and they lived on different continents. After the war, creatures from another world invaded the southern lands and enslaved 1/3 of the entire civilization. To redistribute forces, the territory was divided into 4 parts: the Association of Heroes, the Iron Blood Armies, and the Association of Trade Organizations. The sea territory of the Iron Blood Army is under its control, the territory of Heroes is controlled by the association of the same name, and the territory of the Free Union is subordinated to an association of trade organizations. In mixed lands all these forces coexist, and its protection is ensured by their agreement. Whatever connection the dark blue race has to one of the most important organizations, or to the Stone of Wisdom, everything points to Free Sea territory. Adam decided that was where he would go first. The guy patted Zachary on the shoulder. Great job, it was an indicator of his growth. The godson's eyes shone, he folded his palms in a prayer gesture, maybe now. Sinclair smiled to himself under his mask, guessing what Zachary wanted, and asked him not to worry, because since he had passed the test, the organization would not deprive him, the guy would receive the elixir of abilities that he deserved. Zachary asked what rank the elixir was and quickly drank the liquid from the flask handed to him. When the guy slowly sank to the ground, squinting in discomfort, Adam replied that the elixir was B rank. In addition, it contained 2 types of B rank abilities. The first ability is Werewolf, bestows wolf bloodline, provides greater physical strength and powerful regeneration. When used, the ability to think is lost, but self-healing and speed increases 3 times. The second ability is Mask of Terror, uses people's fear to increase strength, maximum possible value, 9 times improvement, duration of fear energy, 45 minutes. Zachary hugged Adam sharply with joy, and began to zealously thank him and the organization, promising that he would do everything possible to meet everyone's expectations. Later in the evening, the clink of glasses filled with wine was heard in Sinclair's apartment. Adam and Lily decided to have a romantic dinner together. The girl sighed. It was great to get a job abroad for a year. Sinclair assured that he could keep her company and travel with his beloved. Lily shrugged and smiled. She will take care of herself. Let Adam work for their common future. He became serious and nodded. The guy drank a little wine and thought that when the situation in the world calmed down, he would definitely be there. When they had eaten, Lily came up to him, a little flushed from drinking, but just as beautiful, and hugged Adam. He cheerfully asked her to bring a couple of souvenirs. They stood there for a little while, still hugging, enjoying each other's company. A few minutes later, Lily's little black dress fell carelessly to the floor. Adam, lying in bed, pulled his beloved towards him. He whispered in her ear that he would miss her. Lily smiled and answered the same. The sounds of kissing were interrupted by soft romantic music. The next morning there was a knock on the door of the Craig family estate. A butler appeared on the threshold. With a polite smile he greeted the guests from the judges' organization and invited them to enter. Both Sinclairs stood on the threshold. Trisha was silent, only studying the situation with an attentive gaze. Adam, now without any suit, thanked the servants. In the office of the head of the Craig family, they were met by Dave, on both sides of whom stood Regina and Joe. The man was glad to meet him, noting that he had already had the opportunity to communicate with the organization of judges. Regina looked at Adam's face and exclaimed that she knew him. Maritime territory of the Free Union under the name of the Craig family, and what the head himself thought about it. Dave scratched his chin and agreed. It was time for the Craig family to return to a free union. That same night at the port, Trisha sat on a box at the very edge and looked at the night surface of the water. Adam approached her. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked what her sister was thinking about. The girl replied that she didn't care about anything. She was just worried about their departure from the city of Louisville, to which Adam reassured her they weren't leaving forever. The girl thought about spending the rest of her life in Louisville, but she had no idea about the existence of the territory of the 4 seas. Her older brother chuckled. It becomes clear why all 3 forces and the government do not want to talk about these lands. Once people learn about the territory of the 4 seas, they will get to the fact of war with another world, which will give rise to chaos and fear. Trisha just exhaled exhaustedly when she heard this. She noticed that the locals were under stress every day, and in comparison, the life of the awakened ones was much better. Adam patted his sister on the head. Because the situation inside the Free Union is quite tense, she will have to constantly defend herself. Trisha asked her brother not to worry. In the morning, the huge 6-star ship Sea Dolphin was already sparkling in the sun at the port. Dave Craig stood admiring the ship, proudly telling Adam that the bottom of this ship was made from materials from monsters from another world and was protected by 4 different alchemical creatures. It is enough to use spiritual power, and he will fly into the sky, shoot fire, create a protective barrier, or accelerate. Dave snapped his fingers and the butler approached them. He held in his hands a tray with 3 items. All these things will be needed by the participants of the trip to the territory of the 4 seas: sea clothing, light armor, and bubble. They allow you to walk on the surface of the sea, breathe underwater, and their appearance depends on the specific person. Adam and Trisha were offered to try. The guys changed their clothes. Trisha smiled, she liked it. Adam asked where the others were, and at that moment Regina, Joe, and the swordswoman Blanche came out to the meeting in hero costumes. Joe herself seemed to be the only one embarrassed by the new outfit. Dave turned around and muttered displeasantly when he heard a noise behind him. The butler replied that the Arevin group, the young master from the Rotten family, Gregory, and Jake himself were here. Adam tensed when he heard these names. The Arevin group have come here, Dave muttered with a frown, asking why he was making so much noise. The butler said, initially the guy planned to return on the 4-star ship Arevin, but upon hearing that the Craigs had prepared a 6-star ship, he immediately hurried here. Dave rolled his eyes and ordered a room for him. The butler lowered his eyes and said that the young master wanted to occupy Mr. Adams' 608 Platinum room. The subject of the conversation himself came out onto the deck, spreading his arms wide, and walked towards Joe, saying that this was to be expected from the second beauty in the territory of the 4 seas. Dave coughed loudly, drawing attention to himself. A blond guy in a suit, whose face was covered with a scattering of freckles, politely greeted the head of the Craig family. The man returned the polite greeting, saying that young Master Rotten was their guest of honor and was always welcome. A little later, Dave asked the butler to take good care of the guest. With a polite smile, the butler led the guy into the platinum room at the direction of the head of the Craig family. Stepping aside, Jake Rotten conspired with his bodyguard, ordering them to find out who lived in room 608 as soon as they got on board. Just think, this insignificant Craig family dared to go against his will. Meanwhile, Adam, sitting in his platinum room, looked at the sunset through the panoramic window and relaxed. Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door. The guy hastily wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He decided to have a snack and drink a glass of soda. Without asking who was bothering him, Adam opened the door. On the threshold stood that same young gentleman Jake Rotten with his bodyguards. They did not look too welcoming. Despite this, Sinclair smiled at their sudden appearance. Jake immediately burst out with curses. If the guy knew about the visit, let him take his things, or we will have to help him with it. Approaching the young master's ear, Adam asked in a whisper if he would like Miss Joe Craig's personal photo album. Jake's face immediately changed, and blushing, he asked if Sinclair had this album. Adam nodded. He would not lie to the second master of the Rotten family. Jake blushed even more and quietly asked about the price. The guest of the room, with a sly flash in his eyes, suggested that we first look at the photographs and only then find out the price. The young master immediately ordered the bodyguards to stay outside. Adam, without further ado, walked deeper into the room, his guest tagging along behind him, ordering him to quickly show him the album. A second later, he was already under the influence of the control ability. Adam found himself in a space where the young master's memories swarmed on small screens. Sinclair's attention was drawn to the screen, which displayed an image of a man with blonde hair and a mustache of the same shade. He was holding a glass of wine in his hand, and was communicating with the people around him. Gregory Rotten, son of the Rotten family, someone who plays a minor role in the family hierarchy, suddenly gains power and authority, becoming a key figure. Despite Gregory's attentiveness and caution, he reveals himself to his nephew Jake. The bewitched young master stood in line, addressing Adam as a master. He gave the order, behave like a young master, interact more actively with Gregory Rotten and the Rotten family, because they may be members of some organization. The guy bowed and unquestioningly agreed to pay more attention to the events taking place in the family and report on them. Finally, Jake left the room. One of the bodyguards immediately asked him whether to start removing the stranger's belongings from the apartment. But for this the unfortunate man received a slap in the face. Jake became angry, shouting that the room was not suitable for him, and he wanted to stay in the Craig head room. The bodyguard, sweating from exertion, shouted back that he understood the order. The man tried to smooth the situation by saying that the young master would soon be able to enjoy life, because he would arrive at an independent customs office, but received in response another portion of screams and an order from Jake to spare him any instructions regarding what to do. The ship slowly sailed towards a large stone gate. The Sinclairs stood on the deck. Trisha pointed her finger towards the shore and asked what was there in the distance. Adam replied that this is an independent customs office. Immediately after these words, as if out of nowhere, a man appeared on deck number 97, Soul Hunter. He kindly greeted the arrivals, saying that he runs this place. Sinclair turned around, puzzled, so strong, even his appearance went unnoticed. Dave Craig, with his hands behind his back, was glad to meet Mr. Hunter. They shook hands. Hunter said that when Chief Craig first arrived at their customs house, the man was sure that the guest would one day return. The hunter noted that there were many young people on the ship and invited those present to dinner. The light was bright in the spacious living room. As soon as Adam entered the hall, girls immediately rushed to him, vying with each other to note his beauty, offering to exchange numbers and keep him company. Sinclair, surrounded by so many beautiful strangers, immediately began to blush. Regina, stuffing her mouth with food, muttered offendedly to her sister that she had no idea where these ugly people got so much confidence, because Joe was nearby, and they dared to seduce brother Adam. Her younger sister blushed and asked her not to talk nonsense, because Regina knows what kind of relationship they are in. Trisha burst into the middle of the hall, pushing the girls aside. She grabbed Adam by the hand and dragged him away from the annoying company. Then she shouted to the stunned Craig sisters, urging them to help get rid of the persistent girls. Joe suggested going to the famous Shell Hotel and having some fun. Regina clapped her hands, fully supporting this idea, since the Shell Hotel's special event is especially popular among the Four Seas. Adam blinked his eyes in confusion. A special event? Blanche was already right there, and silently pointed her finger at his cheek. There was a print of someone's lipstick there. The swordswoman gloomily replied that the guy would come and see everything for himself, while he frantically wiped away the traces of the crime with a napkin. More and more people gathered around the huge panoramic window leading directly into the sea of the Shell Hotel with all sorts of marine life. The presenter in an unusual outfit pointed to the water and, smiling welcomingly, invited the guests to a mermaid party, which would begin very soon. Adam looked at Joe, puzzled, the ability to transform into a mermaid. The girl mysteriously replied that he would soon find out everything himself. Regina asked Adam to stay here while she changed. In an instant, people froze in front of calm water. But a moment later, water from the aquarium began to pour directly into the hall through the opened hatches in the wall. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and no one seemed scared. But Adam did not understand at all what was happening, and was in a panic while the water flooded the entire space. Meanwhile, the red-haired host cheerfully announced the start of the mermaid party into the microphone, and asked the crowd if everyone was ready to become a free mermaid. Water filled the entire space of the huge hall. Adam, as if wearing clothes, held his breath and looked around in panic. A small fish swam nearby, shining with bright blue scales. Regina swam up to Sinclair, wagging happily. With a real mermaid tail, she was surprised to see that Adam had not yet transformed. The guy looked around, and only now noticed that everyone around him had long ago turned into mermaids. They felt great in the water. Joe gave him a strange look. Adam immediately felt embarrassed by his ignorance. And then, as if by magic, he felt himself changing, and instead of legs, a real fish tail with black scales grew. Sinclair waved it several times under the gaze of his friends, surprised to find that his lungs were no longer burning from lack of oxygen. He was still warily watching the situation in the hall. No, now in a real aquarium. Suddenly Adam saw something that truly horrified him. Obviously, the dangerous fish remained behind the glass. But a huge, bloodthirsty killer whale managed to break through the glass, and now it was kicking, trying to crawl through the hole to feast on defenseless people. The mermaids immediately scattered, trying to save their lives. The killer whale, whose eyes shone red in the blue water, had already identified a target and was about to swim there. Adam did not take his eyes off her, and did not yet understand this was a real monster, or a transformed person. He used the ancient dragon ability. Swimming a little closer to the mammal, he grabbed it by the tail. Then, abruptly, breaking through the thickness of the water, he threw himself up. The killer whale hummed, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Turning around, she hit Sinclair with her tail as hard as she could. The guy, wiping the blood from his broken lip with his hand, suddenly realized that this killer whale had probably been sent here to test his and Trisha's fighting strength. You can't demonstrate skills, you first need to try to understand the habits of the killer whale, and then figure out how to defeat it. While he was thinking, the swordswoman Blanche decided to act. She appeared as if out of nowhere and attacked the whale with her sword. But even the killer whale, taken by surprise, deftly dodged and grabbed the tip of the heroine's sword with her teeth. Joe shouted that since the monster was able to bite the sword, it must be S rank, or A to the highest degree. Blanche was attacked by a whale and was thrown back by enormous force. Seeing blood coming from the corner of the girl's mouth, Joe fearfully rushed to her. Regina swam up to her sister and drew her attention to what was happening nearby. Right in front of the killer whale, Trisha waved her arms, gathering many small currents around her. A moment later, the killer whale found itself trapped in ice. A block with a mammal inside began to settle from the cliff directly into the dark depths of the sea. People lay down right on the edge of the cliff and carefully looked at the visas. Is this really the end? And are they saved? But it was too early to rejoice. The killer whale suddenly appeared in front of the amazed crowd, pushing off from the bottom. Noticing Adam, the monster immediately rushed at him. Turning, Sinclair began to swim away from the killer whale, hoping to buy time to make a decision. With an A-rank ability, he would not be able to break through the defense, but there was no other choice. The guy, after some hesitation, transformed the glove of light. The killer whale opened its mouth wide. When Adama raised his hand up, the glove's ability created a huge explosion that hit the monster right in the stomach. Sinclair blinked in confusion when it was over. The whale swayed motionless in the water. Was it really dead? If anyone finds out that Adam killed the monster instantly, he will be exposed. Adam decided to give the carcass more blows before everyone saw. Blanche and both Craig's sisters watched from the sidelines. Regina thought for a second that Adam had won. Blanche raised an eyebrow and said that a high-ranking monster was not so easy to deal with, and Joe offered to help the guy. The girls were dumbfounded when they saw what happened next. The completely naked stranger began to fall, as if he had just lost consciousness. Adam, having transformed back into a human, was left in only his pants, torn to the knees. The guy swam up to Trisha and tried to steal the ability without the others noticing. The killer whale turned out to have the ability that allows him to turn into a mammal, increases physical characteristics, making the owner a dangerous sea predator, and has the following skills: gliding, dodging attacks. The sister worriedly asked her brother if he was okay. The guy, touching his broken lip with his finger, smiled through the pain. Everything is normal, these 4 seas are really deep. Joe said that upon returning to shore she would heal his wounds. It seems that their ally was seriously injured. Swordswoman Blanche picked up the stunned Sinclair in her arms, seriously informing him that there was no point in risking his life, because they could attack together. Adam did not have to take so much damage. He, blushing slightly, thought that now all he could do was pretend to be seriously wounded. Adam was placed under the supervision of a doctor in one of the cabins. He lay on a soft bed and rested. When Dave approached the head of the room, Sinclair became embarrassed and began to make excuses about his wound. But the man put his palm forward. He immediately understood the guy's train of thought. Since people are trying to reveal his real strength, of course, the Craigs cannot allow them to do this. Adam asked the head of the family about the killer whale, which side sent it. The man took a drag from his pipe, answering thoughtfully that many security agencies are watching them, and anyone could do this. Go to the window, the man, looking at the sea, said that when they reach the island of love, they will be under the control of the organization of the same name, and therefore the Barton family. The Barton family. Adam thought that this must be the family of the guy who caused the scandal at the auction. Leaving the cabin, Dave informed Sinclair that later the Craig family would spread the word about Adam's serious injury, so he had to pretend for a couple more days. In the evening, as the sun was already setting below the horizon, Adam and Trisha decided to relax on the sun loungers on the deck. Suddenly the girl sat up abruptly. She saw them again, another vision from the dark blue race. Adam took off his glasses, noting that this was the second time. They needed to quickly find the Stone of Wisdom. Trisha happily said that this time she remembered more details. When she gets better, she will even be able to find their base. Her brother shook his head. Let her sister not even dream of helping him, because her safety and health are most important. Trisha hugged his hand, smiling widely. She understood everything, so she asked him to read her memories, in case something new could be discovered. Trisha froze in a trance as her brother penetrated her head. He again found himself in the familiar dark space, where pictures of memories replaced each other. The guy began to carefully look for the ones he needed. First he saw some kind of base in a rocky area, then a first-person scene. Someone was strangling a man with just a piece of cloth. Later, the same hands poured blue liquid from a small bottle into the water. A crowd of young people in torn clothes stood in a line and shook with fear. This time, Trisha saw through the eyes of an old man from the dark blue race. He dissolved the powder in water to infect more people, and those teenagers are his subordinates. There was a man in a huge pool strewn with red rose petals. A dark-haired woman in a red dress, one of the top 10 beauties of the territory of the Four Seas, Anna Vaish, slowly approached him. Entering the water, she turned to the smiling man, asking if he missed her. The woman with a seductive smile handed her a berry and offered to play. Their game was interrupted by a servant, who reported to the lady that young Master Barton wanted to see her. The woman came out of the pool, ordering the man to wait for her. She turned around and finally promised him to play a very exciting game upon her return. Entering the room to meet Anna, her nephew was walking with his arms outstretched. He immediately asked if she was familiar with the owner of spiritual ability named Caspar Barth. The woman lay down imposingly on the sofa and asked if he had mentioned her, and also asked if Caspar was handsome. The guy rolled his eyes, he couldn't answer accurately, and asked his aunt to lure Bart away from the judge's organization, because it's not at all easy. The woman immediately stood up. Turning her back to her nephew, she asked to be given time to remember, because Anna met many people in her travels. Returning to the room with the pool, the woman was dumbfounded. She saw with horror that the water was colored bright red, and the acrid smell of blood was spreading everywhere. Clenching his fist, the warrior of roses, her fiancé, looked at her with clenched teeth. He pointed a sword towards the traitor, promising to kill her for what she had done. The man waited for the bride to explain to him what was happening, but she was silent. Then the woman put on an innocent face. She accused him of insults, and pretended that she did not understand anything, offering to deal with her lover first. The Rose Warrior laughed, answering that this guy had just died, but Anna laughed in response. It was a lie. Her fiancé would not dare to attack her real partner during a conversation. This made the man quite angry. He suddenly grabbed the bride by the neck, demanding to know who her real lover was. Anna, fearing for her life, named the name of Caspar Barth from the judge's organization, with whom she made fun of her loser groom. The Rose Warrior stuck his sword into the floor, and blood poured out of his mouth as soon as the man coughed. He vowed to kill his unfaithful bride because she crossed the line. Adam, dressed in a suit, stood on the deck in the silence of the night. Suddenly, through the fog, he saw the vague outlines of an alien ship. The fog was in no hurry to disappear, but visibility soon became better. A submarine appeared on the horizon, sailing through the waves. Adam was immediately called by Blanche, who ordered him to return to the captain's cabin, because the pirates had captured the Dolphin. The captain, standing in front of the crowd, explained what was happening. The pirate group that had captured the ship is known as the Shooting Star Pirates. Their leader is an S-rank user, undead mage, Boris Karth. He has 3 main subordinates: Charming Fox, Seaweed Beast, and Tyrant of the Deep. The captain bowed to Mr. Dave and Adam, saying that the protection would work in 3 minutes, so the ship and passengers were safe, but he still asked for help. The head of the family told Sinclair that this time the pirates attacked to test the strength of the Craig family and the judge's organization, so you need to be more careful. Adam chuckled. Emergency. A huge pirate frigate crashed into the Sea Dolphin. On board, wearing a long cloak and holding a staff with a human skull attached in his hand, stood the mage of the undead Boris Kart. He loudly announced to his fellows that in front of them was the ship Dolphin of the Craig family. The man raised his staff, his eyes glowing green as he screamed, asking the team what they wanted. The men, raising their weapons, shouted in unison. They wanted gold, jewelry, and beautiful girls, and most importantly, to kill. Everyone took turns jumping from the deck into the water. Surprisingly, people did not drown, but walked confidently on the waves. Adam, without hesitation, also stepped down. He acted smarter, and the pirate head served as an excellent way for him to get to the enemy ship. The Charming Fox extended her clawed hand and asked the guy with a breath, calling him handsome, how long would he continue to mock the poor fellows? The woman laughed and jumped straight at Sinclair. He squatted slightly and pushed off from the water. The fox swung her sharp claws, but the guy was faster. Her hand only touched air. The woman turned around and angrily ordered him not to be a coward, to act like a man, and not to shy away. A red beam was immediately directed at Adam. He smiled, using a spiritual skill to attack. You need to show who has the third stage here. Swinging, Adam grabbed the fox by the neck. The woman smiled. To her surprise, the guy was able to resist her spiritual attacks. But what a pity. Trisha, standing behind with 2 swords in her hands, called out to her brother, warning of the danger behind. A skeleton in armor was rushing towards him with a sword at the ready. The enemy swung, confident that Adam did not know about his presence. The guy grinned. He knew what to do. Sinclair moved the vixen in front of him, the blade of the sword landing directly on her stomach. A green pearl slowly floated out of the villainess's body. Adam deftly grabbed it, telling its dying owner that she would rest in the next world. In this life she had killed many people. Maybe in the next she would become a good person. Ability Fox Charm turns the owner into a fox, uses spiritual power to stupefy enemies, increases its power by accumulating masculine energy. Acquired skills, Charm, bewitching opponents using language and gestures, putting them into a trance. Meanwhile, the tyrant of the deep sea was about to attack Joe. It was a bald man in dark clothes with a mace in his hands. The girl directed a bright yellow beam at him directly from her eyes. She dodged the blow of the mace. The tyrant shouted to the seaweed beast, asking where the trap was, because the girl dodged the attacks very quickly. The algae monster, a guy with long hair, smiled. The trap was already ready. Joe screamed and shrank all over. The hair of the algae monster, as if from the very depths, was quickly heading towards her, ready to imprison her. They immediately grabbed the girl, tying her arms and legs. The swordswoman Blanche was already running to the rescue. She began to quickly cut the seaweed with her sword. The enemy roared, "No one can cut his seaweed." Blanche screamed in victory, freeing her little sister Craig. But danger was approaching again. Trisha created blue lightning in the air and ordered them to freeze. Long frozen blocks formed around. The captain of the Dolphin watched what was happening through binoculars. Adam Sinclair killed one of the leaders, Trish, and Miss Joe Craig will deal with the others. Regina spread her arms. She wanted to fight, but unfortunately, she could only watch. Their ship was in the center of the pictogram. It was as if a protective field had spread over the ship, cutting off the pirate's path. Boris Karta loudly tapped the floor with his staff. Laughing madly, he promised to do something disgusting with Adam Sinclair's skull. He swung his staff, which emitted black lightning, and shouted a curse. The armored skeleton that had previously tried to attack Adam began to shake. It was covered in smoke. A transformation was taking place. When the smoke cleared, a huge monkey skeleton appeared before Sinclair, armed with 2 clubs. The undead mage defiantly shouted to the guy that he wouldn't last even 30 seconds against an S-rank villain. Adam grinned. That's what he was going to check. The monkey skeleton jumped up and swung both paws. Both clubs sank into the water, causing huge splashes. But the agile Sinclair was already far behind the monkey. He ran up and jumped straight onto the skeleton's back. Then he pushed off with all his might. Adam found himself behind the skeleton again. But he continued to stand, as if the guy's blows did not weigh more than a fallen snowflake. Sinclair pulled on the glove of light. It seemed that if he did not get rid of the skeleton's tail, he would not be able to reach the spine. At that moment, the monkey's tail flew straight towards Adam. Without moving, he managed to put his glove on the attacking tail. The fur began to smoke, but the skeleton seemed to freeze and did not turn around. Taking advantage of the moment, Adam ran away. The blow of his foot struck the monkey's spine again. The huge carcass fell onto the water a few seconds later. Adam shook off his glove, proudly lowered his eyes, and mockingly asked the undead mage what he had told him. The man shouted angrily that since he wanted to die, he would show the guy real S-rank strength. Boris pointed to the skull on his staff, saying that because of Adam's performances, he changed his mind. He would rather turn his skeleton into a knight, which he would use to defeat the enemy's friends. Black smoke began to emanate from the skull's eye sockets. A pentagram formed on the water. The crowd standing on the deck of the Dolphin pointed worriedly into the distance, asking each other what was happening there. A huge skeleton of a dragon appeared above the water, spewing streams of a strange substance from its mouth. Even the pirates seemed not to be ready for this. They covered their faces with their hands and screamed in pain. They did not want to die. Adam whistled, looking up. What a cruel skill. Was this really Boris Kart's unexpected move? His hand in the glove of light clenched. he would be very happy to fight with someone stronger. The man on board the dolphin skeptically said that it was crazy for Adam to fight an S-rank undead mage when not even one of the best superheroes of the four seas dared to approach him. The dragon immediately used his dead breath against Adam. When it hit the water, Sinclair managed to jump away. The dragon tried to follow the guy, but he quickly ran straight through the air. His gloved hand flew straight into the monster's skull. Boris laughed. What a coward! It's pointless to evade. Adam flew up from below and struck the dragon's mouth. He released his dead breath again, but the guy managed to cover himself with a shield. The deadly attack seemed to help Adam maneuver in the air. With the help of the shield, he climbed higher and closer to the dragon. Finally, with a gloved hand, the guy Sinclair grabbed the monster by the jaw. The undead mage who flew up to them said that grabbing them was also useless. Green lightning bolts flew from the eye sockets of the skull on his staff. Boris prepared a new trap for the enemy. Adam grinned and turned to the magician. He decided that it was worth attacking Boris, since who knows what other creatures he will summon. Suddenly, the undead mage lost his confidence. He had no idea that he was Adam's target in the first place. The man turned to run away from the battlefield, but the glove of light had already passed through the magician. Blood gushed from his mouth. Boris can't believe that he was killed before he could grab one of the judges. Together with the magician, the dragon, which had lost its magical power, fell into the water. One of the pirates started babbling in fear that since their boss was dead, they needed to stop fighting and run. Adam, levitating in the air, watched as the pirates shamefully left the surface of the water. Suddenly his gaze noticed someone moving below. One of the pirates deftly swam under the water towards the dolphin. Sinclair decided that this guy was a threat to the ship, and could even destroy it. He decided to send a clone, Rooster, to reconnoiter the situation. Adam folded his arms across his chest and began to watch. His clone sank under the water and quietly pursued the pirate. The rooster realized that he was not running away, but was trying to get to a certain place. Finally, the pirate came out of the water onto the shore. He headed towards the inconspicuous entrance to a stone cave. Having emerged, Casper thought that this cave could be the lair of the Shooting Star Pirates. The pirate who brought the bad news was lifted by the collar of his clothes by another guy, threatening with his fist. He could not believe that their godfather was an S-rank hero, and an A-rank user could defeat him. The pirate, cowering with fear, timidly said that their leader, along with the charming fox, the tyrant of the deep sea and the seaweed monster were all dead. None of them had returned. The pirates grabbed their heads. They got rid of the most powerful people in their gang. And why did the leader need to attack the Craig family? The guy who grabbed the pirate by the scruff of the neck threw him away, shouting that he needed to avenge his godfather and the others who died in battle. The pirate, rubbing his neck, suggested splitting up. The others laughed, continuing his thought. They said that it was time to split up and go one by one, because they had worked for the Shooting Star Pirates for a long time, so they deserved it. The guy screamed when he heard these words. He hit one man in the gut, shouting that the godfather's inheritance was now in his hands, and everyone was subject to him. How dare they split up? Were they really tired of living? Grabbing the second man by the neck, the heir threatened him with the same fate. He advised to be obedient, because the reward will be a good future. After releasing the man, he said that since many pirates had died, then those two B-rank beauties would be in their hands. The guy laughed, asking what those present were afraid of. The pirates suddenly changed their faces, shouting that they agreed. They were especially attracted by the opportunity to have fun with the girls. The villains had two captives in captivity. They sat behind bars and trembled, dressed only in thin dresses. The bald pirate dragged one by the hand, licking her lips disgustingly. The girl begged for help. He began to hug the captive, who tried to fight off the rapist, screaming and sobbing heart-rendingly. Casper, watching them from around the corner, sighed heavily. He picked up a stone from the ground and, quietly swinging it, threw it towards the pirates. The stone, endowed with the ability, hit the heads of all the pirates present, knocking them down. A bald pirate collapsed on top of the captive, blood flowing from his wounded head. The guy who remained in charge, who was not hit by the stone, looked around in panic, not understanding what was happening. The pirate, blood flowing from the corner of his lip, laughed bitterly, suggesting that it was the hero from the dolphin, who must have followed him and found the island. The man, smiling madly, promised the guy, Marcus Witt, that nothing good was expected from him, and therefore he would take him with him to the grave. Marcus bent down and frantically began to strangle the pirate, cursing him for the fact that the man did not die during the battle. He crawled to the exit, wondering who had come to the island, and was ready to show the newcomer the greatest honor. He raised his hands up, speaking to the void, promising to be loyal to the stranger, acknowledge him to his godfathers, and do whatever he wanted. In response, he received a sharp blow to the chest with a sword. Casper leaned towards Marcus' ear, whispering that he already had a godson, so he needed to say goodbye. The guy said hoarsely that he tried so hard to become a famous hero of the four seas. A few moments later he fell to the floor dead. Adam's clone, as usual, reached for the pearl that appeared. Ability, red copper armor. An armor crafted using red copper, increases strength, dexterity, physical damage resistance, and elemental power when used. Since the ability was not strong enough, Casper decided to check what would happen to it after improvement. Ability, golden armor of the god of fire. They say that it is made from an ancient spirit. After use, the owner receives unimaginable power, high speed and almost impenetrable defense. Acquired skills, flight, golden eye of the god, shoots fire, S-rank ability. Casper approached the dungeon and told the girls that they had been saved. He will leave 1/3 of the treasure for them. This will be enough to survive. The girls cried and hugged. Finally they were saved. Casper, having climbed out of the cave, stood on a rock and looked at the moon rising above the sea. Opening his palm, he thought that in the territory of the four seas, even an S-rank ability seemed weak. Perhaps it was worth improving some skill to SS rank. A black pearl rose into the air. The ability Golden Demon Armor SS, the protective armor of the demon god. After use, physical strength will exceed the 3rd stage, speed will become incredibly fast, immunity to normal attacks and elemental abilities will appear. Skills acquired, high-speed flight, Golden Eye Shard, allows you to see through objects, weapons in compressed form. Bart looked at the pearl, appreciating it, deciding upon his return to take it apart and improve other abilities, and then test it. Suddenly he realized that it was impossible to disassemble the ability. But I couldn't figure out why. Could the theft be SS rank? Still, Casper thought, other abilities need to be improved. This one has much higher potential. The guy thought maybe this is somehow connected with the 3rd stage, or the strength of the ability in the world is determined by it. He didn't expect that after reaching the 3rd stage, the ability pearl could not be disassembled. Casper created another clone to find out more about this armor. The clone nodded. He will definitely help. First I needed to try a new skill. Casper used the Golden Demon God armor, and now has new abilities and a golden monkey suit. The guy intended to use physical, spiritual and elemental attacks at the same time. The clone punched him in the chest as hard as he could. The armor absorbed another physical attack. Again, the rooster sent waves of wind at the monkey. The monkey immediately launched a counterattack with his wand. The rod also incorporated the S-rank wind element, so the 3rd skill can be described as sword against sword. Now it's time to try the power of the 3rd degree. Casper waved his staff, and the huge waves in front of him parted in different directions. In the distance, on a sailing ship, a man was sleeping in his cabin, holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands. When the ship began to shake from the storm, he woke up in fear. The man grabbed his binoculars and pointed them at the surface of the sea. It was quiet. Numerous fish flew here and there. The monkey was in admiration. This is the power of the 3rd stage. Now he is already interested in fighting sequential explosion and seeing who is stronger. Having risen even higher, Casper decided to try out the skill of flying. Rooster rushed into the water. There was a huge splash. The monkey also dived like a stone to the very depths. He immediately used the Golden Eye Shard ability. Several fish were immediately incinerated by the bright yellow rays. A drunk fisherman saw through binoculars a yellow spot blurring under the water. He sharply pulled the binoculars away, babbling in fear that he had clearly drunk heavily to even imagine something like this. The morning after the rescue, the ship Dolphin rocked on the waves. Adam and the Craig family stood on deck. Dave looked into the distance, reporting that ahead was the first island of the archipelago called Alger. Sinclair asked who controls it. The man answered, the Family Association, their leader number 39, Sown Spring Sword, Asterian Bont. The man also added that their strength should not be underestimated, because when the Craig family fell, they offered themselves many times in their place. Soon the ship docked at the port of the island of Algeria. There, the arrivals were met by Asterian Bont himself, along with the young girl Lazel Bont. He shook Dave's hand, saying that the Gransville organization's visit was a great honor for them. Lae'zel, blushing, did not take her eyes off Adam. He didn't understand at all why the girl was staring at him. Astarion noticed that there were talented young people on the ship, and asked the head of the Craig family to introduce them. The man smiled. These were his students, and the word talented is completely out of place here. Astarion leaned forward to the puzzled Sinclair, calling him strong, and also informing him that in the future he would definitely take his place in the territory of the Four Seas. Baring his teeth, the man introduced the girl next to him, Lae'zel Bont, rank 43 of the Fourth Sea, saying that young people should get to know each other. The girl blushed deeply again as she shook Adam's hand under Astarion's pressure. The man said that the family association had prepared a banquet and a comfortable hotel for the guests, and offered to host them. At the banquet, Lae'zel did not leave Adam a single step, which embarrassed him quite a bit. The local guys he met tried hard to get him drunk. When Sinclair tried to refuse, he was shamed and disrespected, leaving Adam with no choice. Late in the evening he fell exhausted on the bed in his room. This liquor made it so hot. There was a knock on the door. The guy was surprised, but hurried to open it. Standing on the threshold was none other than Lae'zel, drunk from liquor. She, lowering her eyes in embarrassment, said that there was one very beautiful place on the island, and invited Adam to go there with her. When Sinclair asked if the two of them would go there together, the girl nodded. Smiling, the guy apologized, said that he was tired, and promised to go to the island another day. But Lae'zel held the door with her hand, asking him to wait. Meanwhile, in Astarion's office, Night Spider was bending in front of his desk, trying to dissuade her brother from something. She hissed at the man, saying that Lae'zel had grown up before her eyes, and she could not bear to watch what was happening. But the man firmly said that without victims there would be no benefit. If they did not use the girl, how else could they lure Adam Sinclair? He promised Astarion to deprive the Craig family of support from the judges, and to make the unification of the family an organization. You can sacrifice Lae'zel for this. The girl was in a fever, and was now lying in Adam's bed. He covered her with a blanket. He leaned over her, not remembering that Lae'zel drank a lot of liquor. But then why was she so drunk? Moreover, he did not understand what was happening to him, why it became so hot. The guy decided to go to the shower. Standing under the streams of cold water, he realized that even a shower was not helping. Something was wrong. Adam came out of the shower stall. He turned sharply. The guy was not alone in the room. The water was still running down his hot body. A completely naked Lae'zel entered the room. Her eyelids were closed. The girl whispered in delirium about how hot she was. Adam jumped out of the shower and quickly covered her with a towel, begging her not to touch him. But the girl clung to him, because someone else's body was so cold. A blushing Sinclair realized that since things had gone this far, there was only one thing left for him to do. The guy swung his hand and left a slap on the girl's cheek. A few minutes later, he was sitting in a chair, fully dressed, with his hand clasped in a lock. It seems that he was drugged, and Lae'zel too. Fortunately, the spiritual power of the third degree can suppress the psychedelic effect, but Lae'zel. The girl was lying in bed unconscious. The guy wrapped her in a towel, adding a rope on top for security. Those who are behind this, most likely, are not from the Dolphin, but the people from the family association are also not capable of this. After all, Lae'zel is Astarion's own daughter. At that moment, a man burst into the room, covering Adam with mortal words, with Night Spider standing behind him. But seeing what was happening in the room, Astarion abruptly fell silent. Both Bonthes opened their mouths. Lae'zel, like a sleeping beauty, was lying on the bed. Adam was sitting in a chair nearby, looking at the couple in surprise. The woman immediately ran up to the girl, unraveling her from the ropes, and called her by name, forcing her to wake up. Adam looked at these people in horror. They were the ones who drugged him and the girl, then waited outside. It's good that he wasn't a pervert, otherwise he would have been cruelly set up. Lae'zel slowly opened her eyes. She burst into tears on Enmo's shoulder, screaming that she had almost committed a huge stupidity. Suddenly she fell silent, staring at the people behind her. Lae'zel stepped aside, perplexedly asking her and what both men were doing here. Enmo coughed and looked away. Astarion suddenly shouted at the girl, accusing her of inappropriate behavior towards adults. The girl, in turn, shouted through her tears that adults should not drug children. Lae'zel pointed her finger at Adam, who was quite surprised to hear that his unwitting seductress had promised to get closer to him, but she had not thought that the relatives would resort to drugs and the possible end of the evening in the same bed. Bond Sr. could not allow his authority to be undermined in the eyes of others, ordering his daughter not to forget that he was her father, and ordered her to remain silent. But she, swallowing tears, replied that a good father would not send his own daughter to a stranger. Auntie Mo hugged her niece tightly and asked both sides to stop fighting. Since it was the elders who were to blame for everything, she also promised Lae'zel that in the future, if anyone wanted to use her for their own purposes, they would have to do so over Mo's dead body. Hearing these words, the girl's eyes filled with hot tears again. Kneeling on the bed, she hugged her aunt around the waist and began to sob even harder. An enraged Astarion left the room, slamming the door loudly. Adam, who was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, cautiously suggested that they leave the woman alone and move into another room. But Mo, turning around, refused the offer, asking the guy only to go to the restroom for a while so that she could dress Lae'zel, and then they would all talk. When Adam was allowed to enter, the girl was already sitting dressed on the bed, her hands folded on her knees, her aunt bent in front of Sinclair in a bow, apologizing to Brother Adam for what had happened on behalf of the family association. Adam, smiling, replied that the woman did not have to do this, since he had not suffered in any way from the actions of the association, but in such things the consent of both parties was necessary. Mo grabbed the guy's hand and looked him seriously in the eyes, asking him to keep what happened to Lae'zel a secret, because she was the same victim. Adam nodded. He could be counted on not to allow Miss Bond's innocence to be defiled. The woman's smile warmed, and hope glimmered in the corners of her eyes. She wanted the young people to get to know each other a little better, if possible, and Mo hoped for their further interaction. Adam resisted the urge to grimace. They acted first, and then discussed it in words. Lae'zel blushed deeply and forcibly dragged her aunt along with her, muttering that it was time to go. Sinclair, left alone, no longer understood anything that had happened that night. Suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. Adam let out a nervous laugh again. He opened the door carefully, wondering who had come to see him now. He didn't expect it to be Lae'zel at all. The blush didn't leave her cheeks. The girl lowered her head, thanking him for the protection. Not a minute had passed before she turned around abruptly and rushed away, burning with embarrassment. Adam shrugged, thinking that the girl was pretty cute after all. The next morning a crowd gathered at the city's pier. Astarion squeezed Sinclair's shoulder. The man said with a smile that he could not come to terms with the fact that the guy had to leave them on such a note. He could stay in the city a little longer and become the man's son-in-law. But Adam just smiled politely, thinking that this man was playing very believably, while others did not suspect anything, a real professional in lying. The guy smiled slyly, asking if the head of the association was joking, since Lae'zel didn't even come to the meeting. Was she really feeling unwell? Astarion pretended not to understand what was being discussed and immediately changed the subject, saying that now was the perfect time to set out. Craig's team began to slowly climb the gangway. At that moment, a commanding male voice was heard, calling Caspar Bart, asking if he had the courage to show himself right now. Adam and Dave turned around to see a tired-looking man in armor with a long sword sticking out from behind his back. The crowd buzzed excitedly. People heard that there was a small conflict between the men. And why on earth did the Rose Warrior need Caspar Bart from the judges' organization? Adam raised an eyebrow. They weren't even familiar with this warrior. Dave called out to him, saying that the Rose Warrior was number 72 and now had some kind of grudge against Bart. Sinclair replied absently that he hadn't crossed paths with Mr. Bart for a long time, so he didn't know what was going on. Then Craig Sr. turned to the Rose Warrior, saying that he knew Caspar in some way, and asked why number 72 needed him. To this, the warrior exclaimed that he did not want to be at odds with the judges, but he was left with no choice, because his fiancée Anna Vaish had cheated on him with Caspar Bart, so it was necessary to restore justice immediately. The people on the pier could not contain their surprise and began to talk among themselves. So, Caspar Bart had seduced the bride of the Rose Warrior, then his thirst for the place was completely justified. Of course, Caspar was having an affair with one of the beauties of the Four Seas. Lately everyone was talking about nothing else. Adam sighed heavily and cursed to himself. Why is he the only one being accused of something he didn't do? Meanwhile, the warrior chuckled evilly, realizing that Caspar Bart would never show up, assuming that the judges' organization was just a bunch of cowards who were scared of his rating. He turned away, saying that if Bart didn't want to go out, well, okay. Apparently he himself had acted thoughtlessly today. His goal was accomplished, and it was time to leave. But Asterion did not put up with such insolence. He called the Warrior of Roses to account, shaming him for insulting people, and also ordered him to ask permission from his sewn spring sword. The Rose Warrior exclaimed that this was his and Caspar Bart's business, but Bond Sr. could not be stopped. He was already heading towards the stranger, holding his sword in front of him. The warrior pulled his sword from its sheath. The blades clashed with a clang. The man hissed, wondering why the sewn spring sword needed to get involved in the conflict. Asterion warned that the judges should not be touched in the presence of the Alger Union. He also urged the Craig family to attack the alien and flee. The Rose Warrior grinned dangerously. A menacing-looking man with long blonde hair and facial hair appeared above the rivals. He loudly declared that he didn't give a damn about the spring sword and the antics of the other heroes of the Craig family. Let them call Caspar Bart. Otherwise there would be no avoiding the consequences. The Rose Warrior trembled with rage. Could it be that a high-ranking hero has sided with these people? Asterion lowered his head in defeat. He felt something was wrong and suddenly found that a small golden dragon was wrapped around his leg. The Rose Warrior turned his attention to Adam, who was standing at a distance, and now rushed straight at the guy with his sword at the ready. Sinclair, in turn, raised his fist in a glove of light. The blow landed on the enemy's sword, but at the same time the warrior was thrown back. Adam decided it was time to teach the liar a lesson. His clone in a monkey mask appeared out of nowhere right behind the Rose Warrior, exclaiming that he had seen enough of this party, and that anyone who wasn't strong enough was destined to die. The man was sweating from the strain, and now he had problems, because the members of the judges' organization had actually arrived here. He threw Adam away from himself. However, the warrior decided that it didn't matter, because he just wanted to lure the members of the judges to the side of Dragon George. He turned around and walked casually towards the monkey, addressing him casually, intending to introduce himself. But one of the judges rudely interrupted him, ordering him to be silent, since he had not fought for a long time, and it was time to stretch his bones. The Rose Warrior put his hand forward, trying to reason with the monkey. That incident had nothing to do with him. It would be better to call Caspar Bart. The monkey scratched his ear, saying that his brother's innocence was insulted, and if the warrior really wanted to meet, let him first fight the one standing right in front of him. The man, breathing heavily, silently glared at his opponent. The monkey rushed past him at the speed of light. Then he kicked the warrior right in the back, and he threw his arms and flew across the entire pier. There was a splash of water. The man shamefully fell straight into the sea. Being beside himself with rage, he could not believe that the enemy was not only fast, but also strong. Somehow rising above the water, he noticed a shadow above him. The monkey's boot came down over his back again. The warrior thrust his weapon forward, using the aura of the rose sword. Adam's clone didn't react to this in any way, continuing to move towards his opponent. Blood sprayed from the Rose Warrior's mouth as a boot landed hard on his chest. The impact sent both of them diving deep into the water. The monkey pinned the enemy with the toe of his boot, then pushed off. He emerged and flew high above the water. Floating in the air, the boy folded his arms across his chest and mocked the warrior's strength. The crowd watching the fight gasped. Monkey is much stronger, since he throws such a fighter from side to side like a bag of sand. Asterion opened his mouth slightly. Seeing the monkey's abilities, he immediately thought that it would be more expensive for him to conflict with the power of the zodiac signs from the judges' organization. While the man was wondering if all the signs were so strong, number 25, the Dragon George, was slowly approaching those present, maneuvering between the clouds. Asterion decided to simply observe, especially since the life of the hero with the ordinal number was at stake. This could not be missed. Meanwhile, the monkey, looking down at the Rose Warrior, challenged him to show all his power, then perhaps the man would be pardoned. Leaning on his sword, he promised to demonstrate the power of his blade. As he raised his hand, gripping the handle tightly, a huge pillar of fire rose up from the weapon. It sparkled and blinded everyone who looked at it. The stranger who intervened in the altercation swore. The beam hit him, and the man suffered a detransformation in size. The warrior chuckled. He wasn't going to help anyone for their own benefit. It didn't seem like a good deal. The blond man sank to the ground in front of Adam. He introduced himself as Jack Waxenberg. The man was just passing by when he saw that the Rose Warrior was bullying the weak, so it was necessary to teach the scoundrel a lesson. Both Adam and his clone grimaced in disbelief. And who was this Jack trying to fool? Waxenberg glanced at the warrior and turned away. Then he sharply and loudly ordered Dragon George No. 2 to kill the ringleader. A huge grey dragon burst out of the intricately drawn circle and rushed straight at the Rose warrior, purple lights bursting from its mouth. Hearing a loud roar behind him, the man turned around in horror. Unexpectedly for everyone, the monkey grabbed the dragon by the scruff of the neck, exclaiming that no one would touch his prey without permission. Jack turned to the unexpected savior with undisguised irritation in his voice, not understanding why he was interfering, because this was help for the Craig family. Adam's clone didn't answer, but simply waved his hand in front of him, dissolving into thin air. George turned over in the air with interest, and brought his muzzle closer to the ground, where the monkey looked at him fearlessly, folding his arms across his chest. The guy grinned. He had never encountered anything like this before. Meanwhile, the Rose warrior pointed his sword at Jack Waxenberg, asking how he dared to attempt his life. The man was not frightened by this. He hid his grin in his thick mustache and calmly asked what the big deal was. The warrior spat on the floor in annoyance. He was unlucky, but since he had helped Jack lure people out of the judge's organization, now he could leave. Apparently, the blonde had other thoughts on the matter, because the Rose warrior suddenly began to choke. He grabbed his throat, choked by an invisible vice, the powers of Jack Waxenberg. As the palms closed on the invisible killer, the outlines of a thick noose became visible, and blood flowed in thin streams from the warrior's mouth. He pointed the tip of the sword towards his neck, threatening to stab something. The man carried out his threat, but it was too late. The noose had disappeared. His own sword pierced the thin skin of his neck. Swordswoman Blanche asked Joe Craig what was going on, and it turned out that the warrior was being slowly killed by the third summon, the invisible dragon. The monkey approached Jack, accusing him of killing a man with a serial number, which was a violation of the law. The man smiled cloyingly, spread his arms, and declared that he had not killed anyone, and that the Rose warrior had committed suicide. Adam's clone looked at Waxenberg again carefully. He was wearing the same clothes that Trisha had seen on the dark blue race. Was he really one of them too? The monkey measured the blonde with his gaze, expressing hope that it would be more interesting with him than with the warrior of roses. Jack advised the guy to keep his arrogance after he crossed him. Sensing movement behind him, Monkey turned there. The enemy was again trying to use an invisible attack. At that moment, Dragon No. 2 appeared out of nowhere in front of one of the judges, hoping to catch him off guard. Adam's clone used the ability Golden Eye Shard. Bright rays were directed at George, who disappeared, as if he dissolved into thin air. The dragon materialized at Jack's shoulder, puffing angrily. The man praised the good boy, telling him not to be afraid, promising revenge. The man's eyes flashed angrily. He used virtual power when a large dragon appeared on the horizon. The man's body was illuminated by a bright yellow light. Thanks to this ability, he was able to transfer his consciousness into George and control him. Now in front of the monkey there appeared an unusual, humanized dragon. Dave Craig noticed that George the dragon was in 25th place and asked Adam if Mr. Monkey could handle it. The guy hastened to calm the man down, replying that this member of the judges had the best instincts and would not lose due to carelessness. Meanwhile, Jack in George's body was ready to attack. He stretched out to his full height and roared loudly and long drawn out. The monkey noticed this and did not waste precious minutes. The rays of the golden eye fragment were directed straight into the monster's mouth. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. Was this dragon going to be destroyed too? As the monster began to sink into the water, the man growled, "The monkey has already finished off the second dragon. It's time to kill him." Jack created a huge circle in the water with complex symbols inside. From there, with a thunderous roar, a huge scaly dragon burst out dangerously close to the ship, its mouth wide open. The monster, releasing clouds of smoke, turned to Waxenberg. 10 years had passed since the last call, and asked what offering he had prepared this time. After thinking for a second, Jack suggested giving him 10 days, and then the catch would be 10% more. The dragon set his condition, 7 days and 20%. The man shook his head, clenching his fists in impatience. He agreed to the condition, ordering to kill the opponent quickly. The monster's long body stretched out, and in 2 counts he found himself in front of the monkey. He leaned down towards the man and smiled predatorily. Did this ant really want to commit suicide and leave its corpse whole, or could the dragon simply eat it? Joe let out a worried cry when she saw that an ancient creature had been summoned. Trisha asked Dave if there could be problems. The man replied that the last time he helped people fight monsters, but then intentionally ate more than a dozen heroes with abilities. If Mr. Monkey loses, the dragon will eat everyone on the ship. Trisha mentally wished her brother victory, no matter what. But the monkey didn't seem to be scared at all. He twirled his staff in his hands, exclaiming that he would have to check who would eat whom next. He fearlessly rushed forward towards the enemy. His staff, charged with ability, fell with all its might on the forehead of the ancient creature. Under the impact, the dragon's skin began to crack like stone. The monster roared in pain, stretching out to its full height. He descended, flying towards the guy, threatening to kill. Adam's clone calmly watched the alien approach. With a warlike cry, he raised his staff up. The weapon collided with the enemy's body again and even bent slightly. The dragon flew back, as if he had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts. He blew out clouds of smoke from his nostrils. His eyes glowed a dangerous yellow. Another powerful attack was planned. The dragon could not allow himself to be humiliated like this. Huge clawed paws headed towards the monkey. The guy egged on the monster and was ready to respond to attacks. Because of the clouds of smoke that the dragon kept releasing, he himself stopped seeing his opponent. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. He felt that his paws had not closed on the monkey. He was holding them at a distance with the help of a staff. Now it's your opponent's turn. The monkey jumped up, finding himself at the level of the dragon's huge glowing eyes. Without hesitation, he spewed blue flame from his mouth. But Adam's clone began to twirl the staff in front of him, with the help of which the weapon successfully absorbed the flame. A blue flame remained at the tip of the staff when the monster ran out of steam. The next moment, the shaft of the weapon, flashing like lightning, increased in size threefold. It then fell on the dragon's forehead with great force, breaking the damaged skin even further. The blows did not stop there. The staff tirelessly met with different parts of the monster's body, causing it to growl in pain. The final blow landed on the dragon's paw. This was the last straw. Tears gushed from the monster's eyes. He immediately refused Jack's offerings, and demanded to be called back. But the monkey was not going to let him go so quickly. He shouted that it was too late to leave. He needed to stand still. Dragon meat was probably very appetizing. The end of the staff, flashing with lightning, was directed at the dragon. He pierced the monster, going straight down its throat. A moment later, the dragon disappeared, dissolving into thin air. Jack Waxenberg glared at the monkey, clenching his fists, as he came down to him and asked what other tricks were in store. The guy needed to test whether he dared to use the skill of the dark blue race. Unexpectedly for the monkey, Jack broke into several small dragons, exclaiming at the end that he would still take revenge. The judge tilted his head to the side, noticing that the clones looked rather pathetic. He grabbed one of them, saying that if he begged for mercy, they would not kill him. Jack could not believe that his true body was captured so quickly. The dragon asked the monkey, exhausted, what he wanted. The monkey chuckled. He knew not only Waxenberg's position, but also his personality, what it was like to be a traitor to humanity. Jack turned back into his human form. He was outraged by his opponent's words. After all, he is a man and fights for the people. Where does betrayal lie then? Waxenberg pointed his finger at the monkey, accusing him of meanness, since those words were said only to justify the possible killing of the dragon. The guy grabbed the man by the throat, declaring that even if he was on the verge of death, he would not use the ability of the dark blue race. Isn't he tired of pretending? Jack croaked that he was from the Waxenberg family. Wasn't the monkey afraid of his nephew, who would kill anyone if he found out that something had happened to his uncle? Trisha frowned. Could this really be the super strong hero who couldn't defeat the enemy himself, and used the name of his relative? Joe said that her nephew is the 5th ordinal number. His nickname is God of Wind, and his name is Raphael Waxenberg. Under his influence is the defensive front of the territory of the 4 Seas, the commander-in-chief of the army, and the leader of the trade union. Trisha coughed into her fist and asked him to forget what she said. Meanwhile, Jack was still hanging in the air in the steel trap of the monkey's hand. In plain view, out of thin air, like a genie from an invisible bottle, appeared the number 5, Raphael Waxenberg, a man in a suit, with reddish hair and a mustache on a mature face. His eyes narrowed dangerously in response to the statement about his uncle's murder. The monkey, obviously mocking, drew attention to the fact that he was already strangling Jack with his hand, Did this really look like a pretense? Dave Craig noted the monkey's composure, and the blue-haired guy standing behind him chuckled. Jack reached out his hand to his nephew, asking for help with the last of his strength. But he was in no hurry to help. Calmly looking his uncle in the face, he asked if he had claimed that he would never ask for help again when he left the island. Also reminded about the dragon who needs offerings. Will he be able to withstand a fight with the top 20? Jack said that the dragon was finished. It was killed by the monkey. Hearing this, Raphael immediately asked the judges member to join the collaboration for him. It would be very profitable. The guy immediately refused, explaining that he would never betray the leader of the judges. Lazily picking at his ear, he asked to step aside if Raphael had nothing more to say. The man reminded that the monkey could be caught if he killed a person with a serial number without a good reason. They suddenly clashed with each other's furious gazes. Raphael asked with interest if the guy could defeat him. The monkey tilted his head to the side, answering that not now, but in the future. Who knows? Raphael laughed loudly. If that was the case, then Jack could be let go for now. Squeezing his hand even tighter, one of the judges shook his head. He had a reason for killing him. Waxenberg's hair and mustache suddenly changed color to blue. He flew off to the side, coughing violently, shouting that he would kill the monkey. Raphael couldn't believe his eyes. His uncle was from the dark blue race. He would never have thought that Jack was capable of bringing such shame on their family. Blue flooded the irises of the man's eyes. He hissed angrily that Raphael controlled the position of the head. But was there a place in the family for Jack? The nephew said that in recent years, his uncle had been using their name to achieve his own goals, so why is he now so quick to renounce it? Jack straightened his shoulders and declared that the Waxenberg family had become useless to him. There was a splash in the water. Jack turned around, not realizing who could have interrupted him. It was none other than Monkey, who had already swung his staff. The weapon shot up and came down hard on the face of one of the dark blue race. The man fell into the water like a stone. The monkey calmly turned to Raphael, saying that he had reasons, and quite good ones. The man offered a deal. He would forget about everything that had happened today, and the team of heroes would take control of the 7th island of the defensive front. Finally, the monkey jumped on board the ship. Continuing his game, the clone turned to Adam, throwing the mask into his hands, stating that he had proven himself well and completed the Star Trek, and now he was called Moon Raven. Sinclair found himself holding a mask with the silhouette of a raven on the left side. The monkey, having said goodbye to everyone, left the ship. Trisha and Dave continued waving after him for a long time. Sitting on the cloud, he thought that he would have to find new members, because the organization needed to expand in order to further deal with the territory of the 4 seas. After some time, Adam found himself in the Heavenly Palace. He thought that the organization of judges differs from other forces and that if other associations resemble a traditional market, then the judges are online trading. The sale of the elixir of abilities and the search for new members of the judges remains Adam's responsibility. First, he will try to improve the contract skill to S rank. A bright green pearl appeared on the boy's palm. Ability Spiritual Contract. Uses spiritual power to distract enemies and contact a person at any distance. Skill 1. Seal marks a special item, and the one who possesses this thing is recognized as a participant in the contract. Skill 2. Spiritual space allows the body to stay in a special dimension for a long time. The pearl illuminated everything around with its glow. With the help of the seal, Adam will be able to create new masks and force all participants to wear them. Then they will receive the right to enter the Heavenly Palace. Adam, looking at the white, faceless mask in his hands, decided that the team would have 12 signs of the zodiac and 28 constellations. Later there would be lower positions, and now, he would use the heavenly spirits. Many masks appeared in the air. The guy controlled them with his hands. He will send them throughout the territory of the 4 seas. A mask with a scorpion design flew past. Those who want to get the ability elixir will switch to searching for celestial masks. The remaining fragments are enough to upgrade some ability to SS rank, but which one to choose? A gray pearl appeared in my hands. I need to try to improve my super brain. This ability increases the brain, improves the 5 senses, gives the 6th, intuition, and 7th, knowledge. Available skills: heart control, penetration, spiritual seal, justice. Adam didn't expect such rich characteristics. As befits a 3rd tier ability, she has 4 skills. He could still understand the 6th sense, but what would the 7th be like? First you need to check the knowledge. Sinclair felt the thoughts in his head materialize. A person could be created. It should work on the 5th or 8th time. A beautiful, half-naked girl appeared from the dark matter in the air. She looked around in confusion. Adam blushed. Could the ability really completely recreate what was in a person's thoughts? The girl lowered her head in embarrassment, calling Adam her older brother. He blushed even more than before. Why did they call him that? Was there really a mistake in her mind? The guy immediately ordered the girl to call him sir. Other people will appear here soon, as the organization needs to expand. On the territory of the palace there were small towers, the white tiger, the green dragon, the phoenix, and the mysterious turtle. The green dragon fortress will control the Iron Blood Sea territories. The phoenix will take over the heroic lands. The white tiger will take care of the Free Alliance. The green turtle will take care of the mixed waters. 4 fortresses, with 7 constellations in each, where 9 heavenly spirits are temporarily located. Adam asked which fortress the girl wanted to be in. She smiled sweetly, answering that she is a part of the master. His thoughts are her thoughts, so she chooses to be a phoenix. Sinilker scratched his cheek sheepishly, agreeing to leave the phoenix design to her, and also asked the new girl to put something on, and quickly. She nodded. The master's wish was law, and immediately found herself dressed in a dark uniform and a golden mask. As the girl slowly rose above the ground, Adam thought with regret, what a pity that she was just a figment of his imagination, because such ideal girls do not exist in reality. Turning around, he threw Phoenix a final word that someone was looking for him and he was hoping for a new girl. The girl agreed without question. Adam's sister knocked on the door of his cabin to say that the dolphin was sailing soon, and the head of the Craigs asked to invite the guy to the sea ceremony. When the older brother came out, the girl dragged him along with her. Dave, seeing Adam, said that everyone was waiting only for him. The ship's captain loudly proclaimed the beginning of the naval ceremony. All those present held incense sticks in their hands and read prayers. Adam heard familiar voices, surprised by their presence. It was the Bond family, Lae'zel and her father Asterion. They came especially to see off the passengers. Dave bowed to Asterion to thank him for his help, who bowed back, saying that he was always ready to help in the battle against monsters. Pointing to Lae'zel, the man said that the girl wanted to go on a trip to gain experience. Dave and Adam stood there, hesitant. The guy thought it was strange. The girl went against her father, but now she had again become a toy in his hands. Lae'zel, blushing sweetly, bowed and asked to be taken under his wing. Sinclair thought with surprise that now it seemed she was acting of her own free will. Smiling, he extended his hand and invited her on board. The handshake took place. Lae'zel sincerely thanked Adam. A week later, the ship was approaching the island of Mirajo. Adam looked at the sea surface and the rocky surface of the island. Finally, the time had come to show the territories of the 4 seas what the organization of judges is capable of. The ship gradually approached the pier. The crowd cheered. They had been waiting for this day. The Craig family had gained strength and was back. As befits their leader, he would always find a way to deal with anything. Dave apologized for the delay and announced the beginning of cooperation with the judges' organization, which means a bright future awaits them. Regina and Joe burst into tears from the overwhelming emotion. Finally, the Craig family and their entourage arrived at their estate. Sitting in the living room, Dave poured tea into glasses. Adam next to him said that when a person from the organization arrived on the island, the judges would begin the first stage of the plan. Dave asked who it would be and if the Craig family needed to prepare anything for his arrival. Sinclair thought the best candidate would be Phoenix. She is higher in title than the signs of the zodiac, and even the supreme judges. All the elixirs of abilities are her invention. Adam added that the Craigs needed to find some journalists to make a statement, to give the inhabitants of the 4 seas a chance to become stronger. The guy's glasses sparkled playfully, and he called the idea the plan of the heavenly spirits. Handing him a cup of tea, Dave thanked him for the idea and promised to prepare an incredible press release. There were lively discussions going on in the White Tiger Palace. The location was nice, but the system. Phoenix told Adam that there were 3 types of missions: a regular mission, an intel mission, and a secret mission. The normal mission is to collect daily resources, somewhat like a group of activists fighting monsters. The judges will extract the ability orbs along with the dark energy, then convert 10% of the loot into points, and use them to upgrade weapons. Adam's mouth fell open. It sounded impressive. Phoenix smiled modestly. replying that her thoughts were merely a reflection of her master's thoughts. He blushed, coughed into his fist, and asked to continue. The girl went ahead, explaining that intelligence-gathering missions involved exchanging collected information for points, while secret missions involved assassination, espionage, and so on. Also, this type of task requires an exact place and time. Once it starts, the judges will transmit all the information using a spiritual mark. Sinclair asked what about distribution of masks? This is a great way to draw attention to elixirs of abilities. The first weapon will appear very soon. Some time passed, on Candy Island, on a completely random pasture. A guy was lying on a pillow, bitter tears flowing from his eyes. He bit his lip and whispered hotly that he would become stronger and save his sister from the demon cave. Suddenly the sky became covered with clouds. Lightning cut the clouds in half. The guy sat up abruptly, screaming in fear. A mask with the silhouette of a bird appeared next to him. The light coming from her was so bright that the boy involuntarily closed his eyes and cursed. A few seconds later he found himself in a completely different space. A huge hall with a gate. Adam, with a mask on his face, came out to him, greeting the first lucky man. He ruffled the boy's hair, saying that he had now become a heavenly star, and if he cried, he would die. Sinclair asked the boy his name, and he introduced himself hesitantly. Adam ordered Augustus to put on his heavenly mask, and gave him instructions not to answer next time if he was asked anything. The boy thanked him, and Sinclair offered to start by bringing him up to speed. An hour later, the guy was completely exhausted and sat down on the floor. Adam chuckled, looking at him, and asked him to be more positive, because he had just joined the judges' organization. August coughed awkwardly, saying that he had no abilities and couldn't handle even the simplest task, like killing a D-rank monster. Adam scratched his chin, asking Phoenix what she thought. The girl came out to them, answering that the problem could be solved by allowing newbies without abilities to exchange the points they had collected for a C-rank elixir, but they would have to return the points within a month. With C-rank, they would be able to do D-rank missions. If he did the math, he would have to kill one D-rank monster per day. Adam continued that this was just the beginning. Wasn't it too unwise to force him to fight? Phoenix grabbed the guy's hand, smiling as she said that she was only voicing his assumptions. Moreover, no one was forcing the guys to fight. They could complete resource-gathering tasks. Sinclair threw up his hands. All he could do was agree. Now it would be a. Adam began to spin a huge golden wheel and offered Augustus, as the first lucky one, a chance to feel the lottery. Finally, he stopped the wheel with the lever. The arrow pointed to Grey Mist, a C-rank ability. The boy folded his arms across his chest, congratulating Augustus on his victory, and ordered the boy to return. The reward would be delivered to him soon. Not far from the forest peaks there was a small village house. The rooster crowed loudly and harshly, proclaiming a new day. Ice water poured down on Augustus. A man with a whip in his hands hung over him, shouting that he had sold his sister cheaply, and the boy himself still dared to sleep. August covered himself with his hands and begged them to stop beating him. This only made the man angry. He swung his whip, cursing the boy and his sister, who could not understand words without the whip. Having shouted enough, the man finally left the boy, ordering him to return to work. Picking up his mask from under his pillow, the beaten Augustus did not understand what kind of organization of judges and B-rank elixir he saw. Apparently he dreamed it all. Suddenly, a white, incredibly bright light poured out of the mask. Phoenix leaned over Augustus like a goddess, calling him Heavenly Star, and extended her ability, asking him to drink. The boy stared at the flask with the green liquid, not believing his eyes. Could this really be happening? He immediately grabbed the flask and drank it all to the last drop. In the house, the man had already started to harass the unfortunate girl. He froze when he heard the front door swing open. Seeing August in a mask, he raised an eyebrow. Did he really want to experience more blows, or did he think that he would not be recognized in a mask? The man swung his leg and was about to hit the boy in the face with his boot, but Augustus, having the ability, grabbed the man by the ankle, asking who he sold his sister to. He, not expecting such a reception at all, muttered that he was going to the Star Club. The boy pushed the big guy away from him, saying with disgust that because of people like him, the territory of the Four Seas had turned into something incomprehensible. A few minutes later, Augustus was leaving the burning house, carrying a lit torch in his hands. His sister ran after him, begging him to save himself, but the guy replied that he came specifically to save her. A beast-like man in clothes ran out to meet him, the new owner of his sister Anastasia, who would never agree to let go of his property. He grabbed Augustus by the throat, promising to finish him off. The next moment the beast's face took on a surprised expression. He fell to the floor, a hole in his chest from the shot. The people around were talking in surprise, discussing who was able to kill a B-rank user. A mysterious guy in a mask. It seems they are from the Judge organization. In the White Tiger's palace, Adam watched Augustus carefully. The first advertising tap went off with a bang. At this time, in the cave of the leader of the dark blue race, in front of the man in the dark cloak stood several blue flowers. One of the flowers was quietly humming something to the man. His red eyes sparkled with anger. The death of Jack Waxenberg forced the organization to change its plans for the territory of the Four Seas. Jack, who had turned into a blue flower, smiled. He was not guilty. The man who should have been dead had figured him out. The man shot a red laser straight from his eyes at the flower. Angry that it was arguing with him, the flower whined pitifully. Since Jack has lost his body, it is necessary to find a new manager for Moonlight Island, and also to show the power of the sea territory. The flower happily jumped on its thin stem. As long as their plan was going well, they would definitely surprise everyone. The man smiled evilly. A press conference would be held soon, but for now they would continue to monitor the situation. In the White Tiger Palace, Adam lay on a lounger and sipped a drink from a straw, thinking that maybe he should ask Arthur about the castle that Trisha had seen. The guy used the puppet control ability. He mentally found himself on the island of the third chain to Moor, next to a man in a formal suit, a bowler hat and a cane. He was surprised to realize that his boss wanted to contact him. Adam asked to report on the current situation. The man said crisply, he's going to a family dinner. When Sinclair asked who would be there, Arthur replied that his brother Chris Grant, with the serial number 37, and his sister Veronica, an experienced B-rank user. Adam asked to first look at the photo of the castle that he had sent Arthur, and he nodded. 8 people gathered at a long table in the dining room. Arthur froze, mentally answering Adam that he did not know where the creator was, but he would try to find him. He pushed back his chair when his sister entered the room. The girl curtsied, lifting the hem of her dress with her fingertips. Arthur introduced his sister to the boss and asked him to kiss her on the forehead as a politeness. At first, Sinclair, in the man's body, could not understand where exactly the girl was. When she came close to him and called out, her brother sighed heavily. Then he bent down and lightly kissed her forehead. Adam asked Arthur to talk to his brother while he took the opportunity to study all the guests. Arthur nodded and sat down at the table next to Chris. Sinclair sent an invisible blue glow around the table, gradually studying all the guests. The glow wrapped tightly around Chris. Adam asked Arthur if his brother's power could be higher than the 3rd level. The man didn't have time to think of anything in response when suddenly his brother shrugged his shoulders. It was as if he sensed that someone was using exploration magic. Sinclair asked Arthur to be careful with his brother and said goodbye. The man nodded again cautiously, taking a sip of wine from their glass. In the White Tiger Palace, Adam woke up from oblivion. Phoenix approached him with a folder of documents. Information about a new member of the White Tiger Palace appeared. The guy, open ability user, turned around with a frightened expression as he coughed. The nephew trembled even more, babbling that sitting next to the lady was a great honor and good fortune. At that moment, Phoenix slowly descended into the hall. No one had seen it before, so those present began to buzz. They tried to guess the identity of the stranger, also noting her beauty and energy. Junior Barton noticed a familiar spiritual power. Adam bowed to Lady Phoenix, greeting her. Anna muttered thoughtfully that Phoenix was even higher than Monkey in the zodiac sign position, and why she didn't know anything about the girl. Meanwhile, Phoenix praised Moon Crow for his efforts and handed him a flask of green liquid. The organization had prepared a reward for him to advance in rank. Sinclair took the bottle. The elixir of abilities is different from digital goods. It does not need any information technology. It exists only physically. Now it was time to demonstrate. The guy drank the liquid in one gulp. The guests watched what was happening on the big screens, and after seeing the elixir, some began to doubt its miraculous powers. Adam spread his arms and smiled. He felt changes in his body. He obtained the S-rank ability. Plum-style marine combat suit has both the power of underwater martial arts and 6-stage plum transformation. Additional abilities: Ancient Demon Dragon Claw, Explosive Sea Wave Sword. Adam stepped up to the microphone and told the audience that the judges' organization had heard about the monsters attacking humanity. Therefore, the judges decided to present the plan of the heavenly spirits. The eyes of the audience lit up when 36 vacant positions were announced for the owners of the heavenly spirits, which are represented in the form of masks. Adam smiled, adding that this was all part of the aforementioned plan. Those present began to talk among themselves. The organization of judges is so generous. They are ready to share even the elixir of abilities. This year people will vote for judges in the vote for the most beloved organization. Now, the popular queries on the internet were only about the organization, the elixir of abilities, the plan of the heavenly spirits, and others. Adam held the heavenly mask in his hands, saying that there was only one left. All the other 36 pieces would be sent out today to different parts of the territory of the four seas. This mask will be a special gift for the one who can win a series of fights in the arena. Johnny Liu, number 4 of the top 20 on Riesco Island, stood up from his seat and exclaimed that he was protesting, because how could newbies beat real professionals? Adam reassured him by telling him that he had prepared special gifts. Young people can obtain the B-rank ability elixir Star Cloak. Barton Jr. suggested to his neighbor, Miss Vicky, that she try first. Vicky from Roosevelt Island was number 5 in the top 16. The girl cheekily said that there was no problem. Let the guy stand here and watch. Rainflower swordswoman Vicky took out her weapon. She rushed to attack Adam, and instead of one sword, several of his clones flew at him. Hiding his hands behind his back, the boy began to dodge the swords with the help of misty steps. Then the ability Ancient Demonic Dragon's Claw helped him catch the sword. The effect of the ability elixir was simply incomparable. As it turned out, Vicky wasn't done yet. The girl didn't give up at all. She had a few tricks up her sleeve. Swords flew at Adam again, but they did not hurt him in any way. They only trembled as they approached. With the help of his abilities, he was able to rise even higher. Sinclair froze, waiting for the right moment. A few seconds later he jumped up and raised his left leg over the girl. Vicky frowned. This guy is only in the top 30. But after the elixir he became so strong. Even if she uses too much force and it takes its toll on her, she still has to try to block his attack. Adam collided with the sword, and a loud ringing sound was heard. The audience covered their ears. It was so unbearable. Sinclair jumped right onto the knife blade. Balancing on the weapon with one foot, he bowed to Vicky, thanking her for the duel. An unknown man came up on stage and loudly said that defeating a girl was not a reason to be proud. Smiling, he offered his candidacy for the fight. Vicky chuckled indignantly as she left the stage. A bright lightning bolt appeared in the man's hand. He smiled arrogantly, and offered to test his flying fire claw of the lightning god. His nails lengthened, throwing off lightning bolts. The stranger rushed at Adam. The people in the audience were in awe of the man. Philip Moore usually used his lightning heart attack move to defeat S-rank monsters. Barely holding onto the other's fist, Adam recognized the other's strength and realized that he would need immediate improvement. Philip burst out laughing. Could the enemy really not hold out? He added cheekily that he had a lot of energy in his body, and it would easily be enough to defeat Adam. But then something unexpected happened. Sinclair began to absorb energy. Philip was dumbfounded, accusing the guy of hiding his true power. He fell to his knees and screamed in pain. Adam approached Chris Green, asking him to give it a try. The guy replied that he would do everything to win, because his sister Veronica, who was now sitting redder than a poppy, also wanted to feel what it was like to fly. Adam and Chris locked eyes. Sinclair thought that something was wrong, because Green's spiritual power is above the 3rd stage. During the fight it is necessary to seal the sphere of abilities into his body in order to track his location. Chris stood up from his seat and assumed a fighting stance. Chris's ability is Bloody Viscount. He is weak against Garlic and Holy Light, so Adam put on 2 gloves of light at once. Now is the time to put the F-rank orb right inside the guy. Chris immediately flew back. Multicolored lights flashed above the stage. Adam breathed heavily. This guy was doing nothing but avoiding him and not attacking. He was definitely weird. Sinclair activated his blasting sea wave ability. Chris's body suddenly turned into an unknown substance, as a beam of fire pierced him. He took the bottle and now looked at it in surprise. The guy's eyes darted around, and he offered his sister to try the elixir. Very soon, the technology of the judges' organization will become known throughout the world, and Veronica will be the first person to drink the elixir without being a member of the judges. Multiple screens showed the girl drinking the liquid. Now Veronica had a red cloak on, and the girl flew up in delight. She could fly. The spectators began to discuss which was better, the improved elixir of agility or the regular elixir of strength, and they admired the girl for mastering levitation. Adam exclaimed that those present had seen what was happening with their own eyes. Now it was time to continue. Sinclair ceremoniously invited Cassiel of the Gudon family onto the stage. Cassiel flew up to him, laughing, saying that he would receive the heavenly mask with a smile. He was interrupted by a gray-haired man who asked that Walton from the Chamber of Commerce come up on stage first to introduce himself. The crowd began to discuss the man who had interrupted Cassiel, that he had the courage to come here, and that ordinary S-rank elixirs were nothing compared to sequence. Adam looked at the stranger with distrust, noting his strangeness. He really did look unusual. A bloodless face, large eyes and gray lips. Anna Vaish decided that with such a stupid expression on his face the man looked like a puppet. She added that it didn't matter because he was about to die. Cassiel rushed forward, cutting the air with his palm. Now he will show everyone his special move. The strange man fell on his back from the sudden blow. He lay there for a few seconds as if he couldn't get up. Junior Barton froze. This was too ridiculous. He just hit the stranger with his palm. Cassiel straightened up and grinned, but suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The man not only stood up, but also held two maces in his hands, and the same stupid expression did not leave his face. He flew towards the enemy, waving his weapon. As the mace flew dangerously close to Cassiel's face, he didn't even have time to dodge. The man, struck by the steel, sank to one knee, covering his chin with his hand. He immediately, without getting up, took off. Then he pounced on the stranger with blows. 1, 2, 3. He was thrown back, and Cassiel began to taunt his opponent. Suddenly the stranger let out a truly primal scream. He spread his arms out to the side and the screens cracked on their own. The man's head began to turn into blue liquid. Cassiel waited, not moving. Now that the stranger had transformed into an unknown consistency, his fist landed right in Cassiel's chest. Blood spurted from the man's mouth, and he managed to notice that his opponent was covered in something blue. People ran away in fear. Some clung to their neighbors, unable to stay on their feet. The substance slowly crawled towards the calmly standing Phoenix. The girl didn't react at all, as if nothing had happened. As soon as the stranger raised his hand, it was intercepted by the monkey, who appeared in front of the girl with lightning speed. With one hand, the judge member threw the man back. He took out his staff and now held it tightly in the middle. Then he threw the glowing weapon after the substance. The staff immediately pierced the blue figure. Anna Barton's voice was heard, the woman slowly approaching the monkey, laughing loudly. Were the judges capable of anything at all? The monkey froze in surprise. She grimaced. How pathetic. The staff trembled, and the man came back together. A huge blue hand squeezed the monkey's entire body in a vice. But he fought desperately, and the substance spread across the floor again. Everything suddenly became illuminated by a bright yellow light. Anna chuckled and exclaimed that enough of this show was enough, then offered Phoenix a taste of her country of night ravens. A black beam, like the night itself, shot out of the woman's eyes, and feathers rained down. Darkness fell upon Phoenix. The girl heard Anna's voice and began to sink into the darkness. Many human skulls gathered around the girl and began to bite her, their empty eye sockets gleaming. But the light from Phoenix's body instantly scattered them in different directions. Anna raised her hands angrily. Even the third-level elite couldn't resist her power. Now the Phoenix fell into a field of colorful flowers. She couldn't move, she just looked at the purple sky. Flowers immediately pounced on her, clicking their sharp, steel-like teeth. They began to wrap themselves around the girl's body with force. Anna's face looked down from the sky with a predatory smile. No one could escape from her country of night ravens. But the imperturbable Phoenix could not be defeated. The flowers around her began to glow. Anna screamed. The girl was supposed to fall. Then she continued the attack. Placing Phoenix in the third dream world, the girl began to drown in the depths of the sea. In the fourth dream world, she was burning alive. In the fifth, it was sealed in ice. It seemed to Anna that now she had won and everything had worked out. But this did not last long. The judge's participant managed to free herself again. The face in the sky was overcome with rage. Anna screamed that she was almost on the third step. The girl stood and looked up. Then she raised her hand and a snow-white beam burst out of her palm. He immediately turned black. Anna's face disappeared. The woman could not understand what kind of monster was in front of her. The whole world gradually disappeared, turning into blue crystals. Phoenix stood over Anna, who was sitting on her knee, and asked her real name. The girl proclaimed the trial of Leonora Ram, who committed a crime against honor. Reaching out her hand, Phoenix used fire torture. Leonora screamed, writhing in the fire, the pain excruciating. A blue arrow shot up, screaming that it was time to run while the leader was here. If the mission failed, she would not suffer severe punishment. Adam watched her go, realizing that it would not be so easy to escape, since he had previously fenced off the space around her with spiritual power. Chris Green threw his hand forward, shouting that the enemy must not be allowed to escape. The red cloak covered the blue arrow, and a long cry was heard. The cloak tied itself, and whatever was inside began to writhe terribly in panic. Then it gradually began to disappear. As it turned out, Adam was now holding a red lump in his palm. Chris admired his strength. Leonora's body, reduced to one bloody lump, was dying. Sinclair didn't understand why the boy didn't use the vampire energy to kill, and that raised even more questions. Adam wondered what would happen if he tried to take the ability from the dark blue race. It was worth the risk, and he took advantage of the ability theft. A green pearl appeared on Adam's palm, an S-rank ability that originated from the dark blue mother plant, and had the following attacks: Blade Mastery, Black Shield, Soul Possession, Initial Flash, Light Release, and the last one was Night Crow Country. Sinclair grinned. Not bad, this time he got a good catch. Phoenix said in an even tone that the problem was solved, said goodbye, and gradually disappeared into thin air. A monkey jumped out of a hole in the stage. He shook the blue substance off his hands with disgust. Putting his arm around Adam's shoulder, he said he would leave the rest to him. Cassio frowned, clutching his wounded hand. Suddenly a mask appeared in front of him. Adam solemnly handed it to the man, with the hope that it would be used for good purposes. Cassio accepted the gift with surprise. A little later in the palace, Adam asked Phoenix how many people had already received masks. The girl replied that in a free union there were 6 people. In the heroic lands there were only 3. In the Sea of Iron Blood and the mixed territories there were 2 people each. The girl added that among the heroes of the 4 seas there was one of their acquaintances, the Dragon Lord. Sinclair was surprised. When did this guy manage to move to the territory of the 4 seas? Phoenix assumed that the owner wanted to get rid of him. But Adam shook his head. Let him work for the judges and bring at least some benefit to the organization. He still had free places. They have collected enough S-rank orbs and can now upgrade the Parallel World Cube to SS rank. This ability can store things and move them around the parallel world. The first skill, the Gate of Luck. The second, space scanning. Adam wondered, if living beings cannot penetrate into the parallel world, then only non-living ones can, or will those life forms that get there die? He decided to see for himself. He created a portal and took a live fish in his hands. Then he threw her into the portal. After some time, the portal spat out a dead fish. Adam understood. The parallel world collects life energy. It is clear why it cannot move living beings. What if we try to attack them? World Vortex is a space-type skill, meaning it can absorb the enemy's attack. Adam decided to give this SS rank ability to the pig. It will provide good combat power. It's time to start creating the image. The foot of a new member of the judges stepped onto the ground. A pig appeared before those present, a clone of Adam in a pig mask and in the same thematic uniform. Phoenix spoke dispassionately. The latest news is that the Hero Association is taking over other worlds to gain the status of a mediator. Pig added that the dark blue race also came from another world, and it wasn't like they needed a middleman. Aren't people from another dimension and the dark blue race on the same side? They have different ways of transmitting abilities. Phoenix also said that Trisha, Joe, Regina and Blanche had arrived at Turtle's palace. The pig was waving his fists at her. Why didn't she say so right away? A little later in the Turtle's palace, swordswoman Blanche noted that so many missions and tasks were required to obtain an ability elixir. Regina added that a D-rank ability would cost a whopping 450 points. According to the rules that award points for killing monsters, her sister Jo will have to fight 18 creatures to obtain an S-rank elixir. She said that it was too complicated. Trisha said that this is not a fact, because there are also missions for collecting resources, rescue and special assignments. For them they also give good rewards, but at the same time they are easier than killing a monster. Casper Bart suddenly appeared and called for silence. He called everyone to discuss the Zodiac sign plan, and the girls would receive a loan as startup capital. Blanche and Regina turned to face each other at the same time. Jo waved her hands happily. Could they really buy ability elixirs right now? Casper nodded and pointed to the list of abilities, advising him to quickly choose one of them. The stronger the key participants are, the faster they will collect all the information, and humanity will have a better chance of defeating civilizations from other worlds. In the port of Banana Island, a huge ship was rocking on the waves. Adam and Raphael Vaxner stood on the shore. Jack pointed the guide to the river. This was the last island where they could rest before reaching the 5th defensive front. Sinclair dropped to one knee, noting the picturesqueness of the pond. Raphael said that this is the Moon River, the largest water resource of Banana Island, and it is said that those who drink from the river will gain good luck. Adam scooped up some water in his palms, cheerfully replying that since it had such an effect, he should try it too. He noticed something unusual in the water. There were a lot of tiny particles there. Could it be that a third of the episode in Trisha's vision took place here? He wondered in confusion, why would people from the dark blue race pour blue powder into the Moon River? The boy asked Raphael where the source of the Moon River was. The man replied that it was in the middle part of Mount Iger on Banana Island. Adam was later transported there. Given the concentration, an ordinary person would not be able to reincarnate or achieve mutation even if he drank this water for half a year. Sinclair had no idea what the dark blue race had in mind. Perhaps it would have been worthwhile to establish a secret headquarters on Mount Iger, so that it would have been easier to track their actions. He summoned the snake to keep an eye on the place. The clone immediately replied that he would do it without any problem. Finally, the ship arrived at the 7th island of the archipelago, the 5th defensive front. On the embankment, many men were carrying huge boxes. The guests were greeted by George Weeks, the stonekeeper and the firefighter. George asked if Monkey or Casper Bard had arrived with the esteemed organization. Adam replied that the organization had sent him as one of the constellations to temporarily defend the 5th defensive front. The man was surprised. Not a single zodiac sign, only Sinclair. The guy smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he was the monkey, Casper Bart, and even Charlie the rabbit. He pointed at the girls standing behind him. They were S-rank users. George coughed. S-rank or not, you can't take anyone's word for it. The guardian of the stones, a young guy, did not believe that the girls had an S-rank. They needed to find out during the test, because they would have to fight shoulder to shoulder. It was better to avoid misunderstandings before the fight. The firefighter did not hide his dislike, exclaiming that he would not fight these girls. If they broke their limbs, the man would not compensate for the damage. Adam asked to choose one of them to fight. If the man wins, he will give him the glove of light. The stonekeeper pointed at the swordswoman Blanche. A red stone appeared in his hands. The guy smiled and offered to admit defeat. If Blanche loses, it will be bad. He raised his hands up and a carousel of sharp rocks began to spin in the air. The keeper mockingly said that he would not hit him in the face, because he was a real gentleman. The stones headed straight for the girl. Blanche held her sword out in front of her. If this young man knew what she had been through, he would understand. His words had no effect on her. The girl's eyes glittered dangerously in the reflection of the sword. She ran forward, breaking the circle of stones with her weapon. The keeper was surprised, but did not show it. He held out a shield of jewels in front of him. It immediately fell to the floor with a clang. The sharp end of the sword appeared right before the guardian's eyes, causing him to jump back. George immediately smiled unctuously at Adam, suggesting that they finish the duel and look into the commander's house. The battle was over and the guests were cordially invited to come forward. Adam thought that in this world one must have strength to negotiate. Meanwhile, the recruits fought hard against the monsters to get their masks. Ethan Wade fearlessly dove into the sea. He had information that people from another world were hiding there. He could earn a lot of points by capturing what they looked like. At the bottom of the sea there was a huge shell, in which sat a beautiful elf. She thought out loud, what stupid creatures, so much power, and they still rush around with people. If the city authorities hadn't sent someone like the elves to train them, they would have been killed long ago by humans with their own plans and strategies. The shell's eyes widened, replying that thinking about the crystal cave should make her feel better. The elf sighed. She just needed a very transparent crystal. Then she could reach the second rank. The crystal cave needed to be returned to the acid plane. Then they could earn incredible wealth. She raised her head. Someone was approaching. She needed to run away. The shell slammed shut. The Dragon Lord released a purple flame from his hand. It was too late to run. The flames engulfed the entire surface of the shell. The elf jumped out from there and aimed a fiery green arrow from her bow at the alien. Ethan barely managed to dodge the deadly attack, But suddenly the arrow turned and hit him straight in the back. The girl smirked. Did the alien really think that homing arrows were so easy to dodge? She ordered the arrow to grow. Now the Dragon Lord was wrapped in a huge green vine. The elf swam back into the shell. This stranger didn't even have magic, and he still wanted to fight her on equal terms. He had definitely overestimated himself. The shell swam away at great speed, disappearing into the blue water. Adam watched what he saw on the big screen. Ethan sent the recording to the judges. Apparently, people want to fight against the inhabitants of the Acid Plain, but first they need to become stronger. They are better not only in using energy, but also in upgrading abilities. Phoenix noted that, fortunately, there are many people, and new geniuses are constantly appearing among them. Sinclair asked what was going on with the Celestial Spirits plan, if everyone had received their masks. The girl replied that 3 clans had already found them, and the mask was stolen by people from the Waxenberg family. Raphael held the mask in his hands, handing it to the girl standing next to him, reminding her not to cross the boundaries of the judges' organization. Audrey said that the judges have taken possession of the technology that allows them to create ability elixirs. If they are not captured, they will go to other families. The man replied that the judges could not cope with the army of Iron Blood and the Heroic Association. The girl asked if she should bring the man the elixir of abilities that she had exchanged. He shook his head. He still had things to do in the clan. Top 3 of the 4 Cs right in Waxenberg meditated, sitting on the floor. A few moments later, the boy opened his eyes. Audrey approached him, giving her nephew her mask so that he could check the authenticity of the ability elixir. But he couldn't wear a mask, because Ryton was the heir to a trading association, and therefore couldn't risk himself. In the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Iron Blood Army, Roger spoke about the judges, indicating that Max Waxenberg would deal with them. The shaved-headed guy with a scar on his left eyebrow looked closely at the man. Among the trees spreading out in the clearing in the Association of Heroes, 2 men were sitting at a small gaming table. One of them turned to the interlocutor, saying that people from another world are increasing their strength while their heroes are weakening. This is a difficult situation. What if, as that man said, the method of meditation is the only way to save all people? What a pity that, having mastered the method of meditation, they cannot teach it to others, while people from another world can do it. The long-haired man held out a chip and asked if his friend had heard about the elixir of abilities. Perhaps it could replace their method. The second man had heard of him, but it was still unknown whether he would be able to create masters equal in strength to them. Longhair laughed. It would be better if they surpassed him, a lesson to be learned. Both decided that the issue of organizing the judges would be left to Legolas, the apprentice of one of the players. Adam watched the conversation on the screen. It seemed that everyone, instead of looking for the Stone of Wisdom, was trying to find out more about how people from another world were leveling up, and the judges should have. Ryton felt that someone had come to him and asked the person who had entered if he had received the ability. Phil Waxenberg nodded. He chose the Dragon Messenger. The guy scratched his head. He never thought that he would have such an opportunity thanks to Ryton. Suddenly, Phoenix appeared next to them. The girl slowly walked towards both of them. Ryton frowned. He couldn't even feel her. Phoenix addressed Phil, calling him Sky Star, asking if he was ready to take his ability elixir. A flask of liquid was placed into the hand of the puzzled guy. He plucked up his courage, asking only if he should do it now. Without waiting for an answer, Phil drank the elixir in one gulp. The guy used the Gate of Luck and a live fish stared at him.
The guy decided that he should first summon a dragon, and he succeeded. From the inscribed shining rune, an animal slowly appeared, as if from water. It was not a big and formidable giant. The dragon turned out to be tiny and was the size of Phil's hand. But this made the sorcerer immensely happy. He even cried from the overwhelming feelings, and from the fact that everything worked out for him. Phoenix was about to leave, but Rayton called out to her. He wondered about the masks of the heavenly spirits whose job it was to kill monsters. Rayton also knew that some part of their corpses was an ingredient in the elixir of abilities. Suddenly, Waxenberg froze in surprise. Could this really be the activator that was mentioned in alchemy? The girl looked back, clarifying that what they called an activator was called an ability gene in the judges' organization. The guy slowly stood up, repeating what she had said. Adam, watching him through Phoenix's eyes, noted to himself that in the future it was worth considering the young man as his subordinate. In the judge's secret base called Area 52, Snake was lying on a lounger and reading a book. Adam approached him, noticing that it was very convenient here, and asked to take SS rank plasma. Sinclair held out a green pearl. The ability, Plasma. Controls plasma to fight enemies, skills, Plasma Storm, creation of a plasma worm, Plasma Apocalypse. Suddenly, Adam became alert. He felt that something had happened. The F-rank ability sphere detected activity in Chris's body on Banana Island, so it was necessary to check how things were going with him. Adam immediately used his control ability on Arthur. He, in the mind of his agent, found himself at an internal meeting of the Green family members. Right in front of him, waving his arms angrily, Chris was emotionally talking about how the last time after the Craig family was defeated in battle, the organization had a second chance to get a third-tier elite. The boy raised his head and, looking into the distance, solemnly proclaimed his hope that his entire family would one day become masters of the dark blue race. After all, only by sacrificing the body can humanity be saved. Adam wondered why Chris wanted to make the betrayal of people look noble. A 10-year-old boy jumped up from his seat, clenched his fists, and declared that he did not want to become a monster, demanding to be allowed to go home. Chris glared at him, asking who he was calling a monster. The boy, who was the blonde's brother, replied that he was not afraid of him. The guy grabbed the child by the hand and dragged him somewhere, saying that not all family members supported his decision. The boy began to babble in fear, asking where they were taking him, whether they wanted to beat him up in front of so many people. Chris touched his brother's chin. Any sacrifice was worth it to keep the human flame from going out. His hand suddenly fell on his interlocutor's neck and squeezed it with such force that blood began to flow from his mouth. When the boy fell to the floor, the blonde looked at his relatives with a triumphant look. What would they say about this? Arthur, sweating profusely, said slowly that he would follow him to save civilization, and the rest of the family repeated what he had said in hushed tones. Chris chuckled, incredibly happy about what was happening, then invited everyone to Banana Island to pick seasonal fruits. Adam in Arthur's mind found himself in a VIP room on Banana Island. He had 3 hours to spare, but it was still unknown what the dark blue race had planned. Number 68. Derek was tied up on his knees, desperately trying to find out what his captors wanted from him. Chris lounged in the chair in front of the man, picking dirt from under his fingernails with the sharp blade of his knife, and said with a smile that he had not invited the prisoner here out of bad intentions. Chris stood up and walked over to the window, saying that one of the reasons for number 68's presence was to see the big show. The man cried out in surprise when he heard the words of this madman. Meanwhile, on the street, a truck crashed into a passenger car. Fortunately, the driver of the car was not hurt. He opened the door and cursed the traffic violator with choice expletives. The driver fell out of the truck in a very strange state. His head and arms were down, he was laughing, and his legs were twisted in different directions. The victim's arrogance subsided and he stepped back, shouting that the second man's legs were broken. As he slowly approached on broken limbs, the driver of the car continued to retreat, threatening to call the police. At that moment, his silent interlocutor transformed into a real monster. The green head, showing a row of sharp, knife-like teeth, roared deafeningly. Derek, watching this scene from the window, realized with horror that the Green family was spreading the virus throughout Banana Island. Chris smiled. They don't use such methods, but use 3 driving forces for the dark blue mutation. He said that residents of Banana Island have been drinking water with tiny particles for several months now. Despite the small concentration, there are thousands of inhabitants on the island, and these 3 provoking factors will grow to the 3rd rank. The monster below raised its hands up, collecting blue particles from the driver it had killed. Adam saw everything and decided he had to figure out how to stop them. Number 68 was shocked. The Greens are using living people to create 3rd-tier elites. In a rage, he tore the ropes off himself, shouting that he would make any sacrifice just so that the worst would not happen. Without hesitation, Chris jumped up, missing the attack. He waved his hand, releasing a blue bolt of light at his opponent. The man immediately tried to block it with his forearm. His hand was seized with a burning pain. Derek grabbed the damaged area with his palm. Meanwhile, several more clots flew towards him. They dug into the clothes, passing through them, taking the pain into the body. Chris, breathing heavily, promised that he would cut off the man's limbs and break the neural connection in his brain so that he would become food for the dark blue race. Turning around, he left the prisoner with his Uncle Rix to check on the others. Number 68 couldn't believe this was happening to him and continued to curse through tightly clenched teeth. Adam, still in Arthur's mind, walked up to the man, studying him. The boy had been tasked with dealing with the 8-armed fist fighter, which meant he would help him restore his nervous system along with his arms and legs. Smiling, he approached his uncle, asking if he was sure they could do without retying, since Derek was, after all, a hereditary master. He replied that when injured, only the spiritual power of the third stage is capable of stabilizing the condition. Still smiling, Arthur grabbed the ropes and headed towards the prisoner, all the time for safety. The immobilized one called out to them at the top of his lungs for humanity, accusing them of indifferently watching the monsters that were destroying their own civilization. Leaning over the man, Arthur asked in an indifferent voice why the food was still chattering. He raised someone else's hand. It gradually turned blue, a blue disease spreading through the veins. A smile appeared on the blonde's face. The blue entity began to split. Number 68 suddenly realized that they were not going to kill him at all, and his eyes widened as he peered at his guard. A few minutes later, he was already lying tied up. Arthur dusted his suit, telling his uncle that he was finished. He leaned towards the fighter, praising the work done. The last thing he heard was a death wish. Chris, leaving the building, cursed and froze. He immediately felt that his uncle was dead. Using his dark ability, he found himself on the other side of the glass like a flock of bats. The ominous silhouette transformed into a man once it was in place. Looking at his uncle's body, he realized that the wound had been inflicted by the 8-armed fighter. Chris had to sever the neural connection and cut off the limbs. There was a rustling sound, and the blonde's eyes were glued to that place. He immediately hunched over, trying to be unnoticeable. In the darkness, the guy did not immediately notice that he was not alone in the room. An 8-armed fist fighter jumped out at the guy, but his blow landed in the void, where a multitude of bats appeared. Chris told Arthur, who came out to him, that he was wrong about him. In response to the silent question, the guy began to change. He was already feeling the spiritual village of the Phoenix for the third time. His brows furrowed as Chris angrily asked if the island was under the control of the judges when he arrived on the island. Laughing as the blue clot lit up in his hands, the blonde said that the leader wanted to deal with the judges' organization, and the death of one of them would be an important step in that direction. He ran forward with an improvised blue blade in his hands towards the calmly standing Arthur. Adam in his body remembered that the snake was sent to eliminate the 3 causes of mutation. He needs to detain the madman now. He immediately jumped to the side, leaving the puzzled enemy with nothing, stating that if he attacked, Chris's younger brother would die. Chris's face began to be covered in black stripes. He smiled, answering that he would not regret it at all, because one must die with honor. Black smoke poured out of his eyes, the ability of the country of night ravens. Phoenix appeared in front of Arthur, raising her hand. She made the blackness dissolve into the air. The 8-armed fist fighter, noticing her, shouted that he was counting on the girl, and in the meantime, he would deal with the monsters outside. Chris cheekily asked if she was going to run away. He changed tactics abruptly and jumped out for number 68, not wanting to let it go so quickly. The man understood that he might not have time to escape. Adam, in someone else's body, thought that of those who were capable of dealing with the mutants, only he and Derek remained on Banana Island. A blade appeared in his hands and he knocked the blue essence away from his ally's back. But he himself did not get off so easily. Suddenly, the guy felt a burning pain in his chest and saw blood in front of him. Chris, who had stuck his dagger into him, smiled. Arthur was his main target. On the street, the monster, feeding on someone else's power, grew several times in size and now slowly walked along the streets, continuing to kill ordinary pedestrians. One boy even decided to broadcast live from his phone. He hid around the corner and pulled out his phone with a shaking hand. Filming the monster, he introduced himself to his subscribers, briefly retelling his version of what was happening. His broadcast was steadily gaining more and more views, and now the monster was faced with an opponent, a man in a cowboy hat. The guy, without stopping filming, announced that his brother, Sheriff Ferrero, was currently fighting the monster, and began to beg the 8-fisted fighter to join in quickly. The sheriff, shooting back at the enemy, kept in mind the thought that he only needed to hold off the alien until a fighter appeared who would kill him. The monster dropped to the ground and, on all fours, avoiding the bullets, ran towards the man. He was dumbfounded when he saw that he had not caused any harm to his opponent. Moreover, the monster, sticking out its tongue, ran straight at his brother, somehow miraculously noticing the hiding guy. He screamed, unable to move from horror. The last thing viewers saw was a terrifying green blur. A terrible scream filled the street and the broadcast ended. The boy fell on his back begging for help. At that moment, 3 arrows whistled through the air. All 3 hit the monster with precision, piercing its head and arms. The guy, not believing in his luck, looked at himself nervously. Towering above him was none other than the snake. He raised his hand and a purple flame blazed in his hand. It fell upon the monster, burning it. The snake went down on one knee to steal the ability. S-rank extracted ability. Dark blue bloodline, with mutation, mutant of the dark blue race. Skills, berserker, movement, and collection of tiny particles, and their extraction. Adam wondered if this ability could rid Trisha's body of the traces of the dark blue race. But in her spiritual self, the sprouts had already taken root, so the situation was not that simple. The fighter from the Craig family has a similar situation. It was worth trying on him. Suddenly, the same guy who was filming what was happening grabbed the snake's legs. He thanked the stranger for saving him and asked him to take him with him. The snake began to shake its leg, trying to get rid of the annoying admirer. Adam, in Arthur's body, was still fighting Chris. He was also incredibly angry because things were not going according to his plan. Phoenix's voice was heard, proclaiming herself the boy's judge. Chris didn't recognize her and began to look around fearfully, searching for the source of the sound. The girl hovered above the ceiling, asking him if he would admit his guilt, because Chris had committed the sin of greed. Chris grabbed his head. A strange feeling came over him. Sweat began to pour into his eyes. Phoenix extended her hand, causing a lightning bolt of torture. The guy's body was pierced by multiple lightning bolts. He screamed and writhed in terrible pain. Even through this torture, he understood that if this continued, he would have to say goodbye to this body. Phoenix flew out through the broken window, wishing Chris a final remorse for his agony. After some time, the guy, exhausted from the lightning, crawled to his unconscious brother. Chris picked him up, rocking him slowly. He didn't understand why he was so angry, but nothing could be fixed. Arthur remained lying on the cold floor, while Chris turned into a flying mouse and flew away. Another monster was ready to attack a group of people. The boy hugged his mother tightly, not taking his eyes off the monster. The spawn, sticking out its blue tongue, growled, ready to attack. An 8-armed fist fighter appeared behind him with lightning speed. The blow of his fist fell straight on the monster's head. Unexpectedly, the huge carcass fell face down onto the asphalt, crushing it. The head sank into the ground, but the monster's body writhed, trying to get out. Derek couldn't hold it for long, which he warned the crowd about. Finally, the alien was able to break free. He suddenly raised his head. The man could not hold on and flew back. The monster turned around, hoping to grab its prey. But Derek tried to avoid this at all costs. The fighter flew into a neighboring building, breaking through the thickness of the glass. The alien did not hesitate, but walked into the room with wide strides, and now growled loudly in search of an enemy. Crouching down on one knee, the man decided that he would have to use that very skill to kill the monster in one go. Activating his power, the fighter literally glowed as he broke through the ceiling of the hospital they found themselves in. Number 68 screamed loudly and harshly, pouring out all his pain, rage, and hatred. The monster that had climbed onto the roof watched as the prey came into his hands. The man, unable to see anything from all-consuming anger, flew up, piercing the alien's carcass right through. The crowd, seeing the battle, rejoiced. This was the best attack of the 8-armed fist fighter. Confrontation. They were saved. The man, trying to catch his breath, still smiled at such a desired victory. But fate decreed otherwise. Turning around, a blue light hit the fighter in the forehead. Chris suddenly moved forward and thrust his alien blade straight into his opponent's forehead. The fighter fell from a height and flew like a stone down from the roof, straight to the feet of the people standing below. People stepped back in fear. Chris, who also returned to the street, where he dragged the 8-armed fist fighter by the hand, calling him a fighter, because after such a long time he had not even reached the 3rd stage. The monster's open mouth absorbed a multitude of blue lights. The blonde smiled. Soon he would be able to absorb this useless trash. There was no point in wasting energy on healing it. The monster rose up and now, its eyes flashing and teeth clicking, it growled loudly. Claws sank into his head, sucking out all his energy. Chris felt this unusual and pleasant surge of power. He smiled. Madness played in his eyes. The guy thought how much superior he now was to his master. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard complaining about being late. Chris glanced in that direction with displeasure. He saw the snake and asked if he was one of the signs of the zodiac of the organization of judges, because then he would have the opportunity to test his strength. The guy was theatrically upset, sadly asking why the snake doesn't start attacking, because he's getting stronger with every second. Why give it? The judge replied that he was waiting until he was completely filled with strength, because when the opponent was too weak, it became boring. Chris smiled. It sounded interesting. With the energy, he could cut the enemy's body into 3 whole pieces. A long blue sword appeared in his hand, meaning that his strength had reached the 3rd level. The beam immediately pierced the snake through and through, but he did not die, but became a shadow, from which several arrows shot out in different directions. After spinning several times in the air, they, engulfed in flames, flew towards the blonde. He blocked them with his dark shield. Chris began to look around, trying to figure out where the snake had gone. Finally, he managed to catch the movement to the side and ran there. The clone was surprised that the guy was able to predict his position. It seems that all he can do is play for time to save himself. Snake used Plasma Storm, Chris cursed as he saw many blue spheres about to attack him from the sky. Then the guy transformed into several bats. However, this did not help him, because the spheres began to attack the hovering rodents. Pulling himself together, Chris realized that the power of skills doesn't decide anything. Tactics are needed in battle. With them, even a weak opponent can defeat a strong one. Several blue arrows appeared in his hands. The blonde smiled, asking the snake how many more times he could use such a powerful attack. Suddenly, a staff poked him in the back. 2 more Zodiacs arrived to help, Monkey and Adam's appointed leader Phoenix. Chris decided to hide and escape by turning into blue light. The monkey noticed that the enemy had left the battlefield even with the spiritual seal activated. Phoenix took a closer look and replied that it had come at a great cost. Chris had spent many tiny particles to open a hole in the seal for escape. Both zodiac signs rushed to help people. Phoenix stood in front of Adam, explaining what had happened. After the incident on Banana Island, the organization had become more famous in the 4 seas. This meant that more people wanted to join the judges, but the number of spots for the Heavenly Spirit position was limited to 36. So some switched to the Craig family. Phoenix noted that the ability users who came to this family would definitely send spies for their own purposes. Adam replied that they would handle it themselves. Sinclair was adamant that it was time to return to Louisville. Adam, dressed as a rooster, stood on the roof of a house in Louisville, his arms outstretched to the wind, happy because he had long missed the smell of the city. The guy decided to improve his control ability from S to SS rank. Now he had as many as 36 subordinates. The SS rank gradually became gray, received SS rank ability, 3rd level, iron control, extends to 30,000 meters, affects weight up to 1 million tons, skills, divine metal. Sinclair thought that the divine metal would definitely come in handy. The calm atmosphere was interrupted by someone's cries for help. The rooster glanced down. Another monster was breaking through the window and making its way into the house. It opened its huge mouth from which saliva flowed, frightening the owner of the apartment to the point of madness. The night demon fox, an S-rank monster, quickly ran down the windows. From the large drone that was filming everything that was happening, a voice amplified by speakers was heard, warning the residents about the monster, and it also called on heroes of A rank and above to rush into the fight against evil. Real chaos began to happen in the city. People fell from destroyed apartments, miraculously remaining alive. A bright red car suddenly slowed down on the street. The heroes from Berkshire, Lazy Swordsman, and Zachary Wade arrived to help. The swordsman immediately rushed at the huge fox. Zachary transformed into a wolf, ripping his clothes off. The reporters were not asleep. The live broadcast began. The host said that every time an S-rank swarm appeared, it would take 2 hours to get here. Would the others be able to hold out until it appeared? Meanwhile, only 2 heroes stood against a huge demonic fox, from whose mouth a deadly green beam burst forth. The lazy swordsman miraculously managed to jump to the side, dodging him. He turned and called out to Zachary, seeing that he was also in danger. The monster's huge paw almost knocked the werewolf off his feet, but Wade was able to hold it. He hurried the swordsman, buying him some time to counterattack. The man, looking into the alien's burning eyes, swung his sword. The sharp tip of the weapon was dangerously close to the fox. Enraged, she began to beat her tails against the walls and floor with all her might. Her mouth, with sharp blade-like teeth, could accommodate several heroes at once. A second later, an arrow pierced the monster's eye. This, if it didn't kill him immediately, weakened the alien, and the fox fell to the ground with a crash. Not far from her stood Amelie Lang, clutching an arrow in one hand and holding a bow tightly in the other. Adam saw her and was surprised that the girl's ability had improved to S rank and even reached the 2nd stage. According to the spiritual scan, this happened in a very short time. Very interesting. The host delighted the viewers by saying that everyone on the street where the battle took place was alive. According to eyewitnesses, the mysterious man used a metal attack to help the heroes present. The presenter wondered, a hero who uses metal, has Casper Bart really returned? People raised their heads, staring at the sky. Strange blue clots were already gathering there, not at all like clouds. It seems that the fox has activated its hidden ability, Night Uprising, and has now become even stronger than before. She howled, and the space was cut by ultrasound, spreading out in waves. Ice Mountain Archer. Amelie was confused but was still ready to fire the flaming arrow again. The monster deftly jumped along the walls of houses, rising higher and higher. The presenter scratched his chin in confusion. The night demon fox knows how to hide in the dark. She uses the darkness of the night to deftly dodge any attack. Because of this, it is much more difficult for Amelie to aim at her. Meanwhile, the monster was gaining strength and accelerating more and more. Zachary grabbed the fox by the hind legs, trying to hold it back. He tried his best not to let her go so that the Ice Mountain archer could hit the monster. The girl took aim and released the arrow. She struck the fox's second eye with her fiery power. The alien roared and closed his eyes, in which flame from the arrow splashed. The fox's hind leg pinned the werewolf down, stepping on him. Lying on the ground, he began to sob, upset that he had never met his godfather. Suddenly, someone clearly and loudly called the werewolf an idiot. Shaking like a leaf, Zachary raised himself up on his elbows and asked in a stuttering voice what he had called him. At that moment, a metal plate flew into the fox's forehead. The alien fell to the ground once again, and the rooster, as if from nowhere, descended towards him. Covering his nose with his paw, the werewolf couldn't believe his luck. His godfather, no, his dad, had come here to save him. First, Casper approached Amelie, praising her for her efforts. The girl didn't answer. Bart rose to the sky again. The main news anchor put his hand on Lily Romero's shoulder, saying that today's report on the metal savior was very important for the channel. The girl tried to say goodbye to her annoying colleague, thanking him for the praise and saying that if he didn't need anything from her, she could leave. She had barely left the office when the same colleague called out to her. He began to praise the girl again because she was doing so well. She would probably become the main reporter soon. When Lily thanked him modestly, he smiled, raised an eyebrow, and invited her to dinner. This was better than any thanks. Romero blushed and began to apologize haltingly. At this awkward moment for her, Adam grabbed Lily by the waist, saying that he had already promised his girlfriend a romantic dinner. Lily exhaled, asking why he came. Sinclair replied to pick her up. This touched the girl so much that she almost cried with happiness. The main presenter, clenching his fists, looked after the cooing couple as they left. Lily asked her beloved how long he would stay with her this time. The guy assured her that there was nothing to worry about. They had enough time. Romero wanted to go to the Japanese store, which she had dreamed of going to since it opened. It turned out that Adam had sent his clone to Lily, which the girl, of course, did not know about. So he himself, wearing the rooster mask, watched the girl. This was for her own good, and the good of the city. The door to the judge's office opened hesitantly, and Zachary Wade stood in the doorway, biting his lip. Seeing Casper, he was happy because he missed him. The head of the organization immediately invited the guy to go with him to the territory of the Four Seas. Bart stood up from his chair to go to the window. Zachary thought about the offer. Casper clarified that all the masters and the elite live there, and it will be an incredible adventure. He glanced at his godson, asking what he thought about it. Zachary suddenly fell to the floor, got up on all fours, and began to bow to the man, thanking his godfather for his concern. Casper picked him up and patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that there was no need to thank him for that, but his current rank could hinder his abilities in becoming. Bart then offered to lend his godson some of his points, thereby allowing him to exchange them for an S-rank ability elixir. They were transported to the Turtle's castle, where Rooster asked Zachary what S-rank ability he wanted. Having learned from experience, the previously unintelligent boy chose the bloodline of an S-rank werewolf. He decided that quality was more important than quantity, so it was better to develop his existing ability to the very limit. Casper praised his godson. He really acted wisely. Then asked if he remembered, in addition to the elixir, the promise he made to his adopted son. Zachary beamed, but his ears did not express their expectations. Could it be that the godfather really wants to become his real father? The rooster laughed and handed his charge a mask with the constellation of the wood wolf. The guy was embarrassed. This was not what he expected. Apparently, they would be able to become father and son only when the judge's organization completed its formation. But he didn't want to seem ungrateful, so he sincerely thanked his godfather. He knew that the day he was so eagerly awaiting would soon come. Casper, of course, caught the sudden change in the guy's mood, and he became interested in what exactly he was thinking about. He took a few steps back and explained that the Timber Wolf belonged to the White Tiger Castle, so Zachary and one other man would be heading west to the Free Alliance. Bart added that Zachary needed to sort out his own affairs and then follow him to the Four Seas territory. His protege was unable to keep up with so many tasks, and had even managed to lose sight of his mentor. Not waiting for an answer, he shrugged his shoulders and put on his mask. It seemed that a new adventure awaited him. He punched the air with his fists, loudly exclaiming that his father should not worry, because soon the judge's organization would be theirs alone. Flying on a metal plate, Adam sneezed loudly, and who missed him? On the roof of the city building, Joe Bloor trained hard. And as he had promised, he developed both his spiritual and physical strength every day. He felt a strange presence and thought that the aura was very familiar to him. Finally, Adam came out of the shadows, having watched his student for several minutes before. Joe dropped to one knee and greeted the teacher with a respectful gesture. Sinclair nodded approvingly, saying that he had heard about the first place in the competition. He also asked if Bloor had received an invitation from the Hero Association yet. The guy nodded, replying that his friends had received them too. Adam asked if Joe knew one of them, Ice Mountain archer Emily, and the boy replied that they had only had lunch together. The rooster asked if the girl had any special habits. Joe thought for a moment and remembered that Emily liked to meditate. Adam was surprised. Could the archer have mastered the method of meditation on her own? And if so, he absolutely had to meet her in person. Once again standing on the metal plate, the rooster said goodbye to the boy, citing business, and also gave him instructions to continue training. Joe Bloor's eyes sparkled and he smiled. Sooner or later, he would become the most powerful weapon in the teacher's hands. In the silence of the night, a loud sneeze was heard again. Adam wiped his nose with his sleeve. Was he really sick? In a forest clearing in the city of Louisville, Amelie sat on a large flat stone and meditated, black steam slowly spreading from her body into the air. Adam, watching her from the shadows of the trees, was amazed by her meditation technique. No wonder she had gotten S rank so quickly. Amelie opened her eyes abruptly, felt someone else's presence, and loudly asked who had disturbed her peace. With a sharp, practiced movement, she pulled the bow onto the string, ordering the stranger not to hide, but to come out. Adam came out to her with his hands raised, assuring her that he came in peace and simply wanted to offer the archer a deal. Amelie frowned, asking what deal they were talking about. The rooster smiled and said that he knew the secret to her rapid growth and skills. The archer didn't answer, but in a moment of confusion she realized that she had been exposed. Adam offered her a deal to make the girl an SS rank hero. She would be protected by the judge organization for the rest of her life, or receive endless luck that would never run out. Amelie asked if the SS level would come after S. Adam nodded, adding that this level was also known as the third stage. The Ice Mountain archer didn't understand, since the organization had a method to make people into SS rank ability users. Why did she need its secret to become stronger? Turning away, Rooster replied, "The elixirs of abilities can only strengthen a limited circle of people, but their main purpose is to increase the overall combat readiness of humanity." Amelie raised an eyebrow in disbelief as she looked at the masked man and the human. Was he really telling the truth? The girl lowered her head and thought hard before giving her answer. She agreed, and said that she had discovered by chance that her spiritual skill of meditation could increase human strength in a very short time. She warned that her own hunting magic meditation was not universal, as it only suited her abilities. Adam scratched his chin. Was Amelie really trying to say that the ability only helped her develop her own unique skills? The guy assured that this shouldn't be a big problem. With the hunting magic meditation and copies of the Ice Mountain archer Amelie's abilities, a powerful army can be created. Sinclair was apparently so pleased with his own thoughts and thought for a long time that Amelie began waving her hands in front of his face to attract attention. She had chosen the organization's lifelong protection. Adam shook his head and handed the girl the mask of the moon deer, the constellation of the Phoenix Castle, promising that in case of danger, Lady Phoenix would save the archer. Amelie accepted the mask, reminding that the meditation method is not universal and only works for its owner. Sinclair replied that all he needed to do was take a sample of her ability gene, turn it into an elixir, then give her the magic hunting bow skill, and the problem would be solved. Amelie backed away sharply, embarrassed, and asked if having a gene sample taken from her would have any effect on her body. Adam waved his hands. Of course not. He would only need 2 or 3 minutes. The girl nodded and lay down on her back on the stone, stretching her arms along her body. The guy began to move his hand over her stomach, reminding her that she couldn't use any mental resistance. Amelie closed her eyes and obediently agreed. Not even 20 seconds had passed when Adam gave a voice, announcing that everything was ready. The girl sat down on the stone, surprised that the process went so quickly. The rooster froze. A strange association flashed through his head. A little later, in the Black Turtle Castle, he opened a scroll glowing with multicolored lights. Chi energy, activity, magical power, and the names are different, but the essence is the same. The archery scroll depicted a man in a long robe. He was drawing a bow on a string. Adam was asked if what he said would work. Sitting cross-legged, Sinclair was ready to channel the spiritual power and see how meditation gathered dark energy. The scroll in front of the boy began to shine with incredible power, casting a bright light far to the sides. In the front world, among the dark and gloomy places, several monsters had gathered, vaguely resembling gorillas, an evil expression frozen on their faces. Long tusks stuck out in place of ears. Fangs jutted forward in their jaws. The three-eyed demonic god, a fair-haired youth in a long robe, pulled a burning arrow onto the bowstring, wishing for the enemy to disappear, to become ashes from the fire. The arrow, cutting through the air, flew forward rapidly. Having touched the monster, she continued on her way. Triple acceleration, and next to her, as if from nowhere, a large phoenix bird appeared, flapping its red and yellow wings. Adam woke up from the vision in the Black Tortoise Castle. Wiping the sweat off his face, he realized that this meditation helps F rank quickly break through to D rank. Black smoke began to come from his hand. The guy looked at his palm for a long time. He was used to large-scale absorption of dark energy. Meditation works worse for him. The flow of meditation and the spiritual power of the body enter and exit. With their movement, they preserve the dark energy. Thus, gradually, the person became more and more filled with teaching. Normal people can meditate and collect cubes of dark energy and then use them, but it is unknown how much they can store. Sinclair understood what the limit of the hunting magic meditation might be, but he still wondered where the power of meditation came from in people from another world. Questions rained down on him like a pile of heavy stones. How did the blue star ability appear? What was its basis? Did the meditation method of people from another world grow out of the skill meditation? Adam will be able to get answers to all questions only when he masters the meditation of the other world, or conducts research on the plane of Osid. Finally, Zachary joined the Godfather on the way to the lands of the Four Seas. He was surprised that there were so many professionals here. Casper replied that they were in the territory of the Free Union, the seventh island of the archipelago of the 5th Defensive Front, because the organization took on the defense of this place. As Zachary and Bart flew together on a metal plate, Wade clung to his godfather in fear, who asked him to pull himself together, because they were heading to meet the other signs of the Zodiac. Finding himself at the port of the 7th island of the archipelago of the 5th Defensive Front, the clone of Adam left there greeted the arriving Casper Bart. He introduced the woodwolf he had brought here and asked him to always take care of his son from now on. Zachary was extremely embarrassed, but he still found the courage to introduce himself to the strangers, expressing the hope that they would certainly get along. Adam's clone spread his arms, welcoming the boy into the Four Seas. Zachary was confused when he realized that a member of the judges had revealed his name, and asked Bart if there was anything wrong with that. But Casper put his hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that he had personally trained Moonraven, and before arriving, he had given him some information about the godson. He also revealed that Mooncrow is in charge of the defense of the 5th Front, so the organization sent Zachary here to learn from Mooncrow. The guy thought that apparently the Godfather is not on the best terms with Moonraven. He is so arrogant because the Godfather cannot control him? Rubbing his chin, Zachary had a hunch as to why his godfather had sent him here. Surely he was afraid that the pawn would get out of control. Smiling, Wade was glad that, as he thought, Rooster trusted only him. Turning to Adam, he assured him not to worry, they would definitely get the territory back. Zachary suddenly ran up and hugged Moonraven. Adam was embarrassed. Was he sure that he understood everything correctly? And did he not need to worry about anything? Sinclair went to Dave Craig. They needed to talk. In the reception room, the men sat around a table to discuss business. Adam told the head Craig that the organization wanted to conduct an experiment and asked if the man's family would be interested in participating. He leaned lower over the table, asking, first, to explain the essence of this experiment. Sinclair asked the man if he had heard of meditation, and Dave was surprised to ask if the organization had that method as well. Adam leaned back in his chair. This meant the old man understood what was being discussed. Dave took a sip of tea from his mug and told him that he had learned about the meditation method from his son Brandon, which only a true expert could master. And their method of meditation is very different from the one used by people from another world. It is just an unfinished version. Adam replied that the judges' organization now has a hunting magic meditation that allows ordinary people to develop and gain new skills. In order to speed up the development process, the judges still plan to use low-rank elixirs. This almost made Dave jump out of his seat, wondering how he could help together with the judges. Sinclair said that for the first experiment, they would need 100 young men and women, preferably the most resilient, able to withstand heavy loads. Craig Sr. smiled into his mustache. There was no need to worry. His family had some work underway. A week would be enough to recruit the best students. You just need to agree on a place. Adam replied that when the time came, they could meet on Banana Island. The boy returned to the Heavenly Palace, where he was met by Phoenix, who told him that she had found out something about the archery scroll. During meditation, spiritual power also changes, and this change is caused by the absorption of dark energy by the body. Its collection in its true form and in the form of cubes differs significantly. The girl suggested calling it magical energy for now. When it penetrates the body, it begins to flow along a special stream. As the abilities increase, most of it disintegrates, turning into the dark energy of the true form. The archery scroll can not only regulate the process of gathering dark energy, but also use it for individual skills, requested by the corresponding abilities. Adam smiled, realizing that this scroll had an irreplaceable effect, especially considering what could be achieved from Ice Archer Amelie's spiritual power and the scroll. Sinclair realized that he needed to create his own. Through the concentration of spiritual power, a long scroll of yellowish paper rose above the ground. The guy was happy. The transfer of the space of the Heavenly Palace and visualization made everything much easier. The sun was shining brightly, warming those present with its heat. Not a single cloud was visible in the sky. All the students in the area who were meditating received a charge of energy from the scroll that was spread out above them. Sinclair looked around the crowd, encouraging them to experience the feeling to the fullest. Phoenix asked what the name of the group of people that belonged to the Black Tortoise Castle was. Adam, looking into the distance, turned around sharply and loudly pronounced the name Hunting Magic Squad. Ethan Wade, wearing a new mask, walked through the crowd, asking if everyone had come here to donate their ability genes. He emitted such a powerful, murderous energy as if he had just returned from battle. Heavy, sharp steps were heard on the soft grass. Two guys came out into the clearing. One of them was wearing a mask. The second asked if the judges' organization was in this area. The crowd began to whisper, not understanding who had come to them, especially since everyone was surprised that the assistant of the man who spoke was wearing a mask. The voice of Casper Bart was heard, who had arrived unnoticed on a metal plate. He saw that everyone was assembled. Ethan asked if the judges had sent him to take samples of the ability genes. To this, Bart replied that he had not seen his old friend the Dragon Lord for a long time. The guy chuckled. Now he is in no way inferior to the rooster. Perhaps one day he will even defeat him. Under his mask, Adam smiled, a good mood for a puppet. But out loud he only said that he would wait with impatience. He patted Ethan on the shoulder, informing him that he would begin collecting ability genes from him. Feeling the young man tense up, he advised him to relax his muscles and not try to resist his spiritual power. Rayton looked at them silently from the side. He had to figure out how the ability gene was extracted. After a few seconds, Casper let go of his interlocutor's hand, and he exclaimed in surprise that everything was simply too fast. Bart chuckled, asking if Ethan had thought he'd have to skin him to get it out. Rayton didn't understand what was happening. The ability gene had just been extracted, and he hadn't taken part in anything. He stood calmly, waiting. Next time it will definitely work out. Meanwhile, Adam called warriors to him one by one to extract the ability gene. The sun was almost below the horizon when Sinclair finished. Adam, rising on a metal plate, announced that the organization would make elixirs with improvements for those present and send them to the parallel world. People left one after another. Rayton fell to his knees. He was so exhausted from the whole day. He slowly raised a weak hand, calling for Mr. Casper to stop. The boy barely raised his heavy head, gritting his teeth to ask about the study of ability genes. Stopping in midair, Adam bowed his head. He was forced to refuse the young disciple of the God of Storms. Since the genes are connected with elixirs, information cannot be disclosed. Rayton raised 2 fingers, swearing on the honor of the Waxenberg family that he would not tell anyone. Moreover, putting his hand to his lips, he leaned towards Mr. Casper Barth, who had come down to him, saying that he had secret information, offering to make an exchange. Adam wondered why Master Rayton needed information about the ability genes. The guy perked up and quickly began to tell, "Does Casper know that the top heroes of the Four Seas use something similar? Whoever it is, even his father, the God of Storms, they all use a technique similar to meditation. The strongest call it the way, and these ways differ for different heroes." Adam asked if Rayton wanted to use the information from the judges' organization to find his own path. He also added that if the brown-haired man wants to advance a little in meditation, he can help. Hugging the guy by the shoulders, Sinclair said that in a few days the organization would conduct an experiment on Banana Island called Hunting Magic Meditation. Rayton clapped his hands, warmly thanking Mr. Casper for his help, and if the judges needed any information he had, he would be happy to share it. Taking the guy further away from the clearing, Adam offered to discuss business over a cup of tea, but he didn't dare refuse. A disconcerted Phil held out his hand, calling for them to stop. He looked sadly into the distance, not understanding why they didn't take him with them. The liner arrived at the port of Banana Island. Opening his eyes, the guy saw a beautiful girl in front of him, who woke him up rather rudely. They went down the stairs together and the guy called out to the stranger. On the go, he introduced himself to the girl who hadn't even turned around to look at him yet. Brandon was offended that they had been on the same ship for so long, and he didn't even know her name. The girl stopped, muttering irritably that they had been swimming together for so long, and she only remembered about their acquaintance when it was time to get off. She folded her arms across her chest and stated her name, not forgetting to add that she was quite likely related to the well-known Adam Sinclair. The boy laughed mischievously, whispering to her whether Michelle was Casper Bart's aunt. Michelle laughed, shaming Brandon. If he calls Adam his brother, and she is his aunt, then what should she call Brandon himself? Let him call her grandma. The boy smiled and said that his grandmother often gave him pocket money when they met, so, hearing a cough, the couple turned around and froze in fear. Staring straight at them from a few meters away was none other than Casper Bart. But after a few seconds he turned around, continuing to chat with someone from the crowd. Michelle breathed a sigh of relief. He scared her. She had already thought that Casper had heard everything, but Brandon assured her that there was no need to be afraid. They were just joking about Sinclair's brother. It had nothing to do with him. Adam didn't react in any way, but he clearly remembered this couple, his aunt and the arrogant guy. Finally, he gathered a crowd of future warriors in front of him, loudly asking if they wanted to become stronger. The boys and girls shouted in unison, asking to choose him and her. They will do everything to become stronger. Adam was pleased that his decisions were being responded to. He straightened up and used the spiritual power wave skill. Some people started to fall over. Others started to get headaches, but no one understood what was happening. Brandon reached out his arms to Michelle, who crawled towards him on shaking legs. Soon he himself could not withstand such pressure and fell face down. Rayton, descending the stairs, was still standing on his feet. He never thought that the judges would conduct the selection using such cruel methods. Casper, with one of the last to fall, Brandon, lying right in front of him, announced that the 18 people who had lasted the longest would be tested. A day later, in the Heavenly Palace at the Summit of Knowledge, Casper Bart congratulated everyone who had reached the Summit of Knowledge of the judges' organization. Moreover, the future of humanity literally depends on the experiment in which the best of the best are taking part. The young people knew that the ability was awakened by chance. But now the organization has a meditation. It helps to receive and develop abilities. The method that the lucky ones will try to develop is called hunting magic meditation. Brandon asked if this meant that ordinary people would be able to gain superpowers. Several flasks with red liquid appeared in front of Casper, levitating in the air, and he announced that in order to understand how effective meditation is in different conditions, the young people will be divided into teams. 9 people will receive the F-rank ability, Magic Hunting Bow, while others will have to awaken the ability out of thin air. Bart asked those who could cultivate the unknown ability and wanted to practice the hunting magic meditation to step forward. Casper used the mind control ability. With surprised faces, Michelle and Brandon stepped forward, proclaiming that for the sake of the human race, they chose meditation. Bart smiled. Everything was going according to plan. It was time to begin. The crowd took the empty seats on the floor and immersed themselves in meditation. The universality of this meditation is too small. If anyone could develop it, the situation would be completely different. Adam felt that the island chain and the southern continent were calling him at the same time. A thought crossed his mind. Hadn't what he was just talking about happened too quickly? Several monsters have gathered in the vast expanses of the 4 seas. The Moon Raven, behind whom, in addition to the crowd of ordinary people, the swordswoman Blanche, George Winks, and the Guardian of the Stones had gathered, ordered everyone to follow the commands and prepare for battle. There were deafening explosions. The sea raged, agitated by what was happening. Zachary jumped high, ready to pounce on the stone monster. When he extended his fists towards the guy, he grabbed the alien by the arms in his animal form. He swung his arm, spinning the monster around and throwing it into the water, shouting loudly that it had no right to attack a werewolf. Moonraven, watching Zachary's victory, thought that while the battle was going well, it was necessary to choose a suitable animal. A huge shaggy paw suddenly appeared in front of his face. A large monster with long ears, resembling a bear, attacked the guy completely unexpectedly. Not having time to react in time, he fell straight into the water and sank to the bottom. A huge crocodile caught his eye. and Adam decided that it was an excellent candidate for a fight. An elf swam out of a large pink shell, and Raven quickly hid. She swam up to the crocodile, asking him if he wanted to hide here and rest. Adam chuckled. He had originally planned to pretend to be a being from another world and go to the back front, but he managed to find people from another world. What a lucky guy. Sinclair decided to make the elf his puppet in order to learn meditation. He used the ability Control, which can create illusions for SS rank targets, distract, brainwash SS rank and below, completely subjugate the target for 50 years, and allows him to inhabit the body of the controlled person for 9 hours a day. Putting her foot on the animal's mouth, the elf did not understand what was wrong with this fighting crocodile. Not a single wound on the body, but pretending to be dead. When the crocodile looked up, the girl covered the top of her t-shirt with her hand. Where was he looking? Suddenly, all her thoughts disappeared somewhere. Adam used the ability Control. Sinclair found himself in the dark space of the elf's mind, full of many white screens memories. He decided to check if he could find any episode of memory associated with meditation. The guy's attention was drawn to one screen. That was what he needed. As soon as he touched the screen, it became covered in cracks and broke, almost injuring Adam. The elf had a strange glowing pentagram on her forehead. Adam screamed in fear, not understanding what was happening. The girl woke up in her shell, getting up on her knees with some difficulty. She remembered that when she tried to interact with the memory of meditation, it seemed that some kind of magical seal worked. Adam knew that in order to protect the knowledge of her, the body of a person from another world burns to ashes. It's good that he fixed everything quickly, otherwise it's scary to imagine how it could have ended. The crowd on the island buzzed with joy, congratulating each other on their victory. The shell, together with the elf, left the coast, cutting through the waves. The girl smiled. She was leaving this place temporarily, so she didn't plan to say goodbye. They arrived at the 9th island of the archipelago, Red Ice. The elf was not wearing shoes. Her foot stepped onto the hard sand. Bones and skulls, washed by salt water, were scattered everywhere. This is what it was like on the captured islands. It was even difficult to breathe here. Apparently, the other world did not restore these territories. They allowed the city to become a gathering place of various creatures. The elf thought sadly that only in the center the guild building had been built. 2 more administration buildings and a military fleet. But this was only a small part of the entire colony of the new continent. The girl came to the building of the island guild. Mistress Anastas was greeted by a charming demoness who asked if she wanted to receive a reward for the mission. The elf nodded affirmatively. Who would refuse something like that? The demoness extended her palms, on which lay 10 purple-colored gamma-rank magic crystals. The girl thought, about 100 units of dark energy, but she had no idea how to reveal all the power, how to use them at all. And so, Anastas refused the reward and left the guild. She would rather find the Stone of Wisdom, because she already feels its energy. Shaking her head, the girl rose into the sky. Having flown a little further, Anastas landed at the entrance to the cave. A huge snake's head poked out above the entrance, hissing threateningly at the newcomer. Anastas stared at the reptile for a few seconds. The girl was not frightened by this. She grimaced and ordered the snake to snap shut. The snake suddenly fell silent, hid its long tongue, and slowly crawled away. Adam, still in the elf's mind, thought that if he could figure out how she made the animals from the other world obey, he could easily defeat their army. The girl walked slowly forward across the cold floor. As expected, people have been living here for a long time, but will there be a master daemon inside this mountain cave? Anastas opened the metal doors. The room, decorated in gray, cold tones, looked like an alchemy laboratory. A projection of a tangled labyrinth appeared right from the elf's forehead, frightening and discouraging Anastas. The same drawing of a labyrinth appeared on the wall opposite. The projection and the drawing completely coincided. It seemed like it was a map on which what Anastas was looking for was marked. Having gone a little further, the elf saw either a depression or a separate room without doors, in the middle of which stood a brown box. She approached the box, looking at it with curiosity. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a genie appeared in front of the girl. A fair-haired, bearded man in a vest. He praised the elf since she had already found his gift. The genie asked if Preet was from the elf family. Surprised that the colonists from the Ossid Plain were able to get through the island's defensive front thanks to an alchemical handbook. The man sighed dramatically. What a pity. He had so hoped that the blue star would work a miracle. Adam immediately transformed, revealing himself to the genie. He found the reference book that Master Daemon had compiled, and the guy also said that he was from the Blue Star race. Jin burst out laughing, curious about what had happened, and asked the stranger's name. Adam smiled slyly and introduced himself as his godson, Zachary Wade. His godson sneezed loudly. "Who remembers him?" Damon demanded to talk to him before his new acquaintance could receive the Stone of Wisdom. Adam thought it was just a projection, but she needed to chat too. Adam decided to agree with the rules of the game and asked what the projection wanted to talk about. Damon asked to tell how things were going with the Blue Star race. An hour later, Adam was already sitting on the floor, tired of the conversation, and still reminded the master of the purpose of his visit: the Stone of Wisdom. The man asked him not to rush because, in order to get the magic crystal, you need to go through several tests. Damon raised a finger, assuring that Zachary could handle them. He pointed to the brown box, calling the boy to get ready to see the great wonder of the plane. The box opened slightly, and a bright light poured out, illuminating everything around. Damon began his speech slowly. He is filled with magic, life, constantly changing, not obeying any rules. In the box, on a white pillow, lay an oblong pink-colored stone of wisdom. Adam knelt down in front of the box and slowly reached his right hand towards the stone. And suddenly, he failed to touch the enticing surface. His fingers passed right through the stone. Damon swam closer and impatiently urged the boy to hurry up and not wait. Sinclair hesitated. It was so strange that he couldn't get the object into his hands. He made another attempt, but unfortunately nothing changed. His fingers still passed through the stone as if it was woven from the very dreams. The man chuckled. It was a situation in which the stone can be seen but not touched. Just don't say that the Stone of Wisdom itself hates someone. Adam realized in the back of his mind that someone was approaching them, and he urged the projection to quickly hide. But the master stubbornly shook his head. No, he had waited too long for this and he did not intend to hide. He would not. That's it. Then there was nothing to be done. Adam created doors with the power of thought and closed the space from prying eyes. Damon's angry and offended face appeared in the doorway. He was shouting that Zachary simply couldn't do this to him. Adam quickly transformed back into an elf. The son of the Lord of the Bright City, Andvari D, was walking quickly towards her, asking Miss Anastas what she was doing here. Sinclair realized that the handsome young man with bright blue hair and an intense gaze was one of the elf suitors, who wanted to marry her because of her noble pedigree. The girl sharply said that it was none of his business. The guy, being much taller than her, came closer. He was hurt by Anastas's words. He said that he had already done a lot for her and asked how much longer she would turn up her nose. Having cut off the elf's path, he demanded, give up and become his wife for the sake of procreation. At that moment, 2 thug guards appeared behind him. The guy transformed into a half-reptile. Horns grew on his head, huge teeth appeared on his face, a long tail hit the floor with a crash, and the claws on his hands were sharper than a knife. The elf flew up to avoid the tail strike and shot a fire arrow at the unlucky groom. Andvari immediately found himself under a blanket of blazing fire. But, as it turned out, it didn't harm the guy much. The fire simply curled up, as if it were not a raging and dangerous element, but a puddle of sour milk. Andvari looked closely at the bride, asking her to think once. If she gave in, he would be more gentle. The girl screamed that she, Anastas, would not give herself to him even if she died. And with these words, she jumped straight into the fiery pool. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. Why did she jump there? She'll die. He decided that he had to save her and dived after her into the fiery milk. The flames died out as quickly as they had appeared, and Andvari sat on the floor, transformed back into a human, and scolded Anastas. His thugs consoled the boss. What if the elf just ran away? The second guard advised calling important people from the city who could help with the search. But Adam, who had managed to transfer his consciousness into the guy, decided that it was better to come early than to be late, especially since it was much more convenient for him to disguise himself as Andvari than as Anastas. He spread his arms dramatically, ordering the thugs not to waste time and to leave. At the end of the corridor, someone's voice was heard. He was talking about how, unexpectedly, the young gentleman had failed in love affairs and even killed his bride. Andvari replied that this was none of the stranger's business and demanded that he introduce himself. The silhouette in the distance replied that he was an ordinary mercenary. Looking closely at the stranger, Adam realized that, judging by Andvari's memories, this man was a wanted criminal in the Bright City, whose hand his father had cut off. A man came into the light. A man with shoulder-length hair and a scar on his face, armed with 2 knives. He said that the return had come at a very high price for him. He swore to return this pain to Andvari and his father. The thug reminded the boss that when the criminal was hunting the young master's father, he was close to rank 3, and now he was most likely already rank 3. Suddenly there was a loud knock and the man disappeared from sight. Anvari felt movement right next to his face and raised his head to follow it. The man landed nearby and asked in surprise if the guy could see his movements, but he replied without turning around that he had simply predicted them. Everyone present was surprised to realize that the walls and floor around them were shaking. Anvari realized what had happened and cursed silently. Master Damon had broken through the wall and was now rushing towards them, shouting that this alchemical matrix could actually be used. He flew up to Anvari and winked at him. Look, he was giving him a hint. The criminal took a fighting stance, shouting that Anvari should expect no mercy, since he had the Stone of Wisdom. One of the thugs told the young master that he would detain the man, and he should report everything to his father as quickly as possible. The second guard pushed the first one aside, saying that he should take the young master away, and he would stay here, since his daughter-in-law was waiting for him at home. Adam thought that they also have their joys and sorrows. In this world, there is no difference between good and evil. There is only a difference between the strong and the weak. Damon thought that this was not enough. 2 third levels and 2 second levels would not be able to stop him. He approached the criminal, urging him to hit harder. Only by allowing the matrix to absorb enough energy would he be able to move faster. The man walked up to the box and extended his hand towards the stone, saying that it belonged to him. But his hand, like Adam's, passed straight through the desired object. The criminal roared with indignation. "What is happening?" Anvari said with a grin that this meant that the Stone of Wisdom did not choose the criminal, and now it cannot be touched. The thugs instantly turned into half-monsters, ready to defend their master. One of them attacked the thief, but he fought off the attack with a knife. The thug cursed and fell on his back, clutching the bruised area of his body. The second guard put his paw forward, holding a sharp sword in his palm. He turned to the young master, urging him to burn the criminal to ashes with his dragon breath. Anvari did not hesitate, and a stream of raging flame burst from his mouth. The fire touched the back of the man's head. He didn't even have time to react to it. The criminal rolled across the floor, trying to avoid the deadly attack. The knife remained right in the hand of one of the guards. He was shaking like an aspen leaf, frightened by his wound. Master Damon raised his hands and violet energy reached out to him, which he began to absorb. The man's finger caught the attention of the others. He pointed upward. A crazy, huge stream of purple energy burst out from the mountain into the sky. This flow formed a perfectly smooth round hole in the rock. Damon looked into it dreamily, noticing that he had not seen the sky for a long time. The master urged the greedy strong man to return quickly, and the sooner the better. The blue, electrified bird flapped its wings and screamed loudly. She flew over a crowd of people who, suspended in the air, looked around in surprise. The guy was surprised. What are these pink rays of light, from which so many frightening animals crawled out? The second added that if they are so strong, then probably some treasure lies there, and animals are much more sensitive to energy than people. The daemon flew up to Anvari, ordering him to listen carefully, otherwise the man would reveal his true form. Anvari looked at the projection with a grin. That means the Stone of Wisdom is his work. Damon folded his arms across his chest and was surprised that the man had managed to expose him. But Anvari replied that he could be useful, if only he would tell him what he could do. The man replied that it was simple. You need to make people fight. The more people die, the happier Damon will be. Adam thought that he wanted to use his cursed stone to collect the energy emanating from them during the battle in order to escape later. But the guy was fine with that. The guard who had been injured first, who had transformed back, cleared his throat and told the young master that Mr. Snake would be arriving soon. The assassin with the two-handed dagger would definitely die, because Mr. Snake was almost a fourth-stage expert. The criminal staggered back slowly. This time they were all lucky, but if he stayed alive, he wouldn't leave them alone so easily. The man quickly ran away, saying goodbye as he went. But the light of purple and painful energy did not let him go, forcing him to slow down and scream. The criminal fell down, shocked by the current. Even his hair stood up from the voltage that hit his body. Anvari's guard hesitated, not understanding whether the enemy was dead or not, and asked the owner for permission to come up and check. Adam didn't understand why the stone killed him, because it would have been more logical to subjugate it. Something didn't add up. He needed to see how things would go further. But at that moment, the criminal's body went into convulsions, subject to the same purple energy of the stone. He jumped to his feet, swinging his sword, boasting that he had the ability of infinite recovery. Master Damon winked again at the hesitant Anvari. Meanwhile, the criminal, making a face, threatened Anvari with violence because he was now immortal and nothing was scary to him. The young master silently pulled the knife out of his guard's hand, causing him to sob. Then he threw the weapon, tossing it into the hole in the ceiling. The knife plunged straight into the chest of a large electric bird, which screamed loudly. The criminal looked down at his knife, the thought taking a long time to form in his mind. It was too late to think. A blue lightning bolt, conducted by the first knife, was already rushing towards him. The bright blue light made those present in the cave squint. As Andvari and his guard watched the man being pierced by the bird's electricity, they talked among themselves, wondering if their opponent would survive. The one standing on his feet looked terrible but was still conscious, screaming that he was completely invulnerable. Adam's people began to fly in one by one right through the hole in the roof, but the first one to enter the cave was the White Serpent, the master of the sword. He looked around with interest, asking how his nephew Andvari ended up there. The man narrowed his eyes and with a dangerous intonation in his voice, asked who dared to offend his nephew. Andvari ran up to Uncle White Serpent, complaining that the killer did not have the courage to go to his father, and he decided to finish off his son. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder and squeezing it tightly, the white snake promised that his uncle was already here, and now no one would harm his beloved nephew. The maddened criminal stood in front of the crowd, counting each one, threatening to kill them all together if anyone came near him. Licking the blade of the knife with the tip of his tongue, the man promised to show them who a real expert was. Those present frowned. They understood that this was a provocation. The swordmaster, possessing an inhuman calm, said in a soporific voice that no one would have to attack the villain, because he himself would cut him into pieces with his white snake sword. With a precise movement, he drew the sword through the air, his other hand gently running his fingers over the surface. Let's see how long the criminal can hold out after the attacks. A white and bright light emanated from the tip of the sword. Something long whistled through the air, and a white snake appeared before everyone. As it descended in front of the enemy, clouds of lilac smoke burst from its mouth. The man realized that this was confusing him and shook his head. To wake up, he stabbed his dagger into his left leg without a second thought. The criminal realized with horror that this did not help him come to his senses. He could neither run away nor attack. The white snake, having grown in size, squeezed the man in its deadly embrace, as if he were a desired prey, and began to strangle him. Twirling a lock of hair near his face, the swordmaster asked his nephew if that purple crystal was really the legendary Stone of Wisdom. Andvari shook his head. He didn't know for sure, but be that as it may, he belonged to Uncle White Serpent. The man laughed. The curls around his face shook slightly, and through his laughter he asked Andvari not to worry, because when he had the stone, he would definitely share it with his nephew. Master Damon, watching the battle from around the corner, sighed quietly. This killer with daggers is still useless, even after receiving infinite regeneration. Is he really tired of enduring pain? He gave the criminal a chance, but it was all in vain. Now he will have to act on his own. A ray of energy from Master Damon himself entered the man's eyes. The enraged captive, having escaped from the deadly clutches, turned to the snake, furiously ordering it to die. The criminal had 2 daggers in his hands, with which he cut the unfortunate snake into several large pieces. Laughing madly, the man asked if this was all that was in store for him. But the white snake didn't even bat an eyelid. He replied that the enemy was lucky. They would soon show him what a real decisive blow was. The swordmaster threw his weapon up into the air, causing a snake waterfall to appear with a loud cry. The ceiling was illuminated with white light. Everyone present closed their eyes. The flame burned their eyes so much. The snakes multiplied, intertwined their tails into a large ball, and rushed straight at the enemy. One of the warriors, transforming into a were-dog, tried to carefully step over the many small snakes crawling under his feet. He complained that the final attack of the white snake had an uncontrollable radius of action, and the hero had to watch where he hit. People were frightened by the fact that the swordmaster's snakes were crawling around, and there were an incredible number of them. Moreover, the snakes that remained in the sky wrapped themselves around the limbs of the sky whale, causing the mammal to roar and begin to spin in different directions. The whale opened its mouth and a destructive beam of light burst out. The snakes below were burned by the deadly scorching beam, not having time to crawl away. Anwadri's guards stepped back in fear so that the beam would not hit them. But one was still unlucky. Unfortunately, the beam burned exactly half of his body. A surprised expression froze on the man's face. It remained to hope that his last minutes passed without pain. The surviving thug shouted his partner's name in despair, and Andvari cursed. The guard immediately transformed into a dangerous monster, threatening to kill the one who killed his comrade. Andvari tried to stop him from certain death, promising that he would deal with the blue whale and avenge his friend. The man stopped and was surprised to see that the corpses were beginning to disappear, and a huge alchemical pattern of bright yellow color appeared on the floor. The body of some guy lying nearby began to decompose into pink particles. These particles settled on the rest of the warriors, who laughed happily, noticing that these things seemed to improve their fighting ability. One of them reached the second stage. Adam thought that the death of one makes all the others stronger. That is what cultivating the wisdom stone is. The white snake approached Anvari and urged his nephew to stay close, as the situation was getting a little out of control. It turned out that each dead fighter released energy that strengthened those who were still alive, meaning that the skills of first and second level experts had greatly increased. At the third stage, the strengthening has less effect, which means that if these people are allowed to become stronger, the gap between the snake family and them will decrease with each passing minute. Then it will no longer be clear who has the advantage. Master Damon, eavesdropping from around the corner, chuckled quietly. Now they had no reason to stand aside and not interfere, did they? The warriors stood opposite each other, waiting for someone to die at the hands of another person. The master called for this, to fight and kill each other. The more deaths, the better. A snow-white sword was thrust into the demon's back. Before he could even shout a word, he fell to the ground, with the swordmaster standing over him. They, together with their nephew, managed to wound many, so those who remained decided to save their lives and began to run away, screaming in different directions. The white snake told Anvari to follow his uncle because that was the only guarantee of safety. The guy replied that the snake probably had his own reasons for doing so, but he wanted to remind him that he never killed his opponent. The nephew simply hoped that the master would be able to deal with the bastard. The swordmaster chuckled. He didn't expect such loyalty from his nephew. It seems his family has an heir. The criminal, who was still alive, sat over the corpse of another warrior. He shouted to the snake and Anvari to immediately kill all the people of the second stage. This will reduce the gap. He stood up and looked at the men, saying that if the enemy attacked, there would be no chance of mercy. Pink particles rose up. The criminal, with obvious pleasure on his face, took them into himself. People continued to run, screaming at the top of their lungs that they wanted to be killed and eaten. Suddenly, the entrance to the street was blocked by a wall of pink energy. The chances of getting out were becoming less and less. The Queen of the Plucked Lotus and Mr. Benjamin Rowe flew up to the crowd, mockingly asking where they were going to run. The Queen swung her leg and sent down a multitude of deadly rays. The white snake tried to protect the people because he knew that the villains would resort to such baseness as the mass extermination of innocent people. Benjamin replied that if the snake were in their place, he would have acted much more ruthlessly. Master Damon, watching the chaos, was amused. A bunch of idiots continue to kill each other, and it only makes him feel better. The bodies kept coming in numbers and they continued to decompose. Benjamin, enjoying what was happening, laughed loudly. His plan was to reach the third step and then fight the white serpent. The swordmaster flew up, swinging his sword. A smile lit up his face as the man ordered something to explode. He headed down through the purple mist. At the very top of the mountain, there was an explosion of incredible power. After some time, the fog began to slowly clear. The wounded Benjamin, who had lost one limb, and the Queen of the Torn Lotus, clutching her bruised side, rose to the sky. Benjamin angrily shouted that the white snake was completely crazy to do such things. The swordmaster, who also found himself under his own blow, smiled, preparing to respond to his opponent. He didn't have time to finish his sentence when a vile criminal jumped out from behind him with a blade in his hands, intending to hit him right in the temple. But the man didn't succeed. The white snake turned out to be quicker, and his sword passed right through the alien body the next second. He laughed, referring to his endless regeneration. The swordmaster smiled back, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. The criminal lowered his head. It can't be. His wounds won't heal. The swordmaster's lost arm has grown back. It seems the wisdom stone has given him preference. The criminal wanted to argue with dry lips. How could this be? The stone had chosen him in the first place. The swordmaster pushed the lifeless body of his enemy away from him with disgust.